Chapter 1. The World of Star Journey. Carrot, didn't I say not to turn your back to the control panel? A B-shaped spacecraft glided through the cosmos, as Gudong sprang up to deliver a hefty blow to Mai Dang, who was sprawled over the control console. In the world of full-time expert, rest for a year, then return. Having consoled Su Mucheng after his departure from the club, Yi Xiao turned to say goodbye. Tears glimmered in Su Mucheng's eyes as she gazed at Yi Xiao's somewhat desolate figure. It seemed as if the entire world was mourning. The falling snowflakes grew colder, prompting her to tighten her clothing. In the world of Luo's adventure, observing the army of 100,000 black iron beasts outside the city, Luo anxiously tugged at his hair. Oh dear, what should I do? I want to go home. Mommy. Fengwelin, standing at the door, listened to Luo's lament and scratched his head before turning to search for toys, not wanting Luo to be so distressed. Genshin Impact activate. Beside a certain blonde-haired character, an emergency food companion was valiantly battling hilichurls in the wild. As the blonde finished off a hilichurl and prepared to collect materials, a white floating object leisurely drifted over. Traveler, when we go to eat? Paimon is about to starve. Paimon sulked, her head bowed in dejection. The emergency food shot her glance. Weren't you just eating sweet Madam Chicken? One is not enough. Paimon gets exhausted following you around fighting monsters every day. It's clearly me doing all the work here. How can you say that? Paimon works hard flying too. In the world of Naruto, at the climax of the Chunin exams, the arena duel was about to commence, surrounded by countless spectators and the daimyo, underscoring the significance of this match. Naruto Uzumaki pouted as he watched Hinata Hyuga in the distance. What fate, what fate? I must defeat you. Across various worlds, there exist immutable laws of operation, where every coincidence serves as a butterfly effect influencing the course of development. The gears of fate continue to turn, albeit at an odd angle. Boom! Boom! The tranquil sky erupted with deafening roars. A massive screen, obscuring the sun, suddenly appeared in the heavens. However, this phenomenon was not isolated to a single world. Identical colossal screens materialized in the skies of every realm. Powerful beings leaped into the air, attempting to probe the sudden manifestation, only to find that no matter the force employed, they could not touch the immense screen. What on earth is this? Someone exclaimed, only to be met with the same thought echoed in text across the sky. Ding! Connection to world successful. Intelligent life may engage in friendly communication on this platform and continue to explore unknown worlds for connection. The screen dimmed momentarily before being inundated with a torrent of comments. What's this thing? Exclaimed Naruto from the Naruto world. Baka. Naruto, don't speak carelessly on the sky screen. Retorted Sasuke Uchiha from the same realm. Is this a force from beyond our world? Questioned Zhongli from Genshin Impact. This is an eternal foe, declared Raiden Shogun from Genshin Impact. Such a creation is truly a marvel of craftsmanship, mused Liu Yunjian from Genshin Impact. Is this the hope of the future? Or could it be an even deeper descent into despair? Pondered Eren Yeager from Attack on Titan. Wow, there are really aliens in this world. Exclaimed Zhang Chulan from the world of Irenji Xia. Wow, don't you dare mess with me, Zhang Chulan. You little brat, it'll catch you. Warned in from the same world. Sengoku. Eliminate this screen immediately. It's an order from the Celestial Dragons, commanded the Gorosei from the world of One Piece. Why is our world a pirate world and not a navy world? Questioned Akainu Sakazuki from One Piece. Another world? I wonder if there are stronger swordsmen, mused Dracul Mihawk from One Piece. A plethora of comments dazzled the eyes, and various worlds embarked on a series of actions. For instance, the famous Yuan, Regret, Group, Shadow, Gate Bang. You? In the world of Naruto. On the subjective platform, an Umbu instantaneously appeared beside the Hokage, whispering something in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear. Upon hearing, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly turned to the Wind Shadow. Apologies, Wind Shadow. I must attend to some matters first. After receiving a nod from the Wind Shadow, Sarutobi Hiruzen vanished with the Umbu. Meanwhile, the Wind Shadow left behind began to relay information using methods undetectable to ordinary ninjas. The Konoha collapse plan is temporarily on hold. We shall observe the developments. Disguised as the Wind Shadow, Orochimaru gazed at the sky screen, his eyes gleaming with fervor. What on earth is this power and means? In the Hokage office. According to our intelligence, this sky screen has appeared worldwide. We are still investigating the extent of its reach, but it is confirmed that images of the screen have emerged within the territories of the 5 great nations. And it seems to possess miraculous powers regardless of obstacles. As long as one looks up, they can see the text on the screen. Even those who were previously blind appear to be able to see it. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked to his subordinate, just as the office door swung open. Upon seeing the visitor, he waved his hand in exasperation, signaling the Umbu to retreat. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the newcomer and asked, "Danzo, what brings you here at this time?" "What else?" The sky screen remains a mystery, and the ninja world has already descended into chaos. At this juncture, you should hand over the Nine Tails to me. The Jinchuriki must suppress their emotions to unleash their full potential. Enough. I have already stated my position on this matter. Do not bring it up again. Danzo Shimura's expression darkened further at Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. "Hiruzen, you will regret this." "Danzo, I am a Hokage." Bang! The door slammed shut, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes. "Hiruzen, you are still too merciful. My teacher was mistaken. I am far more suited to be Hokage." As worlds reacted in various ways, the massive screen in the sky suddenly began to transform. A few colossal characters hung prominently in the center of the screen. Let us experience the charisma of personalities from another world, highlighting iconic moments from the Myriad Realms. Top 1. Mi Long. Survive. Live until the era when even the weak can find happiness. World Highlight. The World of Star Journey. Rankings are not in any particular order and are unrelated to strength. In the World of Star Journey, this screen has finally shown some movement after a week. Gudong remarked, scratching his head in confusion. "It seems we are indeed in the World of Star Journey. I believe I have heard of this Milong. He must be very powerful," my Dang declared, hands on his hips, eyes gleaming as he stared at the screen hanging in the cosmos. Anyone capable of such words must surely illuminate many others. Here it comes, here it comes. After hanging for 3 days, the screen has finally stirred. Zhang Chulan from Irin Jixia exclaimed. 3 days? It has been half a month here, hey? Lu Ziqiao from the World of Love apartment retorted. Ah, so this screen is for watching movies? Jiraiya from Naruto mused. Haha, that me long, the one who knelt down. This screen will highlight such clowns. It seems we at Galaxy, I have overestimated this. Such a level doesn't deserve to be in the presence of perfect me. Haha. Silalu from the World of Star Journey laughed. It appears Mi Long is not well regarded in his own world. Observed Chao Yambing from the World of Jinhuan Street. As the Myriad Realms engaged in exchanges, the screen quietly transformed. Foreground summary. The most belligerent race in the universe, the Luo tribe. Comprising 4 branches, they once invaded and destroyed dozens of vast star systems under the leadership of the war god. Due to their grievous sins, the Luo tribe was expelled from their homeland by the Interstellar Alliance. Since then, the Luo tribe scattered throughout the corners of the universe, each wandering aimlessly. Among them, the Luo Wu people, one of the 4 branches, retreated to the class planet Mars to cultivate fruits. Led by their chief, Mamaka, they vowed that war and violence could not realize any dreams, renouncing their weapon, the war god spear, vowing never to use their strength to bully the weak again. However, the Pentagon Corps, driven by an insatiable thirst for war, power, wealth, and status, conspired to abduct their fellow Roruans in a bid to seize control of the legendary war weapons of the mythical Rororo clan. They coerced Mamaka and others into agreeing to a 5-match competition, stipulating that should Mamaka's team triumph in 3 matches, their captured kin would be released. Conversely, if Mamaka's team were to falter, they would be compelled to assist Shadin in realizing his avaricious ambitions and venture to the Devil's Footprint. What madness is this? Annihilate the galaxy, exclaimed Xiao Yin from the World of Do Putsang Qion. Such a bellicose race, is there no angel to maintain order in their realm? Inquired Tian Shi Yin from the realm of the Super God Academy. If only I could wield such power, I would assuredly vanquish that man, mused Uchiha Sasuke from the Naruto universe. To cultivate fruits on Mars? Might you share your technological advancements? Wondered Ranbing from the World of Ling Long. In the Starry Journey world, at the Pentagon core base on Mars, Shadin sat in a chair, casting a sidelong glance at the silent Milong behind him. "It seems my dear friend's reputation has begun to echo throughout the cosmos," he remarked. Milong lowered his gaze, contemplating the distant heavens. "Is that the future?" The words upon the celestial canvas gradually faded, giving way to images. The first sight that graced the eyes of beings across myriad realms was a dining table adorned with various dishes. Food. Then, two humanoid creatures resembling minotaurs came into view, and their identities were promptly revealed on the screen. Roroan warrior, Mamaka. Roroan warrior, Baybelly. Upon observing the banquet laid before them, Baybelly paused momentarily, then scanned the surroundings, questioning, "Where are the enemies?" Suddenly, an object shot forth with alarming speed, its sharp whistling sound piercing the air without warning. Baybelly, a born warrior, barely had time to react. Mamaka swiftly raised his arm to intercept the object. A surprise attack. Now aware of the threat, Baybelly assumed a defensive stance, realizing their adversary was no ordinary foe. Mamaka too appeared somewhat astonished. Chopsticks? Mamaka slowly opened his palm to reveal a pair of wooden chopsticks resting within. "If you wish to eat, then take a seat." "The pirate's food is rather unpalatable," came a deep, cold voice unexpectedly from the dining table, startling both Mamaka and Baybelly, who turned to look. "Regardless of the fare, as long as it provides strength, it suffices." A flamboyantly dressed man with pink hair in a tight yellow suit sat at the table, speaking as he indulged in the meal before him. This is not Milong, but rather Li Xiaolong, isn't it? Copyright infringement. Have the fees been paid?" remarked an anonymous figure from the world of 10,000 cold jokes. "Is this the adversary of the Rorwans? A formidable opponent, indeed. Allow me to witness your might," declared Uchiha Madara from the Naruto realm. "What incredible speed," noted Kizaru Borsalino from the world of One Piece. "When did he appear?" Baybella's gaze fell upon the figure, his eyes widening in astonishment. The ability to materialize before the Rorwans without a sound indicated a strength surpassing that of most beings in the universe. "Is he an opponent?" Mamaka's voice remained calm even as a powerful warrior. It was difficult for him to harbor overwhelming emotions toward an adversary, merely observing the individual quietly. "How fragrant the food smells," commented a brown-haired youth clad in a red chef's outfit and white apron, seated at the entrance, unable to suppress his salivation at the sight of the feast. "Impossible," exclaimed a girl with light blue hair in a white outfit, her expression one of disbelief, her delicate features etched with astonishment. "That person. It appears everyone is familiar with him. I shall refrain from introductions." A small flying device projected the image of a short figure shot in, exuding confidence. "How could this be?" Dea expressed her incredulity. "Indeed, this attire, unmistakably, belongs to a once revered fighter." Kalia in the main control chamber turned to question Shadin, unable to contain her curiosity. "Hey, what are you joking about? He is that Milong, who knelt, right?" Kalia managed to quell her tumultuous emotions upon witnessing Shadin's self-assured demeanor. "What are your intentions?" In the arena, Mamaka, overhearing the discussions, recalled the identity of this familiar figure. "Now that you mention it, it does ring a bell." Baybelly trembled, seemingly in restraint, yet ultimately succumbed to his emotions. Wow, 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 wow. We generally do not break into laughter unless we can't help Ito. That Milong, the disgrace of all fighters. Milong? McDonald reflected on the words spoken by the circus ringmaster on Mars. "You must have heard of Milong. It was unfortunate that one day, people abruptly discovered he was merely an ordinary man. All his fighting skills were nothing but a fraud." The face of the circus ringmaster was etched with a profound sense of desolation. It is indeed him. Fast forward to the present, Maidan gazed at the figure of Milong before him, grimacing slightly as he reflected on the vast disparity from his own imaginings. He had envisioned a muscular man, an imposing uncle, someone capable of instilling belief in his strength. It is hope. Jia began to elucidate to Maidan. Milong had once bestowed courage and hope upon countless individuals. Following the conclusion of the last Great War, in a galaxy besieged by the Black Flag, the populace endured the relentless torment of their oppressors in a state of despair. The scene shifted to a ravaged battlefield. Steeped in the bleakness of war, where an oppressive darkness stifled every breath, countless souls knelt, their faces buried in their hands as they wept, while above them, a black flag, symbolic of interstellar pirates, fluttered atop a high wall. At long last, a senior enforcer from the Alliance arrived, leading his contingent to pledge to the suffering populace that they would eradicate the Black Flag pirates from their galaxy once and for all. The darkness was torn asunder by the Alliance enforcer, who stood tall behind a legion of standardized Alliance troops. Witnessing the glimmer of hope, the people erupted in joyous anticipation for the enforcer's triumph. After briefly assuaging the crowd, the enforcer led his fleet into the distant battlefield. The camera zoomed out, revealing the remnants of the beleaguered city, where the surviving citizens rose once more, offering their blessings and cheers to the departing military. The fierce battle raged on for an extended duration, yet ultimately, the enforcer's vessel was struck down in the vacuum of space. A cacophony of ships clashed in explosive fervor, sending ripples of energy cascading through the cosmos. At last, the command ship at the heart of the Alliance was hit, erupting in a brilliant display of fiery brilliance, akin to fireworks ascending into the night sky, beautiful yet ephemeral, laden with the weight of human hope. The opportunity for freedom dissolved into mere illusion, and the people were plunged back into despairing panic. The sword of liberty plunged into the earth, as the flames of hope were extinguished by the torrential rains that followed. Despair permeating the crowd, the rain fell incessantly at that moment. However, the Black Flag ships began to withdraw in a succession of retreats. Shortly thereafter, a flamboyantly styled man appeared, bearing the grievously injured enforcer. Amidst the ruins, clad in a yellow combat uniform, Milong emerged to support the Alliance enforcer. Before the people could fully comprehend the shock of his arrival, he set forth once again, embarking on a solitary quest. The sun returned to bless the land, or perhaps it merely chose to shine solely upon him. Days later, every last Black Flag pirate vacated the galaxy, just when the populace was on the brink of succumbing to darkness. A new hope arose once more. Across the cosmos, countless Black Flag vessels retreated from various planets, revitalizing the star systems once shrouded in darkness. Without the power of rainbow stones or the assistance of the Alliance, Milong single-handedly drove away an entire galaxy's worth of pirates with nothing but his fists and feet. The man known as Milong became the most revered hero among the people on one planet. The pirates who had yet to escape met with fiery retribution, their vessels exploding in a spectacular display of pyrotechnics above, with mere fists, to rout an entire galaxy's worth of pirates. Goodness, is this brother truly that formidable? In the world of Super God Academy, Xiaoluan was left bewildered. This was far more exhilarating than their battles in the Tianhe campaign. It was enough to ignite a fervor within. Old Yi. Let us duel. In the world of full-time expert, Huang Shaotian declared, great strength must inevitably lead to victory. This is the essence of the stronghold. In the world of super beast armament, Yiling Yun mused. His strength is indeed noteworthy, yet he lacks a martial soul. Relying solely on his fists offers no defense against concealed weapons in the world of Doa continent. Tang Xin interjected, heavens, unable to defend against hidden weapons, brother. Please open your eyes and speak. In the world of Lingjian Mountain, Wang Lu reflected, the individuals here do not comprehend the might of concealed weapons. Yet, this world lacks even martial souls. It seems to be a primitive realm. Ignorance is to be expected. The film continued in response to the fervent demands of the public. Milong chronicled his encounters with the pirates, capturing them in a plethora of films. These cinematic tales, alongside Milong's heroic deeds, spread throughout the far reaches of the universe. Even those who had not received his assistance found renewed confidence and courage amidst adversity. The combat hero Milong ascended to become a celebrated star across the cosmos. As the films gained traction, multitudes cheered before the silver screens. In an era when the Black Flag pirates reigned supreme, hope was the most precious commodity, and Milong safeguarded their dreams. Yet one day, a particular footage began to circulate widely. The image of the hero shattered like a mirror, splintering into countless shards that pierced the hearts of all who beheld it in the dimly lit theater. Several brazen figures loomed over the hero, and to the astonishment of the audience, Milong truly bowed his head in submission before them. The hero Milong knelt before a group of street rogues, pleading for mercy, and openly confessing that he was utterly unskilled in martial arts, and that the pirates were not vanquished by him at all. The once hopeful crowd, faced with betrayal, was consumed by a tide of malice. Milong had merely exploited the pirate incident to gain their trust and wealth. As the saga drew to a close, the iconic flashy glasses of Milong lay shattered upon the ground. disappointment morphed into shock. Then into fury and derision. The name of the kneeling Milong echoed throughout the universe, and thereafter, he was never seen again. The fortune to be made across the cosmos must be astronomical, mused Dory from the world of Genshin Impact. Ah, I see now. The origin of the kneeling Milong, remarked Yu Wonjo from the world of full-time expert. Lo and behold, for every significant plot twist, there invariably emerges a golden commentator to elucidate the background for the audience. Quipped an anonymous figure from the world of 10,000 cold jokes. Their cosmic justice lacks sufficient strength, necessitating the aid of angels, noted Angel Yen from the world of Super God Academy. Now even the pirates are aware of the need to cultivate a persona to attract attention before live streaming their exploits, said Susan from the world of One Person Below. However, I feel that Milong is not that kind of person, countered Naruto Uzumaki from the world of Naruto. This little brat is still too weak. Only with sufficient strength can one rightfully claim power, status, and wealth, declared Doflamingo from the world of One Piece. As various opinions echoed across realms, the imagery on the screen continued to unfold. Why did he choose to do so? Maidan rose to gaze at Milong, instinctively sensing that the latter could not possibly be that sort of individual. What was he doing here? Observing Milong, who was still heartily consuming his meal, Mamaka wore a puzzled expression as he turned to the control room, seeking insight from Shading. Where is the opponent for this battle? Right before you, came the bemused reply. What? Be joking. The kneeling Milong could not possibly engage in combat, exclaimed Bay Bailey, astonished. Upon hearing this, Milong abruptly halted his actions, widening his eyes to peer ahead. Recalling Milong's sudden and swift appearance earlier, Mamaka and Bay Bailey, both natural warriors, instinctively adopted a combative stance. Cough, cough, cough. Yet, Milong, after a brief pause, erupted into a fit of coughing, striking his chest in distress. Mamaka and Bay Bailey exchanged glances, bemused. Had he choked? Quickly, the rhythmic thumping allowed the food to go down, though some stir-fried meat fell to the table in the process. Milong lowered his gaze to sniff the fallen morsels, then raised his chopsticks high, bringing them down with a resounding crash upon the table. This sudden action piqued the alertness of Mamaka and Bay Bailey. What on earth is he doing? Milong offered no response, but squinted his eyes, deftly maneuvering his chopsticks in rapid succession across the table. Clack, clack, clack. Yet without exception, every attempt merely grasped thin air upon the small table. Your vision impaired, Joe remarked, a twitch of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Clinked at that moment. Milong abruptly grabbed a nearby cup, slowly lifted it to his nose, and then took a decisive bite. Crack, crack. The piercing sound echoed sharply, sending shivers down the spines of Maidong and Dia. Staring at Milong, who continued to chew nonchalantly, Maidong was left in utter disbelief. Doesn't it hurt? In what seemed to be a response to Maidong's astonishment, Milong quickly covered his mouth. It still hurts. This was far beyond merely having poor eyesight. It was akin to being completely blind. Once, there existed a world called Lingjian Mountain, Wanglu. Oh my. Looking at this gives me goosebumps. Doesn't he wear glasses on his head? Are they fake? If they aren't, then why doesn't he wear them? If he did, it wouldn't hurt so much. Doesn't he mind eating cups every day? Even if he doesn't mind the pain, does he find the taste of the cup to be delightful? In the world of full-time expert, Huang Xiaotian added, indeed, glasses are not mere ornaments. In the world of Detective Conan, Idagawa Conan remarked, the world we inhabit is named after Detective Conan. Perhaps you will become a great detective in the future. Haha. Yes, that's truly wonderful. Idagawa chuckled awkwardly, then joined in the excitement. Meanwhile, Maori Kagoro sat at his desk, sipping beer while squinting at Conan. Wow, wow, wow. As expected, it's Milong, the one who only brings embarrassment. Not sparing any mercy, Bay Bailey taunted upon witnessing the other's awkward demeanor. Mamaka also felt a sense of helplessness at this scene, letting out a soft sigh before turning his gaze toward the projection of Sardin. Hey, can we switch opponents? Oh. In the control room on the second level of the Pentagon Core, Sardin tilted his head slightly to glance at him. Even for the sake of protecting his compatriots, the Roarer tribe would never bully those weaker than themselves. Even Kalia, who stood beside Sardin, agreed. Indeed, how can one deal with a clown like Milong? Let us see just how weak this Milong truly is. Sardin maintained his smile, leaning back in his chair as he waved his hand. Bring that out. TCH, you better know what you're doing. Kalia smirked, yet said nothing further. Universal magnetism.as the words fell. A powerful magnetic force surged within the arena, intertwining like lightning, and in an instant, a violet glow formed. Enveloped in this purple magnetism, a remote control slowly floated into view. This remote control could deactivate the protective barriers threatening your friends. Obtain it, and this match is yours. Just press it lightly, and they will be freed immediately. Sardin exuded confidence. According to the screen's introduction, the combat capabilities of the Roar people were among the elite in their universe. Yet, he remained assured that Milong could face 2 Roar warriors alone, in the world of Super God Academy. Dutsao commented, "It seems that during Milong's years of absence, his strength must have undergone a tremendous transformation. An electronic eye can analyze a person's power through their physical performance. Mamaka and Bei Bailey's physical strength had clearly surpassed their limits. However, I could not decipher Milong's data. His movements resembled those of an ordinary person. In the world of One Punch Man, Genos mused, is he another mechanical life form from a different realm? Sometimes. The manifestation of power may lie hidden within, existing in another form. Conclusion: data from different worlds may yield results that lack reference value. In the world of Honkai, Star Rail, Swazi Gomu pondered, is this screen merely for projecting films, a product beyond fate? An authority that influences the course of events? What is its true significance? In the world of Genshin Impact, Mona questioned, Milong appears to be utterly incapable of fighting. Is this merely a trap? Dia frowned, observing Sardin's unwavering confidence, his inner unease gradually intensifying. It's quite simple. Will you truly take out the real remote control? Mamaka and Bei Bailey did not regard Milong seriously. They merely speculated whether Sardin was up to some trick. There's no need for a fake. As Kalia's power dissipated, the remote control plummeted, only to be precisely caught mid-air by a pair of chopsticks, because you can't obtain it. Milong reclined casually, adjusting his glasses while looking at Mamaka and Bei Bailey. Did you catch it? Mamaka blinked in slight surprise before questioning. Why not wear your glasses sooner? I only need to see the enemies that must be defeated, Milong casually responded, tapping the leg of his glasses. Wow, wow, wow. How dare a clown like you make such grand claims? Bei Bailey scoffed at Milong's pretentious demeanor. So this is what the Roar people look like. Milong, unfazed by Bei Bailey's mockery, adjusted his glasses and glanced at Mamaka and Bei Bailey, casually remarking, it's quite different from what I imagined. We've been standing here for quite a while, and you've been imagining. Mamaka was left speechless by Milong's nonsensical remarks, finding him to be an utterly baffling opponent. Well, that's how it is for myopic individuals. Without glasses, everything is a blur. Nobita from the world of Doryman noted. You only need to see the enemies that must be defeated. What a pure belief. Shaosuner from the world of Dupotsangqing mused. Could there be a twist behind Milong? His demeanor doesn't seem to align with that of a villain like Sardin. An anonymous character from the world of 10,000 Cold Jokes pondered. Who do you think is on the same level as you? Sardin from the world of Star Journey replied. Isn't it true that villains typically say things like, to achieve extraordinary greatness, one must employ extraordinary means? Chang Liuxiang from the world of Gubao's Special Forces quipped, those villains from your world are quite cultured. Zhang Chuan from the world of Iran Shixia added, indeed, just obtaining that is enough. There's no need to waste time with him. Bei Bailey was growing increasingly annoyed. He had little to say to a cosmic joke, like Melange as he spoke. Bei Bailey's figure surged forward, appearing before Milong in an instant. With a leap, his massive frame, combined with a speed beyond ordinary comprehension, created a powerful sense of pressure. Roru combat technique, slash. The wooden stick came crashing down, a tremendous force whipping up a whirlwind that cleaved the dining table before Milong in two, sending shattered fragments and leftover food flying. War God weapon, horn shield, block. With that, the wooden shield in Bei Bailey's left hand erupted with dazzling light, instantly transforming into an indestructible golden horn shield that struck towards Milong's abdomen with lightning speed, the immense force threatening to send Milong flying. Meanwhile, the remote control flew from Milong's grasp into the air. Mamaka. Bei Bailey aimed to contain Milong's potential next move, while Mamaka leapt to seize the key. Even while underestimating their opponent, the naturally combative Roru people executed the most flawless tactics and coordination. Even Dia found it hard to believe that this really it was Sardin, who had gone to great lengths to corner them onto a spaceship, truly sending a challenger like Milong to determine the final outcome. What the heck? This Milong is so weak. Sakura from the world of Naruto exclaimed. I expected to witness a clash of titans. But it seems disappointment is inevitable. Zoro from the world of One Piece remarked, "Can even a clown like this be on the board? This sky curtain is nothing special." Gilgamesh from the Fate world asserted. No, Mylong's expression has remained calm throughout. His strength cannot be so simplistic. I in the world of Jinhuan Street, Chow Yambing exclaimed, "What a joke from the one above. That is none other than the kneeling Milong." Aha! It seems that not wetting his pants on the spot was already pushing his limits. In the realm of Xingyuji, Silalu observed as many furrowed their brows at the mention of Milong. Questioning, is it really that simple? We have one. Bailey continued to restrain Milong, pushing him further away. Yet, Milong merely smiled faintly, as if mocking the strength of the Luolu peopled. In the next instant, Milong's figure abruptly vanished. What? Bailey gazed incredulously at the spot where Milong had been. Hey, I've got it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mamaka's fingers were almost touching the remote control, but a shadow above moved faster than he could react. Has it caught up? Is that Bailey? The newcomer was not Milong, but Bailey, who had lost his physical balance. The two collided violently, plummeting downwards together. The remote control was still out of Mamaka's grasp. What is happening? Mamaka questioned, bewildered. Bailey shook his head, irritation creeping in. I don't know. That guy must be pulling some kind of trick. Just a trick. Mamaka had already realized that this opponent was far from simple. Milong, on the other hand, remained on the ground, leisurely adjusting his glasses. Whatever, as long as I get that. With that, Bailey executed a spectacular 180-degree flip in midair, while Mamaka raised his shield to launch Bailey upwards once more. He himself utilized the momentum of his descent to land swiftly, keeping a close watch on Milong, ever ready to counter the opponent's next move. Milong merely glanced at Mamaka before squatting down, raising his right hand high above his head and forcefully slamming it onto the ground, his left hand gripping his right wrist. 8th level heaven. Mamaka gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, Bailey was but a step away from the controller. We won. Milong suddenly looked up, confirming his target before vanishing from sight, his voice echoing in the air. Violent strike. Now you see me. McDonald gasped in surprise. Bailey, be careful, Mamaka shouted. What? Bailey looked at Mamaka in confusion. Just as a ghostly figure flickered behind him. Bang! Bailey felt the remote control rise, and in a daze, he realized that Milong had suddenly landed on him. So close. Bailey gritted his teeth, expressing his frustration. Do not underestimate him. Focus on suppressing the opponent. Mamaka leaped high, the earlier 8th level heaven making him take Milong seriously. Luolu martial arts. Break. Bailey forcefully twisted in midair, swinging his wooden staff with great force backward. Pierce. Mamaka struck out with a powerful punch, slicing through the air with immense strength aimed at Milong. Yet, faced with the assault of two top warriors in the universe, Milong remained unfazed, slowly raising both hands in a graceful martial arts stance. Bang! It seemed slow, yet it was lightning fast, accurately intercepting the attacks from Mamaka and Bailey. Blocked? The two watched in disbelief as Milong, with merely human form, withstood the might of the Luolu people, but that was not the end. Milong lowered his gaze, cold determination radiating from his eyes as he shrugged his shoulders, spinning the two away in a spiral motion. Bailey was overwhelmed by the force, crashing heavily to the ground. Stumbling backwards several steps to regain his balance, Mamaka managed to stabilize himself, absorbing the impact and landing steadily. However, when he looked up to locate Milong, he found no trace of him. He vanished again. Only the remote control plummeted from above, caught steadily in a hand as Milong's figure appeared once more. Adjusting his glasses with disdain, Milong seemed to taunt. Without the horned sword, can the Luolu people not even muster brute strength? What is happening? This guy is clearly formidable. In the world of Jinhuan Street, Xiaoling exclaimed. I can't see. Damn it. My Sharingan can't capture his movements. In the Naruto world, Uchiha Sasuke lamented. Oh dear, how terrifying. I wonder if he moves at the speed of light. In the One Piece world, Kazu, Borsalino, pondered. Is there such a person on Mars? I'm getting excited. Goryu Ganshio, follow my orders. Head to Mars with the spaceship. In the One Punch Man world, Boros commanded. We don't have anyone like that here. Dante, come closer. In the One Punch Man world, on Mars, outside the arena, McDonald pouted, glancing at Diameter. What a lie. He is truly impressive. How can that be? Jia replied incredulously. His speed and strength surpassed the Luolu people. Kalia in the main control cabin was equally astonished. Indeed, Shading smirked, reveling in the delightful sensation of watching others' ignorance and prejudice being shattered. How could that be? How could Milong accomplish such feats? Bailey was also in disbelief. Did you really go there? Mamaka started to piece things together. The hell of martial artists. 8th level star. Humph. Milong chuckled lightly, offering no response. Instead, it was Jia who expressed astonishment first. 8th level star? What is that? MacDonald questioned with confusion that my grandfather's books mention it. It refers to 8 small planets with entirely different environments, Jia explained, as images of 8 planets gradually manifested in the heavens. Yet, for humans, the conditions on these planets were utterly inhospitable. The gravity planet had an exceptionally high mass, resulting in low-lying vegetation and peculiar insects. The iron planet's unique magnetic field compelled its inhabitants to develop thick iron shells for protection against predators. The poison fog planet was saturated with toxic barriers, everything imbued with severe toxicity. The ocean planet's surface was dominated by vast oceans, nurturing numerous gigantic life forms. The ice planet received an average light intensity of less than 20 lux. Perpetually blanketed in snow, with an average temperature of -15°C, where water froze instantly. The desert planet was perpetually beset by sandstorms. The storm planet was characterized by towering stone pillars and relentless gales. The volcano planet experienced intermittent eruptions, with lava flowing across the surface, surrounded by dense smoke. The 8 treacherous planets appeared on the screen, their extremely perilous environments evident even in the vastness of space. Ordinary individuals would struggle to survive more than 24 hours on any of these planets. Long ago, pirates used to exile prisoners here. It was later said that some fervent fighters took it upon themselves to use these planets as training grounds for honing their bodies. However, few ever returned safely. Mamaka nodded slightly, taking over Jia's explanation. Finally, one person has managed to complete such training. With an astonishingly enhanced physique as a foundation, they pioneered a combat skill known as extreme martial arts. 8th level heaven. This martial art, which allowed one to unleash their body to its fullest potential, attracted numerous fighters eager to learn. However, to master the 8th level heaven, one must first, like that individual, survive for a year on each planet without any survival equipment. Only those who have endured all 8 extreme trials are qualified to learn the 8 extremes. Mamaka regarded Milong with newfound respect, as so you have. Alas, we had underestimated him too much. That almost imperceptible movement earlier must have been the explosive power honed under the pressure of dozens of times the gravitational force. Dia also realized that at this moment, Milong had likely undergone a profound transformation. He murmured to himself, during these years of disappearance, did he engage in such endeavors to strengthen his once feeble self? How intriguing, MacDonald, somewhat exhilarated, exclaimed, such a character is indeed fascinating. Wow, it sounds impressive. If only I could find 8 places to hone my skills, I could surely unlock more meridians. In the world of Kiba, Manji scoffed. I had thought the denizens of this realm were formidable, yet it seems even the strongest cultivator merely reaches this level. In the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta declared, 8 extreme heavens. The enhancement to one's physique is simply unimaginable. In the Naruto universe, Might Guy exclaimed, to think such extraordinary cultivation methods exist in this world. I must explore this further. In the Genshin Impact realm, Liu Yunjian Fengjin Jun remarked, indeed, every form of power comes at a steep price. A burdensome cost. In the world of Attack on Titan, Eren Yeager reflected. So this is how it is. In the control room, Kalia touched the ring on his finger, the radiant rainbow stone refracting beams of light that formed a dazzling glow. For ordinary individuals lacking rainbow stones, the pursuit of strength is truly a vexing endeavor. Kalia gazed at the diamond-shaped rainbow stone on his hand. He was a freer, a born champion. Freers, and those like Roloru, who inherently possess abilities, are indeed rare. For the common folk to attain power, they must toil considerably. Shodan smugly stated, Milong is a treasure. In the arena, the kneeling Milong displayed remarkable willpower, leaving Bailey astonished. It is beyond comprehension. Milong's impression is indelibly profound. Humph. Milong chuckled lightly, unwilling to elaborate further. Observing Milong's nonchalance, Bailey began to regard him as a worthy adversary. Nevertheless, as a Roloru warrior, Bailey held on to his pride. No matter the cost. We Roloru are born warriors. Such disparities cannot simply be bridged through cultivation. Hearing this, Mamaka turned to Bailey, instructing, Any display of force is hardly something to boast about. Bailey tilted his head, realizing Mamaka was once again speaking. However, if we fall now, the Reloru tribe will be plunged into endless warfare. So, Mamaka's gaze shifted to Milong, determination solidifying in his eyes. This battle was one he could not afford to lose, at the words of his comrade. Bailey instinctively extended his wooden staff, a testament to the camaraderie forged through countless battles alongside Mamaka. Mamaka grasped the other end of the staff, his expression serious. We can only exert our utmost to defeat you. This stance, Milong sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere surrounding his opponents, recognizing that their previous exchanges had merely been a prelude. What followed would undoubtedly reveal the true prowess of the illustrious Relora. War God weapon, battle boots, Bailey roared. As energy surged around him, a brilliant golden light erupted between his hands, infusing Mamaka with an overwhelming force. In an instant, silver boots materialized around Mamaka's legs. War God weapon. Warhammer. Mamaka harnessed the excess energy to forge formidable equipment for himself. As the words left his lips, Bailey radiated golden light, transforming into pure explosive power that enveloped Mamaka in the control room. Kalia gasped. What? That technique can be used on allies. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen. Indeed, this is it, Shodan exclaimed, rising in excitement. The unique cooperative combat form of the Relora tribe. This is power capable of obliterating galaxies. In the arena, Mamaka bellowed, guardian of the war god. As a torrent of energy coalesced in his right arm, it morphed into a protective warhammer. The terrifying pressure radiating from him surged forth like cannon fire. An oppressive aura crashing down like a meteorite. Even without rainbow stones, he can achieve this. No wonder he is called a born warrior. Dia marveled, his tone filled with awe, despite being a scholar of the stars. It was precisely his extensive knowledge that made him acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of this event. There are so many formidable beings in the universe. I am truly in awe. MacDonald chuckled sheepishly, his enthusiasm for exploration reigniting. Wow, he can even transform. How cool is that? In the world of the king's avatar, Huang Xiaodian exclaimed. The original aura, already as imposing as a mountain, now bore an even greater sense of danger, evoking feelings of dread akin to an abyss in the world of Soul Land. Yu Xiaojing commented, incredible. I'm so excited. Regrettably, this is not my world. Otherwise, I would certainly seek to engage with you. In the One Punch Man universe. Evil Wolf remarked, to achieve such a level without a martial soul is commendable. In the world of the killing god, Shirley mused. Thank heavens, such creatures do not belong to our realm. In the world of Take My Brother Away. Shir Miao exclaimed, whoa, it's igniting. Let's fight together. In the world of Fairy Tale, Natsu cheered. What an impressive character. Hey, Chopper, you look quite similar. Perhaps you confused or something? In the world of One Piece, Luffy laughed. There's no way that can happen. In the same world, Chopper replied that it was about time this occurred. I hope it isn't just for show, Milong said coldly, though a hint of anger seeped into his tone. Suddenly, Milong's pupils quivered. The Mamaka that had just been before his eyes had mysteriously vanished. Relora need not resort to intimidation. Mamaka's indifferent voice resonated from behind Milong. Unbeknownst to him, Mamaka had already positioned himself behind Milong, arms crossed, gazing down at him from a height. In his combined form. Mamaka's physique appeared even more formidable, accompanied by a speed that surpassed mere air movement. With a swift motion, Mamaka's right hand swung out. Break. Violent kick. The massive fist, encased in steel, descended upon Milong, just as Milong's body was about to be cleaved in two by the overwhelming force. He uttered a soft exclamation, causing his form to abruptly vanish from sight. Huh. Mamaka was momentarily taken aback. In the span of 1/100th of a second, Milong's figure flickered above Mamaka's head. Had his speed increased? In midair, Milong's eyes reflected uncertainty, leaving him no time to ponder further. Suddenly, an immense sense of pressure enveloped him, causing his honed physique to feel momentarily rigid. Behind Milong loomed the war god Mamaka. A colossal hand grasped Milong's arm, restraining his movements while simultaneously establishing the most advantageous conditions for attack. War god, raising his right hand high above his head, his robust arm and powerful fingers, clad in a blood-scented steel gauntlet, began to gather strength. Gathering, reaching its zenith. Ceiling mountain. It was unfathomable to imagine the destructive force erupting from his right palm. the two figures plummeted under the impact of their powers. Boom! The visible shockwaves surged forth like a tempest, compressing the air into a rampaging gale. Even MacDonald, standing outside the arena, felt the oppressive pressure of the swirling winds, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Inside the arena, the ground appeared to have been ravaged by an earthquake. The once flat surface had transformed into a wasteland. Under the force of the impact, debris flew, and dust rose. Pulling back the perspective revealed a massive handprint. Several dozen meters long, imprinted on the ground, with Mamaka at its center. This was the ultimate control of power, unleashing every ounce of force upon the enemy to inflict maximum damage. In the control room, Kalia pondered, is this something every Roloru in that chamber can achieve? Struggling to maintain composure, he found himself trembling with fear, his pupils quaking with horror. If we do not restrain them with overwhelming electricity, we would likely have been crushed long ago. On the open ground, dozens of Roru people glared fiercely ahead, encircled by impenetrable walls crafted from high alloy metal. The metallic barriers occasionally flickered with merciless currents of electricity that surged ominously around them. Indeed, Sardin proclaimed with a sense of pride as he gazed at the defensive walls in the distance, that I have made ample preparations to subdue the Roru tribe. However, this was hardly the time for hubris. Kalia cautioned, her initial terror gradually subsiding. Even if that Milong is far stronger than anticipated, he cannot possibly overcome such power. I have assured you, my preparations are thorough, Sardin replied confidently. It seemed that Kalia's confidence, as the bearer of the Rainbow Stone, was on the verge of being shattered by the Roru people. Each Roru individual possessed strength that rivaled that of the Rainbow Stone's wielder, if not surpassing it. From this perspective, one could argue that the Rainbow Stone bestowed upon everyone the potential to transcend their species and attain the status of the universe's elite beings. Though, how I yearn to study this phenomenon. Perhaps we could utilize the downtime in the simulated universe to explore the pathways of multiverse traversal, suggested Schraub, a character from the Honkai Star Rail universe. Oh, you truly are a genius, my friend. Jarvis exclaimed, create a folder for me. I seek a bag of virtue. Tony Stark chimed in from the Marvel universe, setting aside the matter of universe traversal. Why is our world named after Kuriko's basketball and Kuriko Tetsuya? That fellow was pathetically weak in one-on-one matches, exclaimed Kaiju from the Kuriko's basketball universe. Sardin is truly vexing, Kalia lamented. Isn't he supposed to be my ally? Why can't he be more straightforward? I am eager to uncover what other trump cards Milong possesses. Hey, I must admit, I find Sardin quite endearing. I have a few troublesome friends who, if informed of my plans in their entirety, would undoubtedly concoct some mischief that would infuriate me to the point of wanting to shoot them with love. Remarked Bosho from the Honkai Star Rail universe. Shoot them with love? Your words are as sweet as honey, my friend. Susi from the One and Only World responded. In the arena, one could see Milong's body ensnared within the rubble. With only his hand clutching the key, standing upright like a withered twig upon the debris, Mamaka gazed at Milong trapped in the ruins and sighed. What a pity, you possess such willpower, yet are willing to be exploited by those pirates. You are mistaken, Milong's calm voice reverberated. Huh? Mamaka was taken aback. Boom, boom. In the next instant, Milong erupted forth from the rubble with immense force, propelling Mamaka's massive form into the air with a single kick. Then spiraling upward to deliver a relentless series of kicks to Mamaka's chest, each strike resonating with a dull thud. Soaring high above, Milong surpassed Mamaka and delivered a crushing blow down upon him. Mamaka knelt awkwardly, astonished as he gazed at Milong. You are utterly mistaken. My intention is to defeat you, not to be used by anyone at this juncture. Rage and hatred ignited in Milong's eyes as he gathered his strength. Tensing his body, the very reason that the name Milong was scorned throughout the universe was the Roru people. Before the words had left his mouth, Milong had already vanished from sight, reappearing above Mamaka. What? Mamaka gasped in disbelief. Huh, exclaimed MacDonald, the son of the Red Devil, expressing his ignorance. How could this be? The last astronomer, Dia, also voiced his confusion. You are the ones who have created the kneeling Milong. With that declaration, Milong glared fiercely, his hand slicing down like a silver blade. Boom. Mamaka swiftly raised his golden horn shield to block the strike, but the immense force bore down upon him, causing the ground beneath him to collapse violently, sending debris flying. You claim that we are responsible for the kneeling Milong. Mamaka, bracing against the shield, struggled against Milong in midair, simultaneously denying, "Impossible. We have never seen you before." Once, there was a pair of siblings who lived a tranquil life on a planet known as Myriad Star. Milong's gaze turned frigid, filled with intense hostility as he spun and delivered another powerful kick against the horn shield, forcing Mamaka back. Myriad Star, that tiny planet, Mamaka pondered, momentarily lost in thought, though not his target. The enemies concealed there had prepared an ambush for the Roru, igniting the conflict after we discovered them. Milong ceased his offensive, remaining stationary as both parties tacitly chose to unravel the fog of causation. When the Roru brought war, the brother lost his will in the face of terror, leaving his pleading sister behind as he fled alone. Amidst a sea of flames, the youth fled in a state of utter disarray. Driven by fear, not far away, a girl knelt, weeping as she covered her face. Milong's voice grew somber, laced with regret and coldness. After the war subsided, the remorseful brother learned that his sister had been rescued by the Alliance's guards. Alongside other residents in the imagery, the brother wept bitterly in a darkened corner, clutching the only information he had about his sister. From that moment forth, he embarked on a relentless search. The young man traversed the devastated landscape. Having crossed through the inferno and stepped upon the ruins, gazing up at the starry sky, feeling utterly alone and helpless. Yet, in the chaos of war-torn cosmos, finding an ordinary girl was an impossible task. Above the starry expanse lay countless planets ravaged by conflict. However, amid the overwhelming turmoil engulfing the universe, the planetary battles were but a mere speck of sand. Thus, the brother resorted to deceit, striving to mold himself into a hero. With hair spiked skyward, an exaggerated hairstyle, and a conspicuous appearance, everything was merely to leave a lasting impression on others. Hoping that someone who might possess information would recognize his existence, he hoped that his sister, who was unaware of his whereabouts, would hear him and believe that he could protect her. Returning to his side, as his skills matured, his attire and demeanor perfectly fused, culminating in an image that once resonated throughout the universe, the superhero Milong. Queen Kasha of the Angels sat upon her throne, observing the database once again display failure to parse information. Feeling no surprise, glancing skyward, she expressed a hint of regret. What a pity, the angels cannot uphold justice in that universe. Mofin, from the full-time mage universe, rarely wore an expression of indifference. War. It reminded him of the day the beasts breached the city, a day fraught with battles of its own in that world. While his own realm was beset by its own conflicts between humans and beasts, that a few adorable rabbits emerged from the snow, shaking off the flakes that had settled upon them, and could not help but sigh. War, they murmured, but soon their gazes hardened with determination. They still had a mission to complete. However, since the advent of the sky curtain, it had added a touch of entertainment to their arduous lives. Although the Roru people now sought peace, the sins of their past were too profound, having obliterated numerous star systems. How many ordinary souls, like Milong, had been affected? Alas, it was a heavy burden, to be honest. Perhaps Mamaka should bow to Milong, suggested Shinshingshio from the world of the scum villain's self-saving system. Humph, those without foresight will inevitably face immediate troubles. Had Milong recognized this issue earlier and worked on becoming stronger, this situation would never have arisen, remarked Bei Miao from the Armored Warrior universe. Isn't it too harsh to hold an ordinary person to such a standard? Questioned Wang Sheng from the Yuan Long universe. Humph, a rotten orange remains a rotten orange. After abandoning his sister, he joined the pirates. One's true nature cannot be altered. Bei Miao retorted. You are the least qualified to utter such words. Isair from the Armored Warrior universe snapped back. Isair, where are you? Bei Miao exclaimed. Apologies now will not alleviate your suffering, he added. The expression on Mamaka's face was tinged with melancholy. However, Mamaka gradually opened his eyes, his visage resolute and unwavering. He declared with unwavering determination, it is precisely to prevent such occurrences that the Loro tribe vowed to eschew war. Should you allow the pirate schemes to succeed, it will only subject more individuals to the same torment you have endured. At this juncture, Mamaka clenched his fists, feeling unworthy, yet still lamenting for Milong. Are you blinded by the past, unable to discern right from wrong? Milong adjusted his glasses, the chill surrounding him unyielding, and replied indifferently, as long as I can see who must be vanquished, that suffices. You. Mamaka realized that the negotiations had collapsed. Outside the arena, Meidong observed the unfolding scene with a heavy sigh. He then reclined on the ground, listlessly gazing at the sky. Dia glanced curiously at Meidong. Such a conflict is utterly meaningless. With that, Meidong pushed his hand against his face, shielding his eyes that I no longer wished to witness this. In the arena, Meilong stuffed the remote control into his pocket, then crouched, arching his back and raising his hand, aligning his ring and little fingers, pointing towards the horizon. 8th level sky, second form, breaking sheath. With a thunderous roar, Meilong's slightly bent figure abruptly vanished, leaving only the violent gusts of wind that erupted from the ground. It was a linear assault. With abundant experience, Mamaka swiftly made his judgment. The gleaming steel warhammer, imbued with immense force, lunged towards the ground. God of War's gate. The tremendous power actually wrenched a stone wall from beneath the earth. Meilong's figure suddenly materialized before the wall, and only upon his arrival did the ground behind him stir with swiftly moving ash. Meilong lowered his stance, his left arm crossing his chest, while his right hand arched backward, gathering energy. Sword flash. The razor-sharp tips of his fingers lunged forth, akin to an extraordinarily sharp sword, crashing against the stone wall. Crack. As the point shattered the surface, debris erupted outward. The robust wall quickly becoming riddled with cracks, ultimately exploding apart. Such formidable destructive power. With such ease, Meilong shattered the stone wall, further astonishing Mamaka with his combat prowess. Meilong then leaped into the air, and upon identifying his target, he launched an attack in a flash. Blade storm. Meilong's body transformed into a rapidly spinning top, the air shredded with the sound of blades, surging towards Mamaka at breakneck speed. Mamaka sidestepped and leaped to evade. Clang. Meilong crashed down onto the ground, his entire being resembling a cutting machine, violently tearing the earth apart. In an instant, thick smoke billowed upward. His body could indeed be as sharp as a weapon. Dia gazed in disbelief at this scene. Is this the might of the 8th level sky? Mamaka steadied himself, watching Meilong pause in the distance, cautiously bracing for what was to come. Swish. A piercing sound sliced through the air as Meilong's figure flickered continuously. Moving with ghostly swiftness, horn shield, Mamaka bellowed, positioning his shield before him for protection. Sword flash. Meilong showed no inclination to evade, confronting the strongest defense head-on. Clang. The unimaginable collision between his body and the horn shield emitted a resounding metallic clash. The sheer velocity unleashed a terrifying force that propelled Mamaka backwards several meters. Regrettably, no matter how mighty the strike, it could never sever the horn shield. With his fingers pressed against the golden shield, Meilong's face was a mask of frustration. Meanwhile, Mamaka, seizing the moment while Meilong was exhausted, gradually lowered his shield, his left arm suddenly rising, a torrent of ferocious power surging forth, causing his body to tremble with its might. Sealing Mountain. The horn shield, infused with the strength to shatter mountains and rivers, crashed into Meilong's form. Yet it was not over. The war hammer in his right hand, now adorned with gauntlets, was also fully charged. Clenching his fist, the tremendous force compressed the air, creating a series of thunderous booms, before he unleashed a palm strike. Just as the impact had yet to send Meilong flying completely, he delivered another forceful blow against Meilong. Second layer. Meilong's form was abruptly propelled forward by the overwhelming force, even carving through the ground mid-air, sending fragments flying. Bang! Meilong slammed into the wall, which instantly erupted, countless fissures radiating outward, stones scattering, ultimately forming a 5-fingered imprint. This fellow must be reaching his limit. Observing the fallen Meilong, the leader of the Firestar Pirates, Kalia, made this assessment. Yet our brother Shadin remained confident, simply chuckling lightly without offering a response. In the arena, the pristine ground had already been ravaged by the clash between Mamaka and Meilong, now reduced by half. Regardless of how sharp, once unsheathed, every sword is destined to be severed by the shield. Mamaka gazed at Meilong, who still sought to rise, and sighed with resignation. So, Meilong gasped for breath, forcing himself upright. As long as my sword can sever the horn shield, I can breach that. Meilong's tone was no longer as casual as before. Instead, it brimmed with fatigue as he slowly retrieved the half of the nunchaku from his lower back, muttering softly, destined for the ground. A peculiar weapon caught Mamaka's attention, his expression grave. Could it be that the opponent had only now drawn his weapon? Nunchaku? Dia promptly elucidated for Mamaka. The weapon Meilong wielded when he first gained fame, but only half of it. The world's ruthlessness towards the weak is more unyielding than any shield. Milong slowly raised his hand. Entwined with the chains of the nunchaku, if I am halted by a mere horn shield, I shall never be able to stand proudly at the center of the world, allowing that important person to see me clearly. Milong abruptly lifted the nunchaku, and in the sunlight, it radiated a dazzling golden glow. Let this name pierce through the universe, starting today. The legend of Milong, blade-cut sword. Wow, it's igniting. In the world of Do Pei Song Qiao. Xiaoyan, fire and flames indeed. But one seeks to reclaim his sister and avenge past invaders, while the other strives to prevent war and protect a peaceful future. How could one perfectly resolve the conflict between both sides? In the world of Iranjixia, Zhang Chulan. We can see that Dia continues to uphold her duty as a gold medal commentator. In the world of Shiwan Gulong Xiaohua. Wuming. Furthermore, the name of this world. This one do, there are too many points of contention. In the world of Shiwan Gulong Xiaohua, Wuming. If you blow up the earth again, I'll blow you up. In the world of Shiwan Gulong Xiaohua, Xiao Jingang. From Milong's perspective, all his actions seem comprehensible, quite moving. But is this level truly deserving of the screen for all worlds to witness? In the world of Genshin Impact, Naida. Go for it, Milong. Break that so-called fate. In the world of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, fate is called fate precisely because it cannot be broken. Whether Milong wins or loses, he will tread the path of his original destiny. In the world of Naruto, Hyuga Niji, fool, what are you saying? I find it hard to get along with you. If fate is unjust, then it must be shattered. The Chunin exam is currently on hold. Once it resumes, I shall defeat you. In the world of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. If fate is unjust, then we shall contend with it to the end. Kid, you really suit my taste. In the world of Mo Tong Jiangshi. Neza, Milong bent his bow and crouched down, adopting the posture to draw his blade, his hand entwined with chains seemingly brimming with boundless power. The horn shield also shimmered, as if asserting its invincible status in the realm of defense. Apologies, but behind this shield lies a future of peace that I must protect at all costs. Mamaka raised the horn shield with one hand, his voice filled with unwavering resolve. With a sudden burst of force from his battle boots. Mamaka launched himself forward like a cannonball. The oppressive atmosphere crushed the very air around, rendering one breathless, a stark contrast between the colossal figure and the slender frame of Mitsai. Sealing Mountain, triple, Mamaka surged before Mitsai. His right fist enveloped in an utterly terrifying force, descending with the might of a meteor from Taishan. The earth trembled, unleashing a torrent of ferocity. The entire dueling arena's ground fractured, a thick haze of debris engulfing the scene. The explosive gusts of wind left even the entrances just struggling to maintain her footing. Yet, even amidst such chaos, Maid remained utterly disinterested in what he deemed a futile battle in the control room. Witnessing the sheer destructive power of Mamaka's strike, Cardia felt the air around him grow thick and suffocating. Such devastation is nothing short of monstrous, he murmured. Meanwhile, Shodan appeared to glean a satisfactory outcome through the smoke. Rising calmly to his feet and stating nonchalantly, "It is over. In the arena, enemies fell without exception, severed without mercy. Golden, skylined." A deep and composed voice resonated as Mitsai's right hand moved horizontally before him. Gesturing for an attack, his palm still entwined with a segment of the nunchaku. Yet, Mamaka remained motionless behind Mitsai, as if held in place by an unseen force. Soon after, a brilliant and resplendent golden light erupted from Mamaka. Akin to the sun itself, an exquisitely restrained golden slash burst forth, radiating dazzling brilliance as if delayed. A terrifying pressure swept across the arena. In that moment, the overwhelming force that eclipsed Mamaka's abyss-like might was a radiant golden light. Akin to the sun, the very fabric of reality felt the oppressive force emanating from the luminous aura. Bang! A ferocious gale swept through the arena, unable to mask the crisp sound of shattering. The invincible golden horn shield, renowned throughout the cosmos, cracked visibly in midair. The horn shield was shattered. Jia gasped in disbelief. Mamaka, staring at the severed horn shield, wore an expression of utter incredulity, momentarily forgetting to check on Mitsai's condition. Blade roll cloud. Mitsai crossed his hands, bowing low to the ground, and then spun rapidly, transforming into a high-speed gyroscope hurtling towards Mamaka. Mamaka had no time to react, as Mitsai sent him flying, inflicting severe slicing injuries. The warhammer subsequently dissipated, revealing the figure of Bailey as Mitsai's body landed on the ground. Mamaka and Bailey plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the earth, devoid of any ability to resist. With the sound of footsteps, Shodan arrived at the arena, gazing at the fallen Mamaka and Bailey, proclaiming with unabashed audacity, "The match is concluded. Welcome to the Great Pentagon Legion. Join me in ruling over the Devil's Footprints. It is time to act and rescue Gudong and Jejusai." Outside the arena, Jia frowned at Shodan's figure and spoke to Maid. "Now listen carefully to my plan, Dio Not." Maid sat up from the ground, his face brimming with reluctance, yet he sighed. "We must fulfill our agreement. If we lose, we have no choice but to take them to the Devil's Footprints." "What? They are going to wage war?" Jia expressed her confusion. Upon hearing this, Maid raked his fingers through his hair in exasperation, yet resolutely replied, "We can defeat them when we get there." Alas, such a steadfast character can sometimes be quite troublesome, Jia murmured, her head hanging low in resignation. Maid too lowered his head in frustration. "Indeed, it is imperative to uphold one's word. We shall vanquish them when we arrive. In the world of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Fool, let alone whether one can defeat the opponent. This is clearly an extremely secretive location. What use is it to know the coordinates if they're exposed? In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Actions speak louder than words, possessing the heart of a true warrior. In the world of Super Beast-armed Hades. Alas, had he been female, he might have possessed the potential to become an angel. In the world of Super God Academy. Angel Yin. Suddenly, I realized a problem. The Celestial Dome has revealed their coordinates. And surely there are many in their universe with ulterior motives. In the world of one person below, Su-san. Indeed, however, the Interstellar Alliance has decided to tentatively explore the Devil's Footprints. I am currently on Mars, ensuring the safety of that young girl. In the world of Star Trek, Tang Wuda. What? Jia is in danger. Wait for me. Gudong, let us set forth to Mars. Our future companion is in peril. In the world of Star Trek. Maid. Hey, did I not say I am protecting that young girl? Do not underestimate the strength of an Alliance enforcer. Yet, there are so many with hidden agendas. In the world of Star Trek, Tang Wuda. Is this truly how it ends? I feel as though matters are not so simple. In the world of Detective Conan. In the world of Star Trek. Mars, a secret base of the Interstellar Alliance. What bad luck. 3 times in a row without rolling anything significant. Tang Wuda, rubbing his shoulder, entered the room. Although Tang Wuda's power is not typical for an Alliance enforcer, he felt a headache coming on. Since the Celestial Dome began broadcasting, 3 groups of individuals have already traced Jia's whereabouts. Among them, it is evident that several have the influence of the galactic eye lurking in the shadows. You little girl, in such a dangerous situation, why not hurry back to the Alliance headquarters instead of waiting for that guy named Maid? What is it about him that captivates you? As he spoke, Tang Wuda wore a mischievous grin while gazing at Diameter Jia, with a face full of helplessness, looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, seeing such a formidable entity and learning about the clues to the Devil's Footprints. Maid should come directly to Mars. I can wait a few more days. It seems his strength is quite commendable. At that point, the Alliance will no longer need to worry about my protection. Right? Of course, there was one thing Jia did not say. Grandpa, could he truly be the kind of person you described? Like a shooting star, returning to the Celestial Dome, upon arriving at the Devil's Footprints. Which galaxy should we start with? Shodan pondered while rubbing his ring. You will not succeed, rasped the incapacitated Mamaka. Even if we accompany you, we shall never fight for you with sincerity. Bailey struggled to rise. Yet her body lacked the strength to comply. He speaks the truth. Taming dozens of formidable Lolo Wu individuals is indeed a daunting task. And that child over there does not seem the type to comply obediently. Shodan slowly approached Bailey, crouching down before her. However, that is because you all are not yet aware of my true nature. As Shodan spoke, he lifted his hand to remove the mask from his face. What is this? Jia observed Shodan's actions with curiosity. You? Suddenly, Bailey raised her head in shock, looking at Shodan. Before them, Shodan's eyes erupted with a purple light, instantly illuminating his entire visage. In an instant, his appearance transformed to that of Mamaka. Mamaka, Bailey gasped in astonishment. What is happening? Just then, a massive shadow surged behind Bailey, An overwhelming sense of oppression spreading instantaneously. The shadow's hands clenched into fists, raised high, and then came crashing down upon Bay Bailey. Bang! Ugh! Bay Bailey's form was forcefully struck, emitting a pained groan. The sudden impact left Bay Bailey even weaker, yet as she felt the force of the blow, she mustered her frail strength and turned to see Mamaka behind her. Utterly bewildered, her body, beyond her control, Mamaka's expression twisted in agony, struggling in vain against the overwhelming force. Little ability, the second brain. Upon Shadden's forehead, a pentagonal dark purple rainbow stone was prominently displayed. It can mimic and enhance anyone's brain waves, temporarily controlling their body, or rather, achieving perfect cooperation. As he spoke, Shadden subtly gestured with his fingers, causing Mamaka's arms to rise involuntarily, as if bound by an unseen force, unable to resist or struggle. Universal magnetism. Kalia raised his hands, and two strands of purplish-black magnetic force materialized around the wrists of Mamaka and Bay Bailey, binding and controlling them, ultimately coalescing into two shackles. Thus, he incessantly sought out those fighters, aiming to dominate more formidable bodies. Outside the arena, Dia furrowed his brow and whispered, regrettably, this ability can only control one life, and it cannot be a freeman who possesses a rainbow stone. Shadden lamented. Finding a warrior that meets the criteria and possesses sufficient strength is truly arduous. Fortunately, I have discovered something. Your Roru tribe and my abilities are a perfect match. Shadden's tone gradually grew excited. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Bay Bailey scoffed. No. You should understand better than I do. Shadden pointed a finger at Mamaka and began to speak slowly. The true reason for the fear of the Roru is the golden horn. Upon hearing this name, Mamaka's expression immediately shifted. Kaku, introduction to the rainbow stone. Xiaoming. A mysterious stone that has been passed down through the universe. Xiaoming. Those who obtain it will possess corresponding superpowers based on their desires. Xiaoming. Those who possess the rainbow stone are referred to as freemen. Xiaoming. Has the organizer established the setting? The world of 100,000 cold jokes. Anonymous. Wow. The setting of the rainbow stone generates corresponding powers based on one's desires. What desire does that dwarf possess to control others? The world of 1 below 1. Zhang Chulan. Moreover, why does this fellow named Xiaoming seem a bit off in style? There are no world annotations in front of him. Quite impressive. The world of 1 below 1. Zhang Chulan. Could it be that he holds a managerial role or something of the sort? The world of Honkai. Star Rail. Haida. Suggestion. We could verify the accuracy of this claim with the people from the Star Journey world. The world of Honkai. Star Rail. Suisi Gu Mu. Indeed. The description of the rainbow stone above is succinct and comprehensive. But who is Kaku? The world of Star Journey. Xiongde in a wonder. Kalia and Shadden's abilities differ so greatly. One wields universal magnetism while the other controls brainwaves. Aren't brainwaves a form of electromagnetism as well? The world of Absolute Zone 0. Ling. The case has been solved. Shadden is utterly useless, while Kalia's development in this direction has no limit on numbers. The world of Sword Spirit Mountain. Wang Lu. Moreover, it seems to control the body rather than consciousness, which is arguably even less useful. The world of Soul Street. Xia Ling. Kalia's universal magnetism is fundamentally about being universal. The world of Spare Me, Great Lord. LV Xiaoyu. Universal magnetism. The world of Marvel. Magneto. That if we're speaking of control, it pales in comparison to my puppet technique. The world of Honor of Kings. Yuan Gu. Golden Horn. Dia inquired, perplexed. The guardian of the war god can merge two Roru individuals into one. Shadden intended to tear away the last facade of Mamaka and Bay Bailey, and the golden horn can merge all Roru into a single entity, the son of the war god, a warrior giant with combat power rivaling that of the great war god Kusa. Capable of leveling mountains in an instant, a colossal Roru clad in armor stood between heaven and earth, striking down, causing the mountains to explode as if they were mere tofu. As he spoke, a glimmer of fervor flashed in Shadden's eyes. As long as I utilize my abilities to control the Roru king who possesses the golden horn, the son of the war god will conquer any planet for me, just as my own body would. So they possess such power. Kalia gasped, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That I can hardly wait to reap the spoils. At this moment, Xiaohua had just absorbed the purple flames of the crystal-winged Lion King from the Beast Mountain. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Raising his hand to gather energy, in an instant, A dazzling and intense purple flame surged forth from his palm. Yao Lao, somewhat perplexed by Xiao Huo's actions, could not help but inquire. Xiao Yinzi, what are you doing? Teacher, I suddenly thought that two powerful entities could unleash even greater power through fusion. So could flames do the same? TSK, this kid has ideas, Yao Lao remarked, though he continued. However, achieving this will require neutralizing the explosive energies between the flames, which is no trivial task. Yao Lao gasped in astonishment, realizing how exceptional his disciple truly was. Teacher, your bone spirit cold fire is extremely cold. While other flames are intensely hot, perhaps they could perfectly complement each other, Xiao Huo said with a mischievous grin, clearly hoping to persuade Yao Lao into lending him some bone spirit cold fire for experimentation. Hey, you little rascal, are you trying to scheme against your master? That's not going to happen, Dada. In response to Xiao Huo's disdainful gaze, Yao Lao smacked Xiao Huo on the head. Do you think I am reluctant to part with this little flame? He's the master of all flames. Ordinary flames are merely destined to be consumed. You can talk to me about this once you manage to devour. Observing Xiao Huo's disappointed expression, Yao Lao shifted his tone. However, the fusion of ordinary flames can indeed be attempted now. Firstly, it will prepare you for future fusion, and secondly, if successful, its power could be quite formidable, serving as a trump card. The master and disciple exchanged knowing glances and shared a chuckle before heading off to seek other flame-possessing magical beasts. Only the beasts of the Beast Mountain remained trembling in fear. Returning to the celestial tapestry, despicable enemy, Bay Belly shouted furiously, attempting to break free from the shackles and thwart their plans. With a slight exertion. The handcuffs unleashed a tremendous purplish-black magnetic force that ravaged Bay Belly's body like a storm. Bay Belly howled, as the magnetic force relentlessly surged within him, his cries of torment echoing continuously. Will you really not stop them? Dia softly asked, turning to glance at the still-seated Meidong. Once Shaden acquires that, even you may not be able to intervene. TSK, what a hassle, Meidong replied, his expression serious. You all are wasting your efforts. Bay Belly lowered his head. Speaking in a somber tone, Mamaka continued to explain. After the previous Roru king passed away, the golden horn has already been lost. Is that so? Shaden's lips curled into a sly smile, deriving amusement from gradually tearing apart their hopes. The golden horn was bestowed upon the Roru by the great war god, and has been passed down from one Roru king to the next. Yet, even if a Roru king were to unexpectedly perish without transferring the horn, it would automatically be reborn in the strongest warrior among the Roru. Regardless of the scenario, the golden horn could only belong to one individual at present. Shaden slightly extended his finger towards Mamaka, confidently declaring, the strongest warrior of the Roru, the doomed Mamaka. Mamaka's expression drastically changed. He had not anticipated that the opponent would understand so much. Finally, Mamaka cast his gaze towards Milong, having experienced the Mido Star War. You should be aware, the son of the war god, rather than being a mere embodiment of strength, is akin to a calamity. It is a terrifying weapon capable of obliterating planets. Mamaka's expression turned somewhat sinister as he desperately hoped for Milong to be moved. So, Milong, however, remained unfazed. Only by defeating him can one's reputation resonate throughout every corner of the universe. Once I use the son of the war god to complete my dominion, I will control his defeat at the hands of Milong. Shaden cheerfully explained, this is our intimate agreement among partners, you know. Assisting him in such matters will leave you burdened with guilt for a lifetime. Mamaka hastily advised, as long as I can transmit the strongest reputation to that girl who once felt despair, I am willing to bear any sin. Milong resolutely gazed at Mamaka, affirming his determination. Wow, is the martial prowess in this world truly outrageous? If I recall correctly, there are only a few dozen members of the Roru tribe. The world of one below one, Zhang Chulan. Can a mere handful of individuals fuse to obliterate a planet? This is utterly perverse. In the world of one person below, we have Zhang Chulan, compared to sheer force. I believe that Milong's psychological state is profoundly troubled. In the realm of forensic Qin Ming, we encounter Qin Ming. Indeed, the regret of abandoning his sister in the past has relentlessly tormented him, compounded by the deception and the overwhelming pressure of being vilified by the masses. All of this has burdened him as he endures the arduous trials of the 8th level celestial cultivation in the world of Genshin Impact. where we find Nai that a profound sense of guilt has engulfed him entirely, leaving him indifferent to the potential consequences of his actions. Presently, Milong finds himself squeezed to the utmost by the dual pressures of reputation and finding his sister. Perhaps, when he eventually locates her and regains his senses, it will be the moment of his complete mental collapse. In the world of Genshin Impact, we again encounter Nada. Furthermore, Milong's personal strength should not be underestimated. The devastation caused by his outburst will likely be considerable. In the world of Genshin Impact, we meet Zhongli. However, at this moment, it should not pose a problem, for if the Galactic Alliance in the world of Starry Journey possesses even a modicum of intelligence, they should now be aware of the appropriate course of action. In the world of Genshin Impact, we find Vinny. Yes, Milong's intentions have been fully laid bare. It seems he has yet to commit any heinous acts, which certainly presents an opportunity for recruitment. However, collaborating to incite chaos in the West seems implausible, as we are not from the same universe. In the first sequence world, we encounter Dehuyo. Milong, I am Tangwood, one of the enforcers of the Galactic Alliance. Damn it, why has this task fallen upon me again? In the world of Starry Journey, we find Tangwood. Summary. Milong, your notoriety has spread across the entire universe, even reaching the Myriad Realms. In the world of Starry Journey, we again hear from Tangwood. As for your sister, the Galactic Alliance shall assist you in your search. We are far more reliable than pirates. You should hasten to leave the Pentagon Legion. I, too, am currently on Mars, and the Alliance's security team will contact you shortly. In the world of Starry Journey, Mars, Pentagon Legion Base, Lord Shading. At this moment, the green-skinned bird sister, Tangwood's favorite, hurriedly rushed into the control room. Panting, Milong. Without Bird's sister finishing her sentence, Shading had already grasped the situation. His expression darkened suddenly as the base's door was shattered by a forceful blow. Milong has escaped, returning to the celestial expanse. Allow me to witness your golden horns, Shading exclaimed, gazing eagerly at the gray horns atop Mamaka's head. Even if they are painted to conceal their true nature, their shield-like solidity cannot be disguised. Milong raised his hand high, and upon seeing this, Mamaka snorted disdainfully. Whoosh! Milong executed a swift hand chop, as expected, Shading remarked, observing the unharmed horns with a triumphant expression. Clang! The crisp sound of cutting resonated. Shading's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The left horn of Mamaka had been severed. Broken? Dia inquired with confusion. Could it be that even Mamaka is not the mightiest warrior of the Larur tribe? Thud thud. The severed horn struck the ground with a dull thud. Initially brimming with confidence, Shading suddenly froze, staring incredulously at the fractured horn. Ordinary horn. Milong coldly stated this harsh truth. Whose golden horns are these? Shading suppressed his fury, his expression twisting into a grimace as he pointed accusingly at Bailey. Is this fellow to blame? He then gestured toward the room where the captured Laruru were confined. Are they still trapped in there? The golden horns have been lost. Mamaka remained resolute in his stance. Truly stubborn, Shading closed one eye, attempting to quell his anger, knowing he still held leverage. The scene shifted. Click! Accompanied by a clear sound, the cold iron door slowly opened. Step out. Kalia commanded coldly, arms crossed. Inside the room stood a Larura child cradling a Mai sheep, while a laser emitter on the ceiling was bound to a rabbit. You had better be an obedient little one. What? Gidges, holding the Mai sheep, questioned. I'm the most obedient. Gudong raised his hand eagerly. Kalia disregarded Gudong's words, instead pushing Gidges toward the exit. As they reached the doorway, Kalia chuckled sinisterly, turning to Gudong to say, by the way, Maitan is lost. Maitan? Gudong blinked in surprise, then began to flail. What on earth are you doing with that carrot? A rabbit? Wearing a crown. In the world of Super God Academy, we find Gu Xiaolun. You are the rabbit? I am the king, King Gudong. In the world of Starry Journey, we find Gudong. This rabbit was quite taken aback by the news of Maitan's defeat, indicating that the lad named Maitan was indeed formidable. Previously, Jia had not doubted Maitan's ability to conquer the enemy who had vanquished both Mamaka and Bailey. TSK, it can only be said that the Rainbow Stone is truly miraculous, endowing its bearer with strength that surpasses even the advantages of the universe's most elite races. In the world of unruly people, we meet He Wuchang. I told you, I am not a rabbit. Call me king. In the world of Starry Journey, we find Gudong. I also desire the Rainbow Stone. Can that rabbit find a way to procure it? In the world of one person below, we encounter Zhang Chulan. I am not a rabbit. In the world of Starry Journey, we find Gudong. These rascals. Maitan observed the increasingly distressing scene in the Colosseum. How could this be? In the arena, Gijis gazed in shock at the two bound individuals. Utterly astonished, Mamaka, Bailey, as Gijis spoke, he attempted to rush forward. However, Shading seized Gijis by the collar and tossed him aside. Gijis, Mamaka called out in concern, "Do not worry about them." Shading pressed his hand atop Gijis's head, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke softly. "Just tell me who is the inheritor of the golden horns of the Laruru king. The golden horns are yours." Gijis paused, realizing they sought the son of the war god. Mamaka quickly explained. "Ignore them," Bailey bellowed. Clang, a razor-sharp slash swept through, slicing between the two, causing the ground to fracture and debris to fly. "Next time, it won't just be the ground that breaks." Milong raised his arm nonchalantly. Gijis stood stunned, witnessing the enemy's overwhelming strength. "Regardless, you shall not obtain the golden horns. Do not attempt to threaten the Laro warriors with such despicable tactics." Bailey glared at Milong and his companions, her eyes brimming with derision. "That I will not merely resort to threats." With that, Milong abruptly raised his right hand, fingers poised together as he intoned, "Sword flash." Upon hearing this, Mamaka and Bailey closed their eyes, bracing themselves for injury or even death. "Wait," Gijis suddenly shouted, clutching the trembling my sheep in fear. Raising his hand to rub his own right horn as Gijis moved, a golden hue shimmered in the air. Gijis spoke softly, "Do not harm others any further." How could this be? He is still just a child. That a look of surprise crossed Jia's face. Maitan gasped in shock. Is this truly the strongest warrior of the Laruru? "Gijis," Mamaka exclaimed in frustration. "The inheritor of the golden horns of the Laruru king is such a foolish child." Kalia also expressed her astonishment. "It matters not," Shading declared triumphantly. Summon forth the son of the war god for me." "Give up," Gijis hung his head. "If you wish for the son of the war god, a single golden horn will not suffice. Point 1. Upon hearing this, Shading furrowed his brow slightly and unceremoniously yanked Gijis up, vigorously rubbing the other horn. "This is an ordinary horn. How is that possible?" In the desolate landscape of Shading Street, a sense of foreboding loomed, etched upon the face of Shading, whose expression was a ghastly snarl. To prevent any harm to Gijis, Bailey interjected with an explanation. Gijis was utterly incapable of fighting. His strength was far too meager. Thus, upon inheriting from the late King Rolu, he had only sprouted a single horn. No. Is he truly this honest? Why not attribute the loss of power to some unforeseen mishap during the inheritance process, even claiming that the power of the golden horn is diffused within Gijis, only to manifest fully upon his maturation, would suffice? How infuriating. No, 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 do not toy with me any further. Shading's visage darkened to a terrifying degree as he abruptly hurled Gijis to the ground. How could one devoid of combat prowess ascend to the throne of Rolu? "I have stated before, we no longer require battle," murmured Mamaka. "What Gijis possesses is a power that no other Rolu individual has." "A power that none of the Rolu people possess?" Shading paused, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this young lad? Mamaka's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to recollect the past, after the great Rolu tribe lost their homeland. The remaining Rolu people resolved to abandon war and pursue a peaceful existence. In the aftermath of the Great War, the Rolu discarded their weapons on the battlefield and left in solitude. Yet, no star system was willing to accept the once brutal and warlike Rolu. The Rolu journeyed to various planets, only to be met with rejection. Their proud lineage even lowered their haughty heads, but the outcome remained the same: utter refusal. We sought to atone for the harm we had inflicted upon others. Thus, we ventured to a remote star system, where we discovered the endangered and miraculous creature known as the Mai sheep. On the barren planet, a scant few Mai sheep grazed leisurely upon the parched earth. The Rolu arrived in this desolate place. These creatures possessed the ability to transform any desolate planet into one teeming with useful flora. Under the subtle influence of the Mai sheep, the formerly barren planet gradually blossomed with life. If we could allow the rare Mai sheep to reproduce abundantly, we could vastly improve the living conditions across numerous planets, enabling people to lead better lives. A single flower blossomed in the desert, gradually unfurling its petals, This exemplifies the formidable capability of the Mai sheep to alter their environment. However, Mamaka's tone turned somewhat bitter at this juncture. The Mai sheep are exceedingly timid, and our naturally fierce expressions render us utterly unapproachable. The group of Mai sheep trembled in fear, simply because Mamaka was attempting to muster a benevolent expression, albeit one that appeared rather menacing. The once dominant Rolu tribe, which had subdued dozens of star systems, found itself unable to earn the trust of even a few small sheep. Mamaka sighed in melancholy, lowering his gaze, while Bailey, observing something, turned to the side. The previously startled Mai sheep, after fluttering about in the air, unexpectedly flew towards Gijis. Only Gijis, the child with the least combat potential among the next generation of Rolu, possessed an extraordinary ability. His smile, Gijis opened his arms, embracing the Mai sheep with tenderness. His kind smile finally enabled these Mai sheep to accept us. Following Gijis's radiant smile, all the Mai sheep flocked to his side, affectionately nuzzling against him. Hence, before the passing of the Rolu king, the golden horn was bestowed upon Gijis on the high dais. The previous Rolu king, in the presence of all Rolu people, passed the golden horn to Gijis. Gijis's smile had the power to eradicate war and hatred from our veins, paving the way for a truly expansive future. At this point, Mamaka's eyes glimmered with a hint of longing. That a gentle and kind smile is indeed a form of strength. In the world of Genshin, Bennett's father figures, if only such creatures as the Mai sheep existed in our realm. In the world of Ling Cage, Ran Bing. Indeed, I wonder if there's a chance through the celestial canopy. In the world of Honkai, Star Rail, Bronya, perhaps once Gijis matures, another horn will manifest. Though he is small and devoid of combat capability now, he is, after all, one of the apex races of his universe. In the world of Zero Zone, Ling, even the weakest lion cannot be compared to a rabbit. In the world of Ultra Beast Armament, Lion King, however, that gnome may not live to see that day. After all, upon the death of the current Rolu king, the horn will automatically be inherited. In the world of One Above All, Zhang Chulan. Thus, Shading could now opt to eliminate Gijis, allowing the horn to transfer to Mamaka. In the world of Soul Street, Xiaoling, if he were to sever the golden horn and sell it, then kill Gijis afterward. In the world of One Piece, Nami, the golden horn's characteristic is that upon the owner's death, it will automatically seek a Rolu successor, thus continuously generating gold. Money, so much money. In the world of One Piece, Nami, hey, did you think the Rolu had such ample funding for war from nowhere? In the world of unconventional tactics, Jiang Beiran, hiss, you all certainly know how to play. In the world of 100,000 cold jokes, River God, your vision is narrow. The Rolu could transform a wooden shield into a golden horn shield. This would save a fortune in experiments. It truly is turning stone into gold. In the world of Dragon Ball, Bulma, money, so much money. In the world of Fox Demon Matchmaker, by Yuechu, in the Star Journey world. Regardless of the chaos erupting among the beings of myriad realms beneath the celestial canopy, on Mars, the Rolu encampment, all Rolu, including Mamaka and Bailey, stood before their dwelling, gazing at the images projected in the celestial canopy. Bailey spoke first. Mamaka, we have inspected beneath the dwelling. There are no signs or constructions of the Pentagon Legion. It seems they have yet to arrive. Mamaka nodded. Addressing the other Rolu. We must not allow the golden horn to fall into the hands of pirates. That would only invite unending calamity. Reluctantly, but starting today, we shall resume patrols in pairs. We must not allow the pirate schemes to come to fruition. At that moment, all Rolu turned their solemn expressions toward a point behind Mamaka. Mamaka sensed a presence behind him. Is it the enemy? He pondered, swiftly turning to draw his wooden staff into a defensive stance. Yet approaching from a distance were merely a few ordinary Martians. Gazing at them with expressions of excitement. They are truly here, one of the younger children shouted, running boldly toward Mamaka, undeterred by his imposing stature. Can you smile for me, Uncle Mamaka? Uncle? Mamaka crouched down, gently ruffling the child's hair with his broad palm. Sensing no hostility from this child or the few others standing slightly farther away, their curiosity was purely innocent. Although I am not particularly skilled at this, I can attempt if you wish to see. Hey, a somewhat ghastly grin spread across Mamaka's face. Ha! The child was not frightened at all. Instead, he burst into laughter. This is so amusing. Uncle, you laugh so ugly. Well, I am not particularly adept at this sort of thing. Mamaka replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. No worries, just keep smiling. You will learn eventually. The child shook his head dismissively, then gently patted Mamaka's hand resting on his head, as if to console him. Just then, a Mai sheep nearby bleated and soared into the air. The child excitedly darted a few steps forward. Wow, the Mai sheep in the celestial canopy looks even cuter. Uncle Mamaka, can I go play with the Mai sheep? The child ran back to Mamaka, asking sweetly. Of course you can. Yay. With Mamaka's approval, the child joyfully dashed into the fields. Mamaka then turned to the others. Although they did not rush into the fields or approach him like the child, they inquired with their expressions whether they could wander nearby. Please, feel free. After obtaining permission from Mamaka, several individuals clearly exhibited heightened excitement as they joyfully departed. Mamaka, however, stood momentarily dazed, gazing up at the celestial canopy above. When a collective seeks to integrate into another, the duration of this process can extend indefinitely without interaction. Yet, should both parties coexist amicably, this time can be significantly shortened. Perhaps today marks a splendid beginning. No. The son of the war god can make the galaxies tremble. How could the foolish grin of a brat compare? Shadin, exasperated by the lack of resolve, pointed at Mamaka and growled at Gidges. Pass the horn to Mamaka. This will restore completeness. No. Gidges turned his head away, unwilling to look at Shadin. With the son of the war god in your hands, how many innocent lives will be sacrificed? Brat, Shadin, momentarily flustered, quickly regained his sinister smile. Slowly raising his pistol in a threatening manner that if King Roru dies, the horn will surely be reborn in another Roru person. Upon hearing this, Gidge's expression shifted, his wariness causing him to retreat a few steps. Tsh. Outside the arena, Maidong's expression grew grave, yet it was a matter of agreement. Shameless enemies. Bailey shouted in anger, only for the handcuffs behind him to unleash a purplish-black magnetic force that ravaged his body like a current, eliciting a sudden, painful howl from him. Gidges, hand me the horn, Mamaka urgently called out. No way. Gidges shouted back, shaking his head in refusal. Is this really happening, my friend? Farewell to your smiles. With that, Shadin revealed a cruel smile. His own plan nearing fruition. Although it diverged from the original scheme, saving people had to take precedence. Outside the arena, Dia's expression turned serious as he formed hand seals. Spatial contract. Hey. Maidong suddenly grasped Dia's arm, halting his actions. Wait. Both Maidong and Milong spoke simultaneously, blocking their companion's path. Kalia paused, unsure of what Milong was up to. Inside the arena, Milong slowly approached Gidges, positioning himself between Gidges and Shadin's gun. That Milong, I refuse to believe he would commit any wrongdoing, Maidong confidently asserted. Wow, is this the mutual attraction of two protagonists? Milong, Dia lowered his hands, choosing to trust Maidong's instincts. Are close allies going to assist me? Shadin chuckled, stroking his beard. How considerate. Milong ignored Shadin, his icy gaze fixed on Gidges, who was cradling the trembling Mamama. Dio not engage in futile acts. Hand the horn to Mamaka. After we complete our task, you can do whatever you wish with the sheep. Gidges gently stroked Mamama, comforting him, pressing his face against the creature in solace. Will there still be smiles that Mamama trusts? Gidges, Mamaka stared at Gidges, bewildered that a tomorrow bought at the cost of others' sacrifice. Gidges suddenly erupted, roaring, what dreams can still be harbored? Milong's expression darkened, his form abruptly flashing to stand before Mamaka and Bailey, raising his arm high. Hiya. Crack. A swift hand chop severed the horns of Bailey and Mamaka in an instant. Milong then turned to face Gidges, fury evident in his tone. You fragile child. You rely on others for your very survival. Milong abruptly pointed at Gidges, hissing, stop spouting grandiose claims. Standing amidst the ruins, Gidges' gentle demeanor felt discordant with the desolate scene. If one cannot defeat others, do they lack the right to realize their dreams? If that is the case, tears began to flow from Gidges' eyes, revealing his unwillingness and disappointment as he shouted to the heavens. I refuse to exist in such a world. Milong froze, his pupils trembling. Live on, live until the weak can also find happiness. A feeble voice echoed in Milong's ear. Milong lay weakly on a hospital bed, holding a brush and paper, gently offering them to a small boy with his head bowed, blood seeping from his forehead. I in the world of Star Odyssey. Brother, somewhere, Miji heard this phrase, and emotions surged within him. Tears welling in his eyes. Shut up. This voice successfully enraged Milong, his right hand shooting up, the sharp hand chop slicing through the air with a thunderous crack. Gah! Milong's voice distorted, clearly showing his mental distress. Gidges! Tu Bei Bailey and Mamaka exclaimed in panic. Gidges fixed a resolute gaze on Milong, displaying no power but refusing to yield. When the hand chop descended upon Gidges' neck, it halted abruptly. Tears streamed down Gidges' face, dripping onto Milong's palm. Milong hung his head, speaking somberly. There is no such world you desire, is there? Your sword has reached the pinnacle title. Defeating the son of the war god is not what you have always longed for? Shadin cautioned Milong not to misjudge, ruthlessly tearing open the wounds within Milong's heart. You wouldn't repeat that person's mistakes, would you? The former Milong. Humph! Upon hearing this title, Milong's body gradually relaxed from its rigidity, his voice regaining its coldness. Former Milong? Mamaka blinked in surprise. Indeed, this person fights for Milong's dignity using Milong's name. Dia's expression grew solemn. Who exactly is he? Ah, does identity even have distinctions between former and current? In the world of full-time expert, Yishio, that bastard brother, stole my identity and took my prepared luggage. In the world of full-time expert, Ichio. I see. So that's how it is. I in the world of full-time expert. Yuwonjo. The truth is already quite apparent. In the world of Detective Conan, Riddler, get out of the sky. In the world of reincarnated as a spider, Come on, dude, your reincarnated species is quite wild. I in the world of Super God Academy. Zhao Exine, why do you speak so mysteriously? I can't comprehend. I in the world of Honkai. Star Rail, Sushang Dado, my dear sister, how mystical you are. In the world of Honkai. Star Rail, Ginelephant. Let me explain briefly. In the world of Genshin Impact, Naida, Shadin mentioned that the former Milong made mistakes. I in the world of Genshin Impact, Naida, in reviewing all current events, the only mistake attributed to the name Milong is deception leading to kneeling. In the world of Genshin Impact, moreover, deception essentially aimed to seek a sister. Hence, for Milong, this does not constitute a mistake. Thus, the error lies in the disgrace brought about by kneeling. In the world of Genshin Impact. This implies that the current Milong is not the original kneeling Milong, but in the world of Genshin Impact. Let us refer to the present Milong as the second-generation Milonji. I in the world of Genshin Impact. As for the basis. The information revealed in Shadin's words within the light screen is one aspect. I in the world of Genshin Impact. Secondly, the age disparity. The second-generation Milong appears to be around 19 or 20. While Milong's appearance was roughly 12 years ago, when he should have been only 7 or 8. Hence the ages do not correspond. I in the world of Genshin Impact. Thirdly, a fleeting image in the light screen showed Milong injured, lying in a hospital bed, comforting a small boy by the bedside. Compared to the second-generation Milong, aside from the differences in demeanor, there are also variances in voice. I in the world of Genshin Impact. Moreover, the previous statement, live on, live until the weak, can also find happiness. In the world of Detective Conan, we have Hakuba.it is evident that the profound impact of the words spoken by the former Myron on the second-generation Myron, just before the former's demise, is unparalleled. Otherwise, the second-generation Myron would not have lost his composure in an instant. I in the realm of Detective Conan. We also have Hattori Heiji. This means that the male voice we just heard was, in fact, a reminiscence of the second-generation Myron regarding the first-generation Myron. It is highly likely that the second-generation Myron had once uttered words akin to those of Jejusai, which is why he recalled everything at that very moment. I in the universe of Detective Conan, we encounter Conan. This little fellow has quite the reflexes, demonstrating remarkable skill, with a name that resonates globally. I am compelled to discover what remarkable qualities this little rascal possesses. I in the world of Detective Conan. We return to Hattori Heiji. Esteemed individuals, could you perhaps continue to speculate on the nature of the relationship between the former Myron and the second-generation Myron? In the realm of full-time expert, we have Bao Qingtian. Why does the second-generation Myron fight for the dignity of the former Myron? In the universe of full-time expert, we again find Bao Qingtian. It is possible that the second-generation Myron idolized Myron during his childhood, only to be confronted with the sight of Myron kneeling, a sight he could scarcely believe. I in the world of 10,000 cold jokes. We find an unnamed character. He sought to use the name of the former Myron to ensure that the name Myron would truly echo throughout the universe, which is why he ventured to the 8 extreme star, an age-old tactic. In the universe of 10,000 cold jokes, we again encounter the unnamed character. And what of the former Myron? Where has he gone? In the world of Soul Street, we have Xia Ling. He must have perished. In the realm of Great King, we find El Shu Da. In the world of Soul Street, we return to Xia Ling. If the first-generation Myron were still alive, he would undoubtedly not allow the second-generation Myron to seek cooperation with pirates. Moreover, this indirectly validates why the second-generation Myron continues to bear the name Myron. Perhaps it is because Myron has departed, yet he does not wish for Myron to leave in the realm of Great King. We again encounter LSHU. In the world of Star Journey. Click. The door to the room swung open once more, this time revealing Tang Wood, accompanied by an individual clad in a form-fitting yellow suit. Upon entering, he immediately collapsed onto the sofa. I'm utterly exhausted, having just dealt with a group of oblivious minions, and now I must retrieve you. Myron glanced at Jia in the room, displaying little reaction, and calmly stated, "You may inform me of the location, and I shall come on my own, or I can directly assist you in eliminating the enemy. Oh dear, that's simply one to-do. You are now a person of great importance. The Alliance has made no progress in its research on the Sky Curtain thus far, and your story is the first to be showcased by the Sky Curtain. You are a precious asset. We cannot afford to place you in danger." Myron frowned upon hearing this. "I will not cooperate with you on any research until the Alliance's official rescue order is issued. Rest assured. You are far more important than you realize." Setting aside the fact that you are being showcased by the Sky Curtain, merely considering your ability to cultivate to the 8 extreme level. Should you wish to remain, the Alliance will undoubtedly grant you a position as an enforcer. Tangwood reclined comfortably on the sofa, observing Myron's continued frown, and could not help but smirk. "Umph. Even if you do not intend to stay with the Alliance, as long as it is established that you have no ties to the Sky Curtain, we will not forcibly detain you. We are not pirates. Where you choose to go is your own freedom, and we have no authority to interfere." Upon hearing this, Myron finally exhaled in relief. He, too, wished to ascertain whether he had inadvertently established a connection with the Sky Curtain. Yet he did not want his freedom to be curtailed. For now, this could be considered a more favorable outcome for future plans. Myron turned his gaze toward Jia, pondering whether the captain of their ship was that lad named MacDonald. Perhaps. The screen gradually dimmed before revealing a bold title. 9 years ago, 8 Extreme Star. Every individual aspiring to cultivate to the 8th level of heaven arrives here with grand ambitions. In a world where yellow sands swirl. A deep voice slowly speaks. Before him stands a lifeless boy with his head bowed. Ultimately, one either flees or collapses from exhaustion on this 8 Extreme Star, if one possesses only a shallow will that seeks to flaunt power. It is impossible to endure such trials and break through the limits of the body. Why do you desire strength? It matters not what one transforms into, nor what one wishes to do. Even if I were to collapse here, I would refuse to witness the useless version of myself, the boy declared resolutely. What is your name? The man amidst the swirling sands finally expressed a modicum of interest in the child before him. My name is... The screen once again faded to black before transitioning. 12 years ago, Yeshid Star. The scene slowly illuminated, revealing a furnace room where a small girl stood with her back to the camera, staring vacantly at a pile of coal. This is for you to at that moment. The pink-haired boy behind her gently handed her a drawing. The girl paused slightly, turned to face the pink-haired boy, and questioned. Oh. Upon closer inspection, the small piece of paper depicted the likeness of the little girl. Thank you for picking this up for me last time, the pink-haired boy explained, removing his glasses and looking around. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't be able to see anything. Understanding the boy's intent, the girl turned her head back, her tone nonchalant as she replied, It's much uglier than me. Despite her words, a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Hearing this, the pink-haired boy appeared crestfallen, his tone growing subdued. I'm sorry. However, the girl then turned her back and swiftly snatched the drawing, folding it carefully and tucking it into her embrace. Reflecting upon the events of the previous night. She playfully huffed to indicate that the boy should not get too smug. Upon witnessing this, the pink-haired boy couldn't help but chuckle, his aspirations shining through that if possible in the future, I would like to learn to paint well. Capturing the beautiful scenery we never saw as children and sharing it with all the kids that in the future. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression turned somewhat melancholic as she slowly inserted her shovel into the coal pile. Gazing at the shackles on her feet, the towering coal mound starkly contrasted with the frail forms of the two children. We were captured by the Black Flag shortly after our birth. Not even knowing our own names. What else can we do aside from becoming pirates? There must be a way. As he spoke, the pink-haired boy opened the iron window, gazing at the distant city. Look at the people in that city. They have endured the pirates' assaults for quite some time. Haven T. The pirates found a way to resist. Truly remarkable. It seems this pink-haired boy is indeed the second-generation Myron in his childhood. Right? In the realm of full-time expert, we find Tanger OU.it must be so. The time frame of 12 years ago coincides perfectly with the emergence of the first-generation Myron. It is likely that this was the moment he was promoted and packaged into a superstar. In the world of Genshin Impact, we encounter Vinny. Hey, I ask you, is there truly no one shipping Myron and that little girl? Their tragic childhoods bonded them, and after Myron successfully escaped, he trained in the 8 levels of heaven to save his childhood sweetheart, returning to drive away the pirates and live happily ever after. Ah, how sweet. In the universe of Love God Chocolate, we find Metada. Hee hee, I found my comrades. In the world of Outlaw Princess, we encounter Miko Risa. Saying this makes it feel so ship-worthy. In the world of Soul Street, we return to Xiaoling. Come on, can you all act normal? And Metada, you've created so much trouble here, and yet you still have the energy to spam. In the universe of Love God Chocolate, we find Jiang Howie. The dreams of the current second-generation Myron are so innocent. Alas, in the future, in order to protect Myron's dignity, he can only work for the pirates. In the world of Genshin Impact, we encounter Tinery. Alas, there's no avoiding it. If it weren't for Myron's name resonating throughout the realms, the interstellar alliance of their world would not expend so much manpower searching for an ordinary person. In the world of No Game No Life, we have Sora. Wait a moment, why do I feel a sense of DJVU? In the universe of One Person Below, we find Zhang Chulan. Just like the kneeling Myron, right? In the world of Sword Mountain, we encounter Wang Lu. 12 years ago, the first-generation Myron, in his quest to retrieve his sister, did not hesitate to collaborate with pirates to build his reputation. Once upon a time, there existed a realm known as Lingjin Mountain, where a figure named Wang Lu resided. 12 years later, the second-generation Mi Long sought to restore the honor of his predecessor and reclaim the sister of the former Mi Long, even resorting to an alliance with pirates in a bid to leverage the reputation of the son of the god of war. How heart-wrenching it is, yet thankfully, none of this shall come to pass. In the world of Genshin Impact, we meet Nada. Bang! A colossal hand forcefully slammed down on the iron bars, the sharp clang resounding in the boy's ears. In an instant, that hand lifted the boy off the ground. The boy looked up in terror at the owner of the hand, rendered powerless as he was hoisted aloft. He, the owner of the hand, revealed a set of large golden teeth, grinning malevolently. He then furrowed his brow slightly, gesturing to the pirates behind him. Where's Master Xiao's parrot hat? One of the pirates suddenly exclaimed, "Doh." Another pirate hurried off to search for it. Ever since Master Xiao adorned himself with those golden teeth, he had become reluctant to speak with his own mouth. Upon hearing this, Xiao could not help but showcase his gleaming dental adornments. Before long, the pirate returned with the parrot hat, which Xiao promptly placed upon his head. As the parrot hat settled atop Xiao's head, the parrot seemingly sprang to life, squawking sharply at the boy. Master Xiao says sparing your lives does not grant you permission to be lazy. With that, Xiao grasped the boy by his collar and unceremoniously tossed him aside. Ugh! The pink-haired boy felt the world spin as he was flung from the cart, crashing heavily to the ground and sending shards of stone flying. The boy, disheveled, sat up from the ground, his entire body aching. Bang! Moving a crate roughly the same size as himself proved to be a laborious endeavor, accompanied by the sound of the iron box crashing to the ground. The pink-haired boy panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow. He then gazed toward the distant city, silently encouraging himself. Everyone must strive hard. Xiao leaned against the iron box, also gazing toward the nearby city. While the parrot on his head cackled, that loathsome city will be dealt with tonight. As he spoke, he waved his arms dramatically. Our spies have already infiltrated. The city gates shall soon be opened. TCH. A girl nearby clicked her tongue, seemingly aware of Xiao's intentions. No one can escape from under the Black Flag. Ha! Boom! A thunderous noise erupted as the stack of iron boxes behind Xiao suddenly collapsed, burying him beneath it. The instigator of this chaos was none other than the pink-haired boy. If the city gates were opened, danger would surely follow. The boy stared at the city, taking slow, deliberate steps as a surge of conviction welled within him. Clang, clang, clang. The chains around his ankles clanged together rhythmically, spurring the boy's determination. "Hey," a voice called out, halting the boy in his tracks. "You're not thinking of sending a warning, are you?" the little girl softly urged. Upon hearing this, the boy clenched his fists, bolstering his resolve against the encroaching fear. "They are good people. I don't want their children to suffer like me, unable to pursue their passions, forgetting even their own names." With each resounding clang of the chains, the boy quickened his pace, his expression growing ever more resolute, until he broke into a run. The girl suddenly raised her hand, urgently warning, "Wait." Perhaps she was interrupted by the boy. Or perhaps a flicker of hope lingered in her heart, wishing for the boy's success. Her voice trailed off. "If I succeed, I will plead for them to come save you," the boy shouted as he dashed away without looking back. Soon, his figure vanished into the forest. At that moment, several pirates, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, gasping at the scene before them. "Master Xiao, what is happening?" Bang! Xiao, who had previously seemed powerless, suddenly tightened his grip, forcefully pushing the iron box aside as he stood up. His expression dark and imbued with a chilling intent. "Capture that brat. This is a conspiracy." In the world of Soulland, we find Chao Yambing. Although reluctant to admit it, it seemed to be just that. In the realm of One Punch Man, Su Sen exclaimed, "Damn it, though this act might fool children, to actually use it against them is quite shameless." In the world of Super God Academy, Morgana remarked, "There are far too many flaws." Not to mention, if he had fainted, how would he know the boy had escaped? If he hadn't fainted, he could have simply risen instead of waiting for the other pirates. I suspect that girl's silence at the end was perhaps an indication she sensed something. Indeed, hope often blinds individuals to the truth. In the world of Doin, the wolf observed, "Weakness is the original sin." In the world of One Piece, Doflamingo surveyed the scene. On the city wall, a guard was scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, one guard seemed to have spotted something. "Hey, there's movement." He alerted the others as he hastily grabbed a telescope to peer through. Through the lens, he saw a boy struggling to walk, clearly exhausted, with the chains around his ankles glaringly apparent. In the shadows, a hand slowly reached for the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets suddenly fired from behind the boy, striking the ground around him one after another. Faced with the unexpected gunfire, the boy's expression shifted dramatically. Disregarding his fatigue, he forced his body to continue running. "Huh." Xiao perched atop a tree, sneering, "Traitors should be slowly tortured." Indeed, the other pirates echoed, their gazes fixed on the boy. "Capture that filthy brat." Xiao leaped from the treetop with a sudden burst, shouting loudly. Hearing the commotion behind him, the boy's face was painted with terror as he sprinted for his life. What was once a city easily viewed from below now appeared distant and unreachable, the dense forest standing as an insurmountable barrier to his bright future. However, the frail body of a child, coupled with the constraints of shackles, could hardly compare to the robust physiques of the pirates. "Run faster, you filthy brat," a tall pirate taunted as he strolled leisurely, wary of overtaking the boy. "You're almost there. Keep it up." The boy could no longer hear the pirate's taunts. His body leaned forward, nearly toppling over. Were it not for his indomitable will commanding his legs to press on, he would have collapsed long ago. Gazing at the city gates, the boy felt hope drawing nearer. Yet behind him, Xiao leisurely raised his gun. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed through the forest. Boom! A bullet shattered the treetop above the boy, causing it to plummet directly onto his foot as he ran. The boy cried out in pain. Tripping over the fallen branch, his weary body, already strained, finally succumbed to the overwhelming agony, breaking his last remaining resolve. "If I can just get through, I can save so many people. I'm so close." The boy felt a surge of despair, knowing hope had slipped away, the pirates surely closing in behind him. Yet he was unwilling to surrender, laboring onward as he neared the city. The chasm between two worlds grew ever wider. Despite the proximity, Master Xiao says, "Do you wish to be a hero too?" Huh! At the bang, the pistol was knocked from his hand, spiraling through the air in a graceful arc. Asio clutched his injured palm, the powerful impact of the gunfire inflicting pain. a piercing scream suddenly resonating through the skies. Seizing the moment, the boy continued to crawl forward. Though he lacked strength, he was buoyed by an inexhaustible hope. Bang! Bang! The thunderous gunfire erupted again, hindering the pirates' pursuit. Dr. Galai, the guard on watch, upon spotting the elderly man, quickly exclaimed, realizing he had just fired. The boy's origins were uncertain, and our ammunition was limited. Using it in such a place was not prudent. The guard's meaning was clear, yet Dr. Galai shook his head, resolutely continuing to fire, shielding the boy's advance. Tat 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 tat. The only response to the guard was the sound of Dr. Galai's gunfire. Sacrificing others for one's own benefit. What was the difference between him and those pirates? The guard, feeling helpless, lowered his head but refrained from further comment, knowing well that Dr. Galai was unwavering in his resolve. Dr. Galai looked at the boy and resolutely commanded, "Drop the rope, go." With the decision made, the guard ceased his hesitations and hurried to find the rope. Bang! Bang! Dr. Galai continued to fire, providing cover for the boy's progress. On the other side, danger loomed. The parrot atop Asio's head squawked in panic. That wretched little brat! A pirate shouted furiously at the boy being hoisted by the rope. Tat 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 tat. The remaining guards began firing to suppress any threats. Ensuring the boy's ascent would go unchallenged. If this dragged on, the guards would surely be overwhelmed. Another pirate urgently remarked, "These fools have no idea what they're in for." During this exchange, Asio kept his head down, obscuring his expression, before retreating with the other pirates. Hey! With the pirate's departure, Dr. Galai pulled the boy up. Suddenly, the boy grasped Dr. Galai's hand and, with all his might, shouted, "Spy!" What? Dr. Galai was taken aback, without waiting to fully ascend. The boy leaned over the watchtower's railing and quickly warned, "There are spies among the pirates in the city." Upon hearing this, the brown-haired guard's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly turned to command. "Immediately identify everyone on watch." Understood. The blue-haired guard nodded in agreement and sprang into action. The boy lay on the railing, gasping for breath. "You," Dr. Galai leaned down, gazing at the boy with a gentle smile. "Are you risking everything to save everyone?" This Dr. Galai appeared so tender-hearted, in the world of Genshin Impact. Bennett. Indeed gentle, and not only that. His sniper rifle was remarkably steady, suggesting he was a good man in his youth. In the world of Resident Evil, Alice. Alas, this city may not endure for much longer. In the world of First Sequence, Renxiaosu, the pirates keep coming, and according to their claims, they are soon to run out of ammunition. In the world of Bright Sword, Chu Yunfei. Moreover, the entry of the second-generation Milong into the city was Asio's scheme all along. In the world of Genshin Impact, Kave. Now, it remains unclear what Asio's plan is, but it likely requires the second-generation Milong's presence in the city to execute, and the key to breaching the city may lie with him. In the world of full-time expert, Yu Wonjo, were I Asio, I would likely resort to some covert means to establish contact with the second-generation Milong, threatening him with the lives of others, compelling him to become the undercover agent he so whimsically described. In the world of full-time expert, Yu Wonjo, surely the second-generation Milong cannot be so naive as to trust pirates. He should seek help from Dr. Gula. In the world of One Man Below, Zhang Chulan, from a young age of capture. Coupled with long-term brainwashing, we cannot apply ordinary reasoning to the second-generation Milong's perspective. In the eyes of the second-generation Milong, the pirate's power seems almost invincible. A simple threat could yield the most advantageous outcome. In the world of full-time expert, Yu Wonjo, this is evident in the second-generation Milong's intention to collaborate with the pirates as he matured. Deep within him lies a fear of pirates, driving him to seek their assistance, viewing them as formidable. In the world of full-time expert, Yu Wonjo. Goodness, even psychological analysis has been conducted. What an impressive figure. In the world of Soul Street, Xiao Lingo, this fellow truly seeks to shine across the multiverse. In the world of full-time expert, Yishio, dusk settled, dim light filtering through the window into the room. Dr. Galai was applying medicine to the boy's wounds. The boy inhaled sharply, wincing in pain. Observing the boy grimacing, Dr. Galai gently reassured him, "The bruises will heal swiftly." "Have the spies been located?" the boy asked with concern. "We will address it. Concerning your friends, we will do our utmost to find a solution." Dr. Galai softly comforted the boy, then stood up and pointed to the shackles at his feet. I will find someone to assist in removing these. Having said this, Dr. Galai turned to leave but paused halfway, maintaining his smile and adding, "You are already free." With that, he turned and exited, granting the boy a moment of solitude. "Thank you." Upon hearing this, the boy's face brightened with a smile, feeling the immense pressure he bore dissipate under Dr. Galai's gentle words. "It is we who must thank you," Dr. Galai replied warmly. With that, he slowly closed the door behind him. "Thank me?" The boy was momentarily taken aback, but soon a blush crept onto his cheeks. "How wonderful it is to be able to help others," the boy mused, relaxing on the bed, a happy smile gracing his face. "Once everyone drives back the black flag, I can learn to paint, creating beautiful things at will." Gazing at the ceiling, the boy envisioned his future, his eyes brimming with hope. Ding ding, ding ding. Suddenly, a clear ringing interrupted the tranquil atmosphere of the room. The boy startled, searching for the source of the sound, only to find it emanating from his pants pocket. Reaching in, he pulled out a metallic box. "What is this?" Ding 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 ding. The communicator's screen illuminated. "You have quite the nerve," the parrot perched atop Asio's head jeered. "No wonder you grew up amidst the black flag. I have no connection to you." Upon seeing it was Asio, the boy bolted upright, angrily addressing the communicator. "They will soon find your spies. You shall never breach this city." Asio's parrot continued. "Old man Asio claims no one could have imagined that a child who narrowly escaped the clutches of pirates could be a spy." Asio leaned closer to the screen, his eyes exaggeratedly wide, a sinister grin revealing a mouthful of golden teeth. "To me, a spy?" The boy's face fell, not wishing to associate himself with them, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever assist you in your wicked deeds?" "You will soon." Asio laughed maniacally, then hoisted the girl who had received the boy's painting, a twisted smile curling his lips. "Ugh, hey." Asio's rough handling elicited a pained gasp from the girl. "No." Spotting her, the boy's expression shifted to one of alarm. On the other side, Asio commanded a pirate to hold the phone, casually tossing the girl to the ground, drawing his pistol, disengaging the safety, and aiming it at her, sneering, "In 10 minutes, if the city gates remain closed, you'll have to dig them out." The girl's gaze was directed towards a group of children, captured like the boys, who sat lifelessly on the ground. As he looked at the scenes on his phone, the boy's hands trembled violently, a tumult of fear, regret, and worry swirling within him. "Please, don't harm them," he pleaded, his voice quivering, his tone dropping a notch. "It was not their fault. Your shackles contain a hypnotic gas. Release it once the guards fall unconscious and open the city gates," cackled the parrot perched atop Asio's head. Asio only needed to seize the treasure, and no one would be harmed. "Do your best," it added. As the image on the screen gradually dimmed, the boy gripped the screen tightly, staring at the shackles, his expression dazed. He finally realized he had never had a choice. He began bitterly. "Will I never attain freedom?" The weight of that question was profoundly heartbreaking. In the realm of Huyao Zhongyang, there was Qingtong. May Lord Barbados bless you. While in the world of Genshin, there was Barbara. Yet, to be frank, this call is truly poorly timed. Had it been made earlier, Dr. Gula would have been right there, quietly listening to his plans. In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, there was an unnamed figure. Moreover, their military discipline was woefully inadequate. Facing an unknown entity, there was not a single guard in sight, nor even the most basic search conducted. In the realm of Yuanlong, there was Wang Sheng. However, it was easy to deduce that pirates could hardly be expected to uphold their promises. In the world of Lingjin Mountain, there was Wang Lu. I believe it is entirely feasible to turn the tables, luring the enemy into a trap and then capturing them within it. In the world of Lolo Adventures, there was Lolo. Alas, the pirates had executed their brainwashing too effectively. It was likely that in the eyes of the second-generation Milong, the pirate schemes were destined to succeed. In the world of Iranjixia, there was Zhang Chulan. Night had fallen, yet the city remained bustling with activity. Guards meticulously scrutinized each individual, attempting to uncover spies hidden within the city. No suspicious figures had yet been detected. The red-haired guard approached Dr. Gula and whispered a report. "That child who ventured forth would never lie. Let us conduct a thorough search once more." Thud, the sound of a soldier collapsing echoed. Dr. Gula was taken aback, turning to see the red-haired guard had already fallen, rendered unconscious. "Hey!" Simultaneously, a dense purple mist began to waft through the air. "What is this?" Dr. Gula felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, collapsing weakly to the ground. Hypnotic gas? Have the pirate spies already made their move? Where are they? Struggling against the weariness, Dr. Gula scanned for any trace of the spies. To no avail. His pupils constricted, disbelief etched on his face as he beheld a familiar figure in the distance. Why, the boy stood before him, and Dr. Gula stared at him in astonishment. With his head bowed, the boy remained silent. Soon, the pirates invaded the city, binding everyone together and transporting bags upon bags of treasures and provisions. Weavy held out for so long. The red-haired guard gritted his teeth at its all over. The black mechanical giant vehicle slowly approached from outside the city, coming to a halt before the gathered crowd. As expected of the youngest member of the Black Flag, your first mission has been a resounding success. Asio leapt from the vehicle, the parrot on his head, chuckling at the boy. You little rascal. Feigning innocence, yet you've become a pirate at such a tender age. If you can still move, I'll make sure you don't escape my wrath. The guards erupted in furious condemnation. What in the world has transpired? Dr. Gula continued to inquire, his confusion deepening. The boy's joy had seemed utterly genuine. Yet why? The boy, upon hearing this, lowered his head, unable to meet Dr. Gula's gaze, remaining silent. Bait, a nearby girl slowly explained. That's what the Black Flag calls us. She approached the boy, clutching a sack of supplies, and softly elucidated. The mass capture of children like us serves as a tool to exploit sympathy and undermine our adversaries. The boy finally spoke, his tone heavy with despair. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Don't you realize they will force you to comply? The girl turned to regard the guilt-ridden boy. This way, at least you can believe, if only for a fleeting moment, that you had a choice. With that, she carried the supplies away. Was it merely a fleeting moment? The boy lowered his head even further. So, has no one ever attempted to convey messages to those within the city? In the world of Ini and Yongheng, there was by Xiaochun. Perhaps there were those who tried, only to see all those children slaughtered. Leaving behind a survivor tormented by guilt for a lifetime. In the world of Super God Academy, there was Angel Yin. Moreover, this is war. Even if traps are set in advance, losing the advantage of the city walls. With such inadequate military discipline, one is still vastly inferior when compared to pirates. In the world of Super God Academy, there was Angel Yan. Is it really just a fleeting moment? No. One must seize this opportunity with all their might. Break free from the shackles of fate with every ounce of strength. In the realm of Huyao Zongniang, there was Bai Yuechu. Asio, all the money and provisions are here. A pirate pointed at the iron vehicle's trunk. Oh, ha. Boom. The cannon of the war vehicle erupted, shattering the city's structures. The red-haired guard gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, murmuring in astonishment. After guarding for so long, it had ultimately all been in vain. Leave no one alive, Asio commanded, raising his hand to make a vicious gesture across his throat. Ha ha ha. The surrounding pirates erupted in raucous laughter, clearly accustomed to such brutality. Wait, the boy quickly reacted. Rushing to stand before Asio. You promised not to harm anyone. You said no one would get hurt. Bang. Asio, without a hint of mercy, kicked the boy away with brutal force. Boom. The war vehicle continued to adjust its cannon. Wreaking havoc on the city, the boy fell to the ground, pain rendering him unable to rise, his glasses tumbling before him. Asio strode towards the boy, crouching down before him. Asio says, in this world, one is either trampled beneath others or climbs atop them to reach the pinnacle. Boom, boom, the thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed incessantly. The pirate's sole principle regarding what they could not take was to obliterate it. Asio slowly picked up the boy's glasses and placed them back on his face. Open your eyes and see clearly. Be grateful today that it is not you who has been trampled. With his glasses restored, the boy could now clearly see the guards kneeling before him. Their faces etched with resentment, but devoid of any means to resist. How did it come to this? The boy's face was a mask of guilt, self-reproach, and regret, as if he had plunged into an abyss of despair. A burden of sin now weighed upon him. Could he ever smile freely as he once did? I am so worthless, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He buried his head in shame, unable to face anyone. Meanwhile, the guards and residents bowed their heads, weeping bitterly. Their hard work had been utterly destroyed. Lift your heads. We have done our utmost, Dr. Gula said solemnly. Indeed, a hand gently rested on Dr. Gula's shoulder. Oh, he was startled. Who could it be at such a moment? Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the war vehicle erupted violently, emitting a blinding light. Wow! Axiu was startled by the sudden turn of events in an instant. Fierce flames engulfed the scene, illuminating Axiu's face with rage. The most beautiful thing in the world is the smile of a person. To tread upon all others to reach the pinnacle, what scenery can one behold thereafter? A man clad in a yellow and black tight-fitting combat suit, his hair tied back by glasses, strode into the center of the crowd, his flamboyant and handsome appearance capturing everyone's attention. His deep, resonant voice emerged. Who dares approach? Axiu's countenance darkened as he turned to confront this unwelcome guest, coldly demanding, "Who are you?" "Milan." The man replied nonchalantly, "Let's deal with him together." Axiu unsheathed his sword, commanding the other pirates. Wait, is that the Milan who defeated the nearby 9 Black Flag squads? Yet the pirates remained motionless. One even halted Axiu's actions, astonished. The flames surged like a sandstorm, waves of heat rolling forth as Milan's figure stood protectively in front of the crowd. The fire casting a glow upon his silhouette, as if to declare to all, hope has not yet faded. Milan, a boy lying on the ground, adjusted his glasses, the fierce flames reflecting in his eyes as he lifted his gaze to witness the scene. Clang! Milan slowly raised his nunchaku, the sound of iron chains clashing resonating sharply. You have 2 choices. With that, Milan hurled the nunchaku, which spun gracefully through the air like a boomerang, disarming the weapons from the hands of the pirates. You can leave, or fall here and await the Alliance's capture. The nunchaku completed its arc and returned to Milan's grasp, his arms extending as he aligned the nunchaku under the illumination of the flames. The chains of the nunchaku glimmered with a dazzling brilliance. That nunchaku, it is he. Axiu, the pirate, felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down. Silence, Axiu roared, casting his knife onto the ground before Milan. You won't bask in your triumph for long. With that, Axiu led the pirates away slowly. They have departed. Amidst the intense flames and the ruined city, the guards stared at the fading figures of the pirates, feeling as though they were caught in a dream. Are we truly still alive? Ah, Gulai, the doctor, breathed a sigh of relief. The threat of death had been overwhelmingly intense. That moment, Milan stood alone, gazing at the city gates through which the pirates had exited. Towering like a giant, he continued to speak in his deep, powerful voice. Behind me, live on with a smile. Milan, the guards murmured, their voices tinged with admiration as they beheld his silhouette. Ah! As the pirates departed, the city erupted into cheers akin to a tidal wave. Long live! The joy of surviving the calamity ignited exuberant cheers among the crowd, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. To be frank, Milan's emergence at that moment was akin to that of a savior in the world of 100,000 cold jokes, the nameless one. As for the second generation of Milan, he likely developed an admiration for Milan at that time. In the world of 100,000 cold jokes, the nameless one. The first generation of Milan certainly had his share of merits. After all, had he not appeared, the pirates would have likely ravaged the city. In the world of full-time expert, Huang Xiaodian. Both merits and faults exist, yet cannot be weighed against one another, at least for now. It appears Milan's intentions remain pure. He merely seeks fame and the return of his sister. In the world of full-time expert, Yu Wenzhou, even if such actions may trample upon the happiness of many. In the world of full-time expert, Yi Xiu. Speaking of which, Milan's display of the nunchaku was quite impressive. It looked undeniably cool. In the world of Town of Spirits, Xiaoling, he possesses some combat skills, but has yet to reach the level to contend with true martial artists. In the world of Berserk, Lai Haiwang. Milan's lines are somewhat cringeworthy, yet I adore my senior brother's quirky intellect. In the world of Oriental Qianyun. For the second generation of Milan, this scene was a blazing hope, pulling him from the depths of endless darkness. In the world of Genshin Impact, Fu Ningna. I too wish for the presence of such a person in the future, to receive resounding applause for my spectacular performance under the gaze of the multitude. In the world of Genshin Impact, Fu Ningna. What a clever way to praise oneself. In the world of Love Apartment, Zhang Xiaoxian. It is truly wonderful that everyone is safe. The boy stepped out of the city gates, gazing back at the cheering crowd, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. The girl seemed to sense the boy's thoughts. You aren't considering staying, are you? The boy hesitated for a moment, falling silent. You have worked with the pirates. These people will never forgive you. The girl turned and continued forward. Let's go. However, Despite this, the boy did not take a step forward. Years later, Gulai, the doctor, was purchasing some items in a small street. Heading back home, the streets had been repaired, even more prosperous than before. Crash! Hurry! Hurry! The sound of shattering glass echoed, and Gulai sighed helplessly as he watched the fleeing children. Gulai leaned in to peer through the broken window, softly addressing the boy inside. Were you bullied again? A few years prior, such incidents had occurred, and it was only natural that people would dislike me. The boy forced a smile while cleaning up the shattered glass. Then, he slightly raised his head, a look of apology on his face. I'm sorry for always causing trouble while staying here. It's all right. It's not your fault, Gulai reassured him as he entered. Thanks to Milan, I can freely pursue what I love. The boy spoke as he stood and disposed of the glass shards in the trash can. Thus, I aspire to become an artist who specializes in painting Milan, inspiring more people with his image. The boy spoke with a smile as he organized the papers, various heroic depictions of Milan adorning the wall. Ha ha! Understood. Understood. Gulai chuckled warmly. Placing the bag on the table, he then glanced at the boy's spot, gently saying, by the way, you can't go on without a name. I've thought of several. Choose one, will you? With that, Gulai slowly retrieved a small slip of paper, inscribed with names he had pondered for the boy. However, upon looking down, the boy's figure had already vanished. Gulai surveyed his surroundings, only to hear the boy's voice from outside. The premiere is about to start. I'll buy the food on my way back. Oh, Gulai turned to see the boy's drawing of Milan on the table, although it had yet to be colored. The fluid lines had already outlined Milan's distinct visage. If you have ever been mired in darkness, you shall never forget the moment when dawn breaks. The dark screen resonated with Milan's deep voice, followed by a glimmer of golden light. The brilliance then erupted, illuminating an even broader expanse of white, the first sight being Milan's iconic nunchaku. It was as if he pledged to shatter all darkness. The chains swaying in the wind, unabashedly flaunting his strength. Subsequently, Milan grasped the nunchaku, commencing a dazzling display of skill. Always remember the figure soaring for justice. The scene shifted to Milan, valiantly defeating foes with his nunchaku. A burst of golden light, countless points of illumination ultimately coalescing into Milan's most iconic image. Arms crossed, one hand holding the nunchaku, exuding an aura of invincibility that disregarded his enemies. The latest cinematic masterpiece featuring the heroic Milan, vividly recreating the thrilling battle against the pirates. The title Milan's Legend boldly appeared on the screen, igniting the audience's fervor for Milan. Milan, Milan. Beneath the grand billboard, a throng of fans gathered in a fervent display of support for Milan. Their cheers soaring into the heavens, faces alight with excitement. They raised their hands in jubilant celebration, fully embodying the fervor of the moment. Little one, do hand over your ticket to me, called out several of Milan's admirers upon noticing the ticket in the boy's grasp. I'm sorry, but I cannot, the boy replied apologetically. Cradling his sketchbook, I apologized. I'll offer you double the price. I'll give you triple. Ignoring the cacophony of shouts from the crowd, the boy lowered his head, clutching his sketchbook tightly, and made a determined dash forward. As he gazed at the cinema entrance not far ahead, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes, and he spoke with hopeful anticipation. It's a rare chance to meet Milan in person. Soon, I shall finally present him with my drawing. Thud. However, just as the boy was about to enter the cinema, he was unexpectedly tripped by a child extending his foot. Ouch, he groaned as he fell to the ground, wincing in pain. What a foul stench. It's just a little mouse helping the pirates, taunted a group of children who had recently shattered a window. They pinched their noses in a mock display of disgust, shouting, Mouse, mouse. I am not a mouse, the boy replied slowly, rising to his feet while avoiding their gaze, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Then what is your name? Asked a green-haired boy, his tone laced with mockery. Before the boy could respond, a brown-haired lad stealthily crept behind him and snatched the movie ticket from his hand without him noticing. Hey, where did you steal this ticket from? He scoffed, scrutinizing the ticket with disdain. I did not steal it. Oh, the boy quickly reclaimed the ticket, startling the brown-haired boy with his sudden movement. I saved for a long time to buy this, he asserted just as the green-haired boy and a blue-haired boy seized his arms, rendering him immobile. Exclaimed the brown-haired boy, you little pirate lackey, do you even deserve to idolize Milan? As he spoke, he brandished a pair of nunchaku from his pocket. Let us see how you fare against the justice-flying nunchaku. With that, he began to demonstrate his skills. Yet, one end of the nunchaku inadvertently struck the brown-haired boy where it hurt. Ha! The boy couldn't help but burst into laughter at the spectacle. This only fueled the brown-haired boy's fury, and he shouted, "What are you laughing at?" In a swift motion, he seized the boy's movie ticket, gripping it tightly, causing it to tear down the middle. No. The boy cried out desperately. However, the brown-haired boy disregarded him, crushing half of the ticket in his hands with ruthless efficiency. You might as well return to your pirate companions. The overcast sky mirrored the malicious intent on the brown-haired boy's face. Ha! He scattered the shredded remnants of the ticket into the air. Let us go, or we'll miss the premiere. After concluding their malicious antics, the trio of children swaggered toward the cinema's ticket booth. My ticket! The boy sank to his knees, watching the fragments of paper drift away that he had waited so long for this day. To commit a crime is to deserve punishment, echoed a voice from another realm. Liam killing seems too extreme. Perhaps a lesson would suffice to teach them not to bully others, suggested a whimsical magic instructor from a Forbidden Tome universe. Glenn Leadus. Wow. Buddy, your name is quite provocative. Care to elaborate on your unorthodox nature? Chimed in another voice from a different world, Lu Chuang. These individuals, it seemed, were quite the promising crew for piracy. There are no inherently wicked people. They simply lack proper guidance. Remarked another voice from yet another realm, Shui Huang. Enough with the scolding. Not everyone has a mother, added a voice from a fantastical world, Wang Lu. And yet for them, the second generation of Milong is the key figure for the pirates' conquest. Such is the nature of reality. Though the methods may be harsh, it is somewhat understandable, mused a voice from a post-apocalyptic realm, Alexei. Indeed, if someone were to betray our city, allowing the infected to infiltrate, I would undoubtedly wish for their demise. Heidel from the same world echoed the sentiment. Perhaps, decades later, this hatred would fade with time, pondered another voice from yet another universe. Zhongli. The distinction between these children and pirates lies in the fact that pirates rob others, while these children seek vengeance against those who nearly brought ruin to their families. Monkey D. Garp from a world of adventure remarked, there are no born villains. Only half a ticket, the boy lamented, his heart heavy as he released the remaining fragment, watching it flutter away in the wind. Thankfully, there happened to be a ladder nearby. Clenching his sketchbook tightly, the boy began to climb up the ladder situated at the back of the auditorium. Sneaking and felt wrong, but just this once, lost in thought, he continued his ascent. Yes, I made it. Before long, he grasped the windowsill, his heart racing at the thought of soon meeting his idol, a radiant smile illuminating his face. At that moment, a man clad in a black robe ambled over to the window with a deliberate pace. Someone's here. The boy quickly crouched down, his heart pounding with anxiety at the thought of being discovered. Inside, the robed man gritted his teeth in silence. Another henchman in black promptly inquired, "Hey, where's the parrot hat?" The parrot hat? The boy's expression shifted slightly. Shortly after, Asio donned the parrot hat with a flourish. It has been ages since I last came here. Asio surveyed the surroundings with a sly grin. Let us go pay a proper visit to the great hero, Milong. With that, Asio sauntered in a specific direction. Asio, the boy realized they were indeed plotting revenge against Milong that he cautiously peeked out, clutching the wall, and hurriedly crawled inside. Even if Milong is formidable, these treacherous individuals are sure to launch a surprise attack. I must alert Milong. With that thought in mind, the boy dashed off, searching fervently for Milong's whereabouts. If I can truly assist Milong, perhaps everyone will recognize me as a good person. Lost in his thoughts, the boy couldn't suppress a smile that as he scurried about, he suddenly caught sight of a staff member at the end of the corridor. Surely, he knows where Milong is. The boy's face lit up with joy as he rushed towards the staff member. Hey! Just as the staff member was about to speak, out of nowhere, a baseball bat swung from around the corner, hovering ominously behind him. Thud! With a dull thud, the staff member collapsed to the ground. Pirates! The boy froze in shock. What did he just witness? Hearing this, the boy jolted awake, frantically searching for an open door. But after a prolonged effort, none would yield. Oh no. There must be others, another pirate replied, his blade glinting ominously. Hey! A female pirate brandished her weapon, charging around the corner. Yet, contrary to expectations, the corridor was eerily empty. The female pirate appeared perplexed by the absence of anyone in the hallway. Hey! Boom! With a forceful kick, he swung open a nearby door, only to find the room utterly deserted. The two pirates exchanged glances, confirming that there was indeed no one else around. Quickly, let us find that fellow. One of the pirates whispered. The female pirate said nothing further, and the pair promptly turned and departed. Meanwhile, in a ventilation duct at the corner of the corridor, a boy strained with effort, supporting himself with his hands while biting onto an art book. Inching his way toward the duct's exit. Crack. Soon, the boy emerged at the end of the duct, pushing open the cover and gasping for breath. Phew, that was terrifying. Suddenly, a large hand seized his wrist, causing the boy's pupils to constrict in fear as he glanced ahead. To his relief, the figure before him merely took the art book from his hands gently, and a deep voice resonated. Next time you seek an autograph, remember, do not sneak backstage. It was Milong, holding the boy's art book. Gazing at the child who had just crawled out of the duct. Milong is actually speaking to me, the boy thought, overwhelmed with excitement. Clearly, the one who had grasped his wrist was indeed Milong. Milong observed the boy, who had fallen silent, mistakenly believing that his sudden grip had frightened him. He quickly picked up a pen and pointed to a spot in the boy's art book. Is it all right to sign here? Don't move. The boy hastily snatched the book back and began to draw fervently. With such a rare proximity, he was determined to capture the moment. You can draw? Milong expressed surprise at the boy's actions. Yes, I owe it all to you. But now is not the time. As the boy spoke, he abruptly halted, realizing something, and glanced around as if searching for something. What a peculiar child, Milong mused, perplexed by the boy's behavior. Before long, the boy spotted nunchucks hanging on the wall and dashed over to retrieve them, rushing back toward Milong. Quickly. Milong was puzzled by the situation. Grab it! Whoosh! Thud! A throwing knife missed the boy, soaring over his head and embedding itself in the wall with a resonant thrum. Milong frowned slightly at the sight of the knife lodged in the wall. Long time no see. Axie chuckled as he leaned against the doorframe. You're late. Upon seeing the group of pirates, the boy shouted loudly. Milong is ready. Are you truly prepared? A pirate beside Axie inquired. Ignoring the boy. Of course, Milong replied solemnly, rising slightly and turning toward the boy. Seeing this, the boy's heart swelled with joy as he hurriedly handed over the nunchucks. Face to face, you stand no chance against Milong. However, to the boy's astonishment, Milong did not accept the nunchucks but instead bypassed him, striding toward a wardrobe behind him. Milong slowly opened the wardrobe, gazing at the leather trunk inside, and stated, everything is here. What? The boy was taken aback, feeling utterly bewildered. What was happening? The pirates snickered at the scene, their expressions dripping with malice. So naive. Milong gradually opened one of the trunks, revealing stacks of neatly arranged cash. He turned slightly to display the money inside the trunk to the pirates, speaking as he did so. This is the entire revenue from this film. Well done, hero Milong. Axie grinned, revealing his gold-toothed smile as he gazed at the cash. What are you doing, Milong? The boy exclaimed in disbelief, his excitement turning to despair. Quickly, defeat them. Axie erupted in laughter at the boy's plea. Axie says, how could Milong betray his own comrades? Comrades? The boy stared at Milong. Astonished, one could have anticipated that the hero who defeated pirates was actually in cahoots with them. Axie proclaimed triumphantly, don't lie to me. You saved everyone, right? The boy staggered toward Milong, clinging to the last shred of hope. Just say it. Even if it's a lie, I will choose to believe you. You must have your reasons, right? Teaming up with pirates was unavoidable, right? You are surely on the side of justice, aren't you? Right? Milong remained silent. Your nunchucks, were they not meant to be wielded for justice? The boy gazed helplessly at Milong's face, his hands trembling around the nunchucks, his voice tinged with desperation. Swish. Axie moved in an instant, appearing before the boy, his dagger slicing downward with ferocity. Clang. The nunchucks shattered in the boy's terrified gaze. They were merely props for the show. Axie derided scornfully. The broken nunchucks clattered to the ground. While not far away, Milong's face darkened, resembling shattered justice. The boy suddenly recalled Milong's words from when he had defended their hopes at the city gate. Live on with a smile behind me. Along with the portrait he had drawn of Milong in the ancient Dr.'s home, everything felt absurd in light of the broken nunchucks. Clenching his teeth, the boy watched the scene unfold. Filled with unwillingness, last time, you helped me. Your presence ensured the plan's success. Axie toyed with the dagger in his hand, its blade gleaming coldly as it pointed menacingly at the boy. Too bad you're not part of this plan. Bang. In a moment of shock for Axio, the trunk was hurled aside, shattering glass as it flew from the cinema's top floor, bills cascading through the air like confetti. The colossal figure enveloped the boy entirely in shadow, while the air, thick as a tide, rendered him breathless. After speaking, Axio pressed down once more on his handgun. Discharging bullets indiscriminately would surely attract the guards. A calm voice interrupted his movements. Milong, brandishing a short knife, casually twirled it as he strolled towards the boy, unhurried. Milong, you. The boy continued to curl up, desperate to escape from the terrifying Milong. Yet there was no avenue for flight. Milong regarded the boy with a detached gaze, his hero's visage appearing somewhat sinister in the dim light. What a predicament. My plans have been entirely thwarted by you. Milong slowly raised the blade, his icy stare fixed upon the boy, observing Milong's demeanor. The boy's last flicker of hope finally crumbled, and he poured forth his despair. There truly no one, not even you, Milong, who would strive for someone like me. Resigned, the boy removed his glasses and cast them aside, tears streaming down his cheeks. All his resolve shattered, and at last, the boy could weep freely. He subsequently shouted in anger, in such a world, I never wish to remember anything before departing. What? The legendary Milong succumbing to the pirates' threats and resorting to such actions. It seems the life of the second-generation Milong is nothing short of tragic. Exploited and deceived, repeatedly ensnared in despair, in the world of Guibao Tegong, Chung Liuxiang. The pirate cycle of development is remarkably nefarious, akin to the underworld cleansing its image through the entertainment industry, in the world of Irenji Xia. Su Si. Yet, thus far, Milong appears not to have committed any heinous acts. In the world of Quanji Gao Shou, Huang Xiaodian, he allocated the funds acquired from filmmaking to the pirates, though somewhat shameful. This should be preferable to the pirates' acts of murder and arson. In the world of Quanji Gao Shou, Huang Xiaodian. Not quite. Warfare is inherently costly, and pirates cannot conjure equipment from thin air. Without sufficient funds, their offensive will falter in the face of resistance. In the world of Shao Bing Chuan Qi, Tang Long. Thus, it could be asserted that Milong has not harmed a single soul. Yet one could also argue that with every life taken by the pirates, Milong's influence is ever present. In the world of Shao Bing Chuan Qi, Tang Long. The weak can only be plundered, while the strong may choose between free aggression or sustained development. It is indeed a world devoid of order. In the world of Chaoshan Shui Yuan, Tian Shi Yan. It is little wonder that the second-generation Milong was previously said to have been broken, as Gregis shares a temperament reminiscent of the young Milongji. In the world of Di Su Lai, Ren Xiao Su.1 declares, I do not cherish living in such a world. In the world of Di Su Lai, Ren Xiao Su. Another proclaims, in such a world, I never wish to remember anything before departing. In the world of Di Su Lai, Ren Xiao Su. Essentially, they are of the same ilk. In the world of Di Su Lai, Yin Lu Yuan. I surmise that Milong initially intended to kill the second-generation Milong, but upon hearing those words, his mind was swayed. In the world of Irenji Xia, Zhang Chulan. Both are individuals of unwavering resolve. Yet each falters at the weight of a single phrase. Should one lament their lack of fortitude, or marvel at the profound power of words? In the world of Genshin, Zhongli, gazing at the boy, who shrinks into himself and sobs in the shadows, Milong is engulfed in deep reminiscence. Nighttime, in a spacious lounge, Milong sits quietly upon a sofa. That moment, a staff member enters, carrying a stack of letters, and places them upon the table for Milong to peruse. Yet another batch of letters from admirers. Is there one addressed to Miji? Milong inquires calmly. None, the staff member replies, then curiously asks, You always inquire. Who is that? It's nothing, Milong succinctly responds, offering no further explanation. The staff member, recognizing Milong's disinterest, completes their task and exits, politely closing the door behind them. Sigh. Milong lowers his head with a soft lament. The plan has progressed quite successfully. Axio emerges from behind the sofa, exuding pride. With the funds we've acquired, we've enhanced our weaponry and conquered numerous distant planets. Milong remains silent, his gaze cast downward. The most amusing part, Axio cannot help but scoff. Glancing at a letter on the table, is that they still hope for your salvation. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Milong replies flatly, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Axio finds Mylong's demeanor tiresome, tossing the letter onto the table as if discarding refuse. Keep striving, Hero Mylong. Axio moves to the window, slowly opening it before leaping out. Mylong gazes downward, feeling the cool night breeze brush against his face. Miji, where could you possibly be? Mylong muses painfully, leaning back against the sofa to rest. In the world of Xing Yuji, brother, somewhere, Miji gazes at the screen displaying Mylong, softly calling out "I" in the past. Mylong had abandoned her, and with the assistance of the Interstellar Alliance, she relocated to a small asteroid. Working in the estate of a gardener, due to her brother's abandonment, she has devoted herself entirely to tending to the flowers, scarcely aware of the monumental events Mylong has orchestrated, let alone sending him letters. On the television, news of disaster unfolds gradually. The first image is of a filthy little boy. Behind him, a city ravaged by bombardment. In the news segment, the boy clenches his fists, weeping uncontrollably. If only I could become a hero like Mylong. Then I could take vengeance for my family. His voice is filled with sorrow, the anguish evident. The scene shifts to an elderly man holding a camera, pleading, "When can I return to my hometown?" It has been utterly devastated by the Black Flag. Behind the old man lies a city engulfed in flames, now a wasteland. Whoosh. Mylong swiftly turns off the television, his entire being frozen in shock. He then clutches his head in anguish, conflicted, filled with regret, frustration, and suffocation. A torrent of emotions surges within him. What kind of happiness do I desire, and how many lives must I trample upon to achieve it? Mylong mutters to himself, "I" in the room. Only Mylong remains, his hands covering his face, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, appearing desolate. Miji, I am no longer worthy of your forgiveness. The scene shifts, outside the projection room's inner door. Mylong silently observes the boy, where memories and reality converge, and he murmurs to himself, "Ugh." The boy curls up before Mylong, clutching his head and weeping, his hands still tightly gripping the broken nunchaku. The short blade suddenly falls. It is seen that the blade has lodged itself in the gap of the door. Huh? What? Axio furrows his brow, perplexed by Mylong's actions. Axio. Huh? From the nearby staircase, two pirates hurriedly descend, the money Mylong prepared. Aside from the first box, is all fake. One pirate exclaims urgently, "What? Fake?" Axio's expression turns icy, and he glares at Mylong with fury. That money has been anonymously donated to children orphaned by the war. Mylong states calmly, simultaneously raising his short blade to shatter the iron chain locking the door. "You, a mere clown playing pretend, dare defy the Black Flag?" Axio's voice is laced with rage, his eyes bulging as he glares at Mylong with a predatory stare. Humph. Mylong scoffs lightly. "I intended to leave today." But Mylong bends slightly to retrieve the boy's glasses, placing them back on his face. "Silly boy," Mylong softly consoled. "What?" The boy, taken aback, turned to Mylong with disbelief. As the iron chain shattered. The door to the screening room slowly creaked open, causing the audience, engrossed in the spectacle, to express their dissatisfaction. Just as the action reached its peak, what was happening? Is that Mylong? 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 The crowd erupted in excitement upon seeing Mylong's figure. Meanwhile, the three boys who had previously torn up the boy's ticket stood frozen, gazing at the boy at Mylong's feet. "Wasn't that little mouse?" The green-haired boy exclaimed in astonishment. How did he end up beside Mylong? Who would have imagined that the reason the legendary Mylong knelt was because of him? "You," the boy stared blankly at him. "This is the last thing I do for Miji," Mylong said, his gaze lowering. With that, Mylong gradually recalled scenes from years past. Years ago, in Midoxing. "Mylong, how does your family grow flowers?" In a field bursting with blossoms, various flowers basked in the warm glow of the setting sun, each displaying its unique charm and vibrant colors. "That won't fetch a good price." The camera slightly tilted, revealing that Mylong's garden lay nearby, its flowers noticeably less vibrant than those in the adjacent field. Where weeds thrived, towering over the flowers, clad in gardener's attire, Mylong stepped into the flower field, astonished by the sight before him. "Silly girl," Mylong bent down, smiling at Miji beside him. "But if we don't pull out these weeds, they will steal the flower's nutrients." As he spoke, Mylong reached out to uproot the weeds. "No." Miji quickly intervened, stopping him. "They all want to grow just like us. They haven't done anything wrong, but weeds aren't as beautiful as flowers," Mylong explained. Miji remained unconvinced, gently caressing the small blades of grass. Beautiful flowers can only grow if the weeds are pulled out, yet the weeds can't see that. How can someone who does such heartless things appreciate the beauty of flowers? Milong sighed softly, then indulgently replied, "All right, let them grow as they wish. Everyone, grow up without worry." Upon hearing her brother's words, Miji burst into joyful laughter. "That I really can't do anything about you," Milong chuckled, scratching his head as he gazed into the distant twilight. As the sun sank, the orange-red afterglow dyed the white clouds into rosy hues, evoking a sense of comfort and tranquility. Suddenly, boom, an ear-splitting roar erupted without warning, and a terrifying explosion ignited a massive, searing fireball in the distance. Miji cried out. The land of the flower field instantly transformed into barren scorched earth, thick black smoke billowing like an apocalyptic scene, shrouding the entire sky, with debris flying and dust swirling. As the memories faded, Milong gazed wistfully at the present. That was the only flower field in the world, existing solely in our hearts. I no longer wish to destroy it. Milong, the boy stared blankly at him. The small weeds could certainly survive. It only required the strong to help the weak, as the brilliance of cooperation would illuminate everyone. I in the world of Honkai. Star Rail, the nightingale that as long as everyone abides by the rules, they will naturally obtain what they desired. I in the world of Honkai. Star Rail, Sunday, if even the small weeds require sufficient nutrients, the resources needed are immense. For long-term development, it would be akin to digging one's own grave. In the world of Ling Cage, Morgan, the lighthouse lord, this is merely a consequence of production knowledge and levels being too backward, unable to keep pace with the ever-growing material demands, leading to a severe lack of resources. Technology is the foremost productive force that I in the world of Super God Academy, Angel Yen. Fairy tales are beautiful, while reality is cruel. I in the world of Genshin Impact, beneath the abyss. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The gods are powerless to intervene. I in the world of Killing God, Shirley. In the world of Starry Journey. Brother, Miji's tears, previously held back, now burst forth. The gardener, who usually played with Miji, hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her softly. The scene continued, and no matter how small the grass, it must survive. Milong chuckled softly. Heh. Asio sneered, his figure suddenly appearing behind Milong. Hey, the boy shouted, attempting to alert Milong. Bang, but it was too late. Milong's figure was forcefully thrown back, crashing onto the stage. If you wish to be a hero, then let me fulfill that wish. Asio stomped heavily on Milong's abdomen. He then donned a hood and mask, speaking menacingly. What's happening? The audience murmured in confusion. Ladies and gentlemen, Asio shouted at the audience, that I, like you, am a worshipper of this Milong. However, today I have discovered that he cannot even fight. Asio continued, twisting his foot harshly against Milong's abdomen. He then grabbed Milong by the collar, delivering a powerful punch to his gut. Observing Milong, who clutched his abdomen and staggered back, Asio taunted, "Oh dear, am I really that weak? Not even comparable to the Black Flag team." With that, Asio slowly advanced, using his foot to lift the already half-kneeling Milong, before delivering a brutal kick to Milong's face. Milong was battered to the ground by successive blows. Stop! The boy attempted to rush forward, but a pirate behind him seized his collar. The disparity in strength rendering the boy unable to resist, and he was unceremoniously tossed aside. Someone help him! The boy, affected by the impact, collapsed to the ground, emitting a feeble wail. Meanwhile, outside the cinema, the large screen previously promoting Milong's film displayed scenes from inside the theater. Yes, Milong will surely reveal his skills any moment now. One member of the crowd, despite cold sweat trickling down his face, forced a smile. Back inside the cinema, Asio conceived a cunning plan. Since you want to save that kid. Asio tapped the ground twice with his right foot, speaking slowly under Milong's incredulous gaze. Kneel down and admit to the universe that you are a coward who lies. Milong, the boy, sprawled on the ground with tears streaming down his face, could only whisper Milong's name. Milong, stunned by Asio's suggestion, stood frozen, already contemplating the consequences. Think of your sister. Asio placed a hand on Milong's shoulder, his tone laced with persuasion. If you regret it now, all you need to do is pretend to lose to save her. With that, Asio lightly leaped to stand before the boy, tilting his head as he continued, completely hide the little secret of the hero Milong. As he finished speaking, Asio raised his right hand, preparing to strike down the boy when Milong suddenly dashed in front of Asio. Arms outstretched to block him, the boy stared in disbelief at Milong. "I'm sorry. I'm just a coward who has deceived everyone." Milong's legs trembled as a somber tone emerged from his throat, evoking a sense of desolation. "I have never saved anyone." In the midst of the audience's shocked gazes, Milong truly knelt down. Milong was no hero. With that, Milong bent his back completely, bowing his head and half-crawling before Asio. His deep voice now resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of the crowd, shaking the spirits of countless individuals. Milong's reputation took a nosedive. Did I truly bring about his downfall? All of this was to save the Milong in the film, who was invincible through martial arts, while the real Milong was willing to kneel before pirates to save the second-generation Milongite in the realm of Genshin Impact. Nada. With this act of kneeling, a new hero has emerged in this world. Milong, I hold you in high esteem. In the world of Spirit Guardian Street, Chao Yambing that a hero need not always possess formidable strength. The spirit of self-sacrifice for others is equally worthy of admiration. As exemplified by the kneeling Milong, regardless of his past deeds, in this moment, he has truly embraced the title of hero. In the world of One Punch Man, the unlicensed knight, in a world dominated by the powerful, heroes appear inconsequential and fragile. In the world of Super Beast Armament, King Whale Shark, kneeling requires courage, while rising demands fortitude. One must strive to become stronger. In the world of Super Beast Armament, Long Jian. Truly, it echoes the saying that the world's cruelty towards the weak is more unyielding than any shield. Milong too has suffered greatly. He must feel as though he is suffocating, with the very air around him feeling viscous. In the world of One Above All, Zhang Chulian. In the world of Star Odyssey. How could this be? Milong kneels to save a child. Is he not a thoroughgoing jester? Cannon fodder. Surely this canopy is displaying false images to mislead us. Think about it. How could it show the past? Bystander be just a reminder. We have yet to experience those events. However, from the visuals, it does seem plausible, which implies it also encompasses the future. Dea. How can this be? It truly is an attempt to whitewash, even sacrificing his own face. Bandit Seat. I have long suspected something was amiss. Milong's ultimate fate was too hastily concluded, clearly indicating a problem. Yet I never anticipated the truth would be this way. Stickman. Back then, the entire universe mocked Milong, and such voices were hardly credible. Stickman. In retrospect, since the pirates had a plan, they would surely seek someone to assume Milong's role, and it just so happened they chose Milong. Judging solely by Milong as a person, I believe he still has merit. Stickman. Tisich. Even if it were true, setting that aside, he handed the box office earnings to the pirates to procure weapons. How could that not be considered a wrongdoing? He cannot be absolved. Cannon fodder. Essentially, is this not the fault of the pirates? In fact, Milong had evidently resolved to sever ties with them in the end, regardless of whether there is a Milong too. He has donated the largest share of his profits, has he not? Stickman. No, I refuse to accept that. Milong is a villain, refugee. In the world of Star Odyssey, a portion of the populace begins to believe Milong can be forgiven. He is merely a pawn thrust into the limelight. Yet most still contend that whether Milong is good or evil is irrelevant. What matters is that he indeed provided substantial resources to the pirates. The events of yesteryear have fermented far too long. Even those utterly ignorant of Milong have been inundated by narratives that paint him in a poor light. However, Milong's reputation has begun to shift. Observing the words on the celestial screen, Miji is filled with deep emotion, realizing that her brother's quest to find her has resulted in the pirates invading countless planets. She has no right to forgive Milong on behalf of those who were invaded. Yet matters of the heart are the most complex to articulate. Within Miji, the urge to cast blame has dimmed. You were saving me. You were lying. The boy gazes at the kneeling Milong, feeling his faith within crumble. Weeping and angrily rebuking, attempting to defend Milong. Bang. Asio suddenly delivers a forceful kick to Milong's chest, causing him to clutch his torso in pain. Bang. Following this, Asio fiercely kicks Milong in the face, and he can no longer maintain his stance. Collapsing to the ground in a curled position. Humph. Asio snorts coldly, aware that Milong's line has been utterly destroyed. This lucrative path has been irrevocably sealed. Even if another Milong were to be elevated, it is unlikely that people would ever idolize him in the same manner again. Do not let me see you again. Asio snarls fiercely, then turns away with the remaining pirates. Milong struggles to prop himself up, yet he is truly unable to rise. What a joke. Liar. Jester. And the audience erupts in furious shouts, their feelings of betrayal igniting an insatiable rage. This fury compels them to seize everything within reach and hurl it at the source of their ire. Countless soda cups rain down upon the stage, striking Milong's form, yet he does not attempt to defend himself. Instead, a relaxed smile appears at the corner of his mouth. Milong expresses his relief. Finally, I can truly say it. Live on with a smile behind my back. Just as the film plays this line, the boy stands directly behind two versions of Milong. That he stands behind the heroic Milong, he stands behind the kneeling Milong. The screen then fades to darkness. The audience disperses, leaving only Milong and the weeping boy within the theater. Why are you so weak? Why am I so weak? The boy weeps, kneeling on the ground, gazing at the collapsed Milong, tears streaming down his face. Outside the theater, the town's reputation undergoes a dramatic transformation in an instant. The once prominent advertisement for Milong's new film is now a tattered image, shredded like fabric, replaced by bold letters reading, "After the Rainbow Sea." The most despicable lie. The screen displays Milong kneeling, bombarded by furious audience members hurling beverage cups at him. Then, more bold letters appear. Kneeling Milong. As the breeze stirs, several of Milong's posters are swept away like refuse, drifting through the air. The most lamentable aspect is that people have never cared for the truth. Their eyes are filled solely with their own indignation at being deceived. I in the world of Lolo's adventure. Supersonic. More tragically, whether it be the kneeling Milong or the Milong of the film, they have genuinely caused no harm to the citizens of this city. Even if Milong deceived them, they are the least qualified in the entire universe to condemn him. In the world of Lolo's adventure, Wong Lu. Yet, the public's attitude is strikingly clear, which is lamentable. In the world of Genshin Impact, Raiden Shogun. Cowardice is the passport of the despicable, while nobility is the epitaph of the noble. In the world of Lolo's adventure, King Tiger Tio speak candidly. Milong was indeed hindered by Milong too. Otherwise, after paying the fee, his original plan would have been to flee. In the world of Naruto, Sakura Haruno. In the world of Star Odyssey, Milong too, upon seeing this barrage of comments, is momentarily taken aback, contemplating the unforeseen path. Could it be that he has truly caused Milong's demise? Such a statement is not entirely accurate. Milong could have chosen to escape at that moment. However, he still opted to remain. From his act of providing counterfeit bills to the pirates, it appears Milong had intended to rescue the boy from the very beginning. The boy's words merely stirred Milong's memories, not serving as the direct cause of his demise. In the world of Genshin Impact, Al-Haytham. After the Rainbow Sea, the most despicable lie. In the world of One Above All, Zhang Chulan. What is the Rainbow Sea? In the world of One Above All, Zhang Chulan. Just as the denizens of the Myriad Realms engage in fervent discussion, the imagery on the screen continues to shift. Returning once more to the Pentagon military base on Mars. It is right before them. They must simply accomplish this task. Milong gazes at Gidges, attempting to explain while simultaneously persuading himself. The voice he could not convey to that girl is destined to resonate throughout the universe. Therefore, any sacrifice is permissible. Dea retorts that you truly think that way. Since I took on this name, there has been no other choice. His head, once bowed, rises slightly, and he slowly raises his right hand, fingers together. Bebeli. Mamaka calls out in a low voice. Bebeli acknowledges with understanding. This is the last of their strength. Mamaka grits his teeth, and alongside Bebeli, they both strike their fist violently into the ground, shouting, "We're God weapon." The tremendous surge of power causes the ground to tremble slightly. Those two fellows, Kalia is astonished. Mamaka and Bebeli are still shackled by his handcuffs, yet they have somehow regained their power, transcending his restraints in such a short time. Instantly, a golden light envelopes Mamaka and Bebeli, propelling them towards Gidges. In the moment when two golden flames converged, enormous boulders suddenly erupted from the shattered ground, swiftly coalescing together. In an instant, debris flew in all directions, and dust swirled. Great Horn Shield. As the dust settled, a massive golden horn shield made its grand appearance, directly encasing Gidges within. A futile effort, Sardin remarked disdainfully while stroking his beard. The legend of Milong, the blade intercepting the sword. Milong's right hand clenched into a fist, entwined with an iron chain that held a half-section of a staff. Golden, the skyline. As the sound crescendoed, a dazzling golden light re-emerged, and in that fleeting moment, It seemed as if only this radiant hue remained in the universe. Clang! A crisp, resonant sound suddenly rang out as the golden beam violently shattered against the great horn shield. It's all over. Mamaka sighed softly, a hint of despair in his voice. The impact of that move, even if it breached the shield, would likely be fatal for the unskilled Gijis. Hey! Bailey suddenly called out to Mamaka, his expression shifting from resentment to astonishment. What is it? Mamaka looked up, wondering if there might still be a twist in the tale. Gradually, he focused his gaze on Milong, who stood resolutely before the great horn shield. His hands poised in an offensive stance. Didn't he break this time? Kalia exclaimed in surprise. Why? Sardin queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. Milong's left hand gently supported his right, which trembled slightly as the ring and little fingers quivered under the strain of immense power. This time, Dea was able to discern Milong's attack and explained in astonishment. The ring and little fingers are the two weakest digits. They are hardly suited for combat in any martial art. Such an attack could indeed be more potent, and Milong was indeed, as Dea noted, slightly panting, his body struggling to keep pace with the demands of the assault. As Dea's voice faded, the scene abruptly shifted, revealing a scorching planet where lava flowed continuously and volcanoes erupted ceaselessly. Golden skyline. Milong's low growl resonated, followed by a dull thud that made the very ground tremble. Was it only usable once in a single day? A man in a black robe stood behind Milong, who was now bandaging his injured hand after overexerting himself. The figure slowly raised his middle and index fingers and remarked, "Your sword style persists in avoiding the use of these two fingers. The training required is several times greater, yet it still cannot withstand excessive force. Why?" The man in black inquired, voicing his inner doubts. "That it's nothing," Milong replied nonchalantly, unwilling to elaborate. "If at a critical moment, it costs you your life. Do not blame me for not having taught you properly." Milong did not respond further, instead raising his gaze to the distant, fiery red expanse where molten lava flowed. Gradually, he beheld a magnificent sea of golden flowers, each vibrant blossom unfurling its exquisite petals. If such an era truly existed, it would indeed be worthy of being captured on canvas. Milong contemplated, observing the remaining 3 fingers not employed for combat. Holding a paintbrush. The reason for utilizing the weakest ring and little fingers in battle was to reserve the remaining fingers for painting, perhaps. In the world of full-time expert, Huang Xiaotian. Or, Milong mused, if I can survive using the weakest of strengths, then it must signify an era where even the weak can find happiness. In the world of Genshin Impact, Lin and I. The second generation of Milong's persona has already become vividly apparent. In just a brief span of minutes, the character's essence and experiences have been vividly presented before our eyes. In the world of how to raise a boring girlfriend, Kasumiga Kakashiwa, willing to forsake everything to safeguard what is most precious. In the world of Zero, Natsuki Subaru, foolishness, to neglect the pursuit of stronger techniques for such trivial matters. I hope you do not find yourself in a situation where you discover someone important but are unable to protect them. In the world of armored warriors, Beimiao, each person has their aspirations. Milong himself wishes to be a painter, not to pursue martial righteousness. We must respect Milong's choices and embrace humility. In the world of armored warriors, Duan Yin, what just blocked you was the horn shield? Dea quietly gazed at Milong and softly stated, "It was the belief in you. The belief that everyone can possess a future. Milong, am I right?" Milong murmured, clutching his injured hand, then bowed his head in heavy resignation. "I lost." Boom! Immediately, the great horn shield crumbled into stone, collapsing onto the ground. And Gijis' figure reappeared before everyone. My strength is depleted. Bailey sighed helplessly, lamenting the brief duration and the severe blows that had nearly drained half of his energy in an instant. What happened? Gijis looked around in confusion. Suddenly his pupils constricted. There stood Sardin, leisurely approaching him, with a cold demeanor. "Then allow me to finish this." Bang! Outside the arena, Meidong stepped into the earth with a heavy footfall, declaring gravely, "Indeed, it is time to conclude this." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand to his ear. "You." Dea looked at Meidong in astonishment. "It's that move." Kalia's eyelids twitched. The familiar gesture awakened his memories, and he hastily exclaimed, "If you force an attack, your companion will be reduced to ashes by the overwhelming electric current." Sardin glared icily at Meidong outside the arena. "Here, no one will be harmed." Maidong pulled a black earplug from his ear and promptly tossed it into his mouth. Wait, Gudong, before Dea could finish his sentence. Maidong's left hand formed in shape, striking a shooting pose. He slightly lowered his body, his serious gaze fixated on the iron door before him. His right hand clenched into a fist, drawing back with power. And then, boom! A thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder. A terrifying crimson shockwave exploded from Maidong's fist, sweeping across the entire arena with immense force. Under the pressure of this force, dust and debris erupted violently from beneath Maidong's feet. The view pulled back, revealing clouds of dust and debris rising over 100 meters high. The entire Pentagon Group base and the surrounding land trembled. Has that guy lost his mind? Sardin exclaimed in disbelief. Is disregarding that rabbit? Hey, a charming voice suddenly resounded. Is anyone listening? Huh, what? Sardin exclaimed in surprise, quickly looking up towards the source of the voice. There, within the projection of the aerial vehicle, in the main control room, Gudong was grinning widely with his adorable, bright eyes. The iron wall just opened by itself. That you're still alive, Dea remarked in astonishment. Gudong paused for a moment. The joy in his expression abruptly shattered. Did you do something to make it impossible for me to live? Haha, don't worry. Standing amidst the shattered remnants of the iron door, Maidong chuckled lightly as he returned the earplug to his ear. Hero Milong is right here. You actually. Sardin gritted his teeth, his face darkening. Bang. At that moment, Milong raised his left hand, exerting a slight force, instantly crushing the remote control into countless fragments. The remote control, Kalia gasped, realizing the significance. The protective device has been deactivated. You dare to betray me, Sardin shouted furiously, pointing at Milong. That you're still alive. Ha ha ha. And Gudong's reaction is just too amusing. In the world of full-time expert, Chenghua, this rabbit appears adorably foolish. I wish I could raise one to in the world of armored warriors, Ma Lingling. You re the rabbit, I'm the king, King Gudong, not a pet. In the world of Xingyuji, Gudong, that I truly did not expect that my Dang would actually launch an attack, and furthermore, that Milong would indeed deactivate the protective device. In the realm of Uranzixia, Zhang Chulan, Milong himself admitted defeat. According to the previous forecast summary, my Dang and his companions had already emerged victorious, thus rendering any restrictions obsolete. In the world of Fanma Renya, the two share an extraordinary rapport. In the realm of Chao Shouwu Zhuang, Miao Chao Jun, let me clarify. The rabbit Gudong's departure from that room signifies the deactivation of the protective device, which requires a remote control to be disabled. In the world of Zhenhunjia, Xiaoling, this implies that after Milong conceded, he voluntarily deactivated the protective device. In the realm of Zhenhunjia, Xiaoling, however, this step was unbeknownst to my Dang, yet he resolutely chose to attack. In the world of Zhenhunjia, Xiaoling, both individuals trust one another implicitly and understand each other's subsequent actions. Ah, what a delightful pairing. Hurry, bring the Civil Affairs Bureau over. Zhenhunjia is still ongoing. Xiaoling support. In the world of AI Shin Qiao Li Ku, Meitata. You, Mama Ka gazed at Milong with a look of confusion, unable to comprehend Milong's transformation. Meanwhile, Milong turned to Gugusi and softly said, Stand up. What? Gugusi responded, puzzled and bewildered. Behind Milong, a smile emerged, encouraging him to persevere. As he spoke, Milong slowly raised his right hand, adjusting his glasses. The combination of his yellow and black spandex combat suit and his hair pushed back by the glasses restored Milong's classic image. A smile returned to Gugusi's face. Absolutely. Observing the current situation, the Pentagon Theater base suddenly opened a hidden door, and Kalia promptly led his band of pirates rushing out from within. Take those Lolo Wu away, Kalia shouted as he charged towards the cage holding the remaining members of the Lolo Wu tribe. Yes, one pirate replied. Yes, echoed the other pirates in agreement. Outside the prison constructed of massive electric current alloy panels. Dia pondered gravely, it's too heavy. I wonder if it will work. Dia then began to attempt a solution, her hands clasped tightly together, her expression straining. Spatial contract, not far away. Kalia, upon witnessing this, immediately began to issue commands. What is that ghostly girl planning? Stop her. Following Kalia's orders, the other pirates began firing their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets shot forth, only to be repelled by Kalia's formidable purple-black magnetic force. At this moment, Dia's entire being radiated a blue glow, rendering her somewhat ethereal. Kalia's hands trembled as he directed the terrifying magnetic force to converge, a powerful purple-black magnetic storm forming between his hands. Kalia's gaze sharpened as he clenched his teeth, rapidly consolidating a terrifying magnetic storm sphere. Antarctic storm. With a low shout, Kalia unleashed the storm, a fearsome backlash stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. As a massive purple-black aurora surged forward towards Dia with devastating force. Just as the purple-black energy sphere was about to strike Dia, she finally sensed the call of the space exchange. No sooner had Dia spoken than a deafening roar erupted. Following this, the heavens and earth erupted in a great cloud of dust, the scale of which rivaled that of Mai Dang's cannon. Bang! A sheet of alloy iron intercepted Kalia's violent attack, leaving Kalia stunned as he watched the scene unfold. What is this? He quickly realized, his expression changing drastically. Observing the billowing dust, any onlooker would understand that something was amiss. Yet there were still two pirates foolishly debating. What is that? One pirate boasted, showcasing his exceptional intellect. No wonder it looks so familiar. Another pirate chimed in. It was then that they finally grasped the situation. Their faces falling in an instant, as the iron sheet lost its support. It slowly toppled forward, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust, with the iron sheet no longer concealing her. The time had come for the holder of the Rainbow Stone, the free spirit Dia. Behind her stood a group of fiercely determined top-tier cosmic beings, the Lolo Wu tribe. The pirates were horrified. The Lolo Wu, eager for battle, slowly emerged from their confinement. One burly Lolo Wu, with a thick beard, barked, "We must leave before we lose our sanity." His calm tone sent shivers down the spines of the pirates, who instinctively began to retreat. "Where is Lord Kalia?" The pirates began searching for their leader, their eyes darting around until they finally spotted Kalia's figure fleeing in the distance. Kalia's voice rang out. I won't engage in such a losing endeavor." As he spoke, the dust from his escape faded into the distance. The remaining pirates were furious, their eyes bulging. "He's running. You scoundrel. It's one thing to flee. But why didn't you take us with you? Wait for us." The pirates fled in disarray, abandoning their weapons, cursing their lack of speed. Meanwhile, at the Pentagon Theater base, Sha Ding exclaimed in frustration, No. My grand collaboration plan has been utterly ruined." With that, Sha Ding clenched his fists in anger, glaring at Mai Dang and his companions, then roared, "Fifth member of the Pentagon Corps, make your entrance." No sooner had he spoken than the ground in the area trembled violently. "Fifth member?" Mama Ka blinked in surprise. "Run," Mai Dang shouted, carrying Gugu Si on his back. Following closely behind, Mama Ka and Bei Bailey hurried to keep up. Bang! Suddenly, a massive hole was blasted through the Pentagon Theater's control room, and a gigantic figure burst through the wall. "Phew, I really have to rely on myself now." A white bear clad in a turtle shell remarked resignedly, his signature rabbit ears and leaf crown signaling Gudong's identity. "Electric eel, Frank," Sha Ding shouted. Bang! A deafening roar erupted as a colossal electric eel surged up from the ground, its body charged with terrifying electricity, instilling fear in all who beheld it. And oh wonder Sha Ding had such ample power. Gazing at the enormous electric eel, Dia's expression grew grave. The overwhelming current emanating from it would likely hinder the Lolo Wu's movements, indicating that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. "What a monster!" Gudong cried as he dashed out from a cloud of swirling dust, being the last to emerge yet the first to flee, showcasing his remarkable escape skills. Following closely behind, Mai Dang and the others quickly darted out from beneath the electric eel. "Hey, where's Mi Long?" Gugu Si, perched on Mai Dang's back, noticed the missing member of their group. That moment, Mi Long stood before the shattered entrance of the Pentagon Theater, utterly bewildered, his body unresponsive. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not move an inch. "I can't move." Mi Long gritted his teeth, straining with effort. "You haven't forgotten the price of heroism, have you?" Sha Ding sneered as he emerged from the broken doorway, a flash of purple light transforming his face to resemble Mi Long's. Sha Ding, eyeing Mi Long's figure, chuckled coldly, "I will ensure that people witness Mi Long kneeling once more." "Hey!" At this moment, MacDonald and the others finally located Mi Long. However, in the next instant, the massive form of electric eel Frank crashed down onto the ground, encircling the entire Pentagon Corps base. The scene shifted to a street on Mars, where the ruins of collapsed buildings and shattered pavement revealed that a fierce battle had recently taken place. On one relatively intact structure, a large screen displayed the scene featuring MacDonald and his companions. One passerby, observing the imagery, muttered, "That person." This action immediately drew the attention of others, who turned their gazes toward the screen. "Milong. Ha ha ha. It's that kneeling Milong." The crowd erupted into laughter, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating as the humor provided a moment of joy, even though many inconsistencies were evident. Who truly cared at that moment? Milong trembled violently, attempting to resist Shadin's control, yet the power of the rainbow stone was utterly unreasonable, transcending strength and will. "It's a rule. You cannot change anything," Shadin scoffed. The derisive laughter directed at Milong resonated throughout the universe once more. Shadin laughed maniacally. Although his plan had failed, he found amusement in Milong's plight, then suddenly waved a hand towards him. "Kneel." Roar. Electric eel Frank finally ceased its spinning, releasing a more potent current to deter anyone from approaching. Outside the electric eel's perimeter, MacDonald clicked his tongue and fearlessly charged towards the electric eel. "Hey, that current is something even you cannot withstand," Mamaka shouted urgently, trying to stop MacDonald. Yet MacDonald paid no heed. Racing toward the electric eel and raising his hands high, he understood that his objective was simple: to lift the electric eel and rescue Milong. Ugh. Terrifying currents surged through MacDonald's body. At first, he could endure it, but as electric eel Frank gathered energy, it quickly surpassed MacDonald's physical limits. Cries of agony echoed throughout the heavens and earth at the entrance of the Pentagon core base. Milong struggled to hold himself upright, but his legs continued to falter, sinking to the ground. Somewhere on Mars, he won't kneel again, will he? A green-skinned, yellow-haired individual teased. "He truly enjoys embarrassing himself," remarked another with gray skin and pink hair. Laced with disdain. "How ironic. 12 years ago, to save the second-generation Milong, the first-generation Milong knelt. 12 years later, to save Gij C, the second-generation Milong is now on the verge of kneeling again. The torch has been passed. Milong has become a symbol, observed by those who mock him, some feeling pity for his plight. As a lady had expressed, "I in the world of Genshin," Oz proclaimed, "to protect the weak, to aid the disadvantaged, is indeed our shared creed, honoring the rights of every life to choose its path. I in the world of Honkai." Star Rail, the Nightingale added, "MacDonald, you must not allow Milong to kneel. In the world of love God Chocolate." Medata urged, "No, what about that crimson shockwave from MacDonald? And I see this electric eel is not that tall. Where are your knees, buddy?" In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, an anonymous voice chimed in. "Knees? In the world of Honkai." Star Rail, Star interjected. "In the world of Absolute Zone Zero," Ling commented, "you really just crashed right into it. Do you think you're a power bank?" In the world of 10,000 cold jokes. Another anonymous voice quipped, "What about Dia's spatial pact? The director won't let you use it, huh?" In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, an anonymous voice added, "Hey, you little brat, did you blow up the earth? Watch me knock your teeth out." On the screen, Milong gritted his teeth, desperately trying to hold himself up. Yet he could only watch helplessly as his knees drew ever closer to the ground. Suddenly, Milong's body jolted, surprisingly rising slightly. Shadin raised an eyebrow. McMC Yang emitted strange sounds. To everyone's astonishment, the previously timid McMC Yang flew behind Milong, biting his collar and desperately tugging upward. Milong felt the unexpected force behind him. For the first time, someone was attempting to support the kneeling Milong. Albeit not a human, Milong was unaware of MacDonald's actions. Ugh. The electric eel continued to unleash powerful currents, relentlessly attacking MacDonald's body. His cries of anguish resonating through the air. Even so, he persisted in lifting electric eel Frank. "Mamaka, are you leading the destruction of the oath?" Burley questioned, sensing the surging power within Mamaka. Suddenly, a tremendous force, akin to the thunder from the heavens, erupted from Mamaka's form, surging toward the wooden stick in his hand. In an instant, golden lightning flickered and crackled. Those who safeguarded the peace and future of Lolo Wu. Let this final horn sword serve as a gift. Gazing at MacDonald, who was being consumed by silver currents, Mamaka raised the wooden stick and bellowed, "War God weapon." Upon hearing this, all the people of Lolo Wu felt a surge of power. Channeling it into the wooden stick. In that moment, an unstoppable aura ascended skyward. Hornsword. All the wooden sticks in the hands of the Lolo Wu people transformed into golden longswords. Subsequently, everyone raised their horn swords. beginning to absorb the electric eel's electrical power. Even Gij, who had a notably poor combat aptitude, summoned his horn sword, enduring the current's damage through sheer will, with the support of the Lolo people. MacDonald felt the oppressive pressure around him ease significantly. Bearing the remaining current's weight, MacDonald once again broke through his limits. The power within him was finally unleashed, radiating with astonishing might. Milong, stand tall for me. The entangling currents now served as MacDonald's backdrop, as he exuded an incredible aura. Goodness, I thought you were going to sever the electric eel with one strike, but instead, you're using me as a lightning rod? An anonymous voice from the world of 10,000 cold jokes remarked. And with so many people here, isn't anyone going to help MacDonald lift it? Another anonymous voice chimed in from the same world. You're still alive, huh? Asked a voice from the world of 10,000 cold jokes. Little King Kong.iu. I. Exclaimed an anonymous voice from the same world. There is some truth to that. With so many Lolo people, they could just combine their efforts and perform a ceiling mountain technique. And wouldn't the electric eel be thoroughly defeated? Xiao Yin from the world of Do Pitsong Cheong stated. No. The Lolo using their horn swords is a gesture of sufficient respect for MacDonald. It is their gift to him. They refrain from directly severing the enemy because they value peace more than brute force, even accepting harm to themselves as a means of assistance. Yuan Zhou from the world of full-time expert explained. Perhaps they possess the ability to easily cut down the electric eel. Yet, at this moment, the horn swords do not exhibit combat power. Instead, they absorb the electricity functionally, which precisely underscores their unwavering commitment to peace. Tang Rou from the same world asserted. Noble character entails relinquishing one's greatest power, which is no easy feat. Angel Yan from the world of Super God Academy remarked. Foolishness. The merits of force are determined by its wielder. To place oneself in danger due to one's aspirations is a testament to its might. If they had wielded the horned swords against Milong, victory would have been within grasp, yet for the sake of a ridiculous oath, they plunged their entire clan into crisis. Gu Wang from the world of Super Beast Armament declared. This is not foolishness. It is their steadfast belief. Long Jian from the same world added. The sharpest sword ultimately becomes a gift for the protection of others. How romantic. Ran Bing from the world of Ling Cage mused. Speaking of which, the Lolo Wu people seem rather pitiable. Zhang Chulan from the world of Iran Jixia remarked. Pitiable? Chung Liuxiang from the world of Fruit Treasure Attack replied. Indeed, pitiable. This clan possesses the universe's mightiest sword and shield, yet cannot protect themselves to in the world of one below another, at the entrance of the Pentagon core base. Milong's figure began to slowly descend, as the strength of Mai Yang was nearly exhausted. And Milong himself felt weary at heart. Perhaps kneeling was indeed his fate. With such thoughts, Milong's eyes gradually closed. And he murmured, Milong, I hope we haven't made a grave mistake. Asked the world before him faded into darkness. His knees drew nearer to the ground. That Milong was waiting for you to reveal the answer. In an instant, Milong opened his eyes. Just as he was about to kneel, Mai Dang finally arrived at his side, supporting him back to his feet, softly saying. Upon hearing this, Milong was taken aback. Slowly raising his left hand, the three fingers that were not meant for attack trembled slightly. Boom! The Pentagon core base instantly transformed into a spaceship soaring toward the heavens. TCH, Sha Ding scoffed at the scene below, disdainfully putting his mask back on. I still need stronger companions. On the ground. My. With the spaceship vanishing into the sky, Mai Yang joyfully danced in the air below. The Igu Si watched the revived. Joyous Mai Yang, and a smile spread across his face. It was truly wonderful that everyone was safe. Mama Ka observed Gugu Si, who could still smile in the face of such a scene. Feeling a mix of emotions, truly, he was a treasure among the Luo Wu people. Mai Dang was also very pleased, playfully saying to Bei Li, Uncle must also learn to smile. Wah! You amateur! Bei Li shouted in indignation, but this was indeed his version of a smile. It seemed quite difficult. Puihi, Mai Dang crossed his arms, helpless, while Dia behind him covered her face, chuckling softly. Suddenly, both Mai Dang and Dia looked around simultaneously, and Mai Dang questioned, Where's Milong? Dia gazed at the distant fiery clouds and replied, He has already left. At that moment, Milong was walking through a canyon. Engulfed in confusion. Milong, how can you create the era you wish to see? Bang! Suddenly, Milong stumbled over a stone beneath his feet and fell, lying flat on the ground. He still could not see the path clearly. Subsequently, the sky that had been hanging above began to dim slowly. A few large words gradually appeared on the screen. Reviewing the legendary figures across countless worlds. Top 1. Mi Long. Survive. Survive until the era where even the weak can find happiness. Review of the world. Star Journey World. Review concluded. Upon seeing these words, the talents from various realms finally realized that this review had come to an end. Wait, doesn't the Star Journey world have technology to heal eyes? The technological tree has gone awry. In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, the nameless person is clearly not referring to eyes. Once upon a time, there was the Spirit Sword Mountain world. Wang Lu.it should be talking about how to forge the path to create the world of hope for Mi Long, which he could not see clearly. Once upon a time, there was the Spirit Sword Mountain world. Wang Lu.is that it. What about the story after Mi Long? Did he find his sister? Did his reputation turn around afterward? Has the world where the weak can smile been established or not? Ah, digging pits, you dogs. In the world of Great King Spare My Life, El Xiaoyu. Sigh. Although we do not know whether the original world Mi Long achieved these, now, after viewing these scenes, the life of the second generation Mi Long, aside from one incident of breaking a city, should have no blemishes that I in the world of one below another, Zhang Chulan. Reputation is not easy to come by, but finding his sister could be assisted by the official resources of their world. As for creating a world where the weak can smile, I believe Mi Long will find many like-minded companions to work together in the future, I in the world of one below another. Zhang Chulan. Reputation can also be resolved easily. Wasn't the instigator of this matter a pirate? Mi Long's original intention was to resist. He was merely brainwashed by the pirates that in the end, there were even no casualties. And the first generation Mi Long and the pirates directly cleansed the second generation Mi Long completely. In the world of Seoul Town, Xiaoling moreover, the second generation Mi Long seems to possess a strong charisma. Steadfastly holding on to his beliefs, even when facing darkness, he still maintains his inner kindness. Love it. In the world of Armor Warrior Nawa, Xiao Dai, Star Journey World, Mars, at the Star Alliance base. In the room. Tang Wuda and Dia both turned to look at Mi Long. Mi Long leaned against the wall, head bowed, silent. For a moment, the entire room fell into silence. Ahem, Mi Long, is it all right if I call you that? Tang Wuda paused, then spoke. Yes, just call me Mi Long. That is my only name. Mi Long replied flatly. Knock. 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 Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the door. Report, Commander Tang. A member of the Alliance Guard opened the door and announced. There is a new directive from higher-ups. Ho. Tang Wudu adjusted his glasses and then looked at Mi Long. Mi Long frowned. He did not wish to encounter new troubles, especially in opposition to the entire Star Alliance. Although he was not particularly fearful of this, he still had goals to achieve and could not be left behind. Speak. It should be about my situation, right? Haha. Relax. The upper management has just issued a command. The utopia you wish to establish, the Alliance can provide you with a certain degree of assistance. Whether it be materials or personnel, just ask, and we can provide it for you, Tang Wuda said seriously. Then exaggeratedly leapt back, collapsing onto the sofa. Oh dear, how many years has it been since the Alliance offered such a level of conditions to win someone over? They truly are investing heavily. Tang Wuda joked. Conditions. Mi Long's tone revealed no sadness or joy. He was not blinded by the enormous benefits. Smart man, the condition is for you to become an enforcement officer for the Alliance. For tasks, in addition to fixed rewards, you will also earn a certain degree of points, and those points can be exchanged for anything you desire. Even a B-class planet, the Alliance can procure it for you. As he spoke, Tang Wuda glanced down, unable to suppress his admiration. What a grand gesture. Mi Long did not continue the conversation. Seeing this, Tang Wuda was not in a hurry. After all, the conditions had already been laid out. Whether or not to agree was up to the individual involved, and as an enforcement officer, why should he rush? Meanwhile, Mi Long subtly observed Dia from the impression left during the sky screen. He had a good impression of my Dang, and this person was likely to become a crew member of my Dang in the future. Could he use her to connect with my Dang? Mi Long, a gentle electronic voice suddenly resonated, startling everyone from various realms. Could it be that the video had not yet finished playing? Congratulations on making the list and becoming one of the legendary figures across countless realms. Now, all intelligent beings from the Myriad Worlds will evaluate you, and based on their assessment, rewards will be dispensed to compensate for the disruptions to your future. Wow, there are actually rewards for making the list. I must give it 100 points, even without considering Mi Long's personal beliefs. I just want to see the most incredible prize. 100 points are guaranteed. In the world of one below another. Zhang Chulan. Milong's deeds left the young man in awe, fortuitously gaining a new trump card, and a perfect score was well-deserved. In the world of Do Pat Song Chiong, Xiaoyan. Nice story. But unfortunately, the world is too weak, not even awakening a martial soul. In light of the will, I'll give it 50 points. In the world of Do Luo De Lu, Tang San. Come on, buddy, your martial soul is a martial soul. What even is a martial soul? It's directly the standard for measuring worlds. In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, the nameless person, the will of the strong deserves ample praise. In the world of Super Beast Armed. Ming Wang. You've provided me with some excellent light novel inspiration. Interesting little fellow. In the world of Genshin Impact, Yamiko. Milong is truly handsome, both charming and just full marks. In the world of Soul Town. Xiaoling Milong, you must remain steadfast in your beliefs for the future. In the world of Naruto, Uzumaki. Naruto has experienced 3 days since the last light curtain illuminated. In the realm of Star Journey. Jia and Mirong initially accompanied Tang Wuda to the headquarters of the Interstellar Alliance. According to the latest intelligence, for reasons unknown, the ship King piloted by Meidong and his crew has inexplicably traveled to the moon, where it has remained for 2 days. Unaware of Meidong's current situation, Jia and Mirong, upon Tang Wuda's suggestion, returned to the Interstellar Alliance to ensure their safety. Jia intends to seek out Meidong later, and Mirong shares the same sentiment. What their intentions are in searching for Meidong remains a mystery. It is worth noting that Mirong's reputation has gradually shifted in the cosmos. After all, individuals like the second-generation Mirong, possessing unwavering resolve and formidable strength, easily earn the respect of others. Furthermore, the second-generation Mirong's experiences are truly heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy from many. Most are inclined to honor the modest wish of the second-generation Mirong. After all, the first-generation Mirong has been deceased for many years. Continually dwelling on this fact seems excessive. While a minority still believes Mirong should be condemned, they constitute a small faction. The moniker Kneeling Mirong, which has been a source of ridicule for over a decade, has finally vanished from the universe. However, these events are merely a reflection of the Star Journey world. What has captured the attention of all realms is the evaluation received from 60% of intelligent life across the Myriad Worlds concerning the Star Journey world and Mirong. The comprehensive assessment stands at 87 points. In connection with the Myriad Realms, the Celestial Curtain, after a brief span of 1 day to a prolonged duration of 1 month, has finally shown signs of activity. Mirong of the Star Journey world is to receive the following rewards. Reward 1. Rectification of Mirong's regrets by resurrecting the first-generation Mirong. Reward 2. Healing Mirong's physical deficiencies, restoring vision and alleviating various ailments that hinder physical development. Reward 3. Establishment of a store on the Myriad Realms platform, the scale of which will be determined by subsequent evaluations. Possession of a store on the Myriad Realms platform grants Myriad Realms protection, allowing oneself and close companions or family to be instantly transported within the store, where they will maintain conscious awareness, immune to any conditions and death. Reward 4. Early activation of cross-realm communication services, enabling the discovery of like-minded companions from the Myriad Realms to construct the utopia envisioned in one's heart. Reward 5. Mirong can utilize the bullet screen function to express reasonable requests, with the fulfillment of such requests contingent upon Mirong's final rating. The Celestial Curtain, bearing the voices of the Myriad Realms, momentarily fell into silence. Everyone was taken aback by Mirong's rewards, so much so that they momentarily forgot to speak. Goodness! Resurrection! Exclaimed by Xiaochun from the Everlasting World, the first to voice astonishment at the notion of resurrection. Although numerous worlds possess various means of revival, in most ordinary martial arts, and even many leisurely realms, resurrection is nothing short of a miracle. I wish I could be counted by the Celestial Curtain as well. Mirong brother, Long Gu, Dragon Dad, please share the resurrection secrets, called out Zhang Chulan from the one-person below world. How intriguing, to witness a resurrection transcending physical form across time and space. If only one could see it firsthand. Perhaps the Great Clock could analyze it, mused Kaisa from the Super God Academy world. Resurrection. Living in this false hell is utterly meaningless. Lin, wait for me, declared Uchiha Obito from the Naruto world. In the Naruto world. At the Akatsuki base, the hidden figure of Nagato gazed at the resurrection reward displayed on the Celestial Curtain, lost in thought. It had been a long time since he had contemplated this matter. Yahiko, what we are doing now is for true peace. If only you were here, he reflected. In the Super Beast Armed world, the King of Hell, now able to project his otherworldly energy, sat upon his throne. Exuding a solitary demeanor. He had observed many from other worlds discussing means of resurrection within their realms. Regrettably, what is commonplace in numerous worlds remains an unattainable miracle within his own universe. For the first time, he found himself deeply intrigued by the celestial curtain. Without considering the myriad realms, even the population of a single world likely exceeds billions, if this celestial curtain does not offer ethereal hope. The Myriad Realms platform must expedite the process of revival. The resurrection of the King of Hell is not a true death and rebirth, but rather an escape from confinement within the Xiaoming coffin. In the full-time expert world, Yushi was momentarily taken aback, sighed, and then exited the internet CAF to light a cigarette. Muchio. Within the vast dimensions of the Myriad Worlds, there are countless realms filled with regrets. However, not everyone is fortunate enough to have the opportunity to mend their regrets. Of course, not everyone's attention is solely captivated by the prospect of resurrection. The ability to repair all bodily injuries. My youthful fire shall burn brightly, exclaimed Mike Guy from the Hidden Fire Ninja world. To heal all of Mirong's hidden injuries and shatter the limitations of growth, proclaimed Son Goku from the Dragon Ball world. If one could eliminate all negative factors with their current physical prowess, the heights they could attain would be unimaginable. For instance, if Mirong, as an ordinary individual, could reach speeds and strength surpassing that of the Rower people through cultivation, what if he had been born with his current physical strength? The level he could achieve through training would likely be beyond even his own imagination. The other rewards are equally remarkable, providing a sense of complete reassurance. I in the joy of life world. Fanstian pondered, is the Myriad Realms platform truly capable of crossing dimensions to see Mirong? Wow, how thrilling, exclaimed Manji from the Kueba world. I in the Star Journey world, within the Interstellar Alliance. The void beside Mirong suddenly erupted with countless white light points. These points of light converged, gradually forming a humanoid-like cocoon before Mirong's eyes. As the light points continued to coalesce, the humanoid cocoon became increasingly solid. Ultimately, the cocoon shattered, revealing an individual who bore a striking resemblance to Mirong. No, it would be more accurate to say that Mirong resembled him. Where am I? The person within the light cocoon stepped out in confusion, appearing identical to the first-generation Mirong from his hospital bed. No, he seemed even younger by a few years. He appeared to be roughly the same age as the current Mirong. Mirong rushed forward to examine him, then, in disbelief, exclaimed, "It's incredible, everything is perfect." This scene was simultaneously broadcasted on the celestial curtain, witnessed by all beings across the Myriad Realms, igniting a wave of astonishment. Those who had been pondering the method of resurrection now had their questions answered. The ailing returned to health, the aged regained youth. All injuries vanished, welcoming rebirth in the best possible state, ranking the legendary figures of the Myriad Realms. Top 2. Uchiha Obito. In the world of ninjas, those who do not adhere to rules are deemed worthless. Yet, those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. If this is not the way of the true ninja, then I shall shatter the very concept of ninjas. Ranking world. Naruto. The order is not indicative of priority nor strength. Obito, is this the story of your life? In the Naruto world, Kakashi Hatake reflected, is he a companion of Kakashi-sensei? Yash, anyone capable of such words must be quite interesting. I wish to meet him, exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto. Silence, Naruto, interjected Sasuke Uchiha from the Naruto world. A person who can articulate such thoughts is undoubtedly a reliable companion. In the world of One Piece, there is Luffy. Since ancient times, loyalty and righteousness have often been at odds. Adhering to rules for the greater good is commendable, yet breaking them for the sake of comrades is even more admirable. In the realm of Spirit Realm Street, we find Eugene, guardian spirit. Eugene? You. In this world, Chao Xianliang speaks. My lord, please forgive me that I could see your words and those of the young lord earlier, but alas, my body is but a remnant, and I can no longer venture into danger for the Chao family. Hence I did not wish to disturb you. I in the Spirit Realm Street world. Eugene ponders, ninjas? Are they akin to those from the End of the World series? It seems that ninjas are a prevalent system in that realm. I in the world of Genshin Impact, we encounter Yamiko, ninjas. I recall that we also have ninjas in our land of Wano. I wonder if they are similar to those in the world above the heavens. I in the One Piece world. Robin reflects. I in the world of Naruto. Kakashi gazes at the text on the screen with a complex expression, his eyes filled with nostalgia and sorrow. Memories flood back. Obito and Rin pulled him from the depths of darkness. Those who do not cherish their comrades are worthless, and even the Myriad Realms acknowledge Obito's ideals. Yet, he was unable to save his own teacher, nor could he rescue Rin and Obito. I'm sorry. Obito, as the screen fades to black, The story of Uchiha Obito unfolds before the eyes of the multiverse. Oh no, I absolutely cannot be late today. A boy clad in a deep blue jacket and sporting goggles dashes anxiously down the street towards the Ninja Academy. Nearby, a large banner reading entrance ceremony sways gently in the breeze. Slowly descending at last, he reaches his destination, but stands frozen in the middle of the street that a group of children, all dressed as ninjas, emerges from the academy, laughing and chatting as they pass by him. The boy sighs, his head bowed. Ultimately, he has missed it. At the front of the crowd, a boy with white hair and dead fish-like eyes, wearing a mask, glances at him as he walks by. A few steps later, he turns back and mockingly states, "Late even for the entrance ceremony, huh?" At this, the boy spins around, baring his teeth in a fierce glare at the white-haired boy. "Someone like you has no right to enter the Ninja Academy." It is hopeless. The white-haired boy feigns a helpless shrug as he continues, "No worries." Just as the boy is glaring fiercely at the white-haired boy, a cute girl adorned with purple floral patterns on her face smiles gently and speaks to him. "It's all right." Saying this, she extends a document pouch towards him. Startled, the boy quickly turns to look at the pouch. "I got this for you," the girl says, her face beaming with joy. The boy, taken aback by the girl's smile, feels his cheeks flush with embarrassment as he points to himself in astonishment. "Yes, as long as you submit this paperwork, you can enroll," she assures him. Upon hearing her encouraging words, his expression shifts from disappointment to exhilaration. He clasps his hands together, a mix of bashfulness and excitement. "Thank you for your help. I owe you one." Ugh. A soft scoff interrupts the boy's excitement. The white-haired boy looks at the girl and says nonchalantly, "You're spoiling him. How will he ever correct his habit of being late? Annoying. Do you want to fight?" The boy retorts angrily at the white-haired boy's sarcastic comment. "What did you say?" The white-haired boy replies indifferently. "What do you want to do? Clearly, it's your fault." "Say it again, you idiot Kakashi." Meanwhile, the girl behind them watches their playful bickering with a smile, her expression radiating happiness. It seems the three of them are quite the perfect match. Enjoying a relaxed camaraderie, they must be very good friends. In the world of Absolute Zero, Suzu muses, "What a beautiful school life." In the world of Detective Conan, Sonoko Suzuki observes, "That little boy must be smitten. Such innocent feelings." In the world of God of Love Chocolate, Minata exclaims, "I say, must you crush on everything you see? How bizarre." In the same world, Minata declares, "Fool, I am the God of Love, of course. I can sense human emotional fluctuations." However, judging by the situation, it appears that these three protagonists may be entangled in a love triangle. In the world of Kaguya-sama, love is war, Kaguya, Shinomiya remarks, Obito, and Rin, "How wonderful it is to see you both once more in the celestial tapestry." In the world of Naruto, Kakashi reassures, "Do not be too sorrowful, Kakashi. The fact that it is being broadcasted might suggest that Obito could return." In the world of Naruto, Minato Namikaze adds, "Kakashi just realized." Indeed, the last reward from Myron included revivals, and Obito, having spent his brief life aiding others, should not have a poor score. Perhaps Rin could also return. "No, I must not act hastily." Kakashi suppresses the tumult of emotions within. Though his trembling fingers betray him, despite the obstacles, the boy successfully enrolls. Inside the classroom, students are conversing and resting in their seats when the boy bursts through the back door, hastily making his way to his desk. Breathing heavily as he tries to calm his racing heart, he then turns to glance at the girl seated behind him, who is intently engrossed in her book. Just as he raises his hand to greet her, he notices her placing her book down, turning her gaze elsewhere. Following her line of sight, his eyes land on Kakashi, who is happily chatting with others. Ugh, seeing only half of Kakashi's face, the boy lets out a disappointed sigh. Lowering his head. The Shuriken training ground. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, 5 shurikens are accurately embedded in the center of 5 targets affixed to a distant tree. Perfect score, as the teacher announces Kakashi's score. The girls in the class erupt in cheers, applauding Kakashi's impressive performance. The boy watches the girl clap excitedly, then steps into the training area. Hee. The boy, brandishing a shuriken, grins, "Watch me make the girl cheer for me too." Puff, 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 puff. With confidence, the boy launches his shurikens, only to find them all gone. Where did they go? The scene shifts to the teacher, who is slightly hunched over, using a book to shield his face. Clearly startled by the boy's unorthodox sneak attack. 4 shurikens have perfectly surrounded the teacher. One must say, this technique is impressive. It nearly brought the teacher to ecstasy. As the teacher cautiously opens one eye to assess the situation and sees the boy has halted his throwing, He bellows, "Hey, do you want to kill me? Oh, I'm sorry." The boy's expression stiffens in shock as he hurriedly apologizes to the teacher, not realizing just how far he fell short compared to Kakashi. The girls in class burst into laughter, while the girl watches the boy with concern, worried he may get hurt due to his recklessness. Kakashi stands nearby, arms raised in exasperation. This fool. I in the combat training arena. Begin. At the teacher's command, the boy and Kakashi instantly engage in a fierce struggle. Though both are children, their movements are remarkably agile. Sweeping kicks, left jabs, right palms, they twist and turn, sweat flinging into the air with their speed. The exchange is exhilarating. Boom. Suddenly, Kakashi seizes an opportunity and delivers a powerful punch squarely to the boy's face. The girl watching from the sidelines looks on with concern. Boom. Another heavy kick sends the boy spinning around. Boom. At last, after enduring 2 crushing blows from Kakashi, the boy finds his chance and kicks Kakashi midair, sending him sprawling across the ground, rolling several times. Before Kakashi can rise, the boy charges forward and unleashes a heavy punch, pouring all his strength into it. Boom. Puff. A sudden explosion of smoke erupted, followed by the boy delivering a powerful punch that struck a piece of wood. In an instant, wood chips flew in every direction. The boy gazed at the large hole he had created in the wood, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly attempted to brace himself. Clang! The sharp sound of a blade scraping echoed as Kakashi stood behind the boy, a kunai pressed against his neck. Who could have seen how Kakashi had instantaneously appeared behind Obito? His speed was astonishing. Was this truly the level of a mere child? In a world where one is beneath another, Zhang Chulin.it was a substitution technique, from the very beginning, that had been a piece of wood. In the world of Naruto, Hatake Kakashi. Damn it, compared to them, Xin felt as though he had wasted his years living like a dog. In the world of Super God Academy, Zhao Xin. Ignorant earthlings. How could personal strength compare to the power of a divine body? In the world of Super God Academy, Morgana. Indeed, the speed was remarkable, but still insufficient. I had expected the ninjas of that world to be formidable, mere shuriken and martial arts, humph. Not even 1% of my speed is Sonic. In the world of One Punch Man, Sonic, humph. How dare you boast about mere supersonic speed? I wonder if your little Sonic could evade the wrath of Thunder. In the world of Naruto, 4th Raikage. Oh, thunder. How does it compare to light? In the world of One Piece, Borsalino. Humph. Mere light speed. In our world, the 4th Hokage possesses speed that surpasses light. In the world of Naruto, 4th Raikage. Buddy, do you even know how fast light travels? In the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark. That is enough. With the teacher's words, the battle came to a close. Kakashi pulled the boy up by his hand. The first thing the boy did upon rising was to glance at the girl among the spectators. She looked at him with a worried expression, but the boy could not discern whether her concern was for him or for Kakashi. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, turning his head away from her. He felt disappointed in himself for not achieving victory. In the classroom, the boy eventually succumbed to sleep, his head bobbing as he sat at his desk. Kakashi, noticing this, crumpled a piece of paper and tossed it at the boy's head. Yes, the boy jolted awake, exclaiming in response. The teacher turned to look at him, and the boy, seeing the teacher's gaze, panicked and stood up, his book spinning in his hands as he stammered. That is, the teacher, somewhat helpless, reminded him, "What is it, Obito? I didn't call your name." Ha ha ha. The other students erupted in laughter, treating Obito as a source of amusement. Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, continued to listen to the lesson. Only the girl looked at Obito with concern. Unsure whether she was worried he hadn't rested well or that he might be hurt by the ridicule. Hearing the mocking laughter of his classmates, the girl lowered her head, feeling downcast. Meanwhile, Obito, noticing her demeanor, felt a flush of embarrassment. He then turned away in frustration, resting his head on the desk, shielding his face with his book, his cheeks burning with shame. Oh, it seems Obito has a chance. In the world of full-time expert, Chinkawa, how delightful. How delightful. Hee hee. In the world of Outbreak Company, Morikawa Risa. That is the feeling right now. In the world of Hyuka, or Riki Hitara. No. That girl's gaze is very clear. Devoid of romantic feelings, yet Obito must hold a special significance to her. In the world of Rascal does not dream of bunny girl senpai, Sakuta Izusagawa. Only the strong can possess everything. Being fixated on such matters ultimately leads to failure. In the world of Super Beast Armed Forces, Demon King. Listen, buddy, as you step out, turn right, and after 50 meters, there's a latrine. Just jump in. In the world of Spirit Sword Mountain, Wang Lu. What the hell is this? Did the chain not hold? In the world of Spirit Sword Mountain, Wang Lu. Sometime later, in the activity area, the girl approached Obito, speaking to him. Obito stood up in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. What? Kakashi is taking the graduation exam? Yes. The girl nodded affirmatively. But isn't he the same age as us? Obito still found it hard to believe that I heard he excelled and skipped a grade, the girl said excitedly. He is taking the exam right now. Seeing the girl's expression, Obito clenched his fist in frustration and punched the air. Damn it. Unwilling to accept this, Obito hurried off to check the situation. The girl stood there, momentarily stunned by his actions. Inside the examination room, Kakashi maintained a calm demeanor as he faced the third Hokage and the other examiners. Swiftly raising his hand, he formed seals. Completing 3 in less than a second. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted beside him, revealing a figure identical to Kakashi standing before everyone. The two even mirrored each other's clothing creases and body movements perfectly. Flawless. Our dear Sir Toby Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this. Outside the examination hall, the students, upon hearing the news, excitedly gathered together, abuzz with discussion. Creak. As the door slowly opened, Kakashi stepped out. The sight of the forehead protector atop his head sent the crowd into a frenzy. Oh, that's amazing, the students shouted in excitement. At that moment, Obito and the girl approached. Obito furrowed his brow, fixated on Kakashi's forehead protector. The girl smiled warmly, her face radiating blessings. Your forehead protector, Obito stammered. His sentence abruptly cut off. You passed, right? Congratulations, Rin exclaimed excitedly. Kakashi replied. Obito, feeling discontent, clenched his fist, casting his gaze aside in silence. What? You're not congratulating me. Kakashi looked at Obito with his deadpan eyes. Who would congratulate you? Just wait. I'll catch up to you soon. Remember this. Obito shouted before dashing off. However, as he ran, he gradually lowered his head. Kakashi shrugged in exasperation, recognizing that Obito was at it again. While Rin gazed worriedly at his retreating figure. Softly murmuring, Obito. In the park, Obito sat dejectedly on a bench. At that moment, Rin approached him, a worried expression on her face. Class is about to start. Let us go. Obito remained silent for a while before suddenly speaking. Rin, you said you would watch over me, right? Rin was taken aback by Obito's sudden declaration. I will catch up to that guy and definitely surpass him to become Hokage. As he spoke, Obito clenched his fist. Filled with determination, Rin's face brightened with a smile, reassured that she need not worry about Obito falling into despair. She then gently said, it's all right. I will keep an eye on you. Encouraged by Rin's support. Obito gradually smiled, excitedly raising his fist as he shouted. All right, let us go. In the training ground. Puff, 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 puff. The shuriken pierced the training target with a resounding impact. Not far away, Obito, panting heavily, wore a fatigued expression. The scene shifted. In the woods, Obito once again drained the last vestiges of his strength, sweat cascading down in rhythmic drops, until he finally collapsed, overwhelmed. Amidst the winter snowflakes, Obito swiftly formed hand seals, inhaled deeply, and unleashed all his might in a forceful exhale. A searing line of fire erupted from his mouth. Yet, within mere seconds, the flames dwindled, ultimately vanishing. Obito gasped violently, exhaustion engulfing him like an unrelenting tide, but he could not afford to halt his progress. He must surpass Kakashi. The relentless training continued day after day, until finally, Obito stood in the examination room, gazing solemnly at the third Hokage and the other evaluators. With a determined humph, he rapidly formed hand seals. But unlike Kakashi, he struggled to maintain control over his chakra, his hands oscillating back and forth. At last, with a resounding boom, a competent clone materialized beside him, though it had utterly depleted Obito's energy, leaving him gasping for breath. This was unacceptable. Sitting on the bench, he reflected bitterly and despondently, in a way, I'm definitely going to fail. How can I ever catch up to him? Lost in thought, Obito looked up at the sky. What should I say to Rin? Just then, his teacher approached, startling Obito from his contemplation. Oh, you're here. Why did you wander out of the classroom? Yes, I'm sorry, Obito replied weakly. I had a hard time finding you. Here, the teacher scolded him lightly, retrieving a headband from his pocket and handing it to Obito. Obito stared in astonishment at the headband being offered, his previous despondency transforming into disbelief and elation. Could it be? Gazing at the headband so close at hand, he found it hard to fathom. Congratulations, from today onward, you two are a capable ninja. As he slowly picked up the headband, his pent-up emotions burst forth. And Obito leapt up, exclaiming with joy, that's amazing. However, the hardships of being a genin were just beginning. Indeed, the teacher instructed appropriately, and Obito promptly nodded in agreement. From now on, you will be placed in a three-man team. If only I could master the shadow clone technique as well, then I could gallop freely in the world of romantic comedies. Just as Lu Zichi was lost in thought, Shinmejiya delivered a swift slap that sent him flying, interrupting his daydreaming. Humph, 7 more times, Shinmejiya declared triumphantly, clapping her hands dismissively at Lu Ziqiao, who lay pretending to be lifeless on the ground. If only I could learn this extraordinary shadow clone technique. I wouldn't be caught by the big bad wolf. I in the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, Lazy Goat mused, ninjutsu. Yet it still feels too weak, not even a fraction of my 10 Shadows burial. Indeed, even in comparison to mainstream ninja worlds, I, Sonic the Hedgehog, am the strongest ninja. In the world of One Punch Man, Sonic proclaimed proudly that as for what that fourth Raikage mentioned about surpassing the speed of light. I don't believe a word of it. Anyone can boast. Who wouldn't? Surpassing the speed of light. Why not claim a jutsu that can obliterate a planet? The strongest. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of irritation at Sonic's comments. When did that mutt earn the right to be called the strongest? In the Naruto world, Uchiha Madara retorted sharply at Sonic. And who is this person's descendant? Has the Uchiha clan fallen so low as to produce such mediocrity? In the Hidden Leaf Ninja world, Uchiha Madara questioned, easily discerning from Obito's clan symbol and name that he was indeed a pure-blooded Uchiha. Of course, this was all a fade. Madara was well aware of Obito's existence. Yet appearances had to be maintained, lest his own plans be disrupted. After all, Myriad did not reveal every aspect of his life. According to the words displayed on the screen, they should reflect what Obito said before being crushed beneath the stones, which wouldn't interfere with his plans. Meanwhile, the other Uchiha clan members, noticing their ancestors' rising temper, dared not utter another word, fearful of invoking the wrath of the Shura of the ninja world. The scene continued in the Hokage office building. A strikingly handsome Jonin with golden hair strode through the corridor. Spotting Kakashi standing still, Kakashi, in turn, respectfully inclined his body slightly to express deference before gradually departing. The golden-haired Jonin stared intently at Kakashi's retreating figure, deep in thought. Inside the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, excuse me, you summoned me? The handsome Jonin knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing our esteemed Saratobi Hiruzen. I have a request to make. At this moment, the third Hokage had yet to fully transform into the elderly version of himself. His dark hair and deep voice exuding a formidable presence. The one who just left was Hatake Kakashi, correct? The golden-haired Jonin had already surmised the nature of his assignment and shifted the topic. Yes, the White Fang of Konoha, the legacy of Tsukumo Hatake. What about him? The third Hokage affirmed, then expressed concern. I see. You are aware of my intentions. He rose silently, contemplating. Hatake Kakashi is an exceptional ninja, but his strict adherence to rules often leads to conflicts with his seniors. Regardless of the team he is assigned to, the scene flashed to Kakashi, pointing accusatorily at his teammates without hesitation. While perched atop a tree branch, he lazily ignored their greetings, absorbed in his ninjutsu book. Despite his mastery of ninjutsu, he remained inexperienced in dealings with others. This likely stemmed from the shadow of his father's tragic end, having broken the rules to save a teammate and ultimately taking his own life. To break the rules to save a teammate and then end his own life. An unnamed figure from the world of 100,000 cold jokes exclaimed in shock. And now this old geezer is criticizing Kakashi for being too rule-abiding. What a joke. Let us not speak ill of our elders. Not everyone has a mother, remarked Wang Lu from the world of Lingjian Mountain. All right, so this is how it is, huh? Indeed, we must respect our elders. What did that fellow say again? Hey, watch me take you down with a single shot. Zhang Chuan from the world of One Person Below. Are you referring to me? However, as sea wanderers, we adhere to no such rules. What we uphold is a shared bottom line. Though this old man may be shameless, he is not worth a bullet from my gun, commented Posha from the world of Hawkeye, Star Rail. Is Kakashi's father really dead because of that? Kakashi must bear tremendous pressure, facing all the scrutiny, thought Xiaoling from the world of Jinhuan Street. Humph, it sounds rife with dirt. There must be hidden truths beneath. Mused Angel Cold from the world of Super God Academy. So, you wish for me to take him under my wing. The golden-haired ninja articulated the third Hokage's plan. But Kakashi is still a genin. I know what you want to say, but during this protracted war, we have lost most of our Jonin and Chunin. We must turn a blind eye and send the young to the battlefield. The third Hokage stated as he moved behind the golden-haired ninja, glancing back at him. Understood. The golden-haired ninja ultimately acquiesced, confident in his abilities to safeguard Kakashi. Monkey, is this how I've taught you? In the world of Naruto. Senju Tobarama criticized that To turn a blind eye. Is that something a Hokage should say? In the world of Naruto, Senju Tobarama questioned that on the battlefield, has the war reignited once more? In the realm of the hidden leaf. Senju Hashirama bowed his head in the serene land. Ha ha. Obito remarked, chewing on a lollipop, his face etched with impatience as he hurried down the street. Meanwhile, at the photography studio, the photographer, visibly irked, exclaimed, honestly, how long must I wait? Beside him, the blonde-haired ninja, wearing an apologetic expression, reassured him, I'm sorry, he'll be here shortly. Behind the blonde ninja stood the perpetually stoic Kakashi and Rin, who shared a similar look of contrition. That guy's chronic tardiness is simply inexcusable, Kakashi remarked coldly. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Rin displayed a hint of exasperation but still defended Obito, saying, don't worry, he will arrive soon, Kakashi. Observing Rin's unwavering support for Obito, sighed and closed his eyes, expressing his frustration. Rin, you're being overly optimistic. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached rapidly, and without warning, Obito burst through the door, panting heavily. I'm late, he apologized, scanning the room until his eyes landed on Rin, who finally looked relieved. Too late, Kakashi retorted, gesturing a thumbs down. He then threw up his hands in exasperation, mocking, honestly, you always do this. What? Obito glared fiercely at Kakashi. In an instant, the blonde ninja appeared between them, hastily attempting to mediate. All right, let us not quarrel. Stand still. Everyone. Mr. Yanzu has been waiting for quite a while. The photographer, eager to resume his work, urged, all right, everyone, look at me. Humph. Obito and Kakashi simultaneously turned their heads away, as if in defiance of Mr. Yanzu. The blonde ninja, realizing the trouble they were causing, offered an awkward smile to the photographer before softly instructing the two. Now, let us take the commemorative photo. Look at the camera. His tone had grown considerably firmer. As he spoke, he forcefully turned their heads back. Finally, a fresh group photo was captured. Later, Obito sat at home, meticulously studying the photograph. The blonde ninja smiled indulgently, placing his hands on the heads of the two younger ninjas. Kakashi's once still eyes now appeared even more lifeless, while Obito wore a defiant expression, lollipop in mouth. Under a bright and sunny sky, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin stood on a wooden bridge over a stream. Waiting. Leaning against the railing, Obito complained, what's up with Sensei Minato? He called us here, and yet he's late. I can't believe him, Kakashi scoffed. And you have the nerve to say that? Say it again. Obito's face flushed with anger. Why does Obito blush so easily in front of Kakashi? Could this be true love? Huh. Kakashi responded dismissively. Rin hurriedly intervened. All right, you two, stop arguing. Do you want to fight? Obito retorted angrily, while Kakashi pretended to ignore him. What? Were you mocking me? And what if I was? Just as tensions threatened to escalate, Minato appeared, gracefully landing on the wooden pillar by the bridge. Sorry for the wait. Everyone is here now, he announced, jumping down to join them. The three rushed over, and Obito exclaimed excitedly, Sensei Minato, do we have a new mission? Not today, Minato replied, pulling out 3 applications for the Chunin exam from behind him. What's this? Obito inquired, puzzled. Applications that I've recommended you 3 for the Chunin exam, Minato explained, distributing the forms. Obito's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed into Minato's embrace, exclaiming, I love you, Sensei. Oh, don't be too hasty. Minato replied affectionately, then turned to explain to the trio, to become a Chunin, you must pass the exam. Upon hearing the word exam, Obito's enthusiasm waned, his expression turning blank. The exam consists of 3 parts, each with significant difficulty. Obito's excitement diminished halfway upon hearing this. Is that so? Rin gazed at Obito gently, while Kakashi unabashedly mocked, you can't even arrive on time for a meeting. You'll probably fail. What did you say? Obito blushed again. Enough already, you two, Rin said, exasperated. That said, I made this recommendation based on my assessment of your capabilities during our missions together, Minato continued. However, participation in the Chunin exam is not mandatory. The choice is entirely yours. Hey, Obito exclaimed, grinning widely as he declared, of course, I'll participate. Although this daily routine felt pleasant, there was an underlying sense of monotony. The barrage of comments in the sky had diminished significantly. In the realm of Soul Street, Xia Ling mused, life isn't always a thrilling narrative filled with climaxes and foreshadowing. Often, it is quite mundane. In Lingjian Shan, Wang Lu noted. Only those who endure calamity and hardship can truly appreciate the beauty of Obito's present moments. In linkage, Rand Bing added, watch a romantic series. I find Obito's foolishness quite endearing, and he suits Rin well. However, Kakashi and Rin also appear to be a good match. Obito and Kakashi, heh. In the world of Kaido Kid, Mori Ran lamented, gazing sadly at her last message exchanged with Shinichi. I'll be back soon. But what does soon truly mean? Mori Kagoro sighed, glancing at his daughter's sorrowful expression while taking a sip of beer. That rascal. Outside the agency, Conan clenched his fists, remaining silent. The scene shifted to Obito, who wore a comically distraught expression as he stared at a pristine paper titled Chunin Selection Exam Part 1, while other candidates fervently scribbled their answers. Obito helplessly cradled his head, despairing. No way. I thought the Chunin exam would involve ninjutsu and taijutsu. Who knew it would be this dreaded written test? Meanwhile, Kakashi rose leisurely from his seat and exited the examination room, prompting the proctor to regard him with disbelief. You finished already? Yes, Kakashi replied flatly, his tone almost mocking the exam's difficulty, as if adding 1 + 1 posed no challenge at all. Seeing Kakashi's calm demeanor as he exited the room with such confidence made Obito's face flush with irritation. Gritting his teeth, he silently fumed. Damn you, Kakashi. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloped him, akin to plummeting into an endless abyss. It's over for me. With a thud, as Obito forcibly attempted to embellish his own narrative. He felt an unexpected contact at his feet that he instinctively looked down, only to find a crumpled piece of paper rolling to his side. Instantly alert, he scanned his surroundings before cautiously picking it up. Unfolding the note with trepidation, he was astonished to discover the answers to the examination written within. 1. Meridian system. 3. The amalgamation of physical and mental energy to refine chakra. 6. Bloodline elimination. And other details to follow. To his surprise, the note bore a signature at the bottom. I am watching you, Rin. Obito was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on Rin, who was diligently scribbling away at the front of the examination room. Of course, she needed to write 2 sets of answers. Could she not be a tad quicker? Rin. A knowing smile spread across Obito's face as he hurriedly began to copy the answers. I will always be watching you. Did that also include moments like this? In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, a nameless author mused, who understands the struggles of family. Even while risking exposure to write an answer, I must sign my name to let him know I am watching. Is this not true love? In the world of the Princess of Disaster, a voice chimed in. This truly felt like a love story, but still, I find myself fond of my elder brother's peculiarities in the world of he. My master brother has a pit in his head, the fusion of physical and mental energy to refine chakra. Obito pondered. I must give it a try. If our world can succeed, the Demon Slayer Corps could significantly reduce casualties. In the world of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Tanjiro Kamado contemplated. Oh, young man, do you seek the true method of chakra cultivation? Orochimaru's voice echoed from the realm of Naruto. The breath of everyone in the ninja world collectively hitched at Orochimaru's words. Fortunately, he did not divulge the cultivation methods, which allowed the entire ninja realm to breathe a sigh of relief. Would you be willing to teach me? Tanjiro Kamado inquired. Humph, of course that I am also interested in researching whether individuals from different worlds can utilize the same cultivation techniques. Orochimaru replied. But not now. Young man, I shall seek you out later if a suitable person with the ability for cross-dimensional communication arises. Orochimaru was no fool. If he were to brazenly announce their world's cultivation methods in a public forum, he would undoubtedly be hunted down by the entire ninja realm. After all, exposing cultivation methods could lead to others developing specialized countermeasures. Who knows if there will ever be channels for interaction between the Myriad Worlds? Not to mention, in the rewards previously granted by the Celestial Curtain, the term multiverse platform holds considerable significance. In the corridor, Obito and Rin raced to check the list of successful candidates. The teacher responsible for announcing the results had just posted the list, and a throng of students was already gathering. Excited shrieks erupted from the crowd, heightening the atmosphere. Upon arriving at the back of the crowd, Obito and Rin began anxiously searching for their names. Moments later, their expression shifted from worry to elation as they spotted Nohara Rin inscribed in one corner of the list. You passed, Obito shouted, his excitement surpassing even Rin's own as he beheld her success. Rin clapped her hands together in delight, exclaiming, That's wonderful. With a gaze full of blessings directed at Rin, Obito felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. As he continued to scan the list, however, his expression shifted dramatically. marred by a look of distaste, as he noticed Hatake Kakashi also listed among the successful candidates. Kakashi, having approached from behind unbeknownst to them, smugly remarked. Of course, Obito's expression soured further at Kakashi's self-satisfied demeanor. It's merely a written examination. Just wait. Soon, my name will appear. He resumed his search for his own name, but his expression grew increasingly strained. As he surveyed the entire list, he was dismayed to find Uchiha Obito nowhere in sight by the time he reached the end. The words "end of list" shattered his hopes entirely, rendering him despondent. Not passed, Obito mumbled, dejected. Suddenly, Rin noticed something and urgently nudged the despondent Obito, pointing to a section of the list. Upon hearing her words, Obito's previously hopeless demeanor began to solidify with renewed focus. At the very bottom of the list, he beheld the words, "The following are alternate successful candidates, Uchiha Obito." Instantly, a smile returned to his lips, and he leapt into the air, shouting, "This is fantastic! An alternate success, truly worthy of Obito," Kakashi mocked from the side, clearly having noted it long before. Hearing this, Obito's cheeks flushed crimson. "What did you say?" "All right, you two, stop quarreling," Rin interjected, initiating her nth attempt at peacekeeping. There was no time for celebration now. Not far off, a teacher clad in gray interrupted the discussions, announcing, "Successful candidates, please proceed to the designated classroom. The briefing for the second examination will commence shortly." Inside the classroom, all those who had passed the assessments sat upright, attentively listening to the teacher's explanations regarding the upcoming examination. The second examination would take place in 3 days, focusing on practical skills. You must employ all the physical techniques and ninjutsu you have learned to secure your qualification. All right, victory is assured. Obito chuckled to himself, confident that his prior training was no mere facade. However, this examination would be a team-based battle by class. "Ah, not an individual contest?" Obito exclaimed in surprise, then turned to Kakashi with a smirk. "Kakashi, make sure you don't drag us down." That remark, "I return in kind," Kakashi coolly retorted, his usually lazy demeanor replaced with genuine seriousness. "Nani?" Obito exclaimed, feeling a surge of indignation. "Humph," Kakashi snorted, choosing not to elaborate further. "Can you two not bicker for a moment?" Rin scolded, blocking Obito from rising once more. She was visibly irritated. Obito, glancing at Rin's slightly annoyed face, felt his cheeks warm and obediently sat back down. "Above all, remember not to be late," Kakashi reminded them. "Humph, I know." The banner for the second-class team battle of the Chunin exams hung above the iron net. A gust of wind swept through the arena, and as the dust settled, 2 classes comprising 6 ninjas stood ready, warily eyeing one another, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. As both sides began their mutual assessment. Suddenly, all 6 individuals surged forth towards their respective opponents in a near-simultaneous rush. A fierce battle erupted instantly. In the observation room, the third Hokage and other Jonin monitored the performance of each participant via live feed. Unexpectedly, the third Hokage turned to Minato beside him and inquired, "Hatake Kakashi is also participating in this exam, correct?" Minato confidently replied, "Indeed, he is in the next group. I am quite eager to see how it unfolds." "What are you looking forward to?" the third Hokage mused. The scene shifted. At that moment, Obito was still en route, his agile figure swiftly traversing the streets. Suddenly, he paused, his expression shifting as he noticed something. In the distance, an elderly woman, burdened with an enormous bundle, trudged along wearily. After a moment's hesitation, Obito's expression firmed with resolve. "I promised Kakashi that I would not be late. I cannot allow him to mock me again." Meanwhile, at the testing grounds, the time had reached 2:55 p.m. The teacher overseeing the examination regarded the 2 remaining students in their class and reminded them, "Minato's class, you have 5 minutes until your turn." "Are you ready?" Lin hastily explained, though there was a hint of reluctance in her expression. "Indeed, he should be arriving shortly." The teacher furrowed his brow, questioning, "Are you not even aware of your companion's situation?" He then warned, "If you miss the examination time, you will immediately lose your qualification." Kakashi, feeling a bit irritated, waved his hand dismissively and retorted, "See, what did I tell you? It's precisely because you always indulge him that he has yet to rectify his chronic tardiness." Lin wore a bitter expression as she sought to soothe Kakashi's frustration, defending Obito. "It's all right. He must have encountered an urgent matter that caused his delay." Yet, as she spoke, even Lin began to lose confidence. Offering a sheepish smile, "He should be able to make it in time." "Humph, that's uncertain," Kakashi scoffed, choosing to say no more. "Obito, you are always cutting it close. In the world of Do Pitsong Cheong. Xiaoyin, was Kakashi-sensei always like this? He himself is often late," Naruto Uzumaki questioned, bewildered. Indeed, not only does he love to be late, but he also constantly finds excuses, claiming he encountered an old lady or some such nonsense. Sakura Haruno added, exasperated. Kakashi, Linyahara said, glancing at the barrage of comments with a pang of concern. She understood that Kakashi deeply missed Obito. However, it had been many years since then. Had Kakashi carried this burden alone all these years? It must have been incredibly difficult for him. The deaths of herself and Obito must have struck him hard. She hoped that Minato-sensei could soon help Kakashi emerge from the shadows of his past. When Lin first realized this issue, she began to consciously reduce her comments on the screen. She did not wish to stir up too many memories for Kakashi. Those who live must look forward boldly. So what is our resolute, punctual Obito doing now? At Konoha Hospital, Obito not only brought his baggage but even waited for an old lady to arrive together. Kakashi. So, does that mean the old lady is more important than me? The old lady wished to express her gratitude to Obito. He quickly waved his hand, indicating no need for formality. Here, have some candy. In the end, the old lady could only offer him a single piece of candy. Outside the examination venue, the teacher noted that the clock had struck 3. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the examination time has begun. Damn it, it's all because of him, Kakashi said begrudgingly. He must. Lin instinctively began to argue, but the words stuck in her throat. Everyone had put in so much effort. It had not been easy to arrive at this point, and Obito truly. Just then, a sudden shout echoed from afar. I'm late. Obito, with candy still in his mouth, hurriedly ran from a distance. Kakashi. So, am I still less important than a piece of candy? See. I told you Obito would come, Lin exclaimed excitedly. Hurry up, or we'll lose our qualification. Kakashi, furious, pointed at the running Obito and shouted, You're going to make me angry. He was genuinely worried. Time had already passed. And strictly speaking, Obito still needed to reach the preparation area. The teacher still had the authority to revoke their qualification. Obito, biting down on his candy, realized he had nearly faltered this time and chose not to say much. Meanwhile, Minato, far away on the observation deck, sighed in resignation. This child. Inside the examination venue, the second-class combat competition was about to commence. The first round of preliminary matches. The teacher was reciting the rules. While Obito glanced over at Lin, intending to perform well. Begin. With the teacher's command, the opposing 3 swiftly formed their formation. A green-clad, watermelon-headed ninja charged towards Obito and his companions. Just as Kakashi and Lin readied themselves, Obito suddenly dashed in front of them, already forming hand seals. Both Kakashi and Lin were taken aback. This was not how things were supposed to go. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Obito inhaled deeply, but halfway through, the candy lodged itself in his throat. He froze in place, as if struck by lightning. The watermelon-headed ninja seized the opportunity, delivering a swift kick to Obito's face. Ha! The kick sent Obito flying several meters, rendering him unable to continue the fight. He transformed from a state of shock to one of utter defeat. Obito's fixation on Lin's character at times became unbearable. Indeed, the essence of teamwork lies in cooperation. Constantly acting alone will inevitably lead to problems. A voice from the world of super-intelligent football observed. Oh, children, let's be understanding. I reckon Obito is still under 10 years old, though he is indeed quite mature for his age. Remarked Xiaoling from Jinhuan Street. A child. Humph. As a ninja, one must cast aside personal feelings during missions. Those swayed by love are bound to perish early on the battlefield, retorted Shimura Danzo from the Hidden Fire Ninja world. Elder Danzo, please retract your earlier statement. Obito is my sincere friend and a hero of Konoha. It is rather inappropriate to denigrate a hero of war in such a manner, Kakashi Hitaki said. His gaze icy as he looked towards the distant sky. He had nothing left to lose, and thus did not mind fighting once more for his friend's dignity. Kakashi, how dare you speak to me like that? Danzo shouted furiously, ready to order the route to capture Kakashi. Yet, a statement from the screen instantly calmed him. Kakashi speaks the truth. Danzo, have you fed the will of fire of Konoha to the dogs over the years? Apologize to Kakashi immediately, said Senju Tobarama from the Hidden Fire Ninja world. Teacher, I apologize to Kakashi. It was my indiscretion earlier, Danzo conceded. Damn it. Crash. Danzo, in a fit of rage, smashed a cup in Root's headquarters. A Root ninja cautiously approached and inquired, Lord Danzo, shall we proceed to capture Kakashi? Danzo shot him a glare and replied, Capture? Who knows who it is I'm capturing now? The Root ninja, silenced by Danzo's outburst, remained quiet. After a moment, Danzo calmed down and said quietly, No rush. We have plenty of time to scheme later. At that moment, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared at the entrance of Root. Lord Danzo, The third Hokage has sent a message. The teacher has already spoken. It was indeed your indiscretion. Do not lay a hand on Kakashi. This matter ends here. After delivering the message, the Umbu ninja vanished, knowing that others would relay his words to Lord Danzo. Sure enough. Shortly thereafter, the sound of another cup smashing echoed through the root headquarters. Damn it. Swish, swish, swish. Several shurikens embedded themselves into a distant stump, dozens of them now protruding from the wood. By the lakeside. Obito unleashed a fire-style fireball jutsu. A massive fireball, measuring several meters in diameter, erupted from his mouth, scorching the flowing river below in a spectacular display. In the forest, Obito hung upside down from a tree branch, keenly sensing the flow of chakra within him. Late at night, Obito still did not rest, immersed in his intense training, drawing forth more chakra from within. Finally, the time arrived for the next round of examinations, the third Chunin exam, individual battles, in the arena. Obito faced off against the watermelon-headed ninja who had kicked him away last time. Let us settle the score for last time. With a face full of hostility, Dato glared at his opponent, provocatively gesturing with his hand from a thumbs up to a thumbs down. Meanwhile, the watermelon-headed figure across from him looked on, perplexed. Last time? What? Could it be that you don't remember? Dato, thoroughly agitated, exclaimed towards his adversary. Who are you? I don't recall having wronged you in any way. Kisame. Yes, I agree with you completely. The watermelon-headed individual adopted a righteous demeanor, as if Dato were the one being unreasonable. How dare he look down on me? Dato gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept this. Come on, Dato. At that moment, Rin dashed to the spectator's stand, waving her arms and cheering for him. Upon hearing her, Dato turned to see Rin's gentle and adorable smile, which brought a warm expression to his face. All right, just watch, begin. The teacher's voice rang out at an inopportune moment, and the small red flag swiftly waved between the two. Dato had yet to react when the watermelon-headed opponent delivered a powerful kick, sending Dato flying, even knocking off his goggles. The victor is Might Guy. What on earth is he doing? Kakashi mused, exasperated. Rin looked at Dato with concern, seemingly worried about his injuries. Soon after, our Dato-kun, with his left eye bandaged, stared blankly at the scene in the arena below, somewhat dazed. Below, the recent victor, Might Guy, was engaged in a duel with Kakashi. Both were masters of physical combat, exchanging blows in a lively manner. Bang! However, it appeared that Kakashi held the upper hand, landing a powerful aerial kick on Might Guy early in the match, swiftly capitalizing on his opponent's unsteady footing. Kakashi, let you hit my little Dato, and I shall retaliate with my punches. Dato watched the battle below with boredom, glancing sideways at Rin, whose cheeks were flushed with excitement. Go for it. Come on, Kakashi, Rin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as they followed Kakashi's agile form. Dato silently observed Rin's exuberance, feeling as if he were disconnected from the world. Rin's gaze was so tender. Smack. With Kakashi's decisive chop landing on Might Guy, the match concluded. The contest ended, and the victor was Kakashi Hitaki. The teacher's small flag was raised, signifying the end of the competition. Kakashi, rubbing his wrist, remained vigilant as he regarded Might Guy, who was truly a formidable opponent. Rin leapt up in the spectator's stand, clapping her hands and cheering. That was amazing. Dato stood silently beside her, his expression devoid of emotion. Alas, brother, my condolences. I in the world of Super God Academy, Gushialuan. Those three little ones are simply too adorable. Their entanglement causing confusion all around. I in the world of Genshin Impact. Ye Shinsi, previously, I felt that Rin liked Dato, but now I sense that Rin has feelings for Kakashi. Who does she truly favor? In the world of Honkai, Star Rail, Xing looked troubled. I genuinely hope Rin has feelings for Dato. It's clear to anyone with eyes that he likes her. If they could both feel the same, how wonderful that would be. I in the world of Fox Spirit Matchmaker, Ching Tong. No, regardless of who she chooses. It is her personal will, untainted by expectations. Rin's feelings towards Dato are more likely those of a caring companion. I in the world of How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend, Katamegumi. Yes, in the world of Hyoka. Oriki Hitaru expressed his helplessness, wondering why Katanda always made him read the comments and point out who was more reasonable. It was such a waste of energy. The scene shifted. Kakashi appeared before everyone, wearing a proud expression, with a Chunin vest in his left hand and a Chunin certificate in his right. Kakashi passed the Chunin exam with flying colors. He truly is remarkable. Rin joyfully congratulated Kakashi, eager to share her happiness with others, turning to Dato and saying, "Isn't that right, Dato?" Humph. Dato shot a defiant glance at Kakashi, scoffed softly, and then sauntered away. Rin watched in surprise as Dato walked off. Pondering why he wouldn't feel happy at such a moment. As dusk fell, Dato lay on a bench by the street, gazing at the sky, his mind vacantly wandering, releasing a heavy sigh. Suddenly, Rin's face appeared beside him. There you are. Dato was startled and sat up abruptly, leaning against the bench until he recognized her. You scared me. It's just Rin. After saying that, he seemed to recall something and turned his head aside. Rin gently comforted him. It's only natural for Kakashi to pass the exam. Dato, all right. You certainly know how to soothe someone. Then, with a feigned nonchalance, Rin cheerfully added, but we can definitely pass too. Let's work hard for next year's exam together. Looking at Rin's warm smile, Dato mustered a bit of spirit but still spoke in a tone of melancholy. But looking at Kakashi, I just can't seem to get motivated. What are you saying? Rin interrupted Dato, slowly sitting beside him. Dato stared blankly at her actions, unsure of what she was up to. Rin turned to him, her voice calm and encouraging. Aren't you aiming to become Hokage? Dato froze, captivated by Rin's encouraging gaze. That I will keep a close watch on you. Dato's cheeks flushed rapidly, and under the setting sun, the innocent flutter in his eyes became intense, regaining his former spirited smile. He replied with determination, just watch. On a nearby bench, Nawahara Rin smiled as she bandaged Dato's facial injury. Dato cheerfully remarked, Rin saved me, which means she has saved the entire world. Rin gazed at Dato with curiosity. Dato continued, somewhat shyly, because you see, I'm going to become Hokage and put an end to this war. For that, I must live well in this world. Noticing Rin's unwavering gaze upon him, Dato felt his face heat up and slightly turned his head. Continuing, and to be honest, Dato, why are you getting all bashful? Dato shyly pressed on, if you weren't here watching over me. He hesitated. Dato turned to face Rin, seeing her face inching closer, her eyes wide and serious, making his features appear larger in his view, prompting him to leap up from the bench in fright. His cheeks flushed, he stammered, who told you to come so close? You scared me. Aren't you supposed to be watching over me? Rin smiled at Dato, letting out a few soft laughs. Dato gazed at her in a daze before resolutely stating, yes, I said it, just watch. He then turned around, pointing his thumb at the Uchiha clan symbol behind him as he proclaimed, I will bear the Uchiha crest and become Hokage. With that, Dato raised his hand, pointing towards the enormous Hokage monument carved into the distant cliff. Wanting to end the war? What an ambitious aspiration. In the world of Super God Academy, Takeo, brave hero, go and realize your dreams. In the world of Chinibu Demo Koi Ga Shirtai, Takanashi Rika. No. Do you all have some sort of major issue? The focus should be here. In the world of Ling Jinshan, Wang Lu. What a chaotic world it must be to thrust a child who appears to be under 10 into the midst of war. Are the leaders of their world filled with nonsense? Once upon a time, there existed a world known as Lingjin Mountain, where Wang Lu resided. This world was predominantly characterized by a relentless pursuit of profit, perpetuating tragedies amidst a tide of hatred. Only through a collective understanding of suffering could true peace be achieved. In the realm of Naruto, there was Nagato Uzumaki. Well, my friend, although I am unaware of your experiences, the path to peace is certainly not paved with the anguish of all. In the realm of Chao Shouwu Zhuang, there was Huo Lin Fei. Carving the faces of all the Hokages onto a massive rock is truly a magnificent sight. What a marvelous idea. Lin exudes such gentleness. I too yearn for a companion like Lin. Let us get closer. In the world of Honkai Academy 3, there was Kiana. Are you hoping for a teammate? I would feel embarrassed to expose you. Just remember to inform me once you find them. In the world of Defong de Gungren, there was Su Qianum. In the world of Honkai Academy 3, there was Raiden Mei. Oh no, I have been spotted. In the world of Honkai Academy 3, there was Kiana. In the world of Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto jumped with excitement at home upon witnessing Uchiha Obito's declaration. It was as though he had found a long-lost confidant. He shouted fervently at the screen before him, my dream is to become Hokage too. Obito, let us strive together. Gazing at Uchiha Obito on the screen, Naruto felt an inexplicable warmth. I am unsure which scene this is from, as I could not pinpoint the timing, so I placed it here. As for the other missing details, I truly cannot find which episode features Obito first showing Rin his face. I couldn't locate it online. I apologize, very loudly. There are also smaller scenes, such as Kakashi starting to play with Obito and Rin, Kakashi and Obito engaging in hide-and-seek, and Kakashi acknowledging Obito, followed by Obito comforting Kakashi after the death of Kakashi's teacher, and other minor interactions that suggest Kakashi struggles with his teammates. If I were to write all of these, it would feel somewhat tedious and rather mundane. Whoosh, 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 shurikens pierced through the wooden posts. It was the tireless figure of Obito diligently training. Day after day, regardless of wind or rain, heat or cold, Obito's silhouette could always be found lingering at various training grounds, because Rin was watching him. He did not wish to disappoint her. The following year, during the season of cherry blossoms, Kakashi and Rin waited outside the Ninja Academy for news of Obito's success. Kakashi's gaze was calm, unlike Rin, who was filled with concern. Creak, the large gate slowly opened, and Obito emerged, looking disheartened. He walked slowly towards the two, head bowed and silent. The atmosphere seemed to have already conveyed the answer to them. Obito, Rin called out softly, her voice cautious. Even Kakashi refrained from mocking him, for indeed, over the past year, Obito had truly impressed him. Yet at that moment, a smirk appeared at the corner of Obito's mouth. No more pretending. He revealed his hand, exclaiming excitedly as he tossed the Chunin vest and certification into the air. I passed. I am now a Chunin. Congratulations. Rin offered her heartfelt wishes. Humph, Kakashi scoffed lightly. You really know how to put on an act. Kakashi, you made everyone so worried. You should take responsibility. QQ. Immediately, Rin excitedly ran to Obito's side, clasping her hands together and leaning towards her mouth. Obito was taken aback, unsure of her intention, until Rin gestured for him to lean closer. With a blush on her face, Rin whispered to Obito, let us meet under the cherry blossom tree in the park later. Hearing this, Obito's excitement was palpable, and he could not suppress the grin spreading across his face. Son. Oh, Obito, your smile is back. Under the cherry blossom tree in the park, Obito was mustering his courage, holding a bouquet of vibrant roses. Today, he was determined to confess his feelings to Rin. Oh, could it be that Rin prepared a surprise for Obito to celebrate his passing of the Chunin exam? How fortunate Obito was. In the world of Doppatsongcheong, there was Yao Lao. No running away now. The two will meet beneath the cherry blossom tree. Rin must have a gift for Obito. Ah, the innocent and tender feelings of youth. So pure, how delightful, in the world of love god chocolate. There was Metada. Hey, Obito is quite astute. He knows how to seize the opportunity for a confession. Not bad at all, far better than some others that I in the world of Outlaw Princess. There was Ming Ming Belliot Debuluk. And have you noticed? Obito is not late this time. This is the first time since the beginning of the outdoor screening that he has been tardy. Obito truly cares for Rin. In the world of full-time expert, there was Chingua. Yoshi, Obito-san, the cherry blossoms in your hometown have bloomed. In the world of Iranjisia, there was Zhang Chulan. Suddenly, Obito hurriedly hid the flowers behind his back. He saw Rin running towards him from a distance, her hands clasped together, apologetically saying, I'm sorry for being late. It's all right. Obito quickly waved his hand, a blush creeping across his face, just as he was about to seek out his brother's son. He heard Rin continue, everyone. Obito was momentarily taken aback. Everyone. To his astonishment, several of his classmates appeared on either side of Rin. Confused, Obito looked at his classmates and then inquired of Rin, what is happening? Why is everyone here? With a smile and a persistent blush on her face, Rin explained, I gathered everyone to discuss how we should celebrate. Celebrate what? Obito asked, still puzzled. At that moment, Rin pulled out a stack of papers from her backpack, distributing them to her classmates while explaining, Isn't Kakashi about to become a Jonin? I thought we could give him some gifts as his peers. As she spoke, Rin handed Obito a piece of paper. The paper prominently displayed the words, Celebration Plan for Kakashi as Promotion to Jonin Confidential Mission. Kakashi is becoming a Jonin. Obito repeated in disbelief, realizing he had just caught up to him, only to find that Kakashi had already ascended to greater heights. Oh, Obito, you didn't know? Rin looked at him in surprise, her face lighting up with joy. We, as his peers, feel proud as well. So that's how it is. Ha. Obito forced a smile. Behind him, the bouquet of roses fell to the ground. The vibrant petals cascading from their stems, drifting through the air, brilliant yet melancholic. Meanwhile, Rin was animatedly discussing with a female ninja, what do you think would make Kakashi happy as a gift? Let me think. The female ninja pondered before responding, given his personality, something practical would be best. Hee, Obito chuckled awkwardly. The other classmates enthusiastically debated in small groups, while Obito stood alone, isolated in the shadows beneath the cherry blossom tree. Out of place. It was painful, so painfully heart-wrenching. I can hardly fathom how deeply Obito must have felt at that moment. In the world of Jinhanjia, there was Xiaoling. It is evident that aside from Rin and Kakashi, Obito had no genuine relationships with anyone else. One could say he was utterly alone. In the world of Lingjin Mountain, there was Wang Lu. But wait, what about the ninjas hearing? How could no one notice such a large bouquet falling to the ground? In the world of Fox Spirit Matchmaker, there was Baiwichu. Rin might not have noticed, but surely others should have, yet no one seemed inclined to meddle. I in the world of this brave man is too cautious. There was long Gong Yuan said. I have discerned a troubling pattern. Over the years, aside from training, the only individuals Obito could truly converse with were Rin and Kakashi, and perhaps his teacher Minato. He must feel rather lonely. I in the world of Home with Kids, Lu Xing, when viewed from this perspective, it indeed appears to be so. Obito's emotions, save for the moments spent in the presence of Rin and Kakashi, seem perpetually suppressed, even during fleeting moments of shared joy. In the realm of Detective Conan, we have Hybrid AI. Observing the continuously scrolling comments, Rin's spirits began to wane. At that moment, it seemed she had truly overlooked Obito's feelings. In the training grounds, Minato gazed sternly at his students and declared in a grave tone, "What follows is practical combat training." He cautioned the trio not to let their guard down, warning them that negligence during training could prove fatal. "Do you understand?" "Yes." The three nodded in unison, and immediately they set off running in a single direction. Bang! Minato, having anticipated their movement, swiftly activated a preset flying thunder god trap. Without mercy, he severed the thin wire with the kunai in his hand. Triggering the mechanism, boom, the ground behind the trio erupted in an instant. Had their speed been any slower, the consequences would have been dire. Sand, the three halted abruptly, forming a triangular defensive stance with their backs to one another. Exposing one's back to the enemy is the most perilous of positions. In the shadows, Minato continued to use kunai to sever the wires, activating further traps. In a split second, countless shuriken rained down upon the trio. Kakashi and Obito reacted instantly, each shielding Rin on their respective sides. The rapid sounds of kunai clashing echoed as they deftly deflected the onslaught of shuriken. After the metallic clang subsided, the three remained vigilant. Forming a defensive formation, Kakashi gripped his kunai tightly and scathed, while Obito suddenly noticed a sharp pain in the back of his left hand, a consequence of the shuriken storm. A shuriken had embedded itself deeply into his hand, blood trickling down along his joints. Obito glanced at his injured hand, cold sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, Rin perceived something was amiss with Obito and turned to him, upon realizing her gaze. Obito panicked, hastily concealing the pain in his hand. He feigned nonchalance, saying, "Oh, it's nothing, just a minor issue." Yet, the cold sweat born of agony told a different tale. Rin, with a serious expression, approached Obito. His earlier actions had aggravated his wound, causing him to flinch. "Show me your hand," she commanded somewhat forcefully. Obito, wishing to assert that he was no less capable than Kakashi, protested, "It's fine. Really, it's just a scratch," although his hand trembled around the kunai. He persisted in his bravado. "It's just a little scrape. A lick will suffice." Rin, undeterred by his excuses, firmly interrupted, "Stop talking. Let me see it." Faced with Rin's fury, Obito lacked the courage to argue further and slowly revealed his arm from behind his back. Minato chose not to activate further traps but observed the trio's actions from atop a tree. Subsequently, with a grave demeanor, Rin began to bandage Obito's wound. "I was careless. Some sand got in my eyes." He attempted to lighten the mood, but it was a blatant failure. Rin fixed her gaze upon him. At a loss for words, Obito forced a laugh. "Haha, if a man doesn't have a few scars, he loses value. This is just a chance to add some character." As he spoke, Rin suddenly tightened the bandage, causing him to gasp in pain. "That hurts." Faced with Rin's unprecedented solemnity, Obito felt somewhat at a loss. Just when he was unsure of how to proceed, Rin finally spoke. "Stop pretending. I've been watching you closely." Observing Obito's flustered expression, Rin softened her tone, continuing, "You promised me you would become Hokage. Listen closely. I genuinely wish to prevent this war. To save the world. Thus, I've resolved to stay by your side and watch over you." Looking into Rin's earnest face, Obito fell silent. "Did you not say that saving you equates to saving the world?" Obito's mouth parted slightly. He hadn't anticipated that Rin would remember their conversation from years ago. A swell of emotion washed over him, his eyes shimmering, tears welling at the corners as his facade of strength crumbled. Yes, no longer feigning strength, his expression showed a hint of vulnerability. Rin gently continued, "With me watching over you, it means you cannot hide anything from me." Yes. Obito struggled to suppress his tears. "Hang in there." "Obito." Rin encouraged him with a playful fist. "I want to see you become Hokage and embody the hero who saves the world. We made a pact. As she spoke, Rin smiled and took Obito's hand, leading him back. "Let us go." She resembled an older sister, first shattering Obito's facade and then gently offering encouragement. In the world of Genshin Impact, Nahida. I finally understand Obito, who wouldn't he be deeply moved? In the world of Monster List, Fengshi? You're moved. In the world of Monster List, Sujioer? Wait for me. I'm on my way. In the world of Monster List, Sujioer? Yet, the more I reflect on this, the more my heart aches, recalling how Abito's bouquet fell to the ground. In the world of Cupid's chocolate, Medata, forget it. Matters of the heart cannot be forced, and judging by what the people of their world say. This must have happened many years ago. In the world of Spirit Realm, Xiaoling, even if the entire world were to know Abito, to recognize this kind and lovely child, it is a pity that his affections are destined to remain unreciprocated. I hope this time the heavens grant Abito revival, sparing the world from another heartbroken soul. In the world of Spirit Realm, Xiaoling, oh dear. In the dense woods, a live figure darted nimbly among the treetops. If this continues, he will be killed. Our dear Abito wore a look of urgency as he pressed forward. Killed? Is it really that thrilling? In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, anonymous. Oh my, running back and forth in the trees. It's like Tarzan. In the world of Love Apartment, Lu Ziqiao, could it be that Abito is being pursued? Is this where he sacrifices himself? In the world of Armored Warriors, Kuan Zhong. Is it too late? Abito's face contorted in anguish. Bang! Suddenly, vines ensnared Abito's foot, the interference from his rapid movement causing him to lose balance. Crash! With a loud cry, he fell heavily to the ground. He hastily looked up, only to find Kakashi standing before him. While Rin still bore a faint smile as if justifying Abito. Minato-sensei sat resting on a stone. With everyone present, Abito finally let out a sigh of relief, just in time. Hearing Abito's words, Kakashi retorted coldly, "No, you are late, Abito." Kakashi then bent down to interrogate, "What time do you think we were supposed to gather? You scared me. I thought something thrilling was about to happen, and I nearly shut my eyes." In the world of Spirit Realm, Xiaoling, no, you were actually peeking, weren't you? In the world of Spirit Realm, Chao Yambing. Abito's chronic tardiness was indeed consistent. Was this some peculiar trope akin to always getting caught empty-handed? In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, anonymous. Is there really such a trope as always being caught empty-handed by 100 people? In the world of Great King Spare My Life, Lu Xiaoyu. Li, a certain individual, was not particularly keen on the world of countless cold jokes. Li Jing. Kakashi furrowed his brow and continued to reprimand coldly, as a capable ninja, one must abide by the rules. Abito slowly rose to explain, "No, I encountered an elderly lady who asked me for directions along the way." Kakashi, without any mercy, interrupted Abito, "All right, that sounds like a fabrication. At that moment, Minato turned to Kakashi and gently said, "Don't say such things, Kakashi. He did guide the old lady, didn't he, Abito?" Abito, while administering eye drops, replied, "I helped her with her luggage." Kakashi turned to Minato, exclaiming helplessly, "Sensei, you are far too naive. Moreover, it's not as if there will always be people in need of assistance before Abito." We can see that Kakashi is still maintaining a high level of intensity. Kakashi continued to sternly admonish, "Those who break the rules will be deemed scum among ninjas, correct?" Minato felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his face upon hearing Kakashi's unwavering stance. Chuckling awkwardly and refraining from further comments. "Don't you harbor any feelings of compassion within?" Abito remarked while rubbing his eyes, expressing his frustration at Kakashi's incessant talk of rules. What matters is self-control. Rin, witnessing the brewing argument between the two, raised her hand in a futile attempt to mediate. "You two, cease your quarrel. We are on the same team." Rin spoiled Abito too much. Kakashi looked at Rin with resignation. Yet his tone finally softened. "Today is significant for me as well." "Yes, indeed," Rin responded with an awkward smile. Meanwhile, Abito displayed a clear, puzzled expression. "What was that about?" Minato began to elucidate. "Today, Kakashi has been promoted to Jonin. Just like me. Therefore, for the sake of task efficiency, I have separated from Kakashi's team. As the group walked forward, Minato explained the current circumstances. In any case, Konoha is experiencing an unprecedented shortage of combat power. A shortage of combat power? Tobarama Senju, from the Pure Land, expressed his astonishment. The Senju and Uchiha clans, formidable warriors since the Warring States period, had been further bolstered by the addition of the Sarutobi. Shimura, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, and even the Hyuga clans. How could this lead to an unprecedented shortage of combat power? And what of the Nine Tails? The more Tobarama pondered, the angrier he became, directly demanding Sarutobi Hiruzen provide answers regarding classified intelligence on the public screen. Of course, Tobarama did not go too far. His inquiries were limited to information from the Third Shinobi War. After all, 13 years had passed, and discussing such matters would not pose any significant issues. The Third Shinobi War ended around 50 years after Konoha's founding, with the Chunin exams occurring in Konoha 63 years later. Tobirama caught Sarutobi off guard, causing the old Hokage to sweat nervously. While Sarutobi mumbled evasively, he secretly felt relieved that his teacher was inquiring about the current situation, knowing that he had nearly eradicated both the Uchiha and Senju clans, which could have provoked a furious retribution. Returning to the main topic, Obito, although already suspecting the answer, could not help but ask, "So, does that mean Kakashi is the captain, and the three of us, Obito, Rin, and I, form a team?" "That's right," Minato confirmed, "and I will be on my own." Rin turned back to Obito, puzzled. "Didn't we discuss this before? Obito, you were supposed to give Kakashi a gift." Upon hearing Rin's statement, Obito turned his head away, unwilling to delve into the topic. "Sorry, I didn't catch that." Meanwhile, Kakashi glanced back at them just in time. Minato, seeing this, promptly produced a specially crafted kunai. "I'm giving you this. It's a customized kunai. Unlike regular kunai, this one featured 2 extending blades at both ends, resembling 3 claws, though the middle claw was comparatively longer. It might be a bit heavy and tricky to handle at first, but once you get used to it, it works wonderfully." With that, Minato spun the kunai and tossed it to Kakashi. "Thanks," Kakashi replied as he caught the kunai. Rin rummaged through her bag, retrieving an exquisite small pouch from her larger bag. "This is for you," she said, presenting a personal medical kit. "I've improved it significantly." "It is very practical." "Thank you," Kakashi said, accepting the medical kit. Subsequently, Kakashi extended his hand toward Obito, gazing at him silently. Obito froze for 2 seconds, then quickly reacted. What does that hand gesture mean? Under the watchful eyes of Minato and Rin, Obito continued, "I have nothing to give you. Forget it. It doesn't matter," Kakashi replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. "Doesn't it bother you that you reached out so quickly? In any case, it's not something of value." Kakashi directly switched to a mocking tone. "Useless items are merely burdens." His words dripped with sarcasm, causing Obito's brow to furrow deeply, pointing accusingly at Kakashi. "And you wonder why you became a Jonin? It is truly baffling." Kakashi coldly responded, prompting Obito's irritation to flare. He pointed at Kakashi once more, defiantly stating, "I am Obito Uchiha. One day, I will surpass you. Could someone explain what the Sharingan is?" "In the world of Jinhuan Street," Xiaoling asked. "Well then, allow me to explain." Tobirama Senju interjected. "In the world of Naruto, the Sharingan, also known as the eye that reflects the mind, is one of the 3 great dojutsu in the ninja world. Possessed by the Uchiha clan is their bloodline limit. In the Naruto world," Tobirama continued, "when an Uchiha loses a significant loved one or suffers from personal despair, a special chakra surges in their mind, affecting their optic nerves. In the Naruto world," Tobirama elaborated, "this causes the eyes to undergo a peculiar transformation, thus becoming the eye that reflects the soul, the Sharingan." Hey, is it truly fine to disclose such information so easily? Shouldn't this be quite significant? In the world of Detective Conan, Zero remarked. "It's all right. After several wars, this has become more of an open secret," replied Tobirama. "In the Naruto world, especially considering that the despised Uchiha clan has been exterminated." In the Naruto world, Owanoki added, "What? My entire Uchiha clan has been wiped out? Humph. They brought it upon themselves. In the Naruto world," Madara Uchiha retorted, "Monkey, you better explain what you've been up to all these years." In the Naruto world, Tobirama remarked, "It truly is a perilous world. In the world of the king's avatar," Yishio added, "the Uchiha clan was composed of elites." Kakashi and Obito faced off, mercilessly continuing their mockery. "Even without relying on that, you should still be formidable." "What?" Obito, infuriated, stepped forward, ready to challenge Kakashi. Rin hurriedly interposed herself between the two. "Seriously, you two, stop this. We should probably discuss the mission now." Minato interjected appropriately. "We are nearing the national border." This statement successfully captured the attention of 3 individuals. Upon reaching the borders of the nation, it signified that they might soon encounter unforeseen peril. Watergate spoke as he found a stone to spread out the map, and the 3 youngsters immediately gathered around. "Look closely, it is this line," he said, tracing a precise route on the map to facilitate their contemplation. "Currently, we are at the forefront of the land of Earth, which is invading the village hidden in the grass. Naturally, the enemy consists of the ninjas from the village hidden in the rocks. At this point, Watergate cast a serious glance at the front lines of the enemy, where intelligence indicated that there were already thousands of ninjas. Obito gazed at the map's location, unable to suppress a sigh of dismay. This is a considerable advance compared to before, Kakashi subsequently analyzed. However, the land of fire and the village hidden in the grass share a border. By the time they arrive, it may be too late, Rin also realized. Given that we are able to witness such a military movement, it indicates that the rear support is quite ample. Rin's expression turned solemn, acknowledging that the enemy was far more formidable than anticipated. Therefore, our mission is, Watergate pointed to a specific location on the map. Here, at the Kanabi Bridge. To shatter the enemy at the forefront, we will require a substantial number of ninjas. He accentuated the significance of the Kanabi Bridge by tapping it with his finger. Thus, we, as the hindrance to their forces, can only deploy a select few elite ninjas for this mission. A select few elites. 3 13-year-olds facing the battlefield, 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin. What an elite squad. A bridge. You say, Kakashi pondered before continuing. So, it is an infiltration mission. Indeed, Watergate affirmed with a nod, his demeanor serious. Kakashi's team. Your task is to infiltrate the enemy's rear and sabotage this bridge used for transporting supplies. Disrupt their supply lines and leave immediately. Understood. Point 3. Observing that Watergate had no further instructions, Obito could not help but inquire. What about the teacher? I will directly engage the enemy at the front lines. Serving as your diversion, Watergate explained, then turned to Kakashi. In any case, Kakashi, you will be the captain today. I will accompany you to the borders, after which we shall split up. Let the mission begin. Upon saying this, Watergate placed his hand in the center of the group, and the 3 youngsters stacked their hands atop his, rallying each other with encouragement. Understood. Point 4. Surely not, Arthur. To assign the task of severing the enemy's supply lines to 3 teenagers and a captain? Beneath 1. The world of Zhang Chulan. This mode of operation indeed requires a limited number of personnel. Yet, in terms of combat prowess, Rin's capabilities have yet to be demonstrated, and Obito, like Rin, is merely a Chunin. Even if he surpasses Rin slightly, having only Kakashi and Watergate as Jonin makes this combat configuration rather insufficient. In the world of Yuan Long, Wang Xing, let us not forget that Watergate must also engage on the front lines. The task of dismantling the supply point falls solely on these 3 novices. Given Obito and Kakashi's usual dynamic, they could easily knock some sense into each other. In the realm of Lingjin Mountain, Wang Lu. I truly wonder how many lives this reckless approach will cost. In the world of Little Soldier's Legend, Tang Long. In the world of Naruto, within the belly of the Shinigami, observing the barrage of responsibilities, Little Sun felt a twinge of melancholy. He was acutely aware that such a combat strategy was overly perilous. However, at that moment, the village simply could not muster more personnel. Upon his arrival, only 4 guards remained. While the enemy boasted a full 50 elite Jonin, if he had delayed by a few more minutes, the defense would have undoubtedly collapsed. If he were to escort Obito and Rin to sabotage the bridge, there would be no time left. After breaching the defenses, the village hidden in the earth would plunge deep into the land of fire, with unimaginable consequences. As a ninja, one must protect their nation and village. Obito, Rin, I apologize. Watergate sighed deeply, filled with melancholy. The scene shifted. Within a vast forest of towering trees, a group led by Kakashi was advancing. Following Kakashi were Obito and Rin, with Watergate bringing up the rear. Suddenly, Kakashi halted, as if sensing something, and slightly crouched down, prompting Obito and Rin to instantly become alert. Watergate, however, bore a smile, internally commending, well done. Kakashi. It was evident that Watergate had detected the enemy first, yet he held a high regard for Kakashi's reconnaissance skills and vigilance. Here they come. Let me witness the true strength of this world. In the realm of Genshin Impact, Tartaglia exclaimed, feeling invigorated, as the prior childish antics of training had rendered him somewhat fatigued. This was not to imply that Obito's training was lax, but rather that there was an absence of palpable strength during the exercises. What a formidable foe to be discovered, the hidden rock ninja thought as he observed Kakashi and the others stop in their tracks. Suddenly, the rock ninja's pupils constricted as he fixated intently on Watergate, the last member of the team. That is highly improbable. Almost instantaneously, cold sweat began to beat on the rock ninja's forehead. Nevertheless, his formidable ninja discipline compelled him to suppress his tumultuous emotions. For now, let us assess the situation. At this moment, the group had concealed themselves behind a severed tree trunk. Watergate crouched down, placing his hand on the ground to sense .1 individual. He mused. Everyone, be cautious. There are 20 enemies. You have me laughing. You confirm there's 1 person, then turn around to claim there are 20. Pure psychological pressure. I assent it. In the world of full-time expert, Wei Chun. Well done, Watergate, with those thick brows and innocent eyes. I never expected you to be so cunning. In the world of one beneath, Zhang Chulan. This must be to test Kakashi. as it is his first time leading a team. If he falters, he can be corrected in time to minimize potential issues after they split. In the world of Soul Street, Bailuo Sherman, that seems plausible. Judging by the enemy ninjas' reactions, Watergate's reputation must be substantial, as they merely glanced from a distance and appeared flustered. In the realm of Hawkeye, Star Rail. Fu Xian, may I ask, what level does Watergate hold in your world? In the world of Qing Yunyan, Fan Xian. Huh. In the world of Naruto, Rock Ninja and in the world of Qing Yunyan. Fan Xian felt a bit embarrassed, worried that he might have inadvertently asked something inappropriate. At that time, Watergate was a Jonin, yet on the battlefield, he had instantaneously eliminated 50 elite Jonin. In the world of Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wow. In the world of the son-in-law, Ning Yi, simultaneously, he earned the title of Yellow Flash on the battlefield, with a saying circulating at the time. If you see the yellow flash, you may abandon your current mission and flee. No repercussions will follow. In the world of Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Astonishing. In the world of the son-in-law, Ning Yi. After the name Yellow Flash gained prominence, Watergate became known as the fastest man in the ninja world. In the world of Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wow. Esteemed one, please accept my knee. Could you take me as your disciple, or perhaps teach me a few techniques? In the world of the son-in-law, Ning Yi. Huh. What do you need martial arts for? Gung Hu Yuan, hurry and bring your esteemed son-in-law back. Where could he have wandered off to in broad daylight? In the world of the son-in-law, Sutana, Sarutobi Hiruzen's original intent was to urge Senju Tobarama, his teacher, to stop fixating on him, as he had also nurtured many outstanding descendants. The incessant use of various codes for communication was exhausting him both mentally and physically, despite many matters remaining unknown to his teacher. The ones already uncovered had led to a relentless barrage of scolding. He needed to quickly present something favorable to quell his teacher's ire. The result was that Senju Tobarama's next question plunged Sarutobi into despair. Which clan does this Watergate belong to, and what is his current position? A monkey. Senju Tobarama remarked. It's over. In a moment of despair, Sarutobi Asuma lamented his own foolishness, realizing that he could no longer conceal certain information. As for deceiving the likes of Senju Tobarama, perhaps Danzo would have dared to do so. However, Sarutobi Asuma himself lacked the courage for such deceit. It was perhaps akin to the shadow clone technique. Ah, isn't the shadow clone technique a forbidden jutsu of Konoha? Minato spoke in a grave tone. It seems I was not mistaken, Kakashi remarked, his gaze sharp with eagerness for action, issuing orders. Sensei, I'm going to charge out. Please provide cover for me. Hold on, Kakashi, Minato frowned, realizing that Kakashi was unaware of the number of opponents they faced. Rushing in recklessly would surely be akin to courting death. Reluctantly, he advised. Perhaps it would be wiser for you to remain as support. At that moment, however, Kakashi had already completed the hand seals, gathering chakra in his hands as he declared, Sensei, I'm the captain today. I want to test out a newly developed jutsu. What? Is this the mark of a genius? Developing one's own jutsu directly? In the world of Dupo Tsangxiang, Xiaoyan felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as his fire fusion technique had yet to be successfully developed, the difficulty surpassing his wildest imagination. As the words fell, a sharp crack of thunder erupted. The opposing Iwanin immediately sensed the disturbance, becoming alert. Here it comes. Kakashi gripped his wrist with his left hand, the chakra fully gathered. Chidori, he bellowed, as countless currents of electricity surged forth, intertwining and producing a cacophony akin to the cries of myriad birds. Nearby, Obito and Rin stared in astonishment at Kakashi, awed by the jutsu's power. What is this jutsu? Such formidable chakra, they exclaimed in unison. Even Minato's eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Go. Just as Kakashi prepared to charge forward, Minato suddenly raised his hand to block him, having sensed something amiss with the jutsu. Yet Kakashi remained resolute, asserting, even if there are many enemies, this jutsu can take them down in an instant. Just as you said, Sensei, the captain is me now. The squad must follow the captain. That's the rule, right, Sensei? Rules? In the world of SH and MFS. Yang Jin observed. Minato gazed into Kakashi's unwavering eyes and ultimately retracted his hand with a sigh. Boom. In the next instant, a colossal tree was violently torn apart, a massive gash nearly cleaving it in two. The force of the chakra surge instinctively caused Obito and Rin to shield their faces. Unable to open their eyes, Kakashi's figure shot forth like a bullet, moving with such speed that it resembled a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stirred up a cloud of dust. The Iwanin certainly noticed the commotion. As they prepared for the incoming Kakashi, they did not anticipate his direct approach. However, with the yellow flash not having acted yet, They felt a sense of relief. As the words left their lips, the Iwanin charged out from the shadow of the colossal tree, confronting Kakashi head-on. They hurled shuriken and kunai at him. Meanwhile, similar figures atop several treetops executed the same maneuver. Yet Kakashi continued to surge forward, each step sending clouds of dust billowing into the air, the surrounding scenery rapidly retreating, inducing a sense of motion sickness. Whoa, I'm about to vomit. In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, an unnamed individual exclaimed. The height of movement from the first-person perspective was simply too swift for the untrained eye to follow. Whoa, whoa, whoa. In the world of Irenjisia, Zhang Chulan noted. Of course, not everyone was incapable of seeing the speed. After all, the little white snake was no slouch. However, with the grand ceremony approaching, he had to put on a show. Humph, such turbulence, yet another low-level world. Not even a fraction of my ghostly shadow skills. In the world of Doluadalu, Tang San remarked. It was reminiscent of the overwhelming sensation of a dragon in a state of fury. In the world of Zingyuji, Godong observed. Hey, there are no evasive maneuvers at all. Is he really that reckless? Charging straight in. In the world of Quan Ji Gao Shou, Huang Xiaotian noted, rather than lacking evasive actions. It seemed more like the brain could not keep up. This jutsu had its flaws. In the world of Chao Shncun, Zhao Xian exclaimed, Whoa, I'm about to be hit. Swish, bang, bang, bang. Several shuriken flew toward Kakashi. But just as they were about to strike, they were all knocked down. Following the trajectory of the shuriken, one could see Minato preparing to intervene. TCH, the Iwanin, panicking, glanced toward Minato in the distance, realizing he had indeed intervened. Meanwhile, Kakashi was closing in on the enemy's position. The shuriken helped me confirm their locations. Go, Kakashi shouted, charging forward with Chidori engulfed in dust. Crash, the mushroom-shaped treetop was instantly breached. Upon seeing this, Minato launched another shuriken with pinpoint accuracy. The Iwanin, who had initially intended to defend, was forced to interrupt their action to evade. In an instant, Kakashi, who had just been on the ground, was now right before them. So fast, there was no time to react. As Kakashi's Chidori pierced through the enemy's body, boom, a cloud of smoke erupted. Damn it, a shadow clone, Kakashi thought, preparing to pursue the next target. Meanwhile, Obito and Rin were gradually moving toward Kakashi to provide support. Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted from the ground before Obito. He froze in place. Unable to react, the Iwanin seized the opportunity, lunging forward with their kunai aimed directly at Obito's vital points. Boom, he was fast. But Minato was faster, showcasing what true speed meant. In one moment, he was nowhere to be seen, and in the next, he appeared beside Obito, swiftly dispatching the enemy shadow clone. The yellow flash indeed lived up to its name. Don't let your guard down. Faced with Minato's timely rescue, Obito did not have time to conceal his panic. Tears even glimmered in the corners of his eyes. He could only respond mechanically. Yes. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, several clouds of smoke had already risen within mere seconds. 18th target, Kakashi coldly counted, the smoke in the forest being the remnants of the enemy's shadow clones that had been obliterated. He then continued to rush toward the next location. Don't get too cocky, brat, the Iwanin shouted, cold sweat trickling down his face, not to mention the yellow flash. Even the strength of this young boy exceeded his expectations. Minato instantly shifted his focus back to Kakashi. Spotting the enemy just within reach, Kakashi raised his hand, ruthlessly aiming to strike the enemy with his Chidori. Although the Iwanin could not clearly see Kakashi's movements, the memory of all 18 shadow clones being destroyed made them acutely aware of Kakashi's rapid, linear assault. Drawing upon his extensive experience, the Iwanin desperately swung his blade forward at the last moment. Based on the trajectory of the strike, Kakashi's attack would likely sever him in two before it could even land. Just as the moment of truth approached, a pair of hands suddenly appeared, deflecting the sharp blade. Minato, who had just been beside Obito a second ago, astonishingly found himself between Kakashi and the Iwanin. One hand grasped Kakashi's body, narrowly avoiding the Iwanin's blade, while the other hand pressed against the Iwanin's ankle, a mysterious rune crawling up like a parasite. Clang, despite Minato's incredible speed. Kakashi's arm still sustained a cut. The two sides then retreated, concluding the first round of their confrontation. Kakashi, the Watergate returned Kakashi to Obito and Rin's side, and upon seeing Kakashi injured, Rin gasped in shock and hurried over. Meanwhile, the Rock Ninja was panting heavily, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of the yellow flash. Just in time, did they manage to counterattack in cooperation with that little brat, the blonde's movements reminiscent of Minato's. made the rock ninja realize that his previous strike had indeed landed, albeit at the cost of his own life. Minato, meanwhile, slowly loosened the straps of his backpack, coldly contemplating. The seal was complete. Though several meters apart, it felt as if Minato could hear the enemy's breathing. Suddenly, he released the strap of his backpack, in the fleeting moment before it hit the ground. He vanished. The hidden rock ninja was taken aback, but it was too late. A kunai pressed against his neck, and Minato's chilling gaze bore down on him from behind. Boom! Only then did the backpack Minato had dropped crash to the ground. Rin silently marveled at her teacher's incredible body flicker technique. Realizing she hadn't even noticed when Minato had disappeared, the rock ninja, however, felt the gravity of the situation most acutely. As the kunai was pressed firmly against his throat, there was no denying its seriousness. Could it be? You were the yellow flash of Konoha. His pupils trembled in fear. What had once been mere speculation now solidified into dread as he recalled the orders from their superior back in Iwagakure, if encountered. Flee immediately. Now, he finally understood the meaning behind those words. Clang! The sound of the kunai striking echoed through the forest. This skirmish concluded with Kakashi sustaining only minor injuries. Such terrifying speed. Such overwhelming battlefield dominance. In the world of Soul Land, Chao Yambing thought, indeed, such speed is fascinating. I find myself intrigued by the ninjas of that world. However, as Sonic from the One Punch Man universe, I must assert that I am the strongest ninja. The outcome of this encounter, Kakashi eliminated 18 shadow clones, nearly perishing alongside the enemy. In the 10,000 Cold Jokes universe, an unnamed observer noted, Obito, who did not even budge, was frightened to tears by a mere shadow clone. Rin, however, saw no significant contribution. Ultimately, it was Minato who saved Kakashi's life, spared Obito, and in an instant, detected all enemies, perceiving the shadow clones and dispatching foes within a fraction of a second. The question arises, what role did the others play besides Minato? Despite everything, everyone has a first time. It is normal to be nervous and underperform. From the battle through the heavens universe, Xiao Ishian remarked. Yet, it is not acceptable. War is no game. If I were in charge, Minato could have swiftly resolved the conflict, blown up the bridge, and rushed to the battlefield, utilizing his unparalleled speed and lethal prowess. Carrying Kakashi and the others would only burden himself. From the Super God Academy universe, Takeo mused, Fine, Minato. I'm just a pure fool. After all, Kakashi and his companions are still young but possess formidable strength. They cannot forever remain sheltered. Only through continuous battle can they uncover their shortcomings and seek improvement. From the Genshin Impact universe, Tartaglia stated, I feel Kakashi's strength is quite commendable. He swiftly dispatched 18 shadow clones. The rock ninja likely only struck by chance due to experience. If he were unfamiliar with Kakashi's ninjutsu, he would have suffered a significant defeat in their first encounter. On the other side, Rin was treating Kakashi, her hands emanating a gentle green light. Kakashi grimaced in pain from his wound. Observing this, Minato adjusted the plan. Kakashi's injury was significant. It would be best to retreat and set up camp. Kakashi, hearing Minato's words, quickly shook his head in denial. I'm fine, he insisted, but the motion aggravated his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. What do you mean fine? You disobeyed your teacher and recklessly ended up like this, Obito retorted vehemently. Seeing Obito's accusatory expression caused Kakashi's eyes to harden as he responded coldly. I don't want to hear it from you. You were sobbing just now. Aren't you an Uchiha elite? Kakashi's words left Obito speechless, stammering as he searched for an excuse. That was just sand getting in my eyes. And I teared up. That's all. Kakashi dismissed Obito's flimsy excuse and directly questioned, do you know the 25th rule of a ninja? It states that ninjas must not let others see their tears. As their argument escalated, Rin dashed out once more to mediate. You too, stop it already. She had been placing her hand over Kakashi's wound, which was now visibly improving, prompting her to ponder whether chakra could heal from a distance without needing disinfection. That is medical ninjutsu, capable of swiftly addressing wounds and facilitating healing. However, in this case, it is likely an emergency treatment, with standard care to follow, said Shizen from the Naruto universe. How convenient. I hope to learn chakra someday. Linny remarked from the Questioning Heart universe. Hee, Orochimaru from the Naruto universe chuckled. Even Minato frowned and sternly admonished, you two ought to know when to stop. The group was taken aback, witnessing Minato's rare display of anger. But they soon heard him continue, Kakashi, rules and regulations are indeed vital, but they are not everything. As I have said, sometimes one must adapt to the circumstances. Hearing this, Kakashi lowered his head, realizing that his actions had indeed stalled the team's progress. You see, Obito taunted Kakashi, completely oblivious to Minato's gaze directed at him. Obito, you too. With goggles on, How could sand possibly get in your eyes? If we speak of self-control, it should not only be verbal. One must also cultivate mental strength. Obito ceased his protests, acknowledging that his previous performance had been inadequate. And one more thing, Minato turned to Kakashi, his tone softening. Do not use that ninjutsu again. Minato began to mentally retrace the entire process of Kakashi's ninjutsu, shattering the giant tree. Executing rapid high-frequency dashes, breaking through the treetops, eliminating shadow clones, and ultimately facing the enemy's blade without time to evade. It became clear that concentrating on a single point could indeed enhance destructive power and speed. However, moving too swiftly hindered one's ability to perceive the opponent's counterattack. The technique was still incomplete. Kakashi stared blankly at Minato, astonished that his teacher would outright forbid him from using his ninjutsu. Before we part ways, let me reiterate, the most crucial aspect of being a ninja is teamwork. Hearing Minato's teachings, the trio bowed their heads lower. They had shown little teamwork earlier. Indeed, individual strength is insignificant against a well-organized armed group. As noted in the Zero Absolute Universe, 11. That may be true, but look at Minato. He could likely resolve an entire battle group in an instant, mused Ling from the Zero Absolute Universe, sighing. Zhang Chuan from the One Under Heaven Universe lamented. How lonely it is to be invincible. Plus, he's quite handsome. Minato not only possesses immense strength but is also gentle in nature. Yet when needed, he is unwaveringly resolute and incredibly reliable, swooping in to rescue people from peril. I adore him. With such a teacher, I feel an overwhelming sense of security, exclaimed Xiaoling from the Soul Land Universe. Humph. In the world of Naruto, under the shadow of night, Uchiha Obito ascended from behind a stone where Minato was keeping watch. Sensei, he uttered quietly. Minato turned to observe Obito, who silently settled beside him. This was the intimate setting of the late-night confessions. In the realm of Qian Yunyan, Fan Xian, after a moment of silence. Obito slowly articulated, I understand the significance of teamwork. However, as he shifted his tone, Obito finally revealed his innermost thoughts. Kakashi has always regarded me as a fool. A bitter smile crept onto his face. I was born into the elite Uchiha clan, yet I find myself at the bottom. He acknowledged Kakashi's prowess, and sensing Obito's expression, Minato gazed into the distance, gradually unfolding Kakashi's lesser-known side. Kakashi is the son of the formidable Konoha White Fang. Hatake Tsukumo, a genius ninja whose reputation instilled fear. In the presence of his father, even the legendary Sannin paled in comparison. His childhood was spent alongside such brilliance. So it is only natural that you might feel inadequate in comparison. Obito was taken aback, realizing that Konoha White Fang was indeed Kakashi's father. White Fang, he murmured, continuing to probe. I have heard tales of a hero who perished in the line of duty to protect the village. Kakashi never mentioned it. Although Obito had encountered Hatake Tsukumo in his youth, he was unaware of the man's true identity as Konoha White Fang. Perplexed, Obito pondered why having such a father would not be a source of pride. Minato glanced at Obito, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes, and continued, he never spoke of it to anyone in the village. Indeed, he is a remarkable figure whom Kakashi deeply respects. Obito stared blankly at Minato, sensing that there was more beneath the surface, and then, Minato shifted the conversation, until that fateful incident. Here we go again, he thought. Recognizing the familiar narrative of the protagonist group experiencing discord due to personality clashes. In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, an unnamed figure became aware of the unfortunate fate of a certain individual and sought reconciliation. Ultimately, it might require the sacrifice of one among them, leading to the protagonist group's explosive unity, overcoming their final foe. Thereafter, their bonds grew unbreakable. Goodness, my friend, you are quite perceptive, remarked a character from the world of my master is a superstar, Dongfang Qianyan. TSK, such a glitch. Echoed the unnamed figure from 10,000 cold jokes. That incident, Obito mused, momentarily stunned as he began to recall significant events in the village. Before he could pinpoint the relevant details, Minato unveiled the truth. Perhaps I should not speak of this, but as Kakashi's companion, you ought to know. Gazing at Minato's serious demeanor, an ominous premonition swelled within Obito. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo, had been wronged, leading to his tragic demise. Observing Obito's confusion, Minato felt compelled to elaborate. 5 years ago, there was a covert mission during which he, as the captain, infiltrated enemy territory, faced with two choices, to continue the mission or to save his comrades. He chose the latter amidst a blazing inferno. Of course, abandoning the mission was against village protocol. Yet, driven by the desire to save a life, he interrupted the operation. In a moment of determination, he turned away from the flames to assist those in need. However, this decision resulted in catastrophic losses. When that figure returned to the village, he was met with scorn and derision from his peers. The crowd, filled with outrage, hurled insults and accusations at him, in a tragic twist. Even those he had saved turned against him, pointing fingers with eyes full of hate. Thus, the deteriorating mental state of Tsukumo led him to, boom, a thunderclap resonated, illuminating the somber scene within the room. Hatake Tsukumo, curled tightly on the ground, had long since lost his vitality. Meanwhile, the young Kakashi stood frozen beside his father's lifeless form, engulfed in despair and silence. Since that moment, Kakashi ceased to mention his father. Clinging stubbornly to rules and regulations, Minato's gaze fell slightly, reflecting his own melancholy. As for Obito, he was overwhelmed, having never known of Kakashi's harrowing past. During that time, he sought Kakashi's company, but was met with mocking jibes, prompting him to withdraw in frustration. Perhaps he should have reached out more earnestly than. At that moment, Minato turned his head slightly towards Obito. Just a little understanding would suffice. Obito recalled Kakashi's sleeping posture earlier. While he had deemed it somewhat aloof, he now recognized it as an expression of profound solitude, indifference, and deep-seated loneliness. Kakashi bore no malice. Listening to Minato's words, Obito found himself lost in contemplation, reflecting on the myriad moments shared with Kakashi. Although previously analyzed by those above, his heart ached for Kakashi all the same. In the world of Soul Land, Xiaoling lamented, he must have felt so lonely, so hopeless at that time. I wish I could embrace him, to offer solace to his wounded heart. While I appreciate your sentiments, please refrain from such declarations. I am no longer a child. It feels rather awkward. Kakashi responded from the world of Naruto. Kakashi, come be my son. I shall not allow anyone to deride your father again. On my ship, you shall feel at home, proclaimed Edward Newgate from the world of One Piece. Kakashi interjected, there's really no need. Monkey, exclaimed Tobirama Senju from the world of Naruto. Sensei, this is truly not my fault. By the time I learned of it, the situation had spiraled beyond control, stammered Saratobi Hiruzen, trembling. Nonsense. You are Hokage. How could anything occur in the village without the Umbu's knowledge? Do you think I am a fool? Tobirama retorted. Looking at it this way, Konoha is indeed peculiar. A ninja more formidable than the legends, yet they were driven to suicide due to public backlash? The higher-ups must have lost their wits to commit such a foolish act, mused Wang Lu from the world of Lingjian Mountain. Exactly. Even if losses were incurred, using this as leverage to manipulate a top-tier powerhouse is absurd. The profits generated by a living elite would be astronomical. Acquiring Yaoshinjai would be a breeze, exclaimed by Uechu from the world of Fox Spirit Matchmaker. His eyes sparkling with excitement. Tobirama's fury was compounded by the comments from above. How could a shadow-level ninja, or at the very least, a sub-shadow-level fighter, perish in such a manner? No wonder there was an unprecedented shortage of combat strength. Monkey. Sensei, I just remembered. It was Danzo who concealed the truth from me. I was responsible for battlefield planning. It was Danzo who caused the civilian unrest. So, questioned Shimura Danzo from the world of Naruto. Thus, love may indeed wither away as the dawn broke, with azure skies, fluffy clouds, and warm sunlight bathing the earth, infusing the world with vitality. Much improved, Rin remarked as she tended to Kakashi's bandages on the grass. But do not overexert yourself. The wounds may reopen. Very well. After Minato had tidied up, he looked at Lin, who had finished bandaging Kakashi's wounds, and at Obito, who was warming up nearby, and spoke. It's about time we set our plan into motion. Understood. Before long, the group found themselves amidst a grove of bamboo. Minato provided his final instructions, indicating that they would split into 2 teams. Let us give it our all, he encouraged, then added a note of caution. The enemies we faced yesterday were merely on a solo reconnaissance mission. Moving forward, we will engage in team battles, so exercise caution. Let us go, Captain, Obito declared, startling everyone. Kakashi, taken aback, lifted his gaze to Obito in disbelief. Were it not for the constraints of their roles, he would have wanted to check if Obito had been possessed. Lin's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Obito. Noticing their reactions, Obito feigned calmness, looking ahead. How awkward. Why is no one acknowledging me? He then pouted, indicating his own reluctance. A gentle smile gradually appeared on Minato's lips. Now, this is starting to resemble a proper team. He then raised his hand and announced, all right, let us move out. Yes, scatter. With that, the 4 of them set off towards their respective destinations. Along the way, the trio discovered traps set by their enemies in advance. They took breaks when fatigued, with Kakashi and Lin studying the map while Obito applied eye drops. Their interactions were surprisingly harmonious. However, an unexpected turn of events was imminent. As the trio traversed a puddle, 2 rock ninjas lurking in the shadows had already spotted them. Hey, did that guy, Mahiru, Go out to scout and never return? Could he have been taken out by those kids? One ninja jested, having observed them for a considerable time without the trio showing any awareness. Such a lack of vigilance was hard for him to take seriously. Let us ask them, the other ninja replied, a mocking grin spreading across his face, clearly not regarding Kakashi and the others as threats. Nevertheless, despite his words, the ninjas swiftly employed a ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, camouflage concealment. With a casual hand sign, he became transparent and vanished from sight. Indeed, they are still quite inexperienced, he mused, noting their lack of stealth in a wide-open area, essentially providing the enemy with a target. In the world of Yuan Long, Wang Sheng exclaimed, "Wow! Coach, I want to learn that ninjutsu. Once I master invisibility, I can sneak into the women's bath." In the world of One Piece, Sanji commented, Obito-s quite prideful. But deep down, he gentle. He helped an old lady earlier, and now with Minato's words, he is willing to step back and call Kakashi captain. How adorable. In the world of Soulland, Xiaoling noted. Kakashi and the others have already developed a certain level of coordination and understanding. Given a bit more time, they could gain even more experience. What a pity, in battle, there are no ifs. In the world of Super Beast Armed Forces. Well, Lin Fei remarked, having encountered 2 enemy scouting teams in succession over 2 days, it seems the front line is quite intense. The protection of logistics is also being heightened. In the world of Super God Academy. Angel Yin sighed, though reluctantly, underestimating the enemy could lead to dire consequences for Kakashi and his team. Of course, Minato's confidence in allowing Kakashi to lead the team stemmed from his recognition of Kakashi's capabilities. Suddenly halting, Kakashi sniffed the air, signaling to Obito and Lin that enemies were nearby. Although he hadn't detected them immediately, his ability to notice threats at the onset of their actions was commendable. Obito and Lin instantly became alert. Phew. In an instant, a barrage of bamboo spikes shot towards the trio with formidable force. Obito raised his hand to form a sign, his action surprisingly swifter than Kakashi's. Fire style, great fireball technique. With a low utterance, a blazing inferno erupted from Obito's mouth, creating a searing fire cloud above their heads. The bamboo spikes ignited, and the impact was absorbed by the flames, falling harmlessly into the puddle below. However, while the trio was distracted by the imminent danger, none noticed a shadowy figure blending seamlessly into the environment behind them. Crack! With a loud snap, a figure leaped out from in front of the trio. Kakashi reacted instinctively, raising his kunai to engage. Clang! Clang! The sounds of metal clashing echoed as Kakashi and the attacking ninja weaved through the forest. A sudden scream pierced the air, jolting Kakashi and Obito into action. Obito quickly turned, while Kakashi refrained from lingering too long with his opponent and landed to investigate. To their horror, they saw Lin being held captive by a rock ninja, seemingly unconscious and offering no resistance. "This one is coming with us," the rock ninja stated coldly, while the ninja who had battled Kakashi took the opportunity to position himself behind them. Upon hearing this, Obito's heart sank. "No," he shouted, charging towards them. "Wait," Kakashi urgently called out to Obito. The 2 rock ninjas seized this moment, enveloping themselves in a thick cloud of smoke. Indeed, they had been too inexperienced. While they could maintain a defensive formation during training, in actual combat, they focused solely on the most conspicuous threats. In the world of Little Soldier Legend, Tang Long observed, in a battle where both sides are evenly matched, the true test is not individual strength but the cooperation within the team. In the world of Super God Academy, Angel Yin noted, Obito has improved significantly. He began forming signs the instant the bamboo spikes appeared. I don't think Kakashi even noticed at that moment. Obito has really made great strides. Well done, Obito. Humph. Resorting to such petty tricks. A true warrior should face their opponent with honor, Dardalia from Genshin Impact remarked. Indeed. Well said. Regardless of the outcome, don't hold grudges after the fight. Mai from Starry Journey added, To become a true powerhouse, one must possess an unwavering ambition coupled with the acceptance of the world's malice. In the world of Super Beast Armed Forces, the Lord of the Underworld stated. While the hardships and oppression of the world are daunting, true strength emerges from overcoming adversity. There is no fear of such despicable tactics. The Lord of the Underworld genuinely appreciated Mai's integrity and did not hesitate to offer guidance. Despicable acts serve as a passport for the unscrupulous. In the world of Lolo's adventure, King Tiger concurred. Indeed, from a frontal strength perspective, Kakashi and Obito are not inferior to the 2 rock ninjas. Yet, they were easily ambushed. Sometimes, one must also be cunning to counter such treachery. In the first sequence world, Rinshusu added, Damn it. As the smoke cleared, the 2 rock ninjas had long vanished. Obito, filled with frustration, shouted and sprinted towards the direction of the smoke to rescue Lin. Obito, don't pursue them, Kakashi quickly interjected. Obito turned back, incredulous, and questioned, what did you just say? Are you aware of what your words imply? Kakashi lowered his gaze to the ground, lost in thought, before responding quietly, yes. In an instant, his expression shifted back to one of determination. We will continue our mission as planned. What about Lin? What will happen to her? Obito's face was a mask of anger. Kakashi regained his usual indifference and calmly replied, we'll rescue Lin later. Under Obito's incredulous stare, Kakashi continued, the enemy wants to know our plans. They wouldn't kill her immediately. Fortunately, Lin is a medical ninja. Even as a captive, she will be treated with respect, as they may use her to heal their injured. In comparison to this, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the enemy may become privy to our operational plans. Should the strategy be divulged, they are likely to promptly bolster their vigilance over the bridge. In such a scenario, the mission would become considerably more arduous. With each utterance from Kakashi, Obito's expression darkened further, ultimately leading him to turn away, refusing to meet Kakashi's gaze. Once Kakashi had completely articulated his thoughts, Obito coldly retorted, your assertions about Rin being unharmed are merely figments of your imagination. In that moment, Obito could no longer contain himself. He pointed an accusing finger at Kakashi and vehemently declared, what if they are not mindless lackeys? What then? Right now, saving Rin takes precedence over the mission. Kakashi bowed his head in contemplation, reflecting on the past. Then, with unwavering resolve, he lifted his gaze and firmly stated to Obito, as a ninja, one must prioritize the mission, even at the cost of sacrificing comrades. This is protocol. If we fail this mission, the war will prolong, potentially resulting in even greater casualties. That's mere conjecture. Obito interrupted sharply. Are you truly willing to so easily abandon comrades with whom you've shared your life for something so trivial? Gazing into Kakashi's indifferent eyes only fueled Obito's anger further, prompting him to exclaim, is the emotional stimulus not sufficient at this moment? Has the Sharingan not awakened? Or is it that the higher one ascends? The harder it is to unlock one's eyes. When both he and Kakashi were injured, Rin had always utilized her medical ninjutsu to save their lives. Without her, both of us would have perished long ago. Faced with an agitated Obito, Kakashi's single statement ignited Obito's fury. This is Rin's mission. With a resounding thud, Obito, unable to contain himself any longer, struck Kakashi down to the ground. He had never felt such an emotional chasm between himself and Kakashi. Roaring, I truly despise you. At that moment, Obito must have been profoundly heartbroken, for he had intended to reconcile with Kakashi, only for such an occurrence to transpire. In the realm of Soul Street, Shaolin mused that Kakashi was utterly unfeeling. In the world of One Piece, Nami echoed similar sentiments, reminiscing that Kakashi had been quite detestable in his youth. In the Naruto universe, Sakura reflected on how Kakashi's choices, influenced by his father, were not surprising given the conflict between comrades and missions. In the realm of One Person Below, Zhuge expressed his disdain for the third Hokage. Why direct your ire at the third Hokage? Shouldn't it be aimed at the ninja system or that ingrate rescued by Kakashi's father? Sun Rong from the world of daily life of the Immortal King pointed out the absurdity. Fool, it's a classified mission. If the third Hokage was completely unaware, shouldn't he have immediately investigated the leak? Wang Lu from the world of the Sword Mountain remarked, I see. But wait, who are you calling a fool? Sun Rong shot back. Kakashi's naivete was glaring. He failed to see such an obvious scapegoating. Indeed, Konoha's indoctrination was thorough from a young age, as noted by Noki. Not at all. We still have much to learn from you. The Wagakure. I hear that your village's heir has been traveling abroad for several years and must be deeply grateful to a Wagakure. Saratobi Hizashi commented. Tobarama Senju reflected, having deduced much from his previous conversation with Saratobi, though there remained many matters too sensitive for open discussion. Alas, if only this screen allowed for private dialogue. Despite his caution, even if such a feature existed, he would still employ coded language for communication. As the second Hokage, burdened by a sense of persecution, he maintained an air of vigilance. However, as he continued to exchange intelligence with Saratobi, he became increasingly alarmed and disheartened, even questioning whether he should have entrusted the Hokage position to Saratobi. Tobarama, teacher, you have finally come to your senses. I am the best candidate for Hokage. Subsequently, Tobarama resolved that, given the opportunity, he must find someone to perform the Edo Tensei technique, to witness firsthand what Konoha had become over the years. Tobarama, 6. This would undoubtedly prompt Danzo to hastily shoulder all blame, simply to persuade Tobarama that Saratobi was indeed a commendable Hokage, and to keep him from interfering. Yet, Sarutobi and Danzo remained blissfully unaware of the monumental surprise prepared for them by their mentor. Ah, and let us not forget about Tsunade and Mido. Kakashi continued to speak coldly, unwilling to let Obito err, thus applying pressure on him. Regardless of your feelings, I am the captain, and you must adhere to my directives. Under any circumstances, to prevent our team from disintegrating, a singular decision-maker is necessary. All members must comply with the captain's orders. This is the rule. As Kakashi spoke, he rubbed at the wounds on his face before bluntly stating the truth. Obito, you lack the capability. Hence, I am the captain. Upon hearing this, Obito stepped forward, seizing Kakashi's belt with force, demanding, then why not save Rin? You have the ability to rescue a comrade, controlled by emotion. Failing the crucial mission would lead to regret. Kakashi fixed his gaze upon Obito's eyes, attempting to persuade him. This is precisely why ninjas must suppress their emotions. You should understand this. Obito's grip on Kakashi's hand trembled incessantly, and then, as if suddenly drained of strength, he released it, his expression one of anguish. Rin, she worried for your safety. That's why she gave you the medical kit as a gift. Inside, she stitched a charm. Kakashi remained unfazed. The medical kit and ninjutsu are merely tools to enhance success rates. Konoha's strategy is an exceptional system. However, as I mentioned yesterday, anything superfluous is merely a burden. Obito muttered Kakashi's words in disbelief. Feelings, blessings, hopes, are these truly superfluous? Kakashi nodded earnestly. What a ninja requires are tools that serve a purpose during missions. Emotions are extraneous. Obito trembled all over, once again tugging at Kakashi's belt, yet he found himself frozen, unable to utter a single word. Looking at Kakashi, the comrade he had spent so much time with, he felt for the first time that he hardly knew him at all. Kakashi was as cold as an emotionless slab of iron. Are you serious? Obito ground his teeth, forcing himself to ask. At that moment, he desperately hoped he had misinterpreted Kakashi's meaning. But Kakashi remained silent, his intentions clear, calmly regarding Obito, hoping for him to make the correct choice. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Obito comprehended. He questioned one last time. Infused with sorrow and anger, do you truly believe this? Gazing into Obito's eyes, filled with complex emotions, Kakashi too found himself questioning his own heart. Oh, I truly believe this. In that moment, a fleeting expression of emotion crossed Kakashi's face. Yet soon after, the image of a solitary white-haired man traversing through the fallen leaves filled his mind. That white-haired figure eventually vanished, leaving only the weight of the blade he bore on his back. Indeed, this is the right course of action. With this thought, the warmth on Kakashi's face receded, replaced by coldness, as he melancholically yet resolutely replied, yes, Obito understood. He and Kakashi were ultimately on divergent paths. Enough. You and I are irreconcilable. I shall rescue Rin. With those words, Obito released the bindings he held on Kakashi. For Obito, there was no longer a need to retain Kakashi. Yet, as he observed Obito gradually departing, Kakashi endeavored to continue persuading him. You know nothing of the consequences that await those who violate the rules. Obito paused momentarily, speaking without turning his head. I truly believe that White Fang is a hero. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? How could Obito know? Obito then continued, indeed, in the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are deemed scum. However, those who do not cherish their comrades are even more despicable. Kakashi felt as though struck by lightning. It was the first time in years that someone supported his father's actions. After all, if we are all scum, then I shall defy the rules. If this is not the path of a true ninja, then let me shatter the very notion of ninjas. Kakashi was left in disarray by the wind, and only when Obito had vanished into the distance did he regain his composure. He cast a deep glance at Obito, ceasing his pleas. The echoes of Obito's words reverberated in his mind, yet his body had already acted upon its own accord. Failing to complete the mission promptly could lead to far greater sacrifices. The perspective widened as the two figures walked away from one another, each traversing their own divergent paths. A clash of ideologies ultimately led to their separation. But is this truly the end? The famous words of Obito surfaced, yet the comrades who once stood united now parted ways, evoking a sense reminiscent of the world of Soul Land. Xiaoling, there was no choice. Obito's ideology was far ahead of its time. Akin to a revolutionary cry against the decaying world of ninjas, a notion that was destined to be rejected. Once, there existed a realm called Lingjian Mountain, Wanglu. Furthermore, Kakashi's father's experiences had molded him into a steadfast supporter of the old ninja era, rendering their division inevitable. In the world of full-time expert, Yuanzhou, the old ninja era, could it be that all our beliefs were fundamentally flawed? In the world of Naruto, Sai. Silence, Sai. You are forbidden from speaking in the presence of the Hokage without my command. In the world of Naruto, Shimura Danzo. Yet Sai could not accept this. defying Danzo's orders and plunging into a deep abyss of self-doubt. Are we to believe that Faith is but a victim of the old era's ideologies? The letter that he personally delivered into Obito's hands, urging him to fulfill his mission, was it truly a mistake? He could not accept it. It cannot simply be deemed erroneous. The evolution of an era is inevitably influenced by its environment. A world perpetually engulfed in turmoil finds it arduous to empathize with those dwelling in peace. If one world is thus, how much more so the myriad realms beyond, in the world of the irregular at Magic High School. Glen radars. In the midst of the jungle, Kakashi halted atop a giant tree, suddenly immobilized. A pained expression crossed his face as he raised his hand to cover the wound on his arm. Cold sweat streaming down. Kakashi's thoughts spiraled. Rin had gently bandaged his wounds, reassuring him, "You're doing much better, but if you continue to act recklessly, the wound may reopen." Kakashi's demeanor grew unusually melancholic. "I have abandoned Rin." Obito shouted at him, disbelief etched across his features. "Whenever we were injured, Rin used her medical ninjutsu to save our lives. Without her, both you and I would have perished long ago. Now, rescuing Rin takes precedence over the mission. I have forsaken Obito." Sensei Minato sternly reprimanded him for his missteps. Indeed, rules and regulations hold significance, yet they are not everything. As I have stated before, sometimes one must adapt to circumstances. Ultimately, the image that lingered in Kakashi's mind was that of his father. Tsukumo Hataki's silhouette, a foundation for his unwavering adherence to rules. Yet gradually, his father's solitary figure was supplanted by that of a young boy in a bamboo grove, who resolutely proclaimed, "I truly believe that White Fang is a hero." Obito, all right, you consider me your brother, while I'm just a father figure to you, huh? Indeed, in the world of ninjas, those who breach the rules are labeled as scum. However, Obito's unwavering gaze met Kakashi's. A seriousness he had never witnessed before in Obito. Those who fail to cherish their comrades are even more contemptible. This statement electrified every cell within Kakashi's body, snapping him back to reality. In silence, he stood, contemplating right and wrong. How true. In the world of Starry Journey, Dia. What do you mean by how true? Dia, stay hidden. Gooden and I are already en route to Mars. In the world of Starry Journey. My dang. It is indeed true. In the world of One Piece. Nami. Sanji, I'm hungry again. Can't you prepare more meat? In the world of One Piece. TCH, that fool. In the world of Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. Get lost. Sasuke, who are you calling a fool? In the world of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Meanwhile, Obito had finally located the enemy's stronghold. Found it. Obito trembled slightly from anxiety. After all, this was his first time confronting the enemy alone. And nervousness was inevitable. However, the thought of Rin still in their grasp compelled Obito to muster his spirits. Stay calm. I can do this. Slap. Slap. Obito forcefully slapped his face, rallying himself. Yet, he remained oblivious to how conspicuous those sharp sounds were in the serene jungle. The rock ninjas within the cave almost instantaneously detected Obito's presence. Inside the cave, the ninja who had previously clashed with Kakashi stood before the unconscious Rin, glancing back at another rock ninja. The latter immediately understood, stating, "I'll deal with him. You continue with the genjutsu. Hurry and extract the information." As he spoke, the rock ninja began to weave hand signs. Camouflage technique, with a swift hand gesture. The rock ninja rendered himself transparent, merging with the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, the other rock ninja continued to gaze at the comatose Rin, employing genjutsu to extract information. Atop the tree, Obito finally prepared himself, kunai in hand. Beads of sweat forming as he readied for a fierce battle. All right, let us go. Suddenly, the invisible rock ninja revealed himself from behind Obito. Mockingly, he said, "Where do you think you're going?" Obito, startled, swiftly attempted to turn and defend himself. But it was already too late. The concealed rock ninja lunged forward with his kunai, aiming for Obito's vital points. This strike came too swiftly for Obito to evade. It seemed as though fate had sealed his doom. Ah, no, Obito cannot perish here, not after arriving with such difficulty. Shouldn't he the next chapter unfold with Obito heroically defeating the two rock ninjas, saving Rin, and embarking on a romantic tale of devotion? In the world of Cupid's chocolate, Menada, are you staging a romantic drama here? In the world of Cupid's chocolate, Zhang Howie. Alas, Obito remains too inexperienced in such situations. One should set traps in confined spaces. At the very least, one ought to scout for advantageous terrain. In the world of full-time expert, Wei Chen. Old Wei, do you think everyone is as despicable and shameless as you? In the world of full-time expert, Yishio. Obito's famous words have been uttered. The story is nearing its conclusion. In the world of fruit battle, Lu Xiaogua, not necessarily. Perhaps a wave of flashbacks will soon emerge. Isn't Meilong's tale revealed through such retrospectives? Perhaps Obito's fate will unfold similarly. In the world of one man's downfall, Zhang Chulan. Alas, despite his careful planning, it appears that Obito may not escape this calamity. I sensed a hint of regret in Kakashi earlier. I hope he can withstand the impact of Obito's demise. In the world of Soul Land, Huangfu Longdo, Obito swayed unsteadily, and in an instant, blood splattered before his eyes. It's over. In the world of Attack on Titan. Eren. Yet, it was not Obito who fell. In a moment of dire urgency, Kakashi descended from the heavens, delivering a decisive strike upon his adversary's chest. The hidden stone ninja, taken aback by Kakashi's piercing gaze, wore an expression of disbelief. Could it be that this was a trap laid by that young boy? Obito stared in astonishment at Kakashi, never expecting his return. The injured hidden stone ninja deftly leaped to another treetop, facing off against both Obito and Kakashi. Perhaps due to Kakashi's arm injury, the hidden stone ninja's wounds were not fatal, allowing him to remain mobile. Kakashi? Obito gasped. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at Kakashi's silhouette. Why are you? Kakashi slightly turned his head towards Obito, his tone indifferent as he replied, with a crybaby like you, I can't possibly trust you to handle things alone, though his voice remained cold. Obito could discern the underlying bond of comradeship within Kakashi. The hidden stone ninja finally recognized Kakashi's identity, his body still unsteady as he fixated on Kakashi, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Silver hair and that gleaming silver chakra blade, surely. You are the Konoha White Fang. At this, Kakashi tightened his grip on the short blade and coldly declared, This is my father's legacy. How splendid, Kakashi has returned. In the world of Soul Society, Xia Ling mused. Once again, it became evident that the leaders of Konoha had miscalculated, losing a high-level ninja who instilled fear in their enemies, a ninja even praised by Minato, to their own ranks. In the realm of Lingjin Mountain, Wang Lu lamented, if only Uncle White Fang could accompany us on this mission, the situation would surely improve. In the world of Soul Society, Zhao Yambing noted, moreover, Kakashi's willingness to openly speak his father's name indicates he has likely emerged from his shadow. In the world of Iranjishia, Zhang Chulan observed, it is quite probable that Kakashi's father's image has gradually morphed into the silhouette of Obito, signifying that in Kakashi's heart, Obito's words have surpassed the impact of his father's legacy. Kakashi declared, Father, you may leave. From this moment forth, I belong to Obito. In the realm of 10,000 cold jokes, an anonymous voice echoed. In the world of Naruto, Hatake Tsukumo smiled wryly, realizing that Kakashi had finally stepped out from the shadows of his past, and he no longer needed to wait in the Pure Land for Kakashi's return. Kakashi, I apologize. Although it was not my intention, that turmoil required someone to step forward and assume responsibility for it to settle down. However, witnessing your growth brings me immense joy. You truly are my son. With those words, Hatake Tsukumo departed from the liminal space between the living world and the Pure Land, finally journeying to where he was meant to be. Let us congratulate the Pure Land on the addition of a new general. Throws confetti. Upon hearing this, Obito was taken aback once more, suddenly recalling Kakashi's earlier statement. Ninjas require useful tools for their missions. Emotions are superfluous. Furthermore, Minato-sensei had mentioned that after that incident, Kakashi had never again spoken of his father. Why now? Kakashi, observing the confrontation with his adversary, left Obito astonished beyond words. The hidden stone ninja, upon hearing this revelation, visibly relaxed. So you are the child of White Fang. There is no need to fear. With that, the hidden stone ninja swiftly formed hand seals, disappearing entirely from sight. Obito frantically scanned the surroundings, yet found no trace of the enemy. Kakashi focused intently on the spot where the enemy had vanished, his nostrils flaring. As I suspected, the scent had completely dissipated. It appeared that he could only rely on the movement of air and the sounds of objects to discern the enemy's position. Obito too searched the vicinity. Suddenly, a footprint appeared on a treetop behind Obito, a subtle sound that Kakashi detected almost instantaneously. He crouched low, preparing to charge, and urgently called out to Obito, Obito, behind you. Seeing Obito remain unresponsive, Kakashi had no choice but to leap forward, engaging the unseen enemy. Yet, the myriad methods of attack from this invisible foe made it impossible for Kakashi to predict their moves. With a swift motion, a sharp blade tore through the air, and in the next instant, Kakashi was sent reeling backward, a deep gash visible in his left eye. The sudden agony was unbearable, and even Kakashi's resilience could not withstand it. Causing him to cry out in anguish, Kakashi clutched his face in pain, collapsing to the ground as blood stained his palm, gushing forth in a horrifying display. Kakashi, Obito rushed to inspect Kakashi's condition. "Hey, Kakashi, are you alright?" Could Kakashi respond, "I'm fine. I just lost my eyesight." Clearly, Obito was in a state of panic, and Kakashi recognized this, attempting to force himself upright, mindful that the enemy was still nearby. However, even rising proved to be an arduous task, requiring Obito's assistance. Meanwhile, on a distant treetop, the hidden stone ninja's footprints reappeared, indicating his presence was still close by, even if the opponent is a child. One must remain vigilant. After all, he is the son of Konoha's White Fang. Take it slow, I in the world of Genshin Impact. Fu Ningnam mused. I believe if Kakashi had employed Chidori earlier, that rock ninja would have fallen instantly. Such a sneak attack could have leveraged Chidori's speed advantage. In the world of Irinjishia, Zhang Chuan expressed frustration. If all else fails, after repelling him, one must seize the opportunity to finish him off. How could one allow the enemy a moment to breathe? This is too principled. In the world of Irinjishia, Zhang Chuan continued to lament, "Oh dear, old heavenly master, what have you chosen for this world?" Cough cough. Look at the heavens. I in the world of Irinjishia. Old heavenly master felt a bit guilty. How could Zhang Chuan speak of such matters? Such things should be done quietly behind the scenes. Thankfully, Kakashi's father's reputation was formidable enough to intimidate that rock ninja. Otherwise, both Kakashi and Obito would have been in dire straits. I in the realm of Soul Society, Xiaoling pondered, in real danger. Are they not already in peril? It appears to be a dire situation. Can Obito really just explode into action and take down the enemy? Wow, brother, you really know your stuff. Have you read enough novels? Or perhaps Kakashi recalled his father's teachings and, in a flash, employed the family's blade techniques to dispatch the enemy. In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, an anonymous voice chimed in. Indeed, villains perish due to excessive chatter. It would have been fatal had they acted sooner. The villains across various realms pondered. Am I truly that verbose? With such meticulous plans, how could mere words alter the course of an already hopeless situation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Kakashi trembled in pain, yet he finally managed to utter a few words. That guy is a master. The kunai stained with my blood was discarded. Tears welled in Obito's eyes, filled with regret and self-reproach. If only he hadn't been so weak and reckless, Kakashi would not have. Kakashi, attempting to remove his hand from his eye, sought to adapt to fighting with only one eye. Observing Obito's distress, he teased, "Did sand get in your eye again? As a ninja, don't cry. I'm not dead yet. Stay alert." Upon hearing this, Obito quickly wiped away his tears, recalling Minato-sensei's words. How could sand possibly get in when wearing goggles? Since I spoke of self-control, I must not only say it but also strengthen my resolve. The depths of Obito's gaze were stirred. At last, he confronted his own flaws without seeking any excuses. I have always been one to merely speak and rely on others for assistance, a mere laggard who only voices his thoughts. However, Obito reflected on his previous words to Kakashi. I truly believe that White Fang is a hero. Those who disregard their comrades are nothing but scum. With this thought, Obito resolutely stood up, neglecting his usual concern for protecting his eyes. Having left his goggles behind, this single statement, I refuse to allow it to be mere words. Suddenly, an imperceptible wave surged swiftly behind Obito. A hidden rock ninja raised his kunai, thrusting it viciously towards Obito's vitals. Thud. The sound of the kunai piercing flesh rang out. Obito spun around abruptly, his face contorted with fury, unable to conceal the expression that accompanied his blood-red eyes, which seemed to hail from the depths of hell. He fixed his gaze on the empty air before him, his pupils clearly focused on something. Why? The incredulous voice of the hidden rock ninja resonated from the air. It is impossible to see this. As the voice echoed, the figure of the hidden rock ninja gradually emerged before Obito, landing a decisive strike. Obito, you, Kakashi exclaimed, equally astonished. The kunai in Obito's hand accurately pierced the heart of the hidden rock ninja, rendering him powerless in an instant, a single strike ending his life. The act was completed by Obito's eyes, filled with a furious crimson hue, adorned with 2 points reminiscent of solid tomo. Bloodstained, perilous, exquisite. What manner of eyes are those? This was the hidden rock ninja's final utterance. As his life force ebbed away, his body slowly collapsing. Here, I shall protect my comrades, Obito declared with unwavering resolve, as if vowing to uphold this promise for eternity. Obito, Kakashi, I will protect you for a lifetime. Gazing at the fallen foe, Obito sheathed his weapon, staring blankly at the scene before him. For a moment, the entire forest fell into a profound silence. Obito, your eyes, Kakashi, coming back to his senses, asked in astonishment. Obito raised his hand to inspect his palm, marveling at the extraordinary power coursing through him. Indeed. It seems this is the Sharingan. I can perceive the flow and movement of chakra. Cough. Kakashi, forcing himself to rise, felt the sting of his eye wound. Now that the enemy was dealt with, he could no longer suppress the pain and hunched over to clutch his injury. Obito hurried to assist Kakashi. "Are you all right, Kakashi?" "I'm fine, though it seems my left eye is beyond saving," Kakashi replied while retrieving a small package from his waist pouch. "I have this from Rin. I can perform emergency treatment right away. We must hurry to save Rin." "Understood," Obito responded, beginning to help Kakashi tend to his wounds. Is this the Sharingan? The power to instantly turn the tide of battle is terrifying, yet I crave it. In the world of Soul Land, Xiaoling impossible. How could one awaken to the double Tomo right off the bat? Isn't he supposed to be a laggard? In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke felt his composure shatter. He had always looked down upon Obito, considering him a mere underachiever. Even if Obito became a Chunin at a younger age, Sasuke thought little of it. After all, he believed he would never lose in a one-on-one fight against Obito. Yet reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. After so many years of struggling with the single Tomo, here was Obito awakening with the double Tomo. Who wouldn't be shaken by that? Uchiha Itachi, witnessing Sasuke's words on the screen, fell into silence, perplexed. Uchiha Itachi, family, who understands? Why did that guy only awaken a single Tomo after his clan was annihilated? Indeed, achieving the double Tomo in one go does not tarnish the Uchiha name. Let us now display the might of the Uchiha clan to the world. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Taijima. Could someone please explain what this Tomo business is? In the world of full-time expert. Dachi Tian, allow me to elucidate. In the world of Naruto, Shinji Tobirama, since he decided to utilize Ito Tensei, has rarely spoken on the screen. His sudden reappearance startled Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Sharingan can be divided into ordinary Sharingan and Meijiki Sharingan. With the ordinary Sharingan evolving through 3 stages, the primary changes manifest as an increase in the Tomo within the eye, beginning with a single Tomo upon activation. As chakra strengthens, proficiency in ocular techniques increases. And stimulus levels rise, the ordinary Sharingan continuously evolves. Each stage of evolution adds another Tomo, with a maximum of 3. The 3 Tomo Sharingan represents the pinnacle of the ordinary Sharingan. The greater the number of Tomo, the stronger the abilities. Apart from possessing remarkable insight, it can perceive the chakra pathways and discern every subtle movement and hand sign of the opponent. Furthermore, it can replicate non-bloodline limit ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. With Shinji Tobirama's explanation, the Myriad Worlds fell into a profound silence. This is utterly absurd. In the world of One Punch Man, Zhang Chulan. I initially thought the Rock Ninja's ability to become invisible was already outrageous. A stealth expert on the battlefield, but upon seeing the Sharingan, I finally grasped what is meant by the power of bloodlines that one cannot surpass. In the world of Corpse Brother, by Xiafei, cannot surpass. In the world of Naruto, Orochimaru, such troublesome eyes. I wonder how they compare to my 6 eyes. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, Satoru Gojo. Inside the cave, the last remaining rock ninja clutched Rin's hair. "What are you planning to do? Let her go." Casually swinging Rin's head, the rock ninja was somewhat taken aback. Unexpectedly resilient at that moment, a gust of wind swept through the cave entrance, and 2 figures entered. The rock ninja turned to see none other than Obito and Kakashi, whose wounds had been bandaged. The rock ninja sighed in resignation. "Just a bunch of useless fools. No, buddy, what kind of strength do you possess? 2 teammates have perished, and yet you still boast. In the world of One Punch Man, Zhang Chulan." With that, the rock ninja stood up, fixing his gaze on the 2 children not far away. Obito paid no mind to the rock ninja's words. His eyes intensely focused on Rin. In an instant, the flow of chakra throughout Rin's body was vividly revealed to him. Aside from the relatively robust chakra at the heart's core, the rest of her chakra was in utter disarray. Rin's chakra flow is chaotic, unlike ours. Kakashi, upon hearing this, understood and explained to Obito. This is likely due to being trapped in a genjutsu. It seems they were eager to extract information. Hearing Obito and Kakashi's words, the opposing rock ninja sneered. It appears these little brats are not as simple as they seem. Observing the movements of his opponent, Kakashi and Obito quickly prepared themselves. Obito gripped his kunai, crouching low to brace for the attack. Kakashi placed his hand on his short blade, alertly stating, "I have crossed blades with him once. His movements are swift. Be careful." "Understood." Just as Obito replied, a cruel smile spread across the rock ninja's face. He charged towards the 2 in an instant. Kakashi reacted with equal speed, vanishing from his spot like a fleeting light at the very moment his opponent moved. Obito followed suit, leaping forward, having awakened the Sharingan. He finally matched the movements of the Genin. Clang! As the rock ninja swiftly swung his arms, 2 short blades shot forth from his wrists, forming deadly arm blades. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and struck towards Obito. However, the Obito of today was far removed from his former self. Observing the approaching white blades, he crouched slightly and evaded the fierce attack. As he saw the opponent's right hand swing the knife once more, Obito deftly pushed off the ground, suspending himself in midair. Kakashi, attacking from the side, found that the rock ninja, previously focused solely on Obito, was unperturbed by his assault. The clash of their strikes produced a resounding metallic sound. In a swift motion, the rock ninja turned and parried Kakashi's surprise attack with a deft slice of his blade. Another metallic clang echoed as the rock ninja adjusted his stance, advancing toward Kakashi with a powerful hand strike that sent Kakashi crashing aside. Seizing the opportunity, Obito intended to rise and counterattack, but the rock ninja seemed to anticipate this, raising his hand to strike Obito. Though Obito managed to defend in time, he was still forced back by the overwhelming force. The rock ninja then unexpectedly swung his other hand towards Kakashi, catching him off guard. Despite Kakashi's timely evasion, a few strands of his hair were severed. Kakashi retaliated by thrusting his short blade toward the opponent. Yet the disparity in strength was evident, as his blade was almost instantly deflected. Kakashi's horizontal guard blocked the rock ninja's attempt to strike at his face. Obito, wishing to exploit the moment to attack from the side, realized that the opponent's prowess was clearly superior to that of the previous two foes. Surrounded by Kakashi and the Sharingan-wielding Obito, the rock ninja remained unfazed, grabbing Obito's shoulder and vaulting over him. Even mid-air, he managed to withstand Kakashi's sudden upward slash. With a swift turn, he crossed his arms to gather energy, preparing to deliver a horizontal cut aimed at decapitating Obito. Fortunately, Kakashi's earlier upward strike had momentarily delayed the rock ninja, allowing Obito to narrowly evade the lethal blow by bending backward. Taking advantage of the opening, Kakashi's figure appeared as a phantom behind Obito, lunging forward with his short blade. The rock ninja prepared to counter with a horizontal slash to push Kakashi back. In an instant, Obito, with his Sharingan, perceived the rock ninja's movement, while Kakashi confidently trusted in Obito's keen observation. In a stunning twist, Obito executed a dual kick that struck the rock ninja's outstretched arms, preventing their convergence. Within a fraction of a second, Kakashi's blade found its mark against the rock ninja's chest. Blood gushed forth. Following this, Kakashi leaped into the air, landing heavily on the rock ninja's back. With a resounding thud, the rock ninja crashed to the ground, bringing the battle to a close. Kakashi and Obito rushed towards Rin. "Wait, don't leave. Finish him off," exclaimed a voice from the one-person below world. "Zhang Chuan, finish him off. Hurry," echoed another voice from the 100,000 cold jokes world. An unnamed individual. "Oh no, these two kids are not finishing him off," lamented yet another from the same world. "Haven't we already won?" questioned Ash from the Pokemon world. "Let us hope so," replied Han Pao Pao from the Mortal Cultivation world. "I just hope she's all right," said Zhang Chuan again. Kakashi knelt down and formed a hand seal. "Release." Rin awakened as if from a deep slumber, her once dull eyes regaining their luster. Gazing in astonishment at the two before her, she murmured, "Kakashi, Obito, we've come to save you." "Rin, that you're safe now," reassured Obito, fearing Rin might be frightened. "All right, let's retreat quickly," Kakashi said, swiftly untying the ropes binding Rin. Just then, the previously incapacitated rock ninja surprisingly stood up once more. "No way, he's actually up," exclaimed Xiaoyan from the battle through the heavens world. "Is Kakashi's blade made of paper? He couldn't finish off two opponents," complained Wang Lu from the Spirit Sword Mountain world. "I knew it. This damn plot twist. It's all over," lamented an unnamed character from the 100,000 cold jokes world. "It's not that serious. The enemy just got back up. We've already knocked him down once, and now there's one more person. Clearly, the advantage is on our side," argued Xiaoling from the Spirit Realm world. "Foolish woman. If you weren't prepared, would the enemy reveal their existence so easily?" retorted Chao Yambing from the same world. "So, Kakashi and the others are in grave danger now?" questioned Manji from the Quaibot world. "Not just danger. Granting the enemy a moment to breathe in the heat of battle invites their most desperate counterattack," warned Tang Long from the Legend of the Little Soldiers world. "Kid, I take back my previous assessment. The Sharingan can see the flow of an opponent's chakra. You didn't even think to check if the enemy was truly dead," scoffed Uchiha Itachi from the Naruto world. "A commendable collaboration," the rock ninja remarked, turning to face the three young ninjas. "But you are still mere children. Now, you are entirely within the enemy's grasp." With that, the rock ninja made a series of hand seals. Earth release, rock collapse. He raised his right hand high and then slammed it down onto the ground. "Wait, are you all just standing there watching him perform seals?" As the technique activated, the entire cavern began to tremble. Rocks crumbling and small debris raining down. "This is bad," Obito exclaimed as he observed the collapsing ceiling. "Run for the exit," Kakashi urged. The three of them quickly sprinted toward the cave's mouth, however, due to his obstructed vision from one eye. Kakashi failed to notice a chunk of rock plummeting from above. Bang! Ah! The falling debris struck Kakashi's head, causing him to lose his balance and collapse to the ground. "Kakashi!" Rin cried out, instinctively turning to assist him. But Obito was quicker, rushing back to Kakashi's side and attempting to lift him. Yet, Kakashi had fallen unconscious, and Obito struggled under his weight. Suddenly, Obito seemed to sense something, looking up just in time for his expression to change drastically. With all his strength, he hurled Kakashi aside. Boom! At that moment, the overhead rocks fully fractured, and Obito could only watch helplessly as a massive boulder loomed larger in his sight. Thud! The boulder crashed down, its impact creating a whirlwind that nearly toppled Rin, who was already weakened. Outside the cave, the rock ninja had long since escaped, watching the swirling debris and dust pour from the cave's entrance. It was hard to imagine the chaos unfolding inside. With a smirk, the rock ninja mused, "Though a rare source of intelligence, there's nothing to be done." Inside the cave, the technique's power had waned, and the air was thick with dust as Kakashi and Rin lay prone on the ground. After a moment, Kakashi's body shivered slightly. "Are you all right, Rin? Kakashi?" a faint voice called out. The two struggled to their feet, searching for the source of the voice. Kakashi's eyes widened in horror as he beheld Obito, half buried beneath the massive rock. The weak voice came from Obito, trapped beneath the rubble. "Obito!" Kakashi shouted. While Rin looked on in disbelief and terror, Kakashi stepped forward. "Hey, cough." He strained to push the boulder, but his meager strength was no match for its immense weight. "Stop." With a lifeless gaze, Obito forced himself to observe Kakashi's actions, halting his futile efforts. "Enough." Kakashi. As Obito spoke, blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. "I can no longer hold on." Yet, Kakashi did not cease his struggle, relentlessly pushing against the massive boulder. His right side had been nearly crushed, and even the sensation was fading away. "I had always believed that ninjas possessed high offense but low defense. Now, it seemed that their physical prowess was nothing short of monstrous. How could he still converse with one side of his body obliterated? In the realm of the 10,000 cold jokes, an anonymous soul, he thought. No, a normal ninja could never achieve such feats. In the world of Naruto, Sakura Haruno remarked, "Indeed, a normal person would have perished long ago, yet Obito remains alive." It appears that a visit to Kamigami no Hashi is necessary, Orochimaru mused in the Naruto universe. "Orochimaru, what do you intend to do?" Kakashi inquired, perplexed. Why doesn't Kakashi utilize ninjutsu to displace the stone? In the world of Soulland, Xiaoling speculated. Perhaps he feared that Obito's body was merely clinging to life, and even the slightest application of ninjutsu would be fatally detrimental to him. In the world of Super God Academy, Angel Yin lamented. Regrettably, they lack spatial transfer techniques. It is indeed a tragedy for a benevolent revolutionary like Obito to meet his demise in such a manner. Nevertheless, something felt amiss. In the world of the former Sword Mountain, when Bao observed, from the current narrative, Obito's personal charisma pales in comparison to that of Milan, does it not? In the same world, Wang Lu added. While I am unaware of the conditions for the screen to display, it must ultimately be viewed by someone. If the content's quality declines, the audience will naturally dwindle. Thus, I surmise that a twist must be forthcoming. In the world of former Sword Mountain, Wang Lu reiterated. Kakashi gasped, fatigue evident in his breath, his arms pounding against the boulder in defiance. Damn it. Rin stood nearby, her eyes brimming with tears, seemingly accepting the grim reality. As her tears cascaded down her cheeks in silent sorrow, why must it be this way? Suddenly, Obito expelled a mist of blood. Obito! Rin cried out in panic, her eyes trembling, unable to bear the sight. As she turned away to weep quietly, as if the scene before her was merely a dream, mourning engulfed both their hearts, and Kakashi, utterly spent, collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, filled with anguish and regret. Damn it! Damn it! Unyielding voices echoed within the cavern, fists pounding the ground despite the pain. Why must everyone I care for leave me? Father, have I erred once more? If I had heeded your advice from the beginning and saved Rin together with you, this would not have transpired. Kakashi knelt on the ground, curled up, trembling and weeping in remorse. Meanwhile, Rin seemed to have finally accepted the truth, slowly approaching Obito's side while Kakashi remained ensnared in his profound self-reproach. What use is it to be a captain, to be a Genin, if I cannot even protect my comrades? What good are these titles? Obito's feeble voice broke the silence, prompting Rin to gaze up at him. As I once promised, I will always watch over you. I regret not giving you a gift to celebrate your promotion to Genin, Kakashi. Obito struggled to raise his hand, as if attempting to move. Yet his efforts proved futile time and again. Upon hearing this, Kakashi lifted his head, astonished at Obito's words, for he never expected such sentiments in his final moments. What is it that you wish to bestow upon me? I've contemplated this thoroughly, and now I have made up my mind. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, and Obito continued, do not worry, it is not some frivolous trinket. As Kakashi's gaze trembled, Obito slowly opened his eyes. Speaking with tranquility. I bequeath my Sharingan to you. His hand could no longer rise. It seems my time has come. Upon hearing Obito's declaration, both Kakashi and Rin were taken aback. Regardless of what the villagers may say, you are an exceptional Jonin, that is my belief. Accept it. Without allowing Kakashi a chance to refuse, Obito asserted. Rin wiped her tears. If the eyes were to be transplanted, then she, indeed. A moment later, Obito continued. Rin, utilize your medical ninjutsu to transplant my Sharingan along with the optic nerve into Kakashi's left eye. Rin nodded. During such critical moments, hesitation was not an option. She turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, come here. We must begin immediately. Kakashi trembled, bowing his head in silence. Obito urged him, I am dying, but I can become your eyes, to witness what lies ahead. Upon hearing Obito's words, Kakashi finally ceased his hesitation, resolutely stepping toward Rin. Outside, the rock ninja was resting and adjusting his state, sipping a cup of exceptionally delicious piggy milk tea when suddenly, boom, the cavern ceiling erupted, sending debris flying and smoke billowing. The rock ninja turned in astonishment. What? Are you still waiting to die? Yet, there stood Kakashi amidst the fog. His gaze icy as he regarded the rock ninja. The exploding rubble and rising smoke seemed to reflect the inferno of rage burning within Kakashi. At that moment, the rock ninja remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. How troublesome. He is still alive. Meanwhile, Kakashi's left eye had been unbandaged, and he closed his eyes, seemingly acclimating to his newfound power. The rock ninja scoffed at the sight of Kakashi's tear-streaked left eye. But ultimately, you are just a child. What is a ninja crying for? Come, weeping child. Let us end this. You lost 2 classmates, so what? Look at how outstanding I am. Even without my teammates, I can retaliate against all 3 of you. At that moment, Kakashi opened his eyes, filled with a torrent of emotions, self-reproach, regret, resentment, anger, and murderous intent. Ultimately, all these feelings were consumed by an overwhelming rage. He vowed to annihilate this foe. Tears streamed from his Sharingan. Yet they appeared not as Kakashi's but as Obito's sorrowful tears, grieving for the battles they could no longer fight side by side, for the charming visage of Rin he would never again behold, for the playful banter that would cease to exist, and for the journey they could no longer share together. When one loses a cherished individual, they unconsciously begin to imitate the essence of the departed. In the world of Genshin, Vinny mused. Alas, Kakashi had previously mocked Obito for shedding tears, yet now he found himself in the same predicament, a bittersweet sight indeed. In the world of Soul Land, Xiaoling commented. Is that truly Kakashi's tear? Only one eye weeps, evoking the sensation that it is Obito mourning, for henceforth, there will be no reflection of himself among those who continue onward. He remains forever frozen in place. In the world of Starry Journey, Hama expressed, they shall not remain stagnant. They will always be together. In the world of Starry Journey, my added. At that moment, the rock ninja also noticed the change in Kakashi's eye. Momentarily stunned, before his expression grew solemn, Kakashi stood alone atop the mountain, surrounded by swirling smoke, exuding an aura of lethal intent, his demeanor radiating ferocity. That boy, he seems somewhat different now. Poor rock ninja. Lacking knowledge. Not only is he unaware of Konoha's White Fang, but he also knows nothing of the Sharingan. If he were to encounter someone knowledgeable, he would have fled long ago. As Kakashi broke through the cave, Obito's voice grew progressively weaker, murmuring, Kakashi, I leave Rin in your care. Understood. Hearing Obito's words, Kakashi's hand slowly gripped the hilt of his sword, swiftly drawing it. He pointed it at the distant rock ninja, and in that instant, his murderous intent surged. Kakashi's feet slammed down with determination. The entire figure soared into the air, hurtling directly towards the rock ninja, after executing a flawless 360-degree aerial spin. He harnessed the force of his descent and thrust his blade straight towards the ninja's head. Yet, the rock ninja remained unfazed, swiftly raising his arm. Clang! A resounding metallic explosion echoed, as the short blade in Kakashi's hand shattered into a shower of debris. Nevertheless, Kakashi exhibited no signs of panic. His gaze sharp as he faced the rock ninja, who was now mere inches away. As he landed, Kakashi raised his hand, completing 3 hand seals in an instant. The rock ninja, meanwhile, lifted his arm blade high, retracting with ferocity, the tip of his weapon aimed squarely at Kakashi's face. The shattered blade fell through the air, accompanied by a piercing cacophony akin to 1,000 birds screeching in unison. Kakashi wielded his Chidori, while the rock ninja adjusted the position of his dual blades. Both combatants charged at each other in a heartbeat, each fueled by a resolute intent to eliminate the other. Boom. Ultimately, the Chidori and the ninja's blades collided violently, unleashing a ferocious explosion of energy. A second later, as Kakashi's shattered weapon clattered to the ground, this fierce battle reached its conclusion. Meanwhile, Obito's grip on Rin's hand tightened suddenly. He sensed that the fight had come to an end. He wished for just one more second, even if it were merely a fleeting moment, to hold Rin's hand like this. Rin, too, observed the gaping hole from which Kakashi had emerged, her face marked with anxiety. Sensing the battle's conclusion, yet uncertain of the victor. If Kakashi had lost, no, Kakashi would not be defeated. Suddenly, the figure of the rock ninja emerged slowly. Rin's grip on Obito's hand tightened instinctively, her eyes wary of the appearing ninja. Don't panic, Rin, Obito reassured softly, sensing her tension. Indeed, Kakashi's silhouette soon appeared behind the rock ninja, casually discarding the ninja's lifeless body as if it were mere refuse. Haha. Yet, Kakashi's exhaustion was evident. He braced himself against the ground. Panting heavily, Kakashi, take Rin and go, Obito urged with great effort, determined to persist. Reinforcements from the enemy were approaching. Rin gazed at Obito with reluctance, softly murmuring his name, Obito. But Obito shook off Rin's hand, resolutely halting her attempt to grasp him again. Enough, we must leave, now. He acted decisively, without hesitation, willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of his comrades, embodying the profound loyalty characteristic of the Uchiha clan. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Itachi dedicated himself selflessly. His virtue earned him a place in paradise. In the DC universe, God existed, truly. In the Marvel realm, Tony Stark pondered, do I sense that Obito can see through Kakashi's left eye? Is that merely an illusion? In the world of Under One Person, Zhang Chulan echoed, I feel the same. This is bad. Kakashi is unwittingly living under Obito's gaze. In the realm of 10,000 cold jokes, an anonymous voice chimed in. Imagine if Kakashi were to date someone. Obito would have to watch it all unfold live. Obito? In the Naruto universe, Kakashi, bewildered, touched his left eye, questioning if Obito truly gazed upon him. Chakra serves as a mystical force, binding the realms of the living and the pure. I have waited for Kakashi for decades in this liminal space, and now, witnessing his growth through the celestial screen brings me satisfaction. Kakashi. I also owe you an apology. Uchiha Tsukumo, father. Kakashi stared at the messages on the celestial screen, never having blamed his father. Yet, he was unaware that his father had waited for him for decades. Now, his father must have crossed into the pure realm. Although he regretted not seeing his father in person, Kakashi felt content to read his father's words on the screen. Moreover, Kakashi lifted his eye patch, revealing a pair of crimson Sharingan, lost in contemplation as he gazed into a nearby mirror. Obito, can you see me? I'm sorry I couldn't protect Rin. With that, Kakashi lowered his head in anguish. If Obito had always been watching, witnessing him take Rin's life, he must be deeply disappointed in Kakashi. Rin looked at Obito, her eyes filled with sorrow. Though reluctant, she knew this was not the time for hesitation. Rin, Kakashi decisively extended his hand towards the cave entrance, attempting to pull her up. However, in those fleeting seconds of Rin's hesitation, Kakashi suddenly sensed the enemy reinforcements arriving from a distance. Shocked, he thought, how could they arrive so swiftly? Yet, the Rock Ninja's allies, perhaps wary of the formidable enemy that had decimated the scouting team, or uncertain of the number of foes inside the cave, did not approach immediately. Instead, they launched long-range ninjutsu attacks. Earth-style, earth-split palm. Multiple ninjas unleashed powerful techniques. The ground was instantly torn asunder, rushing towards Kakashi and the others at an alarming speed. With urgency, Kakashi shouted, Rin, grab my hand. Rin. Even Obito urged her desperately. The sound of his voice, tears shimmered in Rin's eyes. Ninjas must not reveal their emotions to others. Yet her sorrow was undeniable. In the end, would Obito be left alone in solitude? However, she could not betray the life that Obito had fought for her to live. Snap. Rin grasped Kakashi's outstretched hand. Just then, the enemy's ninjutsu surged toward them. The entire cave began to collapse. The already battered cavern finally succumbed to the strain, shattering entirely. The falling debris buried Obito's final form. Obito, Rin cried out in despair. As Kakashi pulled her upward, beneath the rubble, Obito could no longer hear Rin's cries. He had finally forged a bond with Kakashi. The boulders nearly obscured his body entirely, with only a faint glimpse of his cheek visible through the cracks. In Obito's mind flashed the image of Kakashi waving at him. The rubble trembled, entombing Obito completely. In the darkness, no one would ever see him again. Ultimately, he never confessed his feelings to Rin. This was Obito's final sigh, the greatest regret of his life. Rin smiled, her reflection so clear, as if she were once again surrounded by her friends. The ground gradually settled, as if nothing had ever transpired. On that day, Obito remained frozen in place. Cry. All of you, cry. In the world of Doin, the great mother dragon lamented. Obito is so pitiful. Sob sob sob. In the realm of Soulland, Xiaoling echoed. Such is the brutality of war. In the world of Little Soldier legend, Tang Long vowed, if given the chance, I will bring true justice and order to that world. In the universe of Super God Academy, Angel Yin declared, is this truly the end? In the world of Bleach, Aizen Sosuke mused, through the juxtaposition of Obito and Milong's experiences, there are few similarities. While two groups with shared traits exist, they are scarce in localized regions, yet countless on a cosmic scale, rendering them of little reference value. In the realm of Super God Academy, she remarked, all right, we're watching the video from a distance while you analyze the data, right? Well said, kid. Although the celestial screen currently bears no ill intent, one can never be certain at 1T exhibit aggression one day. Vigilance and caution are essential. In the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark commented, ignorant mortals, even I, a deity from Asgard, cannot discern the truth. What can you? Mere earthlings, hope to uncover, merely earthlings. Tony Stark furrowed his brow at this comment. Had it not been for the inexplicable phenomenon of the celestial screen, he would have retorted without hesitation. However, now, his immediate choice was to seek verification. Jarvis, decrypt all military encrypted databases worldwide. Understood, sir, but this does not comply with relevant legal regulations. Let those detestable old fogies perish. With the emergence of the celestial screen, we must prepare ourselves in advance. It is worth noting that ever since Milong obtained the opportunity to pose questions to the celestial screen, countless beings across myriad realms have been incessantly tagging Milong. They express their willingness to assist him in constructing his envisioned utopia. Of course, most seek to negotiate the conditions proposed by the celestial screen alongside Milong. There are also those who solely wish to exchange technological advancements with him from his world. However, such matters are naturally the purview of specialized departments and should not concern Milong. Moreover, he has already attempted this. Prior to the final evaluation being released, the barrage he posted on the celestial screen bore no remarkable distinction, just as the myriad realms believed that the tally of Madara's exploits had come to an end. The screen flickered back to life once more. Madara. When Kakashi pulled Rin from the cave, he beheld Madara completely buried and could not help but call out his name. Boom. The ground erupted violently as the technique's full force finally reached Kakashi and Rin's location. Forcing Kakashi to retreat with Rin, the combined might of several ninjutsu was terrifying. The dust stirred by the affected terrain in the jungle spread for hundreds of meters. Meanwhile, atop a tree in a certain part of the jungle, Kakashi knelt, bracing himself against the ground as he gasped for breath. The frantic search for Madara's whereabouts had revealed the enemy's position, yet Kakashi, with his left eye gravely injured and having endured high-intensity taijutsu combat, had been struck on the head by a rock, causing him to faint. Each time, he had barely regained a fraction of his strength before being drained anew, reaching the limits of his physical endurance. Even a genius like Kakashi found it increasingly difficult to bear such immense pressure. Now, he was sustained purely by sheer willpower. Rin, too, sat on the ground, her condition scarcely better than Kakashi's, since being captured by the rock ninja. She had endured the torment of Genjutsu, followed by the catastrophic landslide and the devastating news of Madara's death, leaving her in an unprecedented state of despondency. Suddenly, Rin seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting her gaze to survey the surroundings. Indeed, atop the surrounding treetops, dozens of rock ninjas had encircled them. Damn it. Kakashi clearly sensed this as well, gradually calming his tumultuous breaths, unwillingly growling in frustration. Subsequently, he cast a gaze filled with animosity upon each rock ninja. The chilling glint in his eyes sent shivers down the spine. He swiftly formed hand seals, contemplating inwardly, Madara, this is the ninjutsu you helped me complete. Under Rin's astonished gaze, lightning crackled in Kakashi's hand. Countless currents intertwined, emitting a cacophony akin to the cries of 1,000 birds. Even the nearby rock ninjas could not help but exclaim, "Oh, to possess such fighting spirit even in these dire circumstances. Truly commendable for daring to infiltrate the enemy's rear. You're so strong," Kakashi said, holding a kunai in his right hand and Chidori in his left, positioning Rin behind him as he spoke in a grave tone. "Rin, I'll hold these guys off. You take the chance to escape." But Rin attempted to voice her concerns, yet Kakashi interrupted her firmly. "Madara entrusted me with this, so I will protect you even at the cost of my life." Kakashi, Rin looked at him in bewilderment, wondering if it was merely because of Madara's request. Kakashi continued, "Rin, Madara cares for you deeply. He values you immensely and wishes to safeguard your life." Upon hearing this, Rin lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks unbeknownst to her. However, she soon lifted her head resolutely, gazing directly at Kakashi's back, and declared, "Then, Kakashi, Kakashi interrupted, was once someone who wished to abandon you." Rin's eyes flickered with emotion as she regarded Kakashi, and upon his completion of the sentence, the light in her eyes finally dimmed, her head drooping in disappointment. The rock ninjas, however, would not grant Kakashi and Rin much time for conversation. Confirming the absence of other reinforcements, they surged forward, charging directly at Kakashi and Rin. Kakashi's Sharingan operated at its utmost, scrutinizing the movements of each enemy. Run, Rin, Clang, Kakashi, in essence, conveyed the unspoken sentiments of Madara. In the world of Soul Street. Xiaoling, regrettably, the reality aligns with our previous speculation. Madara loves Rin, while Rin harbors feelings for Kakashi. In the world of Lingjian Mountain, Wanglu. Do not utter such heartless words while one is grappling with sorrow. In the world of Douyin, Demu Long. It seems they merely lack one link to achieve a perfect equilibrium among the three of them. In the world of 10,000 cold jokes. Wuming sure. Which link? In the world of Iranjisia, Zhang Chulan. If Kakashi were to reciprocate Madara's feelings, would they not form a flawless cycle? In the world of 10,000 cold jokes. Wuming sure. Discharged. In the world of Iranjisia, Zhang Chulan. Discharged. You should go in instead. In the world of full-time expert, Chen Gua. Initially, I harbored hopes that Madara could perceive the world through Kakashi's Sharingan. Yet now, I find myself rather reluctant. The disappointment in one's most anticipated matters after death is profound. Yet, one is left powerless, with no room for maneuvering. In the world of Love God Chocolate, Maitada. Moreover, Rin's words are already quite evident. Madara loves her in the world of Love God Chocolate, Maitada, but at least there is an answer, is there not? Once an answer is found, the confusion within will gradually dissipate, and Madara, too, shall one day find solace and accept her affections. Even if they do not lead back to him in the world of Detective Conan, Shaolin. The scene flickered to life once more, revealing Kakashi slowly opening his bewildered eyes. Am I dead? Before him lay a sky adorned with countless stars, shimmering brilliantly, the resplendent Milky Way painting a magnificent canvas of the cosmos. Where is this? Kakashi murmured in confusion. Sensing Kakashi's movements, Minato slightly turned his head. And upon realizing that Kakashi was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. You've awakened. Upon hearing his teacher's voice, Kakashi shot upright, his previously weary body having recovered after rest. He looked at Minato in astonishment. Teacher, why? Minato extended his hand, producing a kunai identical to the one he had previously given Kakashi, and explained, this kunai's technique serves as a marker for my space-time ninjutsu. So that was it. No wonder the teacher gifted me this kunai with a technique inscribed upon it. Subsequently, Kakashi recalled the circumstances preceding his unconsciousness and hurriedly inquired, what about the enemy? I've dealt with them all, Minato replied calmly, his tone scarcely more serious than if he had swatted a mosquito. Water, 50, rock, understood. Kakashi, though astonished by his teacher's prowess, suddenly remembered Madara's request and swiftly asked, what about Rin? Where is she? Minato gestured towards a patch of grass not far away, and Kakashi followed his gaze to see Rin standing alone in the distance. Gazing at the dazzling starry sky, lost in thought. I'm sorry I couldn't make it in time, Kakashi, Minato said, his voice tinged with regret. I've learned everything from Rin. A gentle breeze swept by, rustling Rin's garments and strands of hair. Yet, she stood still, staring blankly at the celestial river above, but we all know, while she gazes at the stars, she is not merely looking at them. Miss Rin, what thoughts occupy your mind at this moment? In the world of Genshin Impact, Nahida. After death, a person's soul transforms into stars. Rin must be steadfastly keeping her promise to Madara, watching over him always. In the world of Starry Journey, Dia, Rin was rejected by Kakashi. And her heart must be heavy, yearning to express her feelings in her final moments. Yet, bearing the weight of Obito's legacy, Kakashi found himself compelled to interrupt his companion, gazing at the stars. He reminisced about the cherished moments shared among the trio, safeguarding those beautiful memories deep within his heart. In the world of Jinhuan Street, Xiaoling mused, this foolish woman surprisingly possesses such an understanding of others' emotions. In the realm of Jinhuan Street, Chao Yambing noted that, based on the words of the inhabitants from the previous world, Kakashi ultimately became a reflection of Obito. May the wind god bless you, and may you soon emerge from sorrow, he wished. In the world of Genshin Impact, Amber remarked, I've cried. In the realm of Douyin, Demu Long expressed, I feel that only Minato could accomplish this task. Kakashi and his team could merely assist Minato by delivering the kunai imbued with techniques to the vicinity of the mission site. In the world of Little Legend, an anonymous figure reflected that, Considering Kakashi's status as a jonin, fundamentally, Kakashi and Minato were two distinct teams, each with its own mission. Minato's kunai transfer was indeed a precious life-saving gift. He truly was a gentle teacher. In the world of full-time expert, Yishio concurred. Yes, it's far better than having a certain irresponsible coward. In the realm of full-time expert, Chiyo-Fei added, the battlefield shifts in the blink of an eye. No one possesses a god's eye view, and thus must make the most conservative and least error-prone arrangements. From the world of Super God Academy, Du Cao lamented, "Ah, what a pity, if only Minato had arrived a moment sooner." It was just that close. In the world of Irinshisia, Zhang Chulan noted the voice of Saratobi Hiruzen, crossed out. Saratobi Hizashi slowly resonated, summarizing the war. The Third Shinobi World War, having endured long stretches of conflict, saw the successful completion of the mission to destroy the Kamizukabashi Bridge with Minato's involvement, leading to a rupture in the enemy's supply lines and an imminent end to the war. Many unnamed heroes laid down their lives to bring this chapter to a close, while simultaneously, numerous heroes emerged, becoming legends recounted through the ages. Minato, scouting from above with Rin, while Kakashi stood silently by the lake, gazing at the destroyed bridge. At that moment, he was no longer the Kakashi bound by missions. The Battle of Kamizukabashi marked a day when Konoha birthed two heroes with Sharingan, one immortalized on the memorial stone, and the other later known as the Sharingan Kakashi. His name resonated far and wide, even in foreign lands. Beside the memorial, Obito's goggles lay, the last relic Kakashi had found of him. Am I dead? In the darkness, Obito slowly opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of a pair of crimson eyes staring back at him. Startled by the old man before him, Obito was suddenly jolted awake. Yet, his body felt alien and completely unresponsive. Where is this? A shift in perspective revealed that only half of Obito's body remained intact, the other half severely injured. Yet he was indeed alive. Obito, in the world of Naruto, Hatake Kakashi exclaimed, "Wonderful. It turns out Obito is not dead. He can reunite with Kakashi and Rin." Amber from Genshin Impact rejoiced. Observing Kakashi's reaction, it was evident that Obito had ultimately not returned to find them, suggesting that much had transpired along the way. "It seems the plan has fallen through," remarked Orochimaru from the world of Naruto. "Once again, my understanding of ninjas has been refreshed. How could one survive such circumstances?" Bai Xiaofei from the world of Corpse Brother added, No. An ordinary ninja would have perished long ago. It seems that Obito is indeed exceptional," Orochimaru noted. His words ignited fervor in the hearts of many across the realms, affirming that Obito was indeed unique. This disproved their previous assumptions about shared characteristics. Henceforth, they would need to be fully vigilant in their observations. "Obito, do not blame Kakashi," Rin from the world of Naruto urged. "Let us hope they all find a fulfilling resolution in the end." Xia Ling from the world of Jinhuan Street echoed, "In the crevice between the underworld and the mortal realm. Oh, descendants of the Uchiha." An elderly man standing beside Obito began to speak slowly. The scene shifted to the old man's face, and in that instant, the world of Naruto erupted in an uproar. Madara, you have lived for so long," Senju Hashirama exclaimed in the world of Naruto. "The malevolent Uchiha clan truly proves to be difficult to extinguish. My brother at the Valley of the End underestimated them," Senju Tobirama remarked in the world of Naruto. "What? That Uchiha Madara is still alive?" Inoki from the world of Naruto sweated profusely. The legendary Azura of the ninja world still existed. Though he appeared exceedingly aged, merely the presence of such a figure instilled fear. "Uchiha Madara is still alive. Uchiha Madara is still alive." Shimura Danzo, in the roots, found himself in an unusual state of panic. He was well aware that he had committed numerous misdeeds during the Uchiha clan's downfall. If Madara were to discover this, it could spell disaster. "Though all I have done was for Konoha, he is unlikely to reason with me." The thought alone sent cold sweat cascading down Danzo's brow. He was certain he would meet a gruesome fate at the hands of the legendary Azura. "No. All roots, transmit my orders. Once the heavens reveal Uchiha Madara's location, mobilize all forces, and spare no effort to eliminate him," Danzo murmured after issuing his command. Such occurrences unfolded across various nations. In Sunagakure, after the Chunin exams concluded, Orochimaru refrained from initiating the Konoha collapse plan. It was only upon Maki and others returned to Sunagakure that they discovered their Kazekage had been assassinated. The village convened a meeting, calling upon Chiyo to take charge. Initially, Sunagakure had been poised to strike Konoha, awaiting Chiyo's command to unleash the entire village. Now, learning through the heavens that Uchiha Madara might still be alive, they were thrown into disarray. Who on earth would dare attack Konoha now? Despite the intel claiming Madara perished at the hands of the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, who can ascertain whether it was all a ruse, Have you not seen that Madara is still alive? Even rescuing ninjas in the Konoha War? Who knows if this is merely a grand scheme by Konoha? Moreover, even if it were true, what of it? After so many years, circumstances have changed. Does Madara not harbor any nostalgic feelings? Is there not the slightest inclination towards Konoha? What? The possibility of a former traitor aiding Konoha is slim. This thought was laughable. Who would dare to wager on such a possibility? After all, he was the Azura of the ninja world. A formidable figure who had emerged from the Warring States period. Even Inoki, Terumime, and Ai, the three Kages, made various arrangements. Among them, Inoki's reaction was the most intense. There is no need to elaborate further. In summary, just the mere appearance of my Lord Madara has already sent tremors throughout the entire ninja world. The scene continued. Obito stood perplexed, listening to the old man's words, only to suddenly realize that the elder also possessed a Sharingan. He could not help but ask in astonishment, "Your eyes? Could it be that you are also from the Uchiha clan?" The elder, disinterested in answering Obito's question, casually replied, "Well, that's for you to guess," observing the old man. Obito felt a tinge of confusion. Did he save me? No, but... Thus, Obito promptly inquired, "You mentioned this is the crevice between the underworld and the mortal realm. Where exactly is this place? The light is too dim to see anything clearly. Also, who exactly are you, old man?" As he spoke, Obito chuckled lightly, jesting, "You are not the Grim Reaper, are you? The one who takes people to heaven or hell?" Yet, as he spoke, Obito noticed a scythe leaning against the bedside, emanating a chilling glow. Upon seeing the sharp scythe radiate its cold brilliance, Obito panicked. "Oh no. Please don't let me be right. No, I do not wish to die yet. Help." Obito struggled, but his body seemed entirely unresponsive. He could only cry out in a choked voice, "I just caught a glimpse of the scythe. You must be the Grim Reaper, specifically the one overseeing the Uchiha clan. Look at how frightened the child is." Tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Seeing the old man remain unfazed, Obito hurriedly defended himself. "Throughout my life, I have adhered to the principle of assisting elderly individuals in distress." However, the more he spoke, the more flustered he became, his mouth contorting into a beak-like shape as he began to argue. Although he had indeed committed numerous wrongdoings and violated many regulations, it hardly seemed fair to dismiss all his good deeds. In the end, Daidu edged closer to the old man, continuing to feign pity. "Please, do not take me to hell. It hurts so much." Midway through his plea, Daidu suddenly felt that his earlier movement had aggravated the wounds on his body. At that moment, the old man spoke up appropriately. Daidu warily regarded the aged figure before him. Despite being alive, he wondered why he was here. Then, the old man abruptly shifted the conversation, continuing, "However, it can be said that your survival is a miracle. You were not crushed by the falling rocks, as if you had penetrated the very stone itself." Daidu, still perplexed, inquired, "Where did you find me?" The old man slowly explained, "You lay in the underground passage I had excavated, surrounded by the collapsed rocks." He then gazed at Daido's battered body, clicking his tongue in amazement. "That said, half of your body is nearly smashed to pieces. I have merely bandaged you up." "Just bandage me up?" mused Daidu. "In the realm of the mind, Lin Yi. Child, you are invincible. In the world of 100,000 cold jokes, a nameless figure. This is utterly absurd. In the world of under one person," Zhang Chulan remarked. "Do not always compare the medical standards of other worlds. We can only employ methods suitable for our own realm. In the world of forensic Qin Ming stated. "But isn't there a multi-world platform? Perhaps in the future, we could learn knowledge from various worlds." Li Debayos from the same world countered. "Then the medical system would likely collapse." "No," Qin Ming replied. "If the powers of all worlds could be universally applied, then it would not merely be knowledge that experiences an explosive expansion. Throughout history, the catalyst and outcomes of civilizational bursts and rapid racial development have always been singular, from the three-body problem world." Luoji concluded. "Or in the world of Genshin Impact," Zhongli added. The film continued. "Did you save me, old man?" Daidu queried, puzzled by the old man's apparent knowledge of his circumstances, yet he sincerely expressed, "Thank you." However, the old man's subsequent words left Daidu momentarily stunned and bewildered. "It is too early to express gratitude now. I shall ensure that you repay this kindness in full." Under Daido's bewildered gaze, the elder continued, "Helping the elderly is your principle in life, is it not?" Upon hearing this, Daidu did not ponder how the old man knew this. Perhaps it was a sense of kinship, being from the Uchiha clan, which led him to lower his guard. Instead, he shyly replied, "Indeed, I have said that." Simultaneously, a hint of distress crossed Daido's face. He wondered if the old man intended to impose some exceedingly difficult task upon him, and timidly asked, "What should I do?" The old man remained silent, merely staring at Daitu with one open Sharingan. As Daitu observed the elderly man's frail form, a possibility crossed his mind. Should I care for you as a servant? That could work, the old man replied. Hearing this, Daitu thought to himself. As expected, he hesitated, shaking his head. I cannot remain here indefinitely. With newfound resolve, he declared, since I am still alive, I must return to Konoha. Fearing the old man might misunderstand, Daitu slowly elaborated. We are currently at war, and I have finally awakened my Sharingan. This time, I can better protect my comrades. As he spoke, images of Kakashi and Rin flashed through his mind. Oh, that kid. When I was buried, Kakashi had both eyes. Now, in my memories, he has become one-eyed, planning to reclaim the Sharingan upon returning to the village. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression grew solemn, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. To better protect your comrades, he echoed, seemingly reminiscing about his own important companions. What is it? Daitu inquired, noticing the old man's careful enunciation, mistakenly thinking the old man doubted him, prompting him to ask repeatedly. However, rather than ridiculing Daitu, the old man began to assess his physical condition. With your current state, you cannot continue as a ninja. Upon hearing this, Daitu finally grasped the reality of his situation but stubbornly refuted. That cannot be. I have finally obtained such eyes. Daitu exclaimed passionately, as if to encourage himself. I believe in my current self. I can coordinate beautifully with my teammates. He recalled his former self, who had been weak. Oh, so we are recalling memories within memories, are we? As the enemy vanished from sight, Kakashi swiftly analyzed the situation using his various senses, while Daitu stood frozen, bewildered, glancing around aimlessly, even when the enemy appeared behind him. He failed to notice, resulting in Kakashi being struck in the eye while trying to save him. Kakashi fell, and at that moment, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed Daitu. He always boasted before being rescued by others, causing harm to his companions, and even when injured, Kakashi continued to analyze their circumstances, offering comfort to the weeping Daitu. He felt like a child who never grew up, perpetually reliant on others. From now on, I will never allow Kakashi to face such a situation again. Daitu gritted his teeth, painfully closing his eyes and murmuring as if making a solemn vow. Indeed, Daitu had changed. When the enemy attacked once more, he had awakened a new power. Here, my comrades, I shall protect. And when confronted by even stronger foes, he was now capable of remotely observing the status of enemies and allies alike, with intelligence and Kakashi's extensive knowledge combined. He would never find himself lost in confusion. In the clashes of physical techniques, he could finally perceive the opponent's movements and respond in time. No longer a burden to Kakashi. He could now suppress even enemies more formidable than himself through their teamwork. With dynamic vision surpassing that of his adversaries, he would trust Kakashi and execute the most perfect counterattacks at critical moments. At long last, he had become a ninja capable of safeguarding his comrades. As Daitu lay on the bed, reflecting on previous battles, he deepened his conviction. Looking at it this way, Daido's progress is indeed rapid. Hey, Xiao Yambing, do you have any quick ways to enhance spiritual power? In the world of Zhenhuan Street, Xiaoling queried. None. Xiao Yambing replied from the same realm. Oh dear, why deceive a young girl? General Fire, it is said that a mere bite of the spiritual locust tree, protected by the Chao family for generations, can significantly enhance one's internal spiritual power. Is that true? Xiaoling exclaimed. If you are willing to trust a wanted criminal, then you should leave Luocha Street promptly. TCH, I was merely asking, why be so fierce? Xiaoling retorted. Sister Xiaoling, every increase in power comes at a cost. If you truly wish to grow stronger, you must rely on your own efforts, step by step, to become a true powerhouse. Chao Xianyang from the same world affirmed. That is indeed correct, but it is merely the lament of ordinary people, remarked a figure from the world of One Punch Man, Sui Long. As a genius like me, a bit of practice is all it takes to gain immense strength. Oh, are you strong? Questioned Saitama from the same universe. At least I don't need to exert much effort to defeat someone like you. Saitama. A strange name. You should refrain from embarrassing yourself. Is this my future? Daitu pondered, reflecting on the timeline of Naruto. Daitu exclaimed in confusion. In the world of Naruto, Kakashi Hatake exclaimed, Abido, we can communicate through the celestial screen now. Yet, he quickly added, no, that is not the crux of the matter. Abido, do not fret. The events on the celestial screen will never transpire. From this day forth, I shall devote myself to training with renewed vigor. In the Naruto timeline, the youthful Rin Noara pondered, where did Kakashi go in his childhood? Naturally, he went in search of his mentor, Tsukumo Hatake, who had yet to embark on any missions. Rin. He mused. No, that is not Rin. Meanwhile, in a secret base of the Akatsuki organization, Abido gazed vacantly at the barrage of comments on the light screen, struggling to suppress his urge to speak. Kakashi, too, found himself momentarily distracted. Not only were all the people of the world watching, but even those from different timelines. Could this mean everything could be altered? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Kakashi, simple exchanges are permissible, but do not rashly change the future. In the world of Naruto. Minato Namikaze observed Kakashi's reaction to his words. Kakashi regained his composure, realizing that if others were to divulge past confidential information, the interests of various nations would be profoundly jeopardized. For instance, if Konoha were to inform its past self of the resource locations discovered in Sunigakure, how might the past Sunigakure react? Surely, it would seek vengeance against Konoha, and Konoha would not be the only one to attack. The other 3 hidden villages would undoubtedly intervene. The ensuing chaos could lead to nations exposing their resource locations to one another, resulting in severe disruptions and limitations to resource channels. Without resources, economic development would stagnate, and villages would falter. Where would the benefits arise? The daimyo would be left with no choice but to resort to war, desperately seizing existing resources. The casualties of such a conflict would likely far exceed those of previous wars, as the issue of resources, once ignited, would be unstoppable, leading to near annihilation and rivers of blood. The Third Shinobi World War could prove to be more tumultuous than its historical counterpart. Upon this realization, Kakashi broke into a cold sweat, grateful for Minato's warning. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Although this scenario represented the worst possible outcome, Kakashi astutely observed that all the ninja villages, which had previously communicated through various ciphers, had suddenly ceased such actions, evidently aware of the gravity of the situation and unwilling to be misconstrued. After all, who could predict whether that timeline would affect the present? Should anyone breach this critical boundary, it was likely that the nations would swiftly unite their forces to eliminate that ninja village. As the normal timeline faced its own anxieties regarding how to enhance their nation's interests, young Uchiha Obito was lost in thought on an empty playground. It was the 41st year of Konoha. At this moment, Obito was merely 9 years old. Seated alone on the playground where he typically frolicked with friends, he stared blankly at the celestial screen, which had been present since the time of the dragon. The inhabitants of this timeline could also communicate back then. Yet, it seemed that they could no longer send comments as the narrative of Obito unfolded. Just moments ago, the young Obito had uttered a single phrase. And at that instant, Rin hurriedly approached the playground. Breathless, Obito, Minato-sensei wants you to come to the Hokage's office. As she spoke, Rin regarded Obito with a concerned gaze, a look he recognized all too well from the celestial screen, where she had frequently displayed her worry for him. Obito, aware of his own bravado and stubbornness, realized that he often boasted yet relied on his teammates for rescue. Gazing intently at Rin's flushed face, filled with concern, he suddenly smiled and spoke in his usual vibrant tone. Rin, you will always watch over me, won't you? Yes, Rin replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding resolutely. I will become Hokage one day and bring an end to the war, ushering in peace. I believe in you, Obito. Rin's face radiated hope, her eyes brimming with trust. Rin, Obito called out suddenly, but faltered, unable to continue. I'm here, Obito, Rin responded, puzzled. Having also caught a glimpse of the celestial screen, she disliked the future that seemed to separate them. She wished for Obito to return, and she too would strive to train hard to prevent such a fate. Observing Rin's eyes, Obito felt an unexpected calm wash over him. He did not want his final confession to be conveyed through Kakashi. He did not want to be the one to sever their bond. He did not wish to be powerless when Rin was taken away. Rin, I'm here. Rin, I like you. The wind rustled the cherry blossom trees on the playground, petals cascading down, reflecting Rin's astonished expression. Obito gazed at her with unwavering seriousness and focus as her emotions transitioned from worry to surprise, then to embarrassment. In that moment, the girl's blush outshone countless love confessions. Obito, but Obito, not wanting to hear Rin's response, interrupted her. All right, let us go find Minato-sensei. With that, he dashed towards the Hokage's office, resolute not to be outdone by Kakashi this time. If he was dissatisfied with the timid version of himself displayed on the celestial screen, then he would be courageous. As he observed Obito's determined expression, an elderly man interjected, "Open your eyes to reality." Having captured Obito's attention, the old man continued, speaking slowly, "In this world, dissatisfaction prevails everywhere. The longer I live, the more I realize that all that permeates this existence are anguish, pain, and solitude." Obito tilted his head, feeling somewhat dismissive of the old man's words. What was he talking about? Sensing Obito's skepticism, the elder solemnly stated, "Listen well. Everything in this world is akin. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Madara, I never expected you to be my confidant. In the world of Naruto, Shimura Danzo reflected, indeed, where there is light, there will be darkness. Only by rooting deeper into the shadows can the great tree of Konoha absorb more nutrients, thus, making necessary sacrifices is justified. Are you a descendant of the Shimura clan? In the world of Naruto. Uchiha Madara scoffed. I never imagined my fate would be to languish underground. How foolish. In the timeline of the warring states, Uchiha Madara pondered, is the ideology behind village establishment flawed? We fought 3 times in the Third Shinobi World War. And still, it is not enough. No, brother, replied Senju Tobarama. No, brother, echoed Senju Hashirama. In the timeline of the warring states, Senju Tobarama exclaimed, brother, I believe the vision for villages is not entirely misguided. The emergence of the Ninja Academy as an excellent educational system proves this point. Therefore, I contend that the establishment of villages yields more benefits than detriments. However, we must engage in more detailed discussions regarding certain matters. What matters? Should we release all 9-tailed beasts to Konoha? Noticing that Obito seemed to absorb some of his words, the elder continued earnestly, as long as the concept of victors exists, there will invariably be vanquished. The desire to protect peace, a form of self-interest, will incite warfare. In the name of love, hatred will inevitably arise. Obito thought to himself, I shall quietly observe your pretentiousness. This is the law of causality, it cannot be severed. In accordance with logic, the old man added. Why? Their world is so complex. Shouldn't it be easier for everyone to protect peace together? In the realm of Pokemon, Ash contemplates. Here, even if one suffers defeat in a Pokemon battle, the path to redemption lies in the diligent training alongside one's Pokemon, striving to triumph over adversaries in subsequent encounters. Yet, why must it incite war? A conflict that only begets suffering. In this world of Pokemon, Ash reflects on the nature of humanity, mere mortals devoid of divine insight, who believe that only through inflicting pain upon others can humanity learn to progress, just as individuals must experience the pain of falling to learn to walk. In this cursed world, I shall embody a deity, guiding mortals to comprehend suffering and leading them toward the righteous path. In the world of Naruto, Pain of the Uzumaki clan asserts that this is not the essence of divine existence. Deities are meant to lead and love their people, not to proclaim grandiose statements about inflicting suffering. In the world of Genshin Impact, Vinny appears somewhat irate, stating that it is evident you are but a mortal, incapable of grasping the thoughts of a god. In the world of Naruto, Pain responds with a chuckle. How amusing. In the realm of Hawkeye, Star Rail, a voice echoes, aha. You too are merely immortal. In the Naruto universe, Pain smirks, ha, aha, how embarrassing, aha, truly embarrassing. In the world of Hawkeye, Star Rail, another voice interjects, aha. Obito gazes awkwardly at the elder, silently mocking. What nonsense he speaks, the old man, once in this state, cannot cease his ramblings. Although Obito thinks this, he refrains from directly contradicting the elder, not wanting to dampen the latter's spirits. Once the elder finishes, Obito hastily shifts the topic, inquiring, by the way, where exactly is this place? However, the elder does not respond to Obito's question. Instead, he fixates on Obito, stating with certainty, some individuals can only be saved through your suffering. Am I mistaken? Instantly, Obito's expression shifts dramatically as he recalls the scene in the cave. The cavern was collapsing, and he, along with Kakashi and Rin, hurriedly fled outside. Tragically, Kakashi was struck by falling debris, rendering him immobile. As Obito lifted Kakashi, he suddenly heard a noise above and, regrettably, had to set Kakashi aside, only to be struck by a massive rock himself. Fortunately, by the end, both Kakashi and Rin emerged unscathed. In an effort to aid Kakashi, who was desperately trying to save him, Obito ultimately gifted Kakashi his Sharingan as a token of congratulations for becoming a Jonin. After defeating the Rock Ninja, he entrusted Rin to Kakashi. Yet, when reinforcements arrived from the Rock Village, Obito had no time to bid farewell to Rin and was forced to part ways. Why do the translations of the dialogue in my memories differ from the original plot? Ultimately, Obito's thoughts halted at the moment the boulder fell, plunging the world into darkness. Gradually regaining his senses, Obito realized that the elder before him was no ordinary man, as he continually pressed on his wounds. Overcome with a mix of frustration and anger, he exclaimed, "You are exceedingly tedious. I do not wish to linger here for long. Hurry up." Madara regarded the agitated Obito with an unwavering demeanor, calmly stating, "You may leave whenever you wish, provided you are able to move." With that, the elder turned away, ignoring Obito as he walked aside. "Ha." Obito gasped for breath, his weakened body rendering even Pain a considerable drain on his energy. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Wait, something is amiss. Why does the Sharingan elder reside in such a place? Observing the elder's retreating figure, Abito felt a surge of curiosity. Even more astonishing was the sight of 3 tubes inserted into the elder's body. Continuing to ponder with his astute mind, he recalled that he recognized all the elders and elderly in Konoha, yet he had never encountered this one, leading him to conclude, this elder is no longer a ninja of Konoha. This realization prompted Abito to turn and voice his suspicions, boldly questioning, Elder, you are a rogue ninja, aren't you? Who are you? The elder remained unfazed by Abito's inquiry, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Even as he strolled to a wooden chair, leaning his scythe against it, he then sat down, calmly observing Abito. Abito was taken aback, sensing an increased pressure emanating from the elder. He heard the elder slowly articulate, I am the spirit of Uchiha. In an instant, Abito's eyes widened, and in the dim light, he could discern the colossal shadow looming behind the elder's chair, Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing the elder's words, Abito gazed at him in shock. Disbelief etched across his face, momentarily rendered speechless. Soon, he regained his composure, swallowing hard and muttering to himself, Madara is. It was evident that even a student like Abito recognized the name of Uchiha Madara. Staring incredulously at the elder, he implored, my ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Without waiting for a response, Abito vehemently questioned, how could Madara possibly still be alive? That was eons ago. The elder, unhurried, regarded Abito, slowly responding, would you prefer to believe I am the Grim Reaper? As he spoke, a faint smirk appeared on the elder's lips. Indeed, in a certain sense, he could be considered a harbinger of death. Under Abito's dazed gaze, the elder continued, this reality is hell. Yes. If it were not for the monstrous entities behind me continuously providing me with chakra, I would perish instantly. Abito instinctively looked behind the elder, witnessing a multitude of grotesque humanoid forms, hollowed out as though their flesh had been devoured, twisted into abominable shapes. Some wooden effigies seemed to strive to emerge from the wood, only to be shackled halfway, their upper bodies encircled by numerous hands, as if they would be dragged back at any moment. Yet, the faces of these wooden figures bore no expression, although upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of something sinister. Abito's pupils dilated in terror, a shiver coursing through him. What ghastly place is this? What has Madara been doing all these years, in the world of Naruto? Tobirama Senju echoes the thoughts of all who inhabit this realm. If another individual were present, they might merely be met with caution from the various nations, perhaps even faced with the possibility of Konoha or the Raikage ordering their elimination to prevent future threats. However, facing Uchiha Madara, the nations initially sighed in relief upon hearing he was bound to the monstrous entities. Yet, the eerie environment raised their apprehensions. Is it truly you, Madara? Why, in the world of Naruto? Hashirama Senju muses. It is indeed I. As for the reason, Madara refrains from elaborating, for the path he and Hashirama pursued toward peace was destined to diverge. Sweat beads formed on his forehead as Abito struggled against the pain. Desperately wrestling with himself, though his body remained immobile, his mind was still active. I want to go back. He nudged his chin against the bed, straining to tumble off. At that moment, the full extent of Abito's injuries became apparent. His right side was nearly obliterated, swathed in bandages, with the few exposed patches of skin marred by countless scars. The bloodstains on the bandages painted a picture of a tattered rag doll, pieced together yet in a state of utter ruin. Abito. In the world of Naruto, Kakashi Hatake exclaims, Abito. Rin Noara cries out in despair. I'm sorry, Abito. Minato Namikaze observes this scene with deep sorrow. For no matter the circumstances, Abito remains both his disciple and subordinate. Why had he not inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique upon Abito back then? If he had stayed, the situation of being unable to locate Abito would not have arisen, and he could have detected the formidable threat posed by Uchiha Madara much sooner. However, according to the celestial tapestry, Minato was certain of one thing. The mysterious figure from that night was not Uchiha Madara. Though the celestial tapestry offered only scant glimpses, Minato felt that Madara was not the type to hide in the shadows. Given Madara's temperament, if he were to attack Konoha, he would undoubtedly come through the front gates. The front gates of Konoha. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Observing Abito struggling on the ground, Madara sighed in resignation. Well, there is no exit here. To put it plainly, neither of us can leave this place. No exit. How did you get in? In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, an anonymous figure, replied Abito. Oh, I see. Just like Teacher Zhang setting up a tent, he continued, referencing the world of Love Apartment. Tang Yu. What do you mean? Asked Zhang Chulan from the world of one person below. Once, Teacher Zhang had locked himself inside a tent while setting it up, and the most crucial detail was that the zipper was on the outside. 6. Exclaimed Wang Lu from the world of Lingjin Mountain. Ah, no, my illustrious reputation is being ruined by you, lamented Xing Shaoxian from Love Apartment. Shaoxian, Do you think it's possible that if you don't speak, no one will know it's you? Questioned Hui Fei from Love Apartment. Zhang Xiaoxian coughed up blood and perished. With such a body, if you keep moving around, the artificial body created from Hashirama will easily fall apart. The scene circled back to those humanoid, grotesque forms, as if hinting at the fate of those who had failed to undergo the transformation into the so-called Hashirama's artificial body. Observing Obito, who was nearing exhaustion from his struggles, Madara issued a final warning. Do you wish to die? However, Obito merely glanced at Madara and, noticing that he would not impede his progress, continued to push forward with his chin. Seeing this, Madara felt a tinge of helplessness. In the future, I will require you to assist me with many tasks, together, for a lifetime. Hashirama. I knew that living long would bring no good. Madara has turned against me. The Hashirama artificial body, indeed, even the battle at the Valley of the End was a plot orchestrated by Madara. Madara, called Hashirama, Obito paid no heed to Madara's words, convinced that he must have some ulterior motive. With great difficulty, he continued to claw his way outward. Observing Obito's condition, Madara advised, "You've barely regained your life. Don't rush to seek death." Hearing this, Obito shouted angrily at Madara, "What do you want? What could an old man like you possibly want with a mere kid like me?" To Obito's question, Madara replied earnestly, "To sever the causal ties of this world." Upon hearing this, Obito was baffled and continued to glare at Madara through gritted teeth. Madara went on, "To create a world where only victors exist, where there is only peace and love, that a world that embodies all of this." As he spoke, Madara's tone grew more intense, and his gaze sharpened. Obito, however, perceived Madara as having lost his sanity. How could one possibly sever the causality of the world? The straightforward Obito retorted loudly, "Who cares about your nonsensical ramblings?" Subsequently, he turned his gaze forward, seemingly able to see the people he cared for through the endless darkness. "I just want to return to everyone." Madara, viewing him as a perpetual child, patiently instructed, "I have told you, the affairs of the world do not align with human wishes. One day, you will understand this truth." Obito remained undeterred, laboriously inching forward with his chin. Though his pace had slowed significantly since he had fallen. He gasped, his breaths now mixed with a hint of sobbing due to the strain. Madara, observing this, ceased his counsel, recognizing that human patience is finite. He spoke with resignation, "If you wish to die, be my guest. However, I will claim your Sharingan." Taken aback, Obito, with a blend of astonishment and horror, asked, "Why do you want my eyes? Don't you already possess a Sharingan?" "No," Madara denied, "I gave my original eyes to someone else. These are merely surplus eyes that were transplanted later. Having a few extra in stock isn't a bad thing." As he spoke, Madara brushed aside the hair from the right side of his face. To Obito's horror, a hollow socket was revealed. "My right eye remains vacant. The Sharingan must be complete with both eyes to unleash its true power." Upon hearing Madara's words, Obito did not feel concern for himself. Instead, his mind immediately conjured an image of Kakashi. "So, if I join forces with Kakashi, we can become stronger together. This time, we can better protect Rin." With this thought, Obito exerted even greater effort to move forward. As if an inexhaustible strength surged within his broken body. "Then I cannot linger any longer. Wait for me, Kakashi, Rin." Although the boundless darkness was daunting, it did not instill fear in Obito. In his eyes, the images of Kakashi and Rin shone brightly, smiling at him in the sunlight. "I am still alive," Obito resolutely shouted in his heart. "They are still waiting for me to return." What a remarkable thought. Obito immediately considered teaming up with Kakashi rather than retrieving his eyes. Truly, it is a tale of genuine love. 2 Ninjas can employ a technique known as group ninjutsu, which possesses power exponentially greater than ordinary ninjutsu. It is likely that Obito has immense trust in Kakashi, believing in their mutual understanding, which led him to make this choice. "Madara, to whom did you give your Sharingan?" "Teacher, currently in the entire ninja world, only Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke possess Sharingan, in addition to Kakashi, who carries Obito's Sharingan." "Impossible. Madara's scheme cannot be limited to these few individuals. Find out for me. We must uncover who received Madara's Sharingan." "Teacher, a search across the ninja world will likely necessitate a summit of the 5 Kage. No need for such trouble. Since it concerns Uchiha Madara, our IWA village will surely exert all efforts to search for the heir of Madara's Sharingan. My Kirigakure will do the same." "My Kumogakure does not fear Uchiha Madara." "No, what the Reikage means is that our Kumogakure does not fear Uchiha Madara. However, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, we are willing to contribute our strength." Tsunegakure has no objections either. Compared to the current world of Naruto, the timeline of young Obito is evidently more thrilling, the infamous Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara is near the Kamizukabashi. Should they go, or should they not? Everyone swallowed hard. Nevertheless, notably, nearly everyone instinctively avoided the Kamizukabashi. Even though this location was a key deployment site for IWA during the Third Ninja World War. Inoki did not dare to act recklessly near the Kamizukabashi. Instead, he dispatched 3 special Umbu teams of Jonin-level ninjas to monitor the Kamizukabashi. He believed that once Uchiha Madara's plan was exposed, he would not remain idle but would devise an even more meticulous scheme. For the benefit of IWA Village, Inoki commanded his subordinates to keep a close watch on the Kamizukabashi. Not only is it the Rock Ninja Village, but even the 5 great nations have refrained from communication, forming an unspoken understanding among themselves, each dispatching individuals to surveil the vicinity of the Kamakakushi Bridge. Even Konoha is no exception. While others may speculate whether Uchiha Obito's defection was feigned, Konoha, being familiar with its own affairs, knows the truth. It was indeed the first Hokage who eliminated Uchiha Obito. Although the manner of Obito's survival remains a mystery, what if he seeks vengeance? Who in Konoha could possibly stand in his way? Notably, the young Obito, as the chosen ninja of Uchiha Obito, has been meticulously protected. The Uchiha clan, upon witnessing Obito awaken with the double tomo, recognized his immense talent. At last, Obito shed the label of being the underachiever and gained access to the Uchiha clan's resources designated for prodigies. As for whether Rin accepted young Obito's confession, well, who can say? In the underground space, several figures resembling human skin crafted from clay hang from the ceiling, reminiscent of corpses suspended in midair, evoking a sense of dread. At this moment, Obito has returned to his bed, fully aware that with his current physical state, escape is impossible. As Obito posited, there truly is no exit. Lost in thought, he gazes up at the ceiling, yearning to return home, yet feeling utterly powerless to do so. Suddenly, Obito glances toward the foot of his bed. To his astonishment, 2 figures, entirely white and resembling clay figurines, stand vibrantly at the foot of his bed. One has a visage spiraling like a whirlpool, while its body appears to be wrapped in bandages. The other, by contrast, seems more solid, with half of its face strikingly human-like, even retaining half of a hairstyle, yet adorned with numerous claw-like protrusions. At first glance, it bears a resemblance to Obito himself, possessing only one arm, while the other is encased in a multitude of white material. Ah! Exclaimed the spiky figure. Greeting Obito. How do you feel? The whirlpool figure inquired of the reclining Obito. Propelling himself upright, Obito replied, somewhat sullenly, terribly. Of course. I asked this what a synthetic body crafted from my brother's cellular material looks like? It even possesses self-awareness. In the world of Naruto, Shinji Tobirama mused, it is well known that Uchiha Obito's prowess is unparalleled. Yet who would have anticipated that he also excels in the realm of scientific research? Meanwhile, in the realm of Naruto, Orochimaru pondered, to think that one could create a synthetic human from the cells of another. I can only imagine how powerful that individual must be. How long has it been since I arrived here? It feels as though I have lingered for an eternity. Obito asked, his mood bleak. You need not worry about rent, the spiky figure jested, attempting to lighten Obito's somber spirits. The whirlpool figure chimed in. As beings born of the golem, we do not require sustenance, no food expenses, nor do we require a restroom. With a lively tone, the whirlpool figure added, because we don't need to defecate. Obito felt a tinge of embarrassment, retorting, but that does not mean I should be compared to you. As he spoke, he touched the right side of his body, feeling somewhat despondent. I am merely half encased in these inexplicable materials, the spiky figure explained. Thanks to it, you can survive without food or drink. I dare say you should consider yourself fortunate. The whirlpool figure nodded in agreement, arms crossed, affirming, indeed, I would not wish to be compared to you. Your form is an emotionless construct, while we are sentient beings. With confidence, the whirlpool figure gestured to himself, stating, we are emotional. He added, with pride, and we possess a greater understanding of humor, a richer vocabulary, and are far more intelligent than you. He pointed at Obito, emphasizing, you are lacking, while I am remarkable. However, the whirlpool figure suddenly faltered, expressing a hint of regret. Although, we do not defecate. Shut up, Obito shouted in irritation, growing agitated. Then tell me, in what ways are you superior to me? The spiky figure and whirlpool figure exchanged glances, then confidently declared, we are monitoring you. Both figures raised their thumbs in earnest, mirroring one another's sentiments, which infuriated Obito. Do they not realize I am still a child? Must they mock me so? Noticing Obito's mood shift from earlier despondency, the spiky figure addressed the matter at hand. The reason we are here to assist with your rehabilitation is that Obito commanded us to restore you to a state where he can utilize you before he awakens. Obito turned his head dismissively, casting a glance at the slumbering Obito perched on a tree, scoffing, to have these puppets, who only know how to chatter, monitor me while he simply sleeps. With resolve, Obito clenched his fist. Vowing, I must escape this place and seek out Rin and Kakashi. Where is the exit? Obito inquired, looking to the whirlpool figure and spiky figure. The whirlpool figure waved his hand dismissively, stating, there is no way out. It is sealed. However, he pointed to a specific area, explaining, after Obito ordered us to bring you here, he sealed the entrance with a massive boulder. Obito glanced over and confirmed that the wall there appeared distinct from the others. He truly has sealed it with a giant rock, Obito exclaimed in disbelief. Ignoring Obito's outburst, the spiky figure curiously asked, by the way, you kept shouting Rin in your sleep. Were you hoping to find a bell outside? Obito felt a sudden embarrassment, akin to being caught indulging in something one shouldn't be viewing late at night. Yet the whirlpool figure remained unfazed by Obito's reaction, occasionally chiming in with idiot references. Oh, and that idiot Kakashi, the spiky figure concurred. Obito, now sweating profusely, thought to himself that if he were not gravely injured, he would have transformed into a master builder, demonstrating how to create a 3-room apartment with his feet. Have I ever said such things? Obito awkwardly questioned, glancing at the two humanoid figures whispering amongst themselves. With a nod of mutual agreement, the two figures turned their attention back to Obito. The whirlpool figure, resembling an obedient student, raised his hand and politely asked, may I pose a question? Obito replied, puzzled. The whirlpool figure, brimming with curiosity, inquired, what does it feel like to want to defecate? Could you provide an analogy? It was an absurd question, and Obito felt his defenses crumble, exclaiming in exasperation, isn't this the question for the idiot Kakashi? Just how fixated are you on this topic? The spiky figure, witnessing Obito's frustration, replied nonchalantly, is it really that big of a deal? How about I ask you about Rin and that idiot Kakashi next? With a gesture, Obito pointed at the whirlpool man, speechless, especially that circular head, which, despite lacking size, bore an uncanny resemblance to excrement. I despise you, he casually uttered a profoundly hurtful remark. The whirlpool man retaliated with a scornful thumbs up directed at Obito. Speaking of which, where had the other white fellows disappeared to? The spiky-haired man pondered briefly before responding, they went outside to gather intelligence. Obito was taken aback. You can go outside, the spiky-haired individual replied nonchalantly. Of course, we can move through the earth. Upon hearing this, Obito's mood soured. What nonsense, he lamented, lying on the boat in a state of despondency, confined in this place, subjected to your nonsensical chatter. He cast a glance at Madara, only to be met with an immediate salute and apology from the whirlpool man. I apologize. I shouldn't have mentioned excrement. That fool, Obito exclaimed in frustration. That's not what I meant. He quickly clarified. It was Madara's words I was referring to. Something about severing causal relationships. The spiky-haired man understood. Taking up Obito's thread, Madara is far too rigid. He doesn't grasp how to communicate with children. The whirlpool man vigorously nodded in agreement. In simple terms, it involves abandoning the troubles of the real world and escaping into a realm filled with happiness. In a dream, Obito mused, perplexed. The spiky-haired man continued his explanation. Since it's a dream, everything can be tailored to one's desires, even resurrecting the deceased. Observing Obito's lingering confusion, the whirlpool man altered his approach. In other words, it entails crafting a vast dream world through illusionary techniques. He illustrated his words by drawing a large circle with his hand. Then, we would usher everyone into that world, or rather, compel them to enter would be more accurate. The whirlpool man scratched his head sheepishly, yet his tone bore no trace of embarrassment as he solemnly added, and it would be for a lifetime. Obito remained speechless, finally grasping the concept, which sounded utterly fantastical. Using illusions, he scoffed. What utter foolishness. I can't comprehend it at all. The spiky-haired man, undeterred by Obito's disdain, calmly stated, with Madara's formidable power, anything is achievable. However, he is currently too weak to do anything, so preparations must be made. Obito continued to show little interest, dismissively replying, is that so? I'm not intrigued. Madara, is this your plan? In the world of Naruto, Senja Hashirama. To ensnare everyone within an illusion, this fabricated world, I will never accept. In the realm of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, good grief. If this plan succeeds, and everyone enters the illusion, decades later they would all perish, and humanity would face extinction. In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, an unnamed figure. So, the world would be obliterated. Only a fool like Uchiha Madara would devise such a ludicrous scheme. In the world of Spirit Sword Mountain, Wang Lu. Surely, Obito won't truly fall victim to Madara's brainwashing, will he? in the world of Spirit Street. Xiaoling impossible, absolutely impossible. In the timeline of Naruto, a youthful Obito. I believe in Obito. He possesses a kind heart and would never commit such heinous acts. In the world of Naruto, Ataki Kakashi. What if Rin were to die? In the world of Detective Conan. In the world of Naruto, Hataki Kakashi. That makes sense. Based on my extensive experience in romantic entanglements, Rin is practically a deity to Obito. If anything were to befall her. In the world of Love Apartment, Lu Ziqiao. Just this alone would not suffice. The potential for instantaneous despair and suicide far outweighs the risk of brainwashing. Thus, a reason for Obito to buffer the situation is necessary, be it a person or an object. In the world of Full-Time Master, Yuanzhou. This person could be Kakashi. In the world of Full-Time Master, Yi Xiu. Could it be that Obito witnessed something, which is why he never returned to the village? In the world of Naruto, Hataki Kakashi mused, lost in thought. Kakashi trembled as he raised his hands, suddenly catching a whiff of a foul odor. In a haze, his hands were already smeared with blood. The image of Rin's death replayed in his mind, and when Kakashi regained his senses, tears streamed from his Sharingan eye. Obito, I will bring you back. He proclaimed his resolve to the two individuals before him. I don't care about this nonsense. I must escape. With that, Obito steadied himself and slowly maneuvered to the edge of the bed, intending to reach Rin and Kakashi. What? The spiky-haired man expressed his confusion regarding Obito's actions. I need to restore this body's mobility. Obito disregarded him, speaking to himself. Gradually, he managed to rise with difficulty, gripping the bed for support. His body swayed, yet Obito gritted his teeth, determined to adapt to his own form swiftly. With each step, he pressed forward, recalling the establishment of the fourth Hokage's team, where his teacher had awkwardly concocted excuses for his tardiness. Leaning against the wall, every movement felt exceptionally arduous, sweat streaming down his face as he fought to suppress any sounds of pain. Eventually, he reached his destination, where Kakashi regarded him with disdain, and Rin beamed a gentle smile upon seeing him safe and sound. Adapting to his lost body was akin to controlling another's movements from a distance. An immensely taxing endeavor. After merely a few steps, Obito felt utterly drained and nearly collapsed to the ground. However, the Whirlpool Man swiftly darted in, catching him just in time. Obito, drenched in sweat, gazed at the Whirlpool Man, panting heavily, and suddenly found that the latter's face was not quite as detestable as before. The room was adorned with photographs of Rin, and Obito scrutinized the group photo of the fourth Hokage's team, specifically focusing on Rin's beaming visage beneath it. Suddenly, a flush crept onto Obito's face, revealing a hint of lewdness as he puckered his lips, preparing to kiss the Rin in the photograph. Yet, the sight of Kakashi's lifeless eyes made him feel as though those eternal, dead fish eyes could traverse time and space, disdainfully scrutinizing him through the photo. Damn Kakashi. As time passed, Obito's body gradually regained strength, the tightly wrapped cloth around him loosening to reveal scrawny arms akin to withered branches. His form was no longer as burdened as before. Although he still suffered and was drenched in sweat, Obito could now stand upright, step by step, relying on his own strength to traverse from the bed to the wall. When Obito's hand touched the wall, he came to his senses. Though his legs trembled incessantly, a joyous smile spread across his face. Not far away, the Whirlpool Man leaped in excitement, while the other white figures regarded Obito with appreciative and encouraging glances. Hooray! Obito's smile gradually faltered as he noticed the Whirlpool Man shouting before charging towards him. Drawing ever closer, the Whirlpool Man showed no signs of slowing down. The Whirlpool Man leaped onto Obito, forcefully pinning him down. Damn it, my body is in tatters. Once again grasping the picture frame, Obito had affixed Kakashi's face with tape, revealing a satisfied grin as he puckered his lips, bashfully kissing the photo. Yet, contrary to his intentions, Obito's body jolted violently as he sensed a malicious gaze filled with disdain, laced with a hint of the stench of a dead fish. Slowly lifting his head, he indeed found Kakashi's disgusted expression peering through his room's window. After a while, Obito sat at the edge of the bed, practicing balance with an inverted branch balanced on his right hand. Unperturbed by any distractions, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, requiring minimal rest, and making remarkable progress each day. Whoosh! With a swift motion, he hurled the branch in his hand towards the heavens, and in that instant, his body sprang upwards with remarkable agility. A nimble somersault ensued, and he landed deftly on the edge of the bed, one foot balanced with grace, while his right hand stretched out to catch the branch that remained steadfast in his grasp. A shuriken was launched, striking the target's center with precision. Suddenly, he felt an intense gaze directed towards him. It was Rin, her focus unwavering as she observed him. In that fleeting moment, his heart soared with joy, and he raised his goggles to wipe the sweat from his brow. Adopting a confident demeanor, however, He quickly realized that Rin's attention was not on him, but rather on Kakashi, who was nonchalantly inscribing characters onto a tree with his expertly thrown shuriken, each stroke perfectly aligned. Disappointment flickered across his face. The charm of his earlier bravado shattered. Foolish Kakashi, I shall surely surpass you. Once agility was regained, strength followed. The swirling figure positioned himself atop his back, utilizing his own weight to assist in the training. Yet, this mischievous entity drew an enormous mark on him. A surge of frustration overcame him as he noticed the mess, his body brimming with renewed vigor. In a few powerful leaps, he pursued the swirling figure. Soaring onto a colossal statue towering dozens of meters high, the swirling figure, sensing the impending threat, hastily fled, but his speed had now matched that of his pursuer. The spike being observed with amusement at the remarkable physical prowess displayed by him. In the training grounds, Minato activated the mechanism with a swift cut of a fine line. In an instant, a barrage of shuriken was unleashed towards the trio. After deflecting several shuriken, he struck a heroic pose, only to discover a shuriken embedded in the back of his hand. Cold sweat immediately broke out. Rin, noticing his distress, regarded him with a serious expression. Initially, he intended to feign indifference, but upon witnessing her earnest countenance, he reluctantly acknowledged his injury. Do not pretend to be fine when wounded. I have been watching, she admonished. As he lay on the bed, resting, memories of his comrades flooded his mind. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the unyielding strength coursing through his limbs. I am adapting, he mused, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Soon, he would reunite with them, Rin, Kakashi. This time, he would emerge even stronger. At that moment, the spiked figure emerged from the earthen wall, capturing his attention. I just came back from outside. The situation regarding Rin and that fool Kakashi is dire. It's a conspiracy. The signs are unmistakable. In the world of Qing Yunyan, Chen Ping Ping, how could it be? Just as I was recovering, this calamity strikes. Such timing is too coincidental. In the world of Irin Jixia, Zhang Chulan. Ultimately too weak. If I possessed greater power, no petty schemes would stand a chance against me. I shall not tolerate harm to those dear to me. In the world of armored warriors, Bei Miao. Hey, that's a bit excessive. Have we not always recognized the efforts of Daitu? In the world of Zhenhuan Street, Xiaoling, does effort even matter? He remains a pawn, dancing at the whims of others. How laughable to see a jester flail about. Ha ha ha. In the world of armored warriors, Chou Jiang. You shall not speak ill of Daitu. I can sense his deep affection for his comrades, a warmth that surpasses even life itself. I absolutely refuse to allow you to insult him. In the world of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto endeavored to showcase his verbal prowess amidst the celestial backdrop. Kakashi had already departed the village in search of Daitu. The official reason was the immense ambition of Uchiha Madara. If he could locate Daitu, the heir of Madara, it would significantly disrupt Madara's plans. This was a notion shared by Saratobi Hiruzen and Kakashi. However, the underlying motive was that Daitu, as a figure screened by the heavens, held immense research value. If he returned to assist the village's investigations and analyses, they could avoid treating him as a traitor. Naturally, such veiled threats were discussed privately by Danzo with Kakashi. Upon hearing that Rin and Kakashi were in danger, Daitu shouted in alarm, "What has occurred?" The spiked figure quickly explained, "They are surrounded by the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village." Daitu, upon hearing this, leaped with tremendous force, shattering the wooden bed beneath him. He dashed towards the boulder blocking the exit, launching himself into the air. Bang! His right fist struck the boulder with tremendous impact, causing it to fracture outward from the point of contact. Yet, that was the extent of his triumph. Poof! His right arm was crushed, and he staggered back in agony, as if his fist were wedged within the wall. As he retreated, his arm seemed to break apart like clay. The severed limb fell to the ground, and Daitu clutched the wound, letting out muffled groans. The body he had adapted to felt as if it were his own, the pain gnawing at his sanity. Yet, how could he allow himself to fall here? His comrades awaited his rescue. As he gasped for breath, waiting for his body to regain some semblance of strength, the swirling figure leaped behind him. Unlike usual, a tube extended from the back of the swirling figure's head, connecting to the towering golem behind him. In a serious tone, the swirling figure urged, "Your current form cannot shatter rock." With a fierce grimace, Daitu gritted his teeth and responded, "I must save Rin and Kakashi." Seeing Daito's determination, the swirling figure hesitated briefly before his entire being began to dissolve, saying, "Merge with my essence." As Daitu turned to look, the swirling figure had transformed into elongated tendrils resembling tentacles. What else with the lack of slime? Poor rating. In the world of Ashinoko, Dream Belly a Debbie look, the slime should possess corrosive properties, right? In the world of that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Remura Tempest. Indeed, poor rating. I in the world of Love God Chocolate, Menata. You all seem off. I in the world of Iranjisia, Zhang Chulan. 2 on point, keep it coming. In the world of Battle Through the Heavens, Xiao Yin, tears in his eyes. How many years has it been since I experienced this ridiculous camaraderie? It's so moving. Are you not Madara S. underling? Is this acceptable? In Daido's moment of confusion, the swirling figure had already enveloped him entirely. Even the spiked figure on the wall couldn't help but exclaim, he truly is a good child. At that moment, the swirling figure had completed the encasement, leaving only a crimson Sharingan visible. What is this? In the world of Naruto, Minato expressed shock from within the belly of the Reaper. No, it shouldn't be. Let me take another look. Despite his words, Minato's expression grew visibly serious. Do you not wish to save Rin and Kakashi? Upon hearing the swirling figure, Daitu ceased his chatter, recognizing the urgency of the situation. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt the overwhelming power coursing through him, provided by the swirling figure. Thank you, he said, stepping forward towards the boulder, slightly bowing as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy at his disposal. Simultaneously, a pure chakra flowed through the pipe connecting the swirling figure to the golem. This chakra poured into Daido's body. Thump, it has arrived. The chakra surged within him, and the rhythm of his heart resonated powerfully. Bang! With a single punch, the spot where his fist landed shattered immediately. In the next instant, a fissure spread from that point, enveloping the boulder that towered dozens of meters high. Boom! Countless fragments erupted, and the stone walls that confined Daidu finally crumbled into oblivion. The spiked figure, observing from the wall, couldn't help but remark, utilizing the power of the golem while connected is no small feat. Impressive indeed. All right. Another gold medal commentator, I see. In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, an anonymous figure chimed in. As the dust settled, Daitu stared in bewilderment at the shattered wall before him. He had broken it with just one punch. The swirling figure, enveloping him, declared proudly, I am quite remarkable, am I not? As the mask on his face gradually opened, it revealed Daido's resolute expression. Very well. As the tumultuous noise subsided, Uchiha Obito seemed to awaken, casting a glance at the departing Madara. Are you leaving? He inquired. Madara offered no response, instead seizing the pipe connected to the back of the Vortex Man's head and yanking it down with great force. Crack! The tendrils that adorned the Vortex Man's head exploded violently, resembling a flurry of blades jutting skyward. Gradually, Madara began to speak. You saved me, and I am grateful. However, I must depart. It is imperative. Maintaining his unhurried demeanor, Madara continued. You were too hasty. It may be premature to thank me now. Obito tilted his head slightly, regarding Madara with a furrowed brow. I do not believe I shall return. In any case, I have expressed my gratitude. And now I must take my leave. He turned to face Madara, puzzled by the confidence emanating from him. Yet, a smile crept upon Madara's lips, his head raised just enough to reveal a portion of his Sharingan, lending an unsettling air to his words. You will certainly return. At that time, I shall graciously accept your true gratitude. Obito, disinclined to further debate with Madara, lifted his voice to the spiky entity. Where are Rin and Kakashi? Take me to them immediately. The spiky entity responded. What clings to you is my doppelganger. We can communicate through mental resonance within a certain distance. Moreover, other doppelgangers are stationed underground, exchanging intelligence. At that moment, the Vortex Man stirred one of the tendrils before Obito. I will use this to guide you. Circle. Obito was taken aback, astonished by the entity's capabilities. Let us proceed outside. Upon hearing this, Obito hesitated no longer. I beg of you. He turned and dashed toward the rift he had just broken through. The first sight to greet him was a collection of items, blades, scythes, circular fans, and several cloaks. Glancing around, he seized a cloak and bolted. Rin, Kakashi, wait for me. Madara silently observed this scene before closing his eyes. After a series of agile leaps, Obito finally reached the exit of the pit. Surveying his surroundings, what is the situation with Rin and Kakashi? He inquired anxiously. According to my companions, it seems rather perilous, the Vortex Man replied, absorbing the information. They mentioned experimental subjects from the Mist Village. But I do not comprehend. Experimental subjects, Obito repeated, a sense of foreboding washing over him. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself back to the surface. In any case, Rin and Kakashi are surrounded by dozens of individuals, all formidable Jonin and Umbu. As Obito traversed the forest, weaving through the treetops, his speed had markedly increased. Listening to the Vortex Man's words, his internal unease grew. What is Lord Minato doing? Who is that? The Vortex Man queried, perplexed. as Konoha's protection of ninja information was commendable. I am asking what the yellow flash is doing. Well, the Vortex Man mused, seemingly communicating with other doppelgangers for information. Before responding, he appears to be undertaking another mission. Unfortunately, it is at this very moment. Obito clenched his teeth in frustration, recalling Kakashi's promise to him. Beneath the ruins lay his charge to Kakashi. Kakashi, I am entrusting Rin to you. Understood. At that time, Kakashi had agreed. He was powerful and trustworthy. Kakashi, you promised me. He was a genius. He would not falter. You must. Rin's gentle smile could not be allowed to end today. He must do everything in his power to protect her. Following the direction indicated by the Vortex Man, Obito harnessed the power of his Sharingan to heighten his dynamic vision. Accelerate. Further accelerate. I will arrive shortly. Obito, where are you? In the world of Naruto. Hatake Kakashi was urgently making his way toward the location of the Kamizuke Bridge mission. Determined to locate Madara's hideout. Even if it meant confronting him, he was resolute in bringing Obito back. Kakashi, for my dear Obito, Uchiha Madara, prepare to meet your end. Goodness, is it merely my imagination? Or does it seem Obito's inquiry about Minato carried a hint of reproach? Once upon a time, in the world of Lingjin Mountain, Wanglu, Minato must be feeling quite distressed for failing to save his student. In the world of Genshin Impact, Vindy. How can one be called a god if they cannot even protect their own people? In the world of Genshin Impact, La Signora. Wow, so brave. Which nation's deity are we discussing? In the world of Genshin Impact, Paimon. Paimon, the more the merrier, let them fight. Paimon. In the world of Genshin Impact, Ether. Oh dear, I misspoke. I shouldn't have said that. Please return the chicken to me. In the world of Genshin Impact. Paimon. Humans are such creatures. Sometimes, even when they make the right choice, they still subconsciously yearn for a brighter future. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, Sasaki Hayes. Even at times when they have made the correct choice, they still suffer regret. We are indeed complex beings. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, Sasaki Hayes. I truly hope Obito can make it in time. In the world of Jinhuan Street, Xiaoling yet, that seems improbable. It is evident this is Uchiha Madara's scheme. In the world of Jinhuan Street, Chao Yambing. A stoic demeanor, one cannot even think. In the world of Jinhuan Street, Xiaoling. Oh dear, during battle. It is indeed unwise to mix personal emotions excessively. Yet, Xiaoling is still but a child. Let us be a bit more forgiving. Fire General. In the world of Jinhuan Street, Wang Fu Longdo. As they raced forward, the Vortex Man suddenly spoke. Obito, I suspect we will soon enter combat. Before that, there are a few things I wish to convey to you. Vortex Man, after we win, will you marry me? What? Obito responded. Your combat abilities are inferior to mine. Moreover, my vast form is currently protecting your battered frame. What exactly are you trying to say? Obito replied impatiently, exasperated by the cryptic riddles at such a critical moment. I believe it would be better for me to act in your stead during the battle. The Vortex Man stated, having said so much to bolster Obito's resolve, though he sensed Obito's character would likely refuse. Indeed, upon hearing the Vortex Man's suggestion, Obito immediately retorted. Madara also mentioned that only with a complete set of Sharingan can true power be unleashed. Kakashi, who possesses a matching Sharingan, is on the battlefield. Obito's mind was filled with thoughts of Kakashi. In coordinating with him, I will undoubtedly surpass you. I will protect Rin alongside Kakashi. Seeing Obito's firm insistence and well-founded reasoning, the Vortex Man nodded in agreement. Yes, currently you are imbued with a Hashirama artificial body. The fusion of Senju and Uchiha powers may yield unprecedented strength. Whoosh, a violent sound erupted from ahead, startling Obito, who looked up. What is happening? A light drizzle began to fall from the sky, and in the distance, the forest blazed with a fiery crimson glow. Obito quickly leaped to a vantage point. Bang! A colossal wave of water erupted skyward. It was ninjutsu. Someone was employing ninjutsu. Initially mistaking it for rain, Obito observed intently. My companions are relaying information. The Vortex Man spoke while receiving messages, but before he could finish, boom, boom. Successive columns of water surged into the air. The situation was indeed dire. Judging by the enemy's posture, it was clear this was no mere skirmish. Over there, the Vortex Man expelled his final piece of information, while Obito had already made all necessary preparations. I'm on it. He leaned slightly and dropped from the treetops, continuing to dart swiftly through the jungle. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, Obito's vision blurred. Instantly, his hollow left eye was engulfed in unparalleled agony. Just moments ago, Obito had glimpsed the world of Spirit Summoning Street, where Xiaoling resided. How astonishing, he had truly witnessed the scene through Kakashi's eyes. No, Kakashi, hold on just a little longer. Just a bit more. Obito is almost there. Hurry, Obito. Why are you jumping out of the pit so quickly but moving so slowly through the woods? Are you toying with me? My heart is racing. In the world of full-time expert, Huang Shaotian called out. Obito, were you the one who saved me back then? In the world of Naruto, Kakashi Hitaki was at a loss for words. Unsure of what he could say. Did Obito see it? Is that why he chose not to return to Konoha? I'm sorry, Obito. If you wish, you may take my life, but we cannot afford to make any more mistakes. Obito, please come back. Kakashi's sadness was palpable. Just now, Rin's expression was so sorrowful. I can't bear to look. In the world of Love Apartment, Shinmeiji exclaimed. Idiot, why cover your eyes with your hands? You're still blocking my view. In the same world, Elzichi retorted. May Lord Barbados protect you, said Barbara from the world of Genshin Impact. What is happening? Obito shook his head, trying to cast aside distracting thoughts, yet Rin's terrified expression lingered in his mind. Stop overthinking it. I'm almost there. Swish, bursting out of the haystack, finally. Huh? Obito raised his gaze, his pupils constricting, his blood boiling, and then cooling in an instant. Reflected in his eyes was the sight of Kakashi. Hand raised with Chidori, piercing through Rin's chest. Rin looked at Kakashi with pain, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears as she whispered his name, Kakashi. Meanwhile, tears streamed down Kakashi's face. The Sharingan that belonged to Obito glistening with sorrow. Obito was left in shock, trembling, unable to believe what he was witnessing. His anger had not yet dissipated, and he stood frozen in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Thud. A mouthful of blood erupted from Rin, her body slowly collapsing, and Kakashi instinctively caught her. The lightning in his hand dissipated, trembling as it was drawn from Rin's body. His form swayed, the jarring shock rendering his mind hazy. And his grip on Rin slackened as he struggled to comprehend what he had done. Thud. Rin fell to the ground, the sound jolting Obito back to reality. His body quivered, and for a moment, he could hardly distinguish between dream and illusion. The world seemed to consist solely of the three of them. Yet, Obito could not suppress the sensations around him. The smoke from the explosion billowed. The sound of waves crashing against the shore echoed. Everything served as a reminder to Obito that he was not dreaming. This was the real world, and someone was still making noise, oblivious to the impending doom. Damn it, he got the upper hand. A ninja from the hidden mist, standing not far away, exclaimed in frustration. We finally acquired it. Another hidden mist ninja added, equally enraged and unwilling to accept defeat. None noticed Obito, who stood a short distance behind them, head bowed and turmoil raging within. Kakashi knelt on the ground, drained, gazing at the lifeless body of his comrade, unable to comprehend what he had done. Rin. Bang. Obito remained silent. The hood formed by the vortex man seemingly unable to contain the overwhelming fury within him, erupting in an explosive fashion. The scene split into two halves. The lens zoomed in, the vines of the vortex man entwining Obito's face, forming a swirling mask as Kakashi's and Obito's faces gradually merged. This signified the transformation of their Sharingan. Within their eyes, the two Tomo Sharingan began to spin, and a third Tomo emerged from the swirling center. But it wasn't over. The three Tomos spun ever more rapidly, gradually intertwining until they formed a pattern of three sides linked in a circle. Kakashi's weary body was crushed under the weight of this immense mental stimulus. Collapsing to the ground unconscious. Obito's form also trembled violently, yet he remained undeterred, letting out a beast-like roar. Gah! Chakra surged violently within him, an unparalleled force of wind sweeping through the area. This place. His body strained to release the energy. Yet the burden on his soul remained intact, leaving Obito's innermost thoughts shrouded in confusion. What on earth is this place? Ah. Ha. The chaotic chakra triggered the growth of the Hashirama cells within him. Several branches brutally piercing through his body. Yet he felt nothing at all. How is it possible? The two Tomo could not directly ascend to the Manjiki. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Izuna remarked, achieving the three Tomos requires exceptional talent. The Manjiki is exceedingly rare. This kid, Obito, must possess talent and potential rivaling that of Madara. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Taijima stated, the Uchiha clan's hearts are so small they can only accommodate one person. They bestow all their love upon a single individual. If that love is lost, they unlock the true power of the Uchiha clan, becoming frenzied and obsessed for the sake of their beloved. I have witnessed this too many times. In the world of Naruto, Senju Tobirama reflected, how exaggerated, yet not at all surprising. If it were Tatsuya in trouble, I would exert all my strength to save him. In the world of Super Beast Armed Forces, Walinfei declared, this video reveals that Rin was almost the only light in Obito's life, but now, that light has been extinguished. In the world of the first sequence, Yin Luyuan lamented. It hurts so much. It feels more painful than being pierced by steel bars. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, Kaneki Ken cried out, Join the demons, kid. From now on, you will know no sadness or pain. Just input your DNA, and even in death, I can resurrect you. In the world of Super God Academy, Morgana suggested. Damn it, damn it. Despite all my efforts, why was it still one step short? What on earth is Kakashi-sensei doing? In the world of Naruto, Haruno Sakura exclaimed. Shut up, Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke replied coldly. He could empathize with Kakashi's feelings, and noticing Naruto's despondence, Sasuke's gaze towards Sakura grew increasingly frigid. You are ultimately not one of us. Meanwhile, Kakashi gazed at the desolate sky, lost in silence. Yes, why couldn't he hold on for just a moment longer? He already possessed the Sharingan. Why hadn't he discerned Rin's movements? I'm sorry, Obito, in the world of Naruto. Kakashi Hatake reflected, uncertain how many times he had apologized to Obito, yet Obito had never responded. Obito, please don't blame Kakashi, it was my fault. In the world of Naruto, Rin confessed. In the Root organization, Shimura Danzo once again summoned a significant portion of the Root ninjas. Teams 1 and 2 were tasked with tracking Kakashi's whereabouts. If they discovered Obito, they were to capture him at once, bring back his Sharingan. It belongs to the village. The remaining teams dispersed. The unified mission. Locate the rogue ninja Uchiha Obito as swiftly as possible. This target would undoubtedly bring catastrophic losses to the ninja world. We must take the initiative. Understood. As the Root members dispersed, Danzo did not conceal his greedy gaze fixated on Obito's Sharingan in the heavens. The Mangeki is mine. Meanwhile, the commotion Obito caused had captured the attention of all present. Two ninjas from the hidden mist warily inquired, who goes there? Reinforcements? Idiot. It's just one person. Another hidden mist ninja scoffed, raising his hand to launch several shurikens. Yet Obito paid no mind to the attacks hurtling towards him, remaining lost in this absurd world. I refused to acknowledge it. Thud, 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 thud. The shurikens pierced through Obito's body and embedded themselves in a tree. Yet there was not a trace of injury on him. Look, he isn't even harmed by the attack. Indeed, this must be an illusion. However, everything around him clearly indicated otherwise. This place is real. Such a thing. Daitu bent his body, bewildered by the recent events. What just happened? Exclaimed a startled Mist Ninja. Did you evade it? Another Mist Ninja questioned, equally perplexed. Daitu shouted vehemently, I will not admit it. The dark void at the center of his swirling visage revealed the crimson hues of his Sharingan. With a powerful push against the ground, Daitu charged toward the Mist Ninjas. Each step shattered the earth beneath him, sending debris flying as an overwhelming aura emanated from him, leaving onlookers speechless. His hands emerged from his cloak, sweat cascading down, infused with boundless resentment and fury, intent on tearing his foes apart. One of the Mist Ninjas drew a blade from behind and bellowed at Daitu. Do not underestimate the village of Blood Mist. Yet before he could react, Daitu was upon him, his right hand enveloped in colossal force, striking the ninja with tremendous impact. Crash, splatter, in an instant. The ninja's body erupted with numerous sharp wooden spikes, blood splattering onto Daitu's face. With a decisive snap, Daitu broke the branch connected to his arm, causing the nearby Mist Ninja to fall in terror. Daitu approached the fallen ninja. A sharp wooden spike sprouting anew from his arm. He raised the spike high, poised to pierce the ninja. Just then, 3 Mist Ninjas descended from above, blades aimed at Daitu, declaring ominously, Die. Daitu's eyes widened, the crimson kaleidoscope of his Sharingan radiating an eerie glow in the darkness. Thud. The 3 blades pierced through Daitu's form, inflicting no harm, instead deeply embedding themselves into a fellow ninja. The unfortunate ninja screamed in agony, succumbing to his fate. Did we miss? One of the Mist Ninjas uttered in disbelief. Daitu remained unfazed, springing into the air. As the surrounding ninjas struggled to react, he unleashed a thunderous kick, snapping the necks of 2 others in an instant. Their lifeless bodies crashed to the ground, the earth shattering beneath them. What is happening? What strange technique is this? Among the ninjas, some began to waver in resolve. The outcome is clear, proclaimed a voice from the crumbling world of the Starry Sky Railway. Jing Yuan. This declaration unsettled the remaining ninjas. One, unwilling to concede, exclaimed, We must at least retrieve that woman's body. We cannot let the enemy have it. This. Daitu shot his gaze upward, his hands withdrawing the wooden spikes as he rushed toward Lin's lifeless form. 2 Mist Ninjas charged forward, while the remaining dozens of Mist Ninjas brandished their blades, preparing for Daitu's advance. Undeterred by the threats, Daitu weaved through the fray, the blade swinging at him failing to inflict even a scratch. The ninjas reached a shocking conclusion. He was impervious to harm. Daitu focused on the approaching ninja near Lin, abruptly hurling a wooden spike, which shot forth with incredible speed, impaling the Mist Ninja. The immense force sent the ninja hurtling away, creating a shockwave that halted the movements of those behind him. Daitu formed hand seals, and in the next moment, branches erupted from the airborne ninja, turning him into a sieve. Suddenly employing the wood-release technique, he demonstrated why Madara had chosen him. Ha! Boom. The second mist ninja, drawn near Lin, barely regained his senses before Daitu's fist smashed him into the shattered earth. Ha! Boom. A swift kick sent the ninja soaring into the air. Grasping the opponent's hair with his left hand, Daitu crushed the mask on the ninja's face with terrifying strength, revealing a figure on the brink of unconsciousness. With a primal roar, Daitu was consumed by a rage that obliterated all reason. He slammed the mist ninja into the ground, delivering one punch after another, unleashing the fury pinned up within him. Suddenly, he halted, motionless, as the surrounding mist ninjas stared at him in confusion, uncertain of his next move. Who was that guy? One of the mist shinobi murmured in disbelief. Daitu's gaze turned toward him, his blood-soaked whirlpool mask unfurling, revealing a void that seemed eager to consume all. The trained mist ninjas recoiled in fear, stepping back. Daitu remained still, observing the gathering of ninjas, who, despite their belief in safety, found themselves confronted by an overwhelming dread. Suddenly, swish, Daitu's right side exploded, thick wooden vines bursting forth. Swish, swish, The scene shifted to the sky, where the pale moonlight shone down, echoing with the desperate screams as flesh and bone were ground to pulp. Blood erupting into the atmosphere, the perspective widened, revealing the moon turning crimson. The once pitch-black sky transformed into a bloody abyss. Towering wooden spires reached toward the heavens, their surfaces glistening with blood, creating a horrifying spectacle. A rain of blood accompanied the cacophony of screams, thick trunks spiraling in a grotesque dance. The moon hung above, resembling a gory eye. All had come to an end among the shattered bodies and rivers of blood. Daitu stood amidst the carnage, uttering softly, "I understand." Standing atop a river of blood, he continued. As his whirlpool mask slowly unfurled, tears of sorrow cascaded down, only to be swallowed by the ceaseless tide of blood. He gazed at Lin's lifeless form, his blood-soaked self whispering, "I will." Releasing the enemy's remains, Daitu approached Lin, memories of Madara's words echoing in his mind. The longer one lived, the more one perceived that reality was suffused with anguish, pain, and solitude. Listen well, all things in this world are the same. Where there is light, shadows are sure to follow. This is an unbreakable cycle. Daitu looked down at Kakashi, who lay unconscious in the blood. After a moment of contemplation, he passed through Kakashi's form. To abandon the troubles of this world, to escape into a dream filled with happiness. Approaching Lin, his trembling hand yearned to touch her, but he hesitated, fearing that touching her might shatter the dream forever. Gritting his teeth, Daitu trembled, realizing that this was no dream. Yet, when his hand finally made contact with Lin, it passed through her body as if she were merely an illusion. Startled, he quickly regained composure, reaching for her neck, only to find it chillingly cold. Lin was truly gone. In dreams, everything could be molded to one's desires. Daitu gritted his teeth, the words of the Spike Man echoing relentlessly in his mind. Tears streamed down his face as he gently cradled Lin's lifeless body, holding her tightly. I can even bring the dead back to life. The blood-red moon hung high in the sky, merging with the blood below, radiating an otherworldly glow. Feeling the chill of Lin's body, Daitu spoke softly, "Lin, I will create another world where you exist." Calm words harbor immense power. The blood reflects the shadows of the sky, mirroring the desolate and barren world within Obito's eyes. Obito turns to gaze upon Kakashi, who lies fallen on the ground. This so-called genius has spoken out of turn, even going so far as to take Rin's life with his own hands. "I shall unravel the causes and consequences of this world. The lightning is blinding, piercing through the chest of the one I hold dear. Sever." The combined Sharingan of the two individuals is cleaved in twain with that utterance. All shall eventually culminate, and in the end, only black and white remain in my sight, along with the crimson that is both near yet eternally out of reach, guiding you toward a new course. The world of Yellow Springs.it is over. I was just contemplating that if Kakashi were to awaken at this moment, perhaps he could persuade Obito to turn back. Yet, after Obito uttered those words, I felt as if even the mightiest deity would be of no use. In a world beneath one man, Zhang Chulanin.in truth, Obito still clings to a flicker of hope for himself. Observe, Obito did not slay Kakashi nor reclaim his Sharingan. The Sharingan must be complete to unleash its true power. I believe, perhaps deep within Obito's heart, he still wishes for Kakashi to rise and stop him. The world of Xiaoling, after all, the power of both eyes originates from the same source. Their abilities might even counterbalance one another. Obito is essentially handing his weaknesses over completely to Kakashi. The world of Huang Xiaotian.to create a hero. One must first endow him with extraordinary wisdom, formidable strength, unparalleled combat skills, a wretched life, and finally, a redemption arc. Conversely, Crafting a villain is far simpler. One merely omits the redemption. The world of Lingchen.ah, Uchiha Madara, you truly deserve death. Woe is me, how pitiful Obito is. The world of Doin, de Mulong meanwhile, at this moment. Minato Namikaze has fully confirmed that Obito was indeed the assailant who attacked the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi, you are the one most likely to persuade Obito to reconsider. Go and bring your comrade back. At this moment, Kakashi gazes blankly at the heavens. It turns out that it was truly Obito who saved me. Yet I killed Rin and failed to fulfill my promise. Obito, it is not as it seems. Turn back now. The world of Naira in the subterranean cavern, Obito slowly unveils the vortex mask from his face. Confronting Madara Uchiha with his blood-soaked visage. This is the purpose of my return. Observing Obito's appearance, Madara chuckles lightly, then inquires, no one else saw you, did they? Only I did. The spiky one immediately responds, not you. Buddy, what about the spikes on you? Obito has eliminated all enemies, so it poses no issue. The spiky one turns to Obito, continuing with a tone that is both declarative and inquisitive. It seems he is reluctant to take action against Kakashi. However, Kakashi remains oblivious to everything. When the reinforcements from the Hidden Leaf arrived, he was still shouting about who had taken down the enemies. Madara speaks placidly, are you unable to bring yourself to harm a former comrade? Obito retorts, no, I simply do not care. I have no concern whether that guy still exists in this world. Obito dismissively waves his hand. In the world I am about to create, there will be both Kakashi and Rin. Under Madara's scrutinizing gaze, Obito stands resolute, meeting his eyes. Tell me how I can forge the world of my dreams, Madara. Madara, satisfied, curls his lips slightly and softly says, no need to thank me, come forth, from this day forth. You shall be the savior. Gazing into my eyes, Obito strides towards Madara, as the unimaginable power of his Sharingan surges into Obito's consciousness. In an instant, Obito finds himself in a world of pure white. Beside him, Madara begins to explain, this is my Jinjutsu space. Although it is still just a blank slate, I can create anything through projecting my will and commanding everything. By connecting to the Gedomazo and harnessing its power. Anything can be accomplished, regardless of scale. With that, Madara raises his hand, instantly reverting to his youthful form. Just like this, Obito gazes in astonishment at the rejuvenated Madara, somewhat taken aback. Utilizing this Jinjutsu to create the ideal world. And then simply casting the Jinjutsu upon all humanity to bring them in will suffice. Using the moon to replace this eye. The Sharingan within Madara's pupils gradually emanates the blood moon from the sky. Expand the scale of this technique, and the world of dreams can be realized. Subsequently, a colossal stone tablet emerges in the entire world. At its center lies a blood-red eye in a spiral shape. With 6 tomo encircling the 2 lines in the middle. You speak too grandly. I can hardly digest it. As the image gradually recedes, beneath the eye sits an individual upon a throne. Hearing Obito's inquiry, Madara begins to explain. To elucidate, we must first discuss the Sage of 6 Paths and the 10 Tails. Isn't the 10 Tails a mythical creature? Obito questions, puzzled. Madara points to the stone tablet. Mythology has its factual basis. The tailed beasts scattered across the world were formed from the divided power of the 10 Tails by the Sage of 6 Paths. Is there evidence to substantiate this claim? Obito feels this is too fantastical. There is, Madara confidently replies. After acquiring the cells of Hashirama Senju, I transplanted them onto my wounds. As he speaks, Madara opens his robe. Initially, nothing occurs, until just before my demise, I awaken the Rinnegan. The stone tablet transforms into the aged visage of Madara, who incredulously touches the transformation of his own eyes, revealing the purple spiral eyes. The Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. Madara has indeed accomplished such a feat. The world of Senju Tobarama. I never expected Lord Hashirama's cells to possess such marvelous applications. The world of Orochimaru. Young Madara is rather handsome. The world of Bulma. Aha, his physique is also quite commendable. The world of Momioka Risa. He is the quintessential villain template. The world of Zhang Chulan. Subsequently, Madara introduces Obito to the outer path Gedomazo summoned after awakening the Rinnegan. The moon that people speak of is merely the medium that seals the Gedomazo. He points out that Obito also possesses the power to control the Gedomazo. To seal a creature with an entire satellite, that creature must indeed be extraordinarily formidable. If only I could face the 10 Tails at its peak. Perhaps it would be immensely powerful. The world of Saitama. Huh. What kind of little minion dares to speak so grandly? That is a creature that can only be sealed by a planet. The world of Tornado. Really, if someone referred to my teacher as a little minion, I would be infuriated as well. The world of Saitama, scowling. nearly crushes the game console in his hands. After being mocked by King earlier, his temper is quite elevated. Soon after, the two emerge from the pure white world. Madara generously declares that he will bestow upon Obito all of his ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, and yin-yang release techniques. He also injects his consciousness into the spiky one's body, allowing it to grow a right half, transforming it into a being of half black and half white. Madara claims this is a product of his waning will, and he conjures a black rod from the ghetto mazo, handing it to Obito. As Obito accepts all of Madara's plans, Madara forcefully tears apart the conduits behind him, finally succumbing in his seated position. In that instant, the entire ninja world breathes a collective sigh of relief. It seems that Madara has truly perished this time. As for Obito, who has inherited Madara's will and plans, it is laughable. Who is that? Even if he has annihilated so many elite shinobi in Umbu. What of it? Since the Warring States period, there have been numerous shadow-level shinobi in the ninja world. How high can Obito rank? Moreover, Obito's abilities have already been revealed, rendering him hardly a threat. It is worth noting that many strong individuals have emerged among shinobi in recent years. However, throughout history, only once has the ninja world Azura appeared. As the scene shifts, Obito has already departed from the cavern, covertly observing Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko. Although Obito has acquiesced to Madara's plan, the extent to which he will alter it remains uncertain. White Zetsu introduces to Obito that Nagato's eyes are, in fact, Madara's Rinnegan. Without hesitation, Obito approaches Nagato, extending an invitation to join him in the endeavor to reshape the world. Black Zetsu, is this kid truly that reckless? Thus, it becomes apparent that Madara's Sharingan has found its way into the possession of that boy named Nagata. In the world of Naruto, Noki commands, Mabui, gather comprehensive intelligence on this individual immediately. In the Naruto universe, he interjects, TCH. In the world of Starry Journey, McDon. He has completely fallen. The denizens of your world must remain vigilant against those who stray onto the path of darkness. In the DC universe, Bruce Wayne exclaims, how can this be? My Rinnegan is, in fact, Madara's eye. In the Naruto realm, Nagato queries, Nagato, shall we continue with the plan? To which Konan responds, what plan? Nagato, Konan, what transpired after my demise? Did the Akatsuki not persist in their pursuit of peace as always? In the Naruto world, Yahiko interjects, no, Yahiko, I have discovered a higher form of peace. I shall become a god, guiding the growth of the world. As for that false Uchiha Madara, I shall no longer hold back when we meet again. In the Naruto universe, Nagato declares, you have lost your way. Nagato, I never imagined that the mastermind behind the Akatsuki was you. In the Naruto realm, Jiraiya implores, while there's still time, turn back. Embrace the true mission of transforming the entire ninja world into a realm of peace. In the Naruto universe, Jiraiya continues, if I had known this would come to pass, it would have been better to have killed us back then. This is what you thought, wasn't it, Jiraiya-sensei? In the Naruto realm, Nagato vehemently asserts, no, I have never thought that way. Regardless of what has transpired, you are all my cherished disciples. In the Naruto universe, Jiraiya replies, it is too late, Jiraiya-sensei. I will lead you as a god in this new era. In the Naruto world, Nagato insists, to provide correct guidance to those who awaken the Rinnegan has been the mission of our organization since time immemorial. You are the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Whose will yearns for a stable world? Only the grand ninja villages bask in the sunlight, while the villages of smaller nations languish in shadows. Thus, it becomes evident that Nagato's ideology was rooted here. Precisely for this reason, you awakened the Rinnegan during this time. As Obito spoke, the expression on Nagato's face grew increasingly grave. Where there is light, shadows inevitably dwell. As long as the concept of victors exists, so too will there be losers. The will to protect peace, born of self-interest, will incite war. In the name of safeguarding love, hatred will inevitably arise. This is a causal relationship that cannot be severed. Logically speaking, it is over. Obito has been thoroughly assimilated by Madara. Even echoing his words, the scum villain self-saving system, Shinchinchio. What to do? What to do? Who can come to our rescue? Kakashi. Hurry out, your Obito is about to be abducted. In the world of Soul Street, Xiaoling remarks, at this point, Kakashi may be of no help, unless Rin suddenly revives. Otherwise, Obito will likely continue down this dark path. In the world of the Sword Mountain, Wang Wu ponders. That spiky-haired individual claims Obito was chosen by Madara. When was he selected? Has Obito's life been one of manipulation all along? In the world of Chiyu Year, Fanskin reflects, pitiful and lamentable. In the world of Genshin Impact, Kitahara Kazuha observes Nagato, somewhat entranced by Obito's words. Yet Yahiko intervenes. This is impossible. Do you seek to exploit us? Yahiko, wary, gazes at Obito and counters with his own philosophy, only by comprehending another's suffering, by forcing the perpetrator to shed the same tears. Can we approach the reality of the world? Obito had assumed that the same tears referred to vengeance, yet he was taken aback to discover that Yahiko instead spoke of mutual understanding. Such a notion does not exist in this world. With negotiations collapsing, Yahiko departs with Nagato and Konan. Meanwhile, Obito promises Nagato that he will await him here every day, soon. Under Obito's watchful gaze, Yahiko's trio establishes an organization named Akatsuki, which steadily flourishes. During times of war, countless ninjas have already suffered the agonies of battle, yearning for the dawn of peace, and the emergence of Yahiko and his companions shines like a beacon, guiding them forward, rather than continually stoking the fires of war. It is far more prudent to follow those who can truly usher in peace, contributing strength to the path towards harmony. However, unforeseen events swiftly unfold. Danzo, coveting the power of the Rinnegan, and the successfully manipulated Hanzo, ultimately agree to collaborate, plotting to eliminate the increasingly formidable Akatsuki, just as Yahiko and the others are on the brink of falling into the trap set by the two the previous night. Obito once again seeks out Nagato. A dramatic shift in reality is imminent. We must part ways with Yahiko and the others at once. Join me in action. As Nagato wrestles with his thoughts, Obito perceives Yahiko awakening. Very well, let us embrace our suffering. See the world for what it truly is. Accompanied by Obito's chilling voice, he passes through Nagato's body, vanishing into a swirling vortex. Shortly after Nagato and Yahiko set forth, the other members of Akatsuki receive news of the Konoha Umbu's assembly, rushing to intercept the two. Suddenly, Obito appears before them. I apologize, but you shall be captured here. With that, Obito ascends into the air. Employing wood release, colossal wooden vines morph into the Reaper's scythe, reaping the lives of all those who sought to rescue the Akatsuki members. Shimura Danzo, inciting discord among nations, sowing division, and incessantly urging neutral organizations. This is precisely how I taught you. In the Naruto universe, Senju Tobarama interjects. Teacher, I am Shimura Danzo. Monkey, I command you to immediately relieve Shimura Danzo of all duties. From this moment forth, monitor him closely. And after the curtain falls, thoroughly investigate the extent of the deception he has perpetrated over the years. In the Naruto realm, Sarutobi Hiruzen responds, understood, teacher. In the Naruto universe, Sarutobi Hiruzen adds, In the Naruto world, Senju Tobarama grows increasingly impatient, unable to fathom how his once promising disciple could engage in such treachery during wartime, masquerading as enemy ninjas to prolong conflict against small nations. No. Although Hiruzen is slightly stronger than Danzo, there is no telling what may unfold. I must find an opportunity to return to the present world and ascertain what my beloved disciples have been up to all these years. Is Senju Tobarama's concern justified? Indeed, it is, though Sarutobi Hiruzen, reluctant to defy his teacher's orders, promptly absolves Danzo of all responsibilities, being longtime friends. He ultimately lacks the resolve to imprison Danzo in a dungeon, instead dispatching a team of Umbu to monitor him at home. Yet, our Sarutobi Hiruzen remains blissfully unaware. Believing he has acted with utmost mercy, Danzo still manages to ensnare him in a considerable predicament. Curse be it, how could that old fool Hiruzen be so weak? He shows no regard for our years of friendship. Everything I have done is for Konoha, yet, this is how you treat me. And teacher, you have been dead for so many years. Do you truly believe you can still meddle in affairs as though you remain Hokage? At the Shimura residence, our Danzo has become increasingly consumed by rage, igniting a fire of vengeance within him. Since you show me no kindness, do not blame me for my lack of justice. Thus speaking, Danzo Shimura managed to secretly communicate with the remaining subordinates at the route still within the village. Previously, he had dispatched nearly the entire route to search for traces of Obito, and now, the number of operatives at his disposal was severely limited, comprising mainly those who had recently returned from missions. Danzo surveyed these individuals with evident dissatisfaction, yet felt powerless. A glint of madness flickered in his eyes. You, eliminate the Umbu monitoring this area, granting me the opportunity to exit the village. Subsequently, you must immediately assassinate the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Ensuring the beast is provoked. Sarutobi Hiruzen is far too complacent. If this continues, the future of Konoha will plunge into darkness, and we cannot permit such a fate. Once I am free, I shall swiftly eliminate Uchiha Obito and seize his Manjiki Sharingan. By then, Hiruzen should have already met his demise at the hands of the Nine Tails. At that moment, I will harness the power of the Sharingan to subdue the Nine Tails, becoming Hokage and leading Konoha towards a brighter future. Do you understand? Yes. Not long after, a loud crash resounded. Bad news, Lord Hokage. Lord Danzo has been taken away by the root ninjas. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, taking a while to process the information. Good grief, this is a test of my resolve, he thought. Old friend, why resort to such measures? Sarutobi sighed. Issue a directive. Danzo has left the village on a secret mission. No one is to disclose this. Understood. Just as the Umbu were preparing to depart, an unexpected figure appeared before them. Sarutobi furrowed his brow. Who dares defy the Hokage's command? Are you attempting to revolt, monkey? You truly are losing your wits. The voice was unmistakable. No, it cannot be. Sarutobi gaped, as the figure of Senju Tobarama materialized in the Hokage's office. Kik, Sensei, it has been far too long. Orochimaru emerged slowly from behind Tobarama. Sensei, you. Humph, we shall settle this later. Tobarama shot a fierce glare at Sarutobi, rendering him mute, before addressing the Umbu. Immediately relay the message. Shimura Danzo has betrayed Konoha. He is to be officially designated as a rogue ninja. Yes, the Umbu replied promptly. Not daring to linger, vanishing in an instant. The longer they stayed, the more they feared that knowledge would lead to their demise. Meanwhile, Danzo, Shimura, and Hanzo had cornered Nagato and Yahiko. Konan was held captive by Hanzo, who used her as leverage to compel Nagato to kill Yahiko. Nagato stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Stop, Nagato. Don't worry about me. You two must escape. Hearing Konan's words, Yahiko made a resolute decision, determined to have Nagato end his life. Observing Nagato's bewilderment as he picked up a kunai from the ground, Yahiko charged forward without hesitation. You are the true savior, destined to construct a bridge to peace. I, however, am the pillar of that bridge, supporting you as you stride boldly forward. Yahiko thought this just before his demise. Witnessing this unfold, Obito was reminded of Kakashi's fatal encounter with Rin. This is a cursed world, forcing people into endless self-destruction. I shall reunite you in a world of dreams, where all will be beautiful. As Nagato stood there in shock, Yahiko entrusted all his wishes to him, because you are the savior of this world. If it were you, peace would surely be attainable. The battle was imminent. After rescuing Konan, Nagato let out a furious roar. Summoning Jutsu, Outer Path, Getomazo, a colossal statue erupted from the ground, bellowing into the sky. And the shell of the Ten Tails appeared, instantly slaughtering several Umbu of Konoha. Nagato, do not use that, Konan urged, but Nagato was consumed by rage. Multiple black rods pierced Nagato's body, violently siphoning his chakra, rendering him emaciated. Within the maw of the statue, a gigantic purple chakra dragon emerged, devouring the souls of any ninja in its path, leading to their immediate demise. Nagato glared at Hanzo in fury, yet even with all his chakra spent, he could not retain his opponent. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, I will ensure you reunite in a world of dreams, I promise, Obito vowed once more, then sought out Nagato again. At this point, Nagato had come to understand the harsh realities of this world, agreeing to collaborate with Obito in the creation of a new, beautiful world. Precisely. The notion of achieving peace through dialogue is utterly laughable. In this world of star exploration, Axio, one is either trampled beneath others or ascends to the pinnacle atop their backs. In this world, Axio, how is that parrot man still alive? I had thought Myron had already dealt with you. In the world of Irinshisia, Zhang Chulan. No. This is absurd. Family. Why are both of you rushing to your deaths? Rin was the same, and so is Yahiko. In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, unknown. One compelled Obito to turn dark, while the other forced Nagato to do the same. Was it their intention to break him down? In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, unknown. Indeed, should not believing in the power of comrades entail collaborating to defeat the enemy, what sense does it make to sacrifice oneself first? In the world of Soul Street, Xiaoling, moreover, the one speaking these words is the enemy. What kind of twisted logic leads one to believe that an enemy will uphold promises? I am truly exasperated. In the world of Lingjian Shan, Wang Lu. In the world of Naruto, fools, Tobarama exclaimed angrily, while Sarutobi stood silently beside him, too afraid to utter a word. A bunch of imbeciles. You have forced the inheritor of the Rinnegan into enmity. Given the current strength of the village. If the enemy seeks revenge, how will you defend against it? And regarding the Uchiha massacre, do not shift every blame onto Danzo. As Hokage, how could you be unaware of such a significant issue? If that is the case, perhaps you should resign and let Danzo take your place. Had it not been for the fact that the reanimated corpse displayed no signs of emotion, Tobarama might have been driven to faint from anger. As for how Tobarama had returned, it stemmed from Orochimaru's planned collapse of Konoha. Following the appearance of the celestial curtain, Orochimaru temporarily abandoned his plans, allowing him time to further refine the reanimation jutsu. During this period, Tobarama had been contemplating who could be resurrected without detection. In order to avoid control, he researched how the resurrected could counter the control of the summoner, coincidentally, Orochimaru. Witnessing Tobirama berate Sarutobi heartily on the celestial curtain, decided to resurrect him to enjoy the live performance. However, he did not anticipate that the reanimation jutsu could indeed be countered. Ultimately, Orochimaru was no match for Tobirama, who captured him and extracted a plethora of information. Goodness, one inquiry revealed a shocking truth. Orochimaru not only killed the fourth Kazekage but also deceived several ninjas from Sunagakure to attack Konoha. Given the current resources of Sunagakure, should Konoha's collapse plan be executed, it is likely that only a handful of decrepit elders would remain. This is not Konoha's collapse plan. It is clearly Sunagakure's collapse plan. What a talent, consequently. Tobirama swiftly took Orochimaru back to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique. Such talent, despite flaws, could yield significant benefits if utilized properly. Immediately, a series of arrangements were made for Orochimaru. What transpired next is well known to you all. Meanwhile, Danzo Shimura, far beyond the village, was experiencing his own difficulties. Damn it, that old fool Sarutobi dares label me a rogue ninja. After all these years, does he truly not value our relationship at all? Turning to his subordinates, Danzo exclaimed, I have wandered for Konoha my entire life, only to end up in such a predicament. The decay of Konoha has become deeply entrenched. Only by becoming Hokage can I change all of this. Go find Uchiha Obito at once. After obtaining his Mangeki, I will lead Konoha to new heights. At that moment, a root ninja suddenly appeared. Report, Lord Danzo. We have located the whereabouts of Hatake Kakashi. Tuanzang's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Lead the way, and capture Hatake Kakashi. He is a companion of the traitor Uchiha Obito and undoubtedly possesses valuable intelligence regarding him. Understood. Subsequently, Obito arrived at the village hidden in the mist of the Land of Water. Gazing upon this village that harbored painful memories, he recalled how they had exploited Rin's body for experiments, ultimately leading to her demise. Obito could no longer contain the overwhelming hatred brewing within him. He utilized the genjutsu of his Sharingan to manipulate Kuratsuchi Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, and enacted policies of bloodshed within the village. The new generation of children in the Mist Village was compelled to slaughter one another at the Ninja Academy, with only the survivors being deemed worthy of becoming ninjas. Additionally, numerous families possessing Kekkei Genkai were ruthlessly persecuted, resulting in the annihilation of several clans, with only a fortunate few managing to escape, faced with opposition from others in the village. Obito spared no words and directly commanded Yagura to unleash a massacre. It turned out that the previous Hokage had been under the control of Uchiha Obito. The village hidden in the mist stands against you. In the world of Naruto, Terumi Mei, since becoming the fifth Mizukage, Mei felt as though she had evolved into nothing more than a bureaucratic machine, tirelessly addressing the mess left behind by the previous Mizukage, no, by Obito. She found herself constantly explaining to clients that the current Mist Village was no longer the bloody village it once was. Exhausted, she longed for a chance to confront Obito. How cruel it was that even the youngest of children were trapped in the world of the Soul Society, such as Xiaoling War is thus, either you perish, or I do, leaving no room for negotiation. Even those who survive remain unaware if their existence is a blessing or a curse. I in the world of Honkai, Star Rail, Shajin. How sorrowful it sounds. In the world of No Game No Life, Sara, the ability to manipulate the thoughts of others is far too perilous. It must be contained. I in the Marvel Universe, Nick Fury. Interesting. Ever since Tony had Jarvis breach various classified databases, he had Jarvis investigate anyone from their world, known as Marvel.to. His surprise, the location of this Nick Fury's information was able to withstand Jarvis's intrusion. Although only temporarily, it was sufficient to pique Tony's interest. Jarvis, copy the information from this database. Yes, sir. His data flowed extensively. One file appeared before Tony's eyes. The Avengers. Later, Obito returned to Konoha, staring at the familiar streets and everything that felt like home. A pang of bittersweet nostalgia rising within him. This time, there was no one left for him to cherish. Suddenly, he spotted Kakashi and instinctively followed his former companion. They arrived at a cemetery, where Kakashi stood before Rin's tombstone. He meticulously wiped the dust from the stone and removed the wilting flowers from the vase, replacing them with a fresh bouquet. I'm sorry, I haven't been able to visit for so long. I swear, I never intended to forget you. After a moment's hesitation, Kakashi spoke, there's something I wish to tell you. But it's still classified. Minato-sensei's child is about to be born. As he spoke, a look of sentimentality crossed Kakashi's face. This generation will grow up in a time of peace. If only we could have been born later. Gazing at Rin's epitaph, Kakashi refrained from continuing the topic, instead remarking, I'll go inform Obito. I'm leaving now, Rin. With that, Kakashi picked up the wooden bucket and departed, oblivious to Obito, who was silently watching from behind a nearby haystack. Wearing a tiger stripe mask, after Kakashi left, Obito wordlessly approached Rin's grave and cast aside the flowers Kakashi had just placed. You, who killed Rin, have no right to mourn her. As for Kakashi's words, Obito remained silent. Lost in thought. It was the end. Story Rule 1. When crucial intelligence is discovered by a corrupted teammate, they will inevitably stir up trouble. In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, an unnamed figure exclaimed. The Ninetales disturbance. Obito, was it you? Why didn't you just kill me directly and instead went after Minato-sensei? Why? In the world of Naruto, Hatake Kakashi pondered, is that really Obito? He has changed completely. He was once so bright and full of life. In the world of Naruto, Kushina Izumaki lamented, I'm sorry, I failed to protect you. In the world of Naruto, Minato Namikaze reassured her, it's all right, Kushina. I know you did your best. It's just our poor child I worry for. I hope the third can look after him well. In the world of Naruto, Kushina Izumaki. In the world of Naruto, Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow upon seeing the dialogue between Minato and Kushina on the screen. A sense of foreboding rising within him. Who is the fourth child? It's Uzumaki Naruto. His identity has been well concealed all these years, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied dutifully, just as Tobirama was about to say something. A member of the Umbu suddenly burst into the Hokage's office, urgently declaring, it's bad news. Second Hokage, third Hokage, the Ninetales Jinchuriki has been attacked. What did you say? Senju Tobirama was taken aback. Hurry, take me there. Hiruzen, prepare Naruto's information here. I need to see him immediately. Hearing this, Hiruzen's face turned pale. Seeing the situation escalate, Tobirama grew impatient with Hiruzen's hesitation. Is there a problem? Lord Tobirama. The Ninetales Jinchuriki is Uzumaki Naruto. What did you say? As night fell, Konoha was peaceful, with twinkling lights as residents and ninjas enjoyed a moment of relaxation, the end of war seemingly near, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yet, under the pale moonlight, the extraordinary young boy felt an unsettling change in the air. What is this feeling? The cries of a newborn echoed, a torrent of impending change stirring unease, as if on this night, everything was about to transform. Inside the Hokage's office, the dimly lit room housed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat alone, taking a deep breath of smoke as he slowly raised his gaze to the moon hanging in the sky. Growing increasingly anxious. It can't be. Today was coincidentally the day Kushina was to give birth. In the cave, the cries of a newborn rose, and Minato wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. Exclaiming, from today onward, I am a father. Naruto, I finally get to see you. Though weak, Kushina beamed with affection. Thank you. After showing the child to the two of them, the midwife took the baby aside, giving the new parents a moment of privacy. Minato gazed tenderly at Kushina. Thank you. Just as Minato was fervently preparing to reinforce the seal, a sudden scream from the midwife pierced the air, accompanied by the child's anguished cries, Obito, no, don't do this. In the world of Naruto, Hatake Kakashi cried out, Obito, have you truly forgotten all the times we shared? Didn't you want to become Hokage to end the war? In the world of Naruto, Rin shouted. You idiot, Obito, if I ever encounter you again, I will surely give you a good beating. In the world of Naruto, Kushina Izumaki lamented, Obito, is it really you? In the world of Naruto, Minato felt a wave of despair wash over him. Do you think if Minato recognized Obito now, he could persuade him to turn back? In the world of the great king, Elsayu mused, he wouldn't be able to recognize him. Height, voice, fighting style, abilities, none matched. To Minato, Obito is merely a despicable enemy taking advantage of his wife's weakness. How could he possibly associate him with his beloved student? In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, an unnamed figure speculated. I have a feeling Obito hopes Minato would recognize him, pulling him back from the abyss. In the world of Jinhuan Street, Xiaoling remarked, that is merely your illusion, foolish woman, with Obito's appearance. He has already slain 2 ninjas from Konoha. How could he possibly harbor any mercy? In the realm of Naruto, Chao Yambing interjected, Naruto, from the world of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Just as Minato faced off against Obito, Kushina suddenly emitted a cry of anguish. The sealing technique's runes began to writhe, and a dark bulge appeared on her abdomen, as if something were attempting to burst forth. Quickly, distance yourself from the Jinchuriki. Do you not care what may happen to the child? The situation regarding the sealing technique had become dire, and Obito commanded Minato to retreat while drawing a kunai, its blade poised at the infant's neck. Wait, you, calm down, Minato exclaimed, raising his hand in a frantic attempt to halt Obito's actions. That is a sentiment you should direct toward yourself, Minato. I am currently exceedingly composed. With that, Obito flung the infant into the air. Minato's gaze sharpened, a golden opportunity, and a testament to his speed. He utilized the body flicker technique to catch the child before Obito could leap. Truly deserving of the title Yellow Flash, he pondered. So, what will you do next? Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions erupted. Minato realized that the swaddling cloth encircling the infant had been affixed with numerous explosive tags. In an instant, as he descended, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport himself and the child. Discarding the swaddling, he dashed forth from the residence where he had set up the Flying Thunder God. Boom! The explosion resounded abruptly. The house was obliterated in an instant, and Minato shielded the child with his body, absorbing the full brunt of the shockwave as he was hurled away, though he sustained minor injuries. Minato breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the infant unharmed. Realizing that the enemy had set their sights on Kushina, he understood that he had been lured away. This was a calculated move on their part. Yet Minato had no choice but to act. He could not allow the child to perish in an explosion. Kakashi clenched his fists, disbelief and an unnamed fury igniting within his chest. Obito, enough. Cease this at once. There is still time. Typically composed, Kakashi's emotions spiraled out of control, even failing to notice a ninja donned in an animal mask observing him from afar. Minato executed another Flying Thunder God technique, placing the infant safely in a prepared room. Meanwhile, Obito had begun to sketch the sealing symbols from Kushina's body, guiding the runes to entwine around a rock in the lake. Haha, Kushina, having just given birth, felt the sealing technique nearly stripped away, while the Nine Tails stirred restlessly within her, the situation growing increasingly dire. She struggled to inquire about Obito's intentions, to which he calmly replied, I will extract the Nine Tails from your body and annihilate Konoha. Kushina gazed at Obito in terror, contrasting sharply with the sinister expression of the Nine Tails within her. Who are you? The Nine Tails snarled at the uninvited guest in the sealing space. At that moment, the Nine Tails was bound tightly to a magma rock by iron chains, each of its tails ensnared, appearing utterly tormented. Obito disregarded the Nine Tails' words, using his ocular powers to seize control. In an instant, the Nine Tails' pupils transformed into the Three-Tomo Sharingan. The immense magma sphere began to disintegrate, the iron chains binding the Nine Tails melting away under intense heat, and the wooden spikes restraining the beast were violently expelled. Thus, the Nine Tails broke free from its seal. Can a tailed beast even speak? Aren't they mere beasts? A Jinchuriki is a grotesque fusion of human and beast, exclaimed a passerby in the world of Naruto. Who are you calling a beast? Retorted Kurama. The Nine-Tails. To even claim the title of Nine Tails is a grave insult. Your mental fortitude is woefully lacking. In the world of Monster List, Sugioa remarked, the strength of the heart is too feeble. Even if the physical power appears commendable, it ultimately lacks resilience. In the world of Fox Spirit Matchmaker, Shanya added, in the present world, a crimson chakra enveloped Kushina, a dark void appearing on her abdomen. Her mouth agape and eyes rolling back, as if all vitality had been drained from her, her face a mask of horror, teetering on the brink of death. Enough. Arise, Nine Tails, with Obito's thunderous command. The black void on Kushina's abdomen transformed into a purple spiral. A brutal and ferocious chakra erupted forth, manifesting the visage of a fox howling at the sky, the form of the Nine Tails. Subsequently, an immense surge of chakra shot skyward, gradually revealing the Nine Tails' colossal figure. As the last remnants of the Nine Tails chakra were extracted, Kushina collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. The Nine Tails stretched its form, opening its gaping maw to howl at the heavens. Excellent. Let us advance toward Konoha. Stop. Kushina attempted to rally against Obito, yet she was but a flickering candle in the wind, utterly powerless to fight. Nevertheless, her resolve touched Obito. He could not help but exclaim, since you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, I shall let this creature end your life. With that, the Nine Tails raised its paw in fury and struck down. Before the immense figure of the Nine Tails, the colossal waves it generated seemed trifling. Swish, Minato arrived just in time, rescuing Kushina from the Nine Tails' grasp. Truly, he lived up to the name of the Flash, but it was already too late. Obito lamented, then added with malice, even though Kushina is gravely injured. She first confirmed Naruto's safety upon seeing Minato, only relaxing once she received affirmation. Minato listened intently as the wounded Kushina recounted the masked man's plot, his eyes shimmering with icy resolve. A tide of murderous intent swelling within him. Aware that remaining in the vicinity was unwise, Minato vanished in a flash using the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito, knowing he could not pursue Minato, headed toward Konoha with the Nine Tails. On the other side, Minato reappeared in the room, placing Kushina beside the infant. As Kushina gazed at the child, feeling her life force rapidly waning, tears streamed down her cheeks. She understood that this was her final opportunity to be with Naruto. Minato observed Kushina's pained expression. Today should have been a day of celebration. Yet that masked man had turned everything into this dire scenario. Clenching his fists tightly, Minato's murderous intent reached its zenith. Clad in the fourth Hokage's ceremonial robe, he coldly replied to Kushina's concern, "I will return shortly." Such confidence. So dashing. "Ah, how I adore him," exclaimed Mu Long from the world of TikTok.as, a leader. Ensuring the safety of his people was Minato's duty, and he executed this responsibility with utmost dedication, as noted by Zhang Li from the world of Genshin Impact. His demeanor is gentle, radiating warmth like the sun. In the world of Jinhuan Street, Xiaoling countered, "The sun, little girl, the sun is not so feeble. I could vanquish such triviality with a mere fingertip. I in the world of the seven deadly sins." As Scanner remarked, "Such pure murderous intent, unclouded by emotions, truly a commendable and unadulterated strength. I in the realm of Iranjisia," Lao Tianshir commented, "What astonishing speed. Coach, I wish to learn this." In the world of Dopatsangqiang, Cheyenne asserted, "Get lost. The coach wants to learn it too. I in Iranjisia," Zhang Chulan interjected, "I could master this technique as well. Encountering a ghost would be much easier. I in the world of I have a scary house." Qin Gu mused, "In the realm of mortals cultivating immortality," Han Pao Pao furrowed his brow, intrigued by Minato's method of movement. "I must study this thoroughly to prepare for potential encounters with such foes. It appears I need to bolster my defenses." Within the village, summoning technique. Bang! A colossal cloud of smoke erupted, a tremendous gust of wind wreaking havoc upon the streets, toppling pedestrians who were bewildered by the sudden pressure. As the crowd grappled with confusion, a pair of crimson eyes abruptly opened within the smoke. Roar! An earth-shattering roar echoed as the Ninetales unleashed devastation upon Konoha, a place it had been bound for years. Though controlled by Abido, it was also a reflection of the Ninetales' own desires. Ninetales, unleash your fury. In an instant, the houses were reduced to ruins, and the crowd fled in all directions. Screams echoing as a palpable atmosphere of panic enveloped the scene. The howling shockwaves uprooted towering buildings, with the masses trapped beneath, their fates uncertain. The entire village was plunged into chaos, the Umbu swiftly reported, while Saratobi Hiruzen donned his battle attire, orchestrating a series of arrangements. Yet, ordinary ninjas struggled even to hold their ground. To draw the Ninetales' attention, they could only sacrifice their lives. It was for this reason that the world of Naruto, particularly Uzumaki Naruto, was so despised by many. Naruto sat on the ground, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of several root ninjas. Beside him, Jiraiya wore a grave expression. Had Naruto not insisted on receiving guidance from him today, given the strength of those Umbu, the consequences could have been dire. "Naruto," Jiraiya called softly, but upon gazing into Naruto's sorrowful eyes, he felt a lump form in his throat, rendering him speechless. This was the child of Minato, originally the son of a hero. Yet for the sake of his safety, he had to conceal his identity, a decision made by the third Hokage deemed unavoidable. This was also one of the reasons Jiraiya had left Konoha. For years, he had been evading issues concerning the village. However, now, witnessing the sadness in Naruto's eyes, Jiraiya found himself unwilling to hide any longer. He could rectify his past mistakes. "From this day forth, Naruto, train with me," he exclaimed, observing the flicker of hope igniting in Naruto's gaze. Jiraiya laughed heartily, patting Naruto on the shoulder. "Why the long face? As a man, one must never shed tears easily." "Who's crying?" "It's just that some sand got in my eyes." Naruto hastily wiped away his tears, turning his head, his cheeks slightly flushed. Meanwhile, in the belly of the Grim Reaper, Minato, upon seeing this exchange, felt a surge of anxiety. With his intellect, he could deduce that Naruto was likely his son, and it appeared he was not well regarded. Yet, lacking external information, he could not recklessly reveal himself, lest he endanger Naruto. But then, recalling Naruto's words, his heart felt as if it were being torn apart by a knife. Caught in a web of conflict, Kushina shared similar sentiments, her concerns weighing heavily on her mind. Back in the sky, Minato teleported to the top of Hokage Rock, his gaze sternly fixed on the Ninetales. Bearing the title of Hokage, it was his duty to protect his family within the village. He could not allow them to act with impunity. Suddenly, the enraged Ninetale seemed to sense something, its movement stalling as it turned its gaze toward Hokage Rock. "Had it noticed me?" The Ninetales raised its head, dark and blue chakra particles swirling together. In mere moments, a purple-black tailed beast ball formed abruptly. "Do not defile this place," Minato declared, swiftly forming hand seals. While the Ninetales exhaled the freshly formed tailed beast ball with ferocity, wherever the tailed beast ball traveled, all structures were instantly reduced to ashes, just as it was about to collide with the Hokage Rock. The space appeared to fold in on itself, akin to a thin membrane beneath an iron ball, the surrounding area concaving downward. The terrifying force of the tailed beast ball was gradually devoured by the runes in the air. Minato brandished a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique before him. In the next moment, a massive explosion erupted in the distant mountains, illuminating the area with blinding light. The shockwave extended for dozens of kilometers. What the hell? In the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark reacted. Such extensive area damage, immense in power, the Ninetales, with a satisfied expression, seemed to suggest that it could summon as many of these as it desired. Moreover, being a living entity composed of chakra, it possessed formidable destructive capabilities. While uncertain about its physical resilience, given its vast energy reserves, it certainly wouldn't be weak. What a troublesome creature. Having experienced the cave incident, Tony had thought he was well prepared, but the mere thought of such beings attacking his world sent cold sweat down his back. No. I must design an anti-Ninetales armor, and an energy shield, that needs to be developed too. The technology for micro-wormhole transportation. Who would have thought that in such a seemingly primitive world, the mysteries of space could be explored? Quite a talent indeed. In the world of the Super God Academy. Angel Yin mused, did I learn a false ninjutsu? In the Genshin Impact world, Sayu exclaimed, what terrifying power. If one were to use such power against demons, it would be akin to slicing vegetables. In the world of Demon Slayer. Tanjiro pondered. Meanwhile, in the world of Demon Slayer, Musen observed. At this moment, through the spatial barrier, everyone realized that Minato had arrived at the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen led a group of ninjas to assist Minato in the assault. While Obito stealthily reached for Minato continued to monitor the Ninetales' movements when he suddenly sensed an anomaly behind him. A kunai shot forward, targeting Obito's head. To Minato's astonishment, the attack passed straight through the masked man's head. Obito seized Minato's arm, halting his movements. Your opponent is me, and this is where it ends. He declared, and with that, a force of distorted space surged from Obito's revealed eye. Minato's body began to warp with the space distortion. On the verge of being sucked in, clang, Minato vanished from sight, leaving Obito grasping at air. Unfazed, Obito merely remarked, he fled quickly. I'll need to absorb you next time. I'll deal with you the moment I make contact. Elsewhere, Minato suddenly appeared, crashing to the ground. The strain of using the Flying Thunder God technique had exhausted a significant amount of chakra. My attack penetrated him, yet he can materialize and intends to draw me in immediately. What sort of ninjutsu is that? Minato pondered strategies against his foe, but abruptly noticed an oddity ahead and looked up sharply. As the space warped, Obito provided Minato no respite, having already caught up to him after his teleportation. Where do you think you're going? Obito sneered, eyes narrowed, confident in his impending victory, as if he were playing a game of cat and mouse. This guy can also utilize space-time ninjutsu, grasping a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula. Minato slowly rose to his feet. Piece by piece, he began to unravel his opponent's information. The ability to teleport with Kushina must stem from this power. He was capable of annihilating the third Hokage's direct umbu and traversing the highest level barriers. He understood that the sealing of the Ninetales would weaken this aspect. A figure gradually materialized in Minato's mind, becoming increasingly clear, someone who could even unseal and tame the Ninetales. A ninja able to move freely in and out without being hindered by Konoha's barriers. To my knowledge, there is only one person. Realizing this, Minato confronted Obito. You are Uchiha Madara. Obito lowered his hood, offering no reply. Yet, Minato quickly dismissed this assumption, redirecting his inquiry toward Obito's intentions. At this point, who you are is irrelevant. But why have you targeted Konoha? If you insist on my reasoning, Obito replied, why did I come to attack Konoha? It was both a whim and a long-conceived plan. For war, yes, but also for peace. As he spoke, a section of iron chain slipped from beneath his dark robe. Minato's expression hardened as he recognized the threat posed by Obito, adopting a combat stance. The ability to control the Ninetales, combined with his space-time ninjutsu surpassing that of the second Hokage. Alongside such perilous ideologies, if this situation was not resolved here, it would become even more troublesome than the Ninetales rampage. Now that the Ninetales had been unleashed, you have no hope left. With that, Obito charged forth. Minato, refusing to back down, aimed to find his opponent's weakness with his next attack. His kunai struck first, yet as Obito's wrist flicked, they intertwined, and Minato found himself ensnared by iron chains. There was no opportunity for the enemy to counterattack, as Minato used the Flying Thunder God to teleport away. Ugh, both of them seem invincible. In the realm of Gubao's special attack, there exists a character named Qing Liuxiang, who possesses the ability to phase out and become immune to all forms of assault, while another can instantaneously teleport away the moment an attack is imminent. How can one counter such formidable abilities? Indeed, these powers are quite troublesome. In the world of Iranjisia, we have Feng Xingtong. The combat prowess of these two individuals ranks among the very best at their level, making it entirely reasonable that neither can gain the upper hand over the other. Venturing into the world of Genshin Impact, We encounter Zhongli.I in such moments. It becomes a test of who possesses a finer mastery of their own capabilities, as well as whose combat instinct and observational acumen surpass the other. From the realm of global high martial arts, we find Feng Ping. Damn you, Obito. If not for your interference, my father would not have perished during the Ninetales turmoil. In the Naruto universe, a bystander laments. Indeed, the fourth Hokage has truly raised such a beast. So many lives have been lost because of him. Another character, a mere pawn, exclaims, damn it. If you have power, why not wreak havoc in the other ninja villages? What kind of skill is it to cause chaos in your own home village? What does it prove to take down the Mist Village? Why don't you annihilate all 5 great nations instead? In the Naruto world, a rogue interjects. What has the Mist Village done to you? During wartime, what tactics are permissible? The actions of your Leaf Village are not without their share of misdeeds. At this juncture, Minato has confirmed through recent attacks that his opponent can only materialize when engaging in offense. Thus, he resolves to aim for the precise moment of mutual attack. The outcome hinges upon whose speed of assault is superior. With his thoughts settled, Minato dashes towards Obito, who likewise advances. Just as they are about to collide, Minato swiftly hurls a kunai towards Obito's head. The kunai pierces through Obito's form, while Obito reaches for Minato. This time requiring but an instant. As the kunai passes through Obito's head, the Rasengan within Minato is only just taking shape, yet Obito's hand is nearly upon Minato's attire. I have won, Obito muses inwardly. However, at the very moment his fingers brush the fabric, Minato suddenly vanishes. Grasping the kunai that had pierced Obito's body, Minato materializes directly above him. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivots. And the Rasengan crashes violently into Obito's back. This is the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. With Minato's voice ringing out, the power of the Rasengan erupts. A tremendous shockwave obliterates the ground beneath them, with exceptional martial skills. A calm mind and remarkable combat intelligence, excitement courses through me. In the Genshin Impact realm, Tartaglia exclaims, "What are you saying, buddy?" In the world of Irangisia, Zhang Chulan dismisses, "Pay no heed to that fool." The lady from Genshin Impact adds, not only does she possess strength, but she is also deeply concerned for her people, decisive in her actions, leaving no room for future troubles. She is an exemplary leader. In the world of Soulland, Chao Yambing admires, "So handsome." In the realm of Doin, Demulong declares, "This is the second stage of the Flying Thunder God. Prepare yourself," while other worlds marvel at this battle. The verbal clashes within the Naruto universe remain fervent. Shinji Tobarama furrows his brow once more as he hears from an Umbu that Jiraiya has successfully dealt with the root ninjas. Thus, he returns to the Hokage's office. He has yet to devise how to elucidate the entire situation to Naruto, and the villagers' grievances pose a significant dilemma. Monkey, go soothe the villagers' emotions. There are others from different worlds watching. From now on, we must establish a positive image for Konoha, he instructs. Yes, sensei, Saratobi Hiruzen replies, eager to depart, feeling the weight of Tobarama's presence bearing down upon him. Wait a moment, Tobarama says, causing Hiruzen to turn back in anxiety. You performed admirably during the Ninetales incident, Tobarama acknowledges, prompting a sigh of relief from Hiruzen. Yet, just as he relaxes, Tobarama continues, but why have I not seen Danzo's shadow, also? Since you were able to discern that the Ninetales was under the influence of the Sharingan, why did you not seek out the Uchiha clan immediately? Per Saratobi Hiruzen, just when he thought he could breathe easy, the pressure mounts anew, almost overwhelming him. Amidst the billowing smoke, Obito leaps onto a boulder. Clutching his arm and gasping for breath, the injury from the Rasengan is quite severe. From within his black cloak, numerous Hashirama clones flake off. Even his hand is on the verge of detaching, nearly crumbling to pieces. Meanwhile, Minato rises from the haze. Engaging Obito in conversation serves to distract him, before he suddenly appears at Obito's side, thrusting a kunai into his form while simultaneously applying a sealing technique. Obito finally realizes he has been marked. Contract seal. Thus, the Ninetales is no longer your possession. As Minato's words resonate, the Sharingan in the Ninetales' eyes gradually fades, returning to its original state. Obito and Minato distance themselves. Obito first compliments Minato before leaving a threatening remark. I am destined to unify the world. I possess countless methods. With that, Obito vanishes amidst a swirling vortex. Following this, Minato hurries to contain the Ninetales. After relocating, his chakra is nearly depleted, forcing him to bring Kushina and Naruto along. Using Kushina's adamant and chains to bind the Nine-Tails. To fulfill Kushina's final wish and safeguard the village's interests, Minato resolves to sacrifice himself. Employing the dead demon-consuming seal to divide the Ninetales, placing half within his child's body. Ultimately, the couple, whose bodies had been pierced by the Ninetales, could no longer endure passing away just as Saratobi Hiruzen arrives to aid them. "No, Minato, my Minato, woo-woo," cries Demulong in the Doin world. How careless. Given the evident strength of his opponent, considering the earlier technique's power, he should have attacked at least 30 more times, switched to soul attacks 20 times. And finally obliterated all traces with an explosion. In the world of the overly cautious hero, Ryugunsei observes, "What kind of demon are you? Did you not notice that Minato's chakra is nearly exhausted?" In the world of 10,000 cold jokes, an anonymous figure remarks, "While Minato is indeed gentle and touching, I can't help but feel the urge to critique." Another voice from the same world asserts, "Minato has clearly surpassed the Ninetales, indicating his strength is greater. Even with Kushina's assistance, shouldn't Minato in his prime provide better safety for the village than the Ninetales?" Yet another anonymous figure laments, "To preserve a portion of chakra for the future, he chose to sacrifice himself. What a ridiculous notion, ignoring Obito's threat. Mere moments after stating that chaos would ensue, he entrusts everything to an infant. He could have at least left a note for the third Hokage, warning of enemies lurking in the shadows." A different voice interjects, "Moreover, after relocating the Ninetales, he returned to retrieve Kushina and Naruto. Why not find someone capable of restraining the Ninetales?" As the scene shifts, a young child walks alongside his teammates, only for Obito to suddenly appear before them. During this time, Obito continues to operate near Konoha. With Minato's demise during the Ninetales incident, Konoha feels eerily deserted to Obito, as no one can detect his presence. Seeing Obito's sudden appearance, the child's teammates sense danger and instinctively launch an attack to protect the child. However, they stand no chance against Obito. In the blink of an eye, a sharp flash of a blade pierces one teammate's chest. One by one, all of the child's companions fall, yet Obito refrains from harming the child, seemingly waiting for something. Sure enough, moments later, spurred by his fallen friends, the child's eyes suddenly blaze with a crimson HUE. In the next instant, the double Tomo Sharingan manifests on the screen. Another prodigy? Are the talents of future ninjas truly this remarkable? In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Taijima reflects on Itachi, a rare prodigy among the Uchiha clan. By the tender age of 4, he had already stepped onto the battlefield to serve in a supportive role, showcasing formidable strength. At merely 8 years old, he awakened his Sharingan, and we take immense pride in him. In the same world, Uchiha Fugaku expresses his disdain. "I am proud of you, yet filled with rage. It was this beast who slaughtered my father, mother, and sister before my very eyes. If I could return to the present, I would assuredly take his life myself." Uchiha Ka, once known as master of dream fulfillment, laments, "What have we done to deserve such ruthless extermination?" Uchiha E, filled with anger, proclaims, "I have long suspected Itachi's true nature. Shursui could very well have met his demise at his hands. The investigation should have been thorough." For Fugaku, that old fool, is undoubtedly shielding this monster. Uchiha Bing asserts vehemently, "Itachi Uchiha, you are unworthy of the Uchiha name. I shall see to it that you perish." Uchiha Sasuke, astonished, muses on the gravity of Itachi's actions, questioning what heinous deeds could provoke such fury among the Uchiha clan. Yet, he quickly deduces that it was this very Itachi who annihilated their entire lineage, thus squandering his own extraordinary talents. Is this truly how you safeguard the Uchiha's honor, Itachi? The cost is far too great. Uchiha Shursui, however, finds his reflections drowned out by the fervent voices of his kin, none heeding his thoughts. This is a necessary measure to avert greater sacrifice. Itachi contemplates internally, recognizing the moral dilemma he faces. Itachi is taken aback when Obito chooses not to kill him, opting instead to depart. Upon returning home the following day, Itachi's father only offers praise for his son's early mastery of the Sharingan. Oblivious to the sorrow Itachi harbors for his lost comrades, this disconnect leads Itachi to question whether the family's ideology is truly righteous. In contrast, he finds himself drawn to the village's principle of self-sacrifice for the sake of comrades. Motivated by this belief, 3 years later Itachi, supported by his family's influence and his own convictions, successfully joins the Umbu. However, the situation soon deteriorates, as both his family and the village expect him to relay information between them. Following the Ninetales attack, the village grows increasingly distrustful of the Uchiha, and the proud clan cannot tolerate such oppression, plotting a coup to seize the position of Hokage. Yet, Itachi understands that even if the coup succeeds, other clans within the village will not yield to the Uchiha, leading to prolonged chaos. The inevitable internal strife would weaken the nation, rendering it susceptible to invasion by other countries, reigniting war. This ideology aligns with the teachings of Shursui, and the two resolve to thwart the Uchiha's coup. However, one fateful day, Shursui appears before Itachi, gravely injured, and entrusts him with the last of the strongest genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. Shursui lies dying. He implores Itachi to protect the village and uphold the Uchiha's honor. Vowing never to bear the mark of a traitor, after Shursui's death, Itachi awakens his own Meijiki Sharingan. In the world of 100,000 cold jokes, an anonymous figure observes that Itachi's awakening of the Meijiki occurred at an age seemingly younger than Obito, whose prowess allowed him to easily dispatch elite shinobi. Had both of them steadfastly supported the Uchiha, they would undoubtedly have soared to greatness. In the world of battle through the heavens, Xiaoyan reminds us not to forget Shursui, who, though only slightly older than Itachi, also awakened his own Meijiki. Unfortunately, doubt and malice pushed the genius further away, ultimately leading to their own downfall. In the first sequence world, Luo Lan remarks on the ease with which power can cloud one's judgment. Celebrated in the same realm, Qingxin notes that Itachi's family investigations deepen his disappointment, culminating in his reluctant agreement to the extermination plan under Danzo's coercion. Danzo, you shall pay for this. Uchiha Sasuke, taken aback, never anticipated the involvement of the higher-ups in Konoha. Despite the Uchiha being a prominent clan, Itachi lacks absolute confidence in subduing everyone, even with his Meijiki Sharingan activated. His father's strength remains an enigma. Should the battle reach a stalemate, clan members might flee, leading to the Uchiha being branded as traitors. Thus, under Obito's deliberate exposure, Itachi ultimately encounters him near the Nanga Shrine. He persuades Obito to assist him in the slaughter of the Uchiha clan, provided that neither Konoha nor his younger brother is harmed. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. That monster, Itachi, who killed our father, mother, and everyone,